Surgeon Lin Zan fainted after an exhausting operation and unexpectedly found herself reincarnated as the 6-year-old antagonist of a novel. The queen's elder sister was murdered, and the original character was forced into darkness, ultimately meeting a tragic end at the hands of the favored concubine and the protagonists. Lin Zan, determined to turn the tide, began to ruthlessly torment the scheming social climbers and engage in a battle of wits against the seemingly innocent. She chose to ally with the pitiable crown prince, who was on the brink of being discarded, preparing to assist him in ascending to power and rewriting the narrative. However, she soon realized that this crown prince was not as he seemed. Chapter 1. Transformed into a malevolent supporting character in the 13th year of the Northern Qi dynasty, the queen passed away. The sound of weeping echoed throughout the Guantian palace. Lin Zan opened her eyes in astonishment, only to be horrified by the large characters of offering condolences before her. Who has died? Where's this place? At that moment, a middle-aged man clad in a dragon robe, with an imposing demeanor, entered the room. What has happened to Lin Zan? As he approached, looking at the delicate features of the young child, a wave of sorrow washed over him. Yes. In the midst of their conversation, Lin Zan fainted again. She had merely dozed off in her office after an exhausting surgery and somehow found herself transported into a novel she had previously read, now as the character Lin Zan. A malicious supporting role. This moment. This Lin Zan was merely 6 years old. The book was a pure palace drama, detailing the fierce struggles within the harem and the fight for succession among the 4 princes, with a narrative that spanned from the protagonist's teenage years into their 40s. The Lin Zan of the story was the malevolent supporting character. She had been kept in the palace due to her resemblance to the queen and had developed feelings for the protagonist, Prince Hum. After being betrayed, she turned dark, seeking the powerful 4th prince, only to find him inept and quickly discarded by the protagonist. While reading, Lin Zan had felt sympathy for the original character, whose malice stemmed not from a desire for wealth or power, but from the belief that her sister had been murdered. In her quest to uncover the truth behind the queen's drowning, she had desperately attempted to forge alliances, only to become mired in a quagmire that led to her being sent to the brothel as a military prostitute, resulting in a tragic fate. Remembering the original character's demise, succumbing to a vile disease and rotting away, Lin Zan could not help but feel a pang of sadness. Even in her death, she clutched the jade pendant gifted by her sister, unaware that the malevolent Qin Fei was the biological mother of the male protagonist and the godmother of the female lead. With such a powerful aura, the original character had been unable to contend against her, a fact that left Lin Zan feeling deeply unsettled. She recalled the original character's desperate cry towards the palace before her death. Why is it that Qin Fei's malevolence is deemed an accident, while others are punished? Why, indeed, why? Had it not been for the relentless pressure from the palace maids, she would never have turned dark. The emperor had promised the original character that she could remain in the palace. Yet this favoritism incited jealousy among the concubines, who repeatedly harmed a mere child, leading to her abandonment by Prince Hum, which forced her to retaliate. As these thoughts coursed through her mind, Lin Zan instinctively touched her neck. The jade pendant was still there, its warmth providing her with an unprecedented sense of strength. She vowed to avenge the original character and to bring down Qin Fei along with the hypocritical protagonists. "Miss, you are awake?" The palace maid by Xia entered, carrying a bowl of medicinal soup. Upon seeing Lin Zan clutching the jade pendant, her eyes brimmed with tears. "The physician has just left and prescribed this for you, claiming it has a calming effect. If the late queen could see you like this, she would surely be heartbroken." The book depicted the bond between the sisters profoundly and warmly. Even recalling it now made Lin Zhan's nose tingle. She sniffled, took the medicine in one gulp, and then lifted her face, speaking in a childlike voice. "Take me to my sister's funeral. I wish to keep vigil for her. Your health is fragile. How can you endure this?" "The crown prince will be present tonight. You should rest easy," Bai Xia replied, her expression turning solemn. Lin Zhan's face fell. "I am determined. Do not delay me." Bai Xia was taken aback. Her young mistress usually spoke softly and hesitantly, but today she was suddenly so assertive. It must be the queen's passing that has made her grow up so quickly. Feeling a wave of sadness, she nodded. "I shall take you there, but please do not cry anymore." The young man dressed in mourning attire had striking features, with sharp brows and bright eyes, exuding an air of nobility despite his slender frame. This was none other than the current crown prince, Jun Tianqi. He was the son of the late Empress Zhang, and Lin Zhan's sister had taken the throne 2 years ago, raising the 13-year-old crown prince under her care. Hence, he was bound to attend the vigil. Lin Zhan pays her respects to the crown prince. Lin Zhan mimicked the original character's memory and bowed, though technically, the crown prince should refer to her as little concubine. However, Jun Tianqi merely nodded and closed his eyes again. Lin Zhan rolled her eyes indeed. The crown prince did not favor her. But whether he liked her or not was unimportant. She needed to ensure he understood that only she could help him navigate perilous waters and ascend to the throne. Suddenly, Jun Tianqi heard a soft and tender voice, causing him to open his cold eyes in surprise, gazing at Lin Zhan. Had she just spoken? She claimed she could help him avert danger and ascend to the throne. Upon closer inspection, he noticed her little mouth was tightly pressed shut and she was not speaking. Lin Zhan noticed the crown prince's gaze fixed on her, but was unaware of the reason. She innocently blinked her eyes, her mind racing with thoughts of how to alert the young man before her. According to custom, strong bearers will be selected by the Internal Affairs Bureau to carry the coffin during the queen's funeral. To demonstrate his affection for Lin Huangho, the emperor had the senior princes accompany the coffin. Prince Hung seized the opportunity to sabotage the crown prince, instructing him to support the coffin from the left side, where a white flower would fall, provoking the emperor's wrath and resulting in accusations of disrespect. This was crucial information that needed to be conveyed to him. Sister? Funeral? It was Lin Zhan speaking, but she clearly hadn't opened her mouth. Could it be that he was hearing her thoughts? The young man's handsome face tightened, finding the situation bizarre and absurd. Yet, recalling that he had already died once, his cold black eyes shifted back to Lin Zhan, who was blinking innocently, exuding a sense of purity and innocence. If these were indeed her thoughts, how did she know such secrets? Your Highness, may I have a word with you? Lin Zhan stepped forward, seemingly sweetly inquiring. Yet inside, she couldn't help but think, is the crown prince frightened in this funeral hall? Am I placing my bets on him wisely? Jun Tianqi maintained his icy demeanor, his lips pressed into an unhappy line as he glanced at her. This little girl dared to mock him. The servants beside him. He ordered, "You may leave." The servants dared not defy him and quietly retreated outside. Jun Tianqi lowered his gaze, asking the little girl before him, "What do you wish to say?" Lin Zhan smiled brightly, revealing 2 adorable dimples. "I have calculated, and I foresee great misfortune befalling you, Your Highness, in the coming days." Chapter 2. My sister entrusted me with a dream. The crown prince leaned against the sandalwood chair, his right hand resting casually against his cheek, his clear eyes slightly narrowed, resembling a languid fox. Pray tell, he said nonchalantly. Lin Zhan lowered her voice. 3 days hence, my sister's funeral will take place. You must not support the coffin from the left side, or there will be dire consequences for you, Your Highness. A glimmer of amusement flickered in Jun Tianqi's narrow eyes. Interesting, he had not anticipated that she possessed such knowledge. How do you know this? Lin Zhan's pink lips curled into a smile. Because I can foresee the future. If Your Highness trusts me, I will ensure your safety and smooth sailing, and no one will threaten you in the future. If you do not believe me, then I cannot save you. She appeared to be a little fortune teller, yet in her heart, she mused that the crown prince was not entirely foolish if he were. To believe her at once, she would perceive him as lacking depth and incapable of achieving greatness. Jun Tianqi, but this little girl dared to comment on him. Feigning disbelief, he scoffed coldly. Nonsense. This palace has never heard of your fortune-telling abilities. Lin Zhan hugged her small shoulders, exuding an air of confidence. This is a family secret, and naturally, it cannot be known to outsiders. Whether my predictions hold true will be revealed in 3 days. However, my assistance comes with conditions. Once you are certain of our collaboration, we shall discuss matters further. Having finished her statement, Lin Zhan promptly knelt on a nearby mat. Calculating the time, she realized that Qin Fei's niece, Si Shui, would soon enter the palace, her lifelong rival. As the protagonist of the story, Si Shui was adored by all, and Lin Zhan needed to devise a plan to overshadow her brilliance. Furthermore, there was Wang Junbiyu. As long as Jun Tianqi was not under house arrest, he would have no chance of winning the emperor's favor. She refused to believe that with her vast knowledge, she could not outmaneuver these two white lotuses. Jun Tianqi sat aside, openly eavesdropping on her thoughts, increasingly astonished by her detailed knowledge. Could it be that Lin Zan had also been reborn? His memories of Lin Zan from his past life were not particularly fond. She had been quite endearing as a child, yet upon growing up, she had become quite flirtatious and was ultimately expelled from the palace. The reasons behind her transformation remained a mystery. Seeing her possess such knowledge now, Jun Tianqi could not help but ponder deeper. To ascertain the extent of her awareness, he pondered briefly before stating, "Very well. Let us see the truth in 3 days. If the one who assists the left side of the coffin is unharmed, I shall hold you accountable." Lin Zan shrugged her small shoulders. "Deal." She then yawned and could not resist leaning against the coffin to sleep. Observing Lin Zhan's chubby little face, Jun Tianqi found it amusing that he had struck a deal with a mere child. He thought it absurd that he might be deemed mad for such an agreement. But if he could live again, what was truly impossible? Lin Zhan opened her eyes the day had dawned. She obediently nodded, but turned to find that Jun Tianqi had already departed. Following by Xia outside, she suddenly changed her mind. "Let's first go to Kung Fu Palace. I wish to pay a visit to Xian Fei." Bai Xiao was momentarily taken aback. She and the Empress have always been at odds. She just visited briefly yesterday and left. Why does Miss wish to see her? Lin Zhan smiled slyly. "I have my reasons. Let's go." Bai Xia could not help but gasp in astonishment. Was this still the same young mistress who only cared for food and play? Mississippi Lin Zhan waved her chubby hand and smiled gently. "Do not worry, I am fine." Noticing her swollen eyes, Bai Xia sighed deeply. The death of Empress Lin must have been a significant blow to Lin Zhan. She decided to support her. If Xian Fei dared to harm her, she would risk her life to protect the Empress's only sister. Thus, she picked up Lin Zhan and headed toward the chambers of Xian Fei Lu Qiuchan. Xian Fei Lu Qiuchan was seated in her palace, savoring fresh dates. Upon hearing of Lin Zhan's arrival, she furrowed her brow. In the harem, aside from the Empress, she was the most beautiful. The Emperor had once doted on her greatly, but since the new Empress entered the palace, he had not visited her, which was a primary reason for her resentment towards Empress Lin. Now that Empress Lin had passed away, she felt a sense of relief that I shall not meet her. Lin Zhan is merely a powerless child. Why should I waste my time on her? As soon as she finished speaking, a childish voice piped up, "Xian Fei, Lin Zhan has good news to share with you. If you do not meet me, this good news may go to someone else." Lin Zhan had pushed past the palace maids and dashed inside. Now that she had entered, Xian Fei could not dismiss her. With a forced smile, she regarded the little girl. "Oh, the Empress has just passed away, and the entire palace mourns. What good news could there possibly be?" Lin Zhan, using her short legs, climbed onto a stool. Lu Qiuchan was not a bad person. She was merely envious of Empress Lin for having captured the Emperor's favor. In the novel, they would eventually unite, but that would not occur for many years. Lin Zhan's eyes reddened instantly. My sister was truly unfortunate. Her fate was far too cruel. She sniffled and looked up, saying, "But for you, Xian Fei, this is an opportunity." "Oh," Xian Fei was taken aback, promptly dismissing everyone else. "What do you mean by that?" Lin Zhan thought Lu Qiuchan was rather astute. Pretending to wipe her tears, she looked up and said, "Last night, my sister entrusted me with a dream, revealing that Xian Fei is kind-hearted and virtuous, a person worthy of trust. She hoped I could assist you in ascending to the position of Empress." A flicker of joy appeared in Xian Fei's eyes, quickly followed by skepticism. She wondered if Lin Zhan, seeking a protector in the palace after Empress Lin's death, was fabricating this tale to deceive her. Lin Zhan understood that she would not easily be believed. She smiled and said, "I am aware that you and my sister have had disagreements, and you may distrust me. However, this truly was my sister's request." She foretold that on the day of her passing, the Qin family would write scriptures in her honor, and the emperor, moved by their reverence, would elevate them to noble status, with the next step being the empress's position. My sister believed that the Qin family lacked virtue, and thus she hoped you would preemptively write the scriptures, replacing them. As for preventing the Qin family from writing, that will depend on your skills, Xian Fei. Having said this, she ceased her chatter and bowed to Xian Fei. "Xian Fei, I have conveyed my message and shall not disturb your rest any longer." Watching Lin Zhan's departing figure, Xian Fei's gaze flickered with uncertainty. After a long moment, she finally stood up. Summon someone, we are going to Mingda Palace. Chapter 3: The arrival of the crown prince before one could blink. The day of the spirit's departure had arrived. Early in the morning, the sounds of mourning resonated throughout the entire palace. As the younger sister of Empress Lin Zan naturally arrived early. The courtyard was filled with princes, princesses, and various consorts, all kneeling in a scene of magnificent grandeur. Jun Tianqi stood not far from her, his head bowed, revealing no hint of his thoughts. Beside him stood another handsome prince, Wang Heng Junbeiyu. A surge of anger arose within her as she recalled how the original owner had truly loved him, only to be discarded after being used. How dare you, Junbeiyu, presume to be worthy of the throne? Just wait and see how I shall deal with you. As she contemplated, the eunuch suddenly shouted, "The spirit has departed." Junbeiyu rushed towards the coffin, while Jun Tianqi had already positioned himself to the right of it. Even without Lin Zhan's prompting, he would not raise his left hand, for a rift had formed between him and the emperor in their previous life because of this. Lin Zhan let out a sigh of relief. The parents of the Lin family had passed away 3 years prior, and she had lived in the palace with her sister since then. Now that her sister was gone, she found herself alone, yet everything unfolded according to her wishes, which could be considered a blessing amidst misfortune. Soon, the coffin was carried out of the palace gates. The emperor, clad in plain garments with slightly reddened eyes, stood outside the gate. At that moment, the white flower tied to the coffin by Junbeiyu suddenly fell, startling him and causing the coffin to lurch dangerously towards the ground. The emperor, incensed, shouted, "Junbeiyu, what do you intend to do?" Junbeiyu's face paled as he stammered, "Father, I..." Before he could finish, the emperor roared, "Silence, you unfilial son. Guards, take him away. Father, please let me explain." But his voice quickly faded as he was dragged away. Lin Zhan couldn't help but smirk. Upon looking up, she found Jun Tianqi gazing at her with an inscrutable smile, causing her to freeze momentarily before hastily lowering her head. The sound of weeping filled the air as a procession made its way towards the palace bridge. Lin Zhan suppressed the inexplicable uncertainty within her heart, wiping her tears as she followed the coffin. "Your Majesty, please take care. I shall accompany you." A palace maid knelt and said, "The princess has been tirelessly transcribing scriptures for the empress these past days, and only this morning did she manage to complete 999 copies, which is why she arrived late. I implore the emperor to consider her sincerity and refrain from punishment." The emperor picked up the scattered scriptures from the ground and noticed Lu's worn fingers. He immediately reached out to assist her. With a sigh, he remarked, "My beloved consort puts forth such effort. How could I punish you? It has often been said that you and the empress were at odds, but today I see you are indeed her most devoted. With the empress gone, you shall take on the burdens of the 6 palaces on my behalf." The virtuous consort's eyes sparkled with joy. Managing the 6 palaces was the empress's privilege, and she gazed gratefully at Lin Zhan. The young girl had not deceived her. Just the other day, when she visited the palace of concubine Qin, she had indeed seen her copying scriptures and had ordered all of them destroyed. It was this act that made her believe Lin Zhan. Lin Zhan nodded slightly in acknowledgement and continued to follow the procession. Bai Xia hurriedly placed her onto the bed, bringing medicine and food in a flurry. After a substantial ordeal, once Lin Zhan had eaten, she began to feel drowsy. Just as she was drifting off, she heard Bai Xia call out, "This servant pays her respects to the crown prince. Rise. I have something to discuss with Lin Zhan. Everyone else may withdraw." As he spoke, Jun Tianqi entered the room. He had already removed his morning attire and donned a sky-blue brocade robe, which accentuated his tall and slender figure, lending him an air of elegance. Lin Zhan reluctantly opened her eyes, having anticipated Jun Tianqi's arrival, though she did not expect him to come so soon. "I pay my respects to the crown prince," she said. She attempted to rise and put on her shoes, but was stopped by Jun Tianqi. "You have been weary all day. Remain lying down." "Thank you, crown prince," she replied, inwardly scoffing. "At least you still have some conscience." Jun Tianqi shot her a glance. "You truly speak contrary to your heart. I appreciate your gratitude for today. What are your plans for the future?" His tone was entirely unbefitting that of a child, and he found it strange that Lin Zhan, with her round, chubby face, could provoke such thoughts? Lin Zan flashed a smile, revealing her charming dimples, and spoke softly. I wish to remain in the palace. This modest request should be agreeable to the emperor. If you genuinely wish it, I shall endeavor to assist you. However, your fortune-telling, of course, it is genuine. Jun Tianqi's lips curled up slightly. I still cannot fully trust you unless you can present a few more irrefutable facts. Attempting to extract her secrets. It seemed that those of royal blood were indeed not to be trusted. Lin Zan inwardly cursed, yet spoke in a sweet, childish tone. In a few days, a young master will be born, and the emperor will host a banquet in the imperial garden. At that time, he will ask each of you to compose a poem using flowers. I shall teach you one that will surely win you first place. However, this time, there will be compensation. Oh, Jun Tianqi expressed curiosity, feigning interest. What do you wish for? Should the emperor reprimand you for your foolish fourth brother? I hope you could speak a few good words on his behalf. Jun Tianqi frowned slightly. He had the best relationship with the fourth prince. The mention of this immediately reminded him of how Lin Zan had entangled herself with the fourth prince in their previous life, leading to his tragic demise. Should she attempt to meddle again, he would not hesitate to treat her harshly. Chapter 4. You are the emperor's brother-in-law. Lin Zan was indeed willing to assist Jun Tianqi. However, the original owner had always harbored a sense of guilt towards the fourth prince, Jun Anqing, a guilt that remained unresolved until her death. To prevent Jun Tianqi from overthinking, she smiled and said, Crown Prince, do not dwell on it. I owe a debt of gratitude to the fourth prince, and it must be repaid. Jun Tianqi's expression softened. Perhaps the young girl did possess a semblance of conscience. It is but a small task. I can certainly manage it. Lin Zan knew that Jun Tianqi was not the type to resort to underhanded tactics. Otherwise, Jun Bu would not have been in line for the throne. She instantly beamed with a radiant smile. Listen closely. When autumn arrives on the 8th day of the 9th month, my flowers will bloom, and the fragrance will sweep through Chang'an, enveloping the city in golden splendor. Jun Tianqi's eyes lit up, and he found himself softly repeating the lines. The more he pondered, the more he felt that this poem was grand and majestic. If this truly was composed by Lin Zan, he would certainly have to reconsider his views of her. However, he could not recall such an impression from his previous life. Lin Zan had seemed merely a gluttonous child, focused solely on eating and playing. Suddenly, Lin Zan giggled. Is that enough to impress you? I have many more impressive poems. One who cannot compose poetry is hardly a good physician. Jun Tianqi was taken aback. Lin Zan could practice medicine? How is that possible? What do you think? Lin Zan, unaware that Jun Tianqi had eavesdropped on her thoughts, asked with a hint of pride. Not bad, he replied, his royal pride compelling him to nod in acknowledgement. Lin Zan could not be bothered to argue with him. As long as it suffices. It is getting late. Crown Prince, you should rest early. I am quite tired as well. Jun Tianqi shot her a glance, realizing that the latter part of her statement was likely the crux of her message. He had intended to ask her more questions, but saw that her eyes were growing heavy and felt a twinge of sympathy. Very well, I shall visit you again tomorrow. Should you require anything, simply inform someone in the East Palace. Lin Zan unabashedly replied, Of course, if I desire anything, I will certainly seek you out. With that, she nestled into her blankets. The next morning, upon awakening, Lin Zan discovered that the virtuous consort Lu Qiuchan had also visited the day before. Seeing that she was asleep, the consort chose not to disturb her and left behind a large assortment of food and several pieces of fine cloth, stating that she would return once Lin Zan was awake. Do not speak nonsense, Lin Zan said, her expression darkening. In the narrative, Xian Fei is akin to the empress, and her actions are merely a nudge to propel her towards a position of gratitude in the future. However, the denizens of the palace are notoriously duplicitous, and to utterly conquer Xian Fei's heart, one must stoke the flames further. Bai Xia, assist me in my grooming. We shall express our gratitude to Xian Fei. Bai Xia, though perplexed by Lin Zhan's intentions, dared not oppose her and proceeded to prepare her for the visit to Xian Fei's palace. Meanwhile, Qian Fei was nearly apoplectic with rage. Her copied scriptures had been destroyed, and Lu's name had surfaced as a consequence. Her son, Qin Beiyu, was also under house arrest, and the timing of these events seemed all too fortuitous. Could it be that Lin's specter lingered, having realized that she was the one who inadvertently pushed her into the river? It seemed implausible, given that darkness had enveloped the night, obscuring her view, and she had been rescued shortly thereafter. The blame lay solely upon her frail constitution, leading to her subsequent demise. I must ascertain the Emperor's whereabouts. Yuer has gone an entire night without sustenance, and I must see him promptly. Qin Fei clenched her fists, her resentment towards Lu Xianfei palpable. With the Empress in mourning, she had refrained from voicing her grievances. However, today presented a perfect opportunity to lodge a complaint against her. Swiftly donning new attire, she resolved to seek out the Emperor. In the Kung Fu Palace, Xianfei and the Emperor shared light-hearted banter, while Lin Zan sat nearby, observing the camaraderie. Lin Zan had not expected the Emperor's presence, knowing him to be a man of deep affection. His visit to Xianfei undoubtedly stemmed from the matter of the scriptures. As anticipated, the Emperor's discourse was rife with references to Lin Huangho, prompting Lin Zan to reflect on the rarity of such genuine emotion among royal figures. Apart from the Emperor, perhaps only the foolish fourth prince, Jun Anqing, possessed a similar disposition. The thought of his fate elicited a sigh. Lin Zan, what troubles you? The Emperor promptly offered her a piece of osmanthus cake. It's nothing, she replied, quickly concealing her thoughts and respectfully accepting the delicacy. Ah, you must be missing your mother. I am aware that the elders of the Lin family have long since passed, leaving you with only your sister. The Empress truly pities this child. The Emperor's expression darkened. He gently embraced Lin Zan, whispering, although your sister is no longer here, I remain. I grant you permission to stay in the palace. And should anyone dare to bully you, I shall not forgive them. Lin Zan felt a surge of gratitude, nearly revealing the incident involving Qin Fei and her sister. But she restrained herself. The intricacies of palace relations were convoluted, with each concubine possessing formidable backing. No one had witnessed the event, and Qin Fei would never confess. Speaking out could backfire disastrously. Thank you, your majesty. I shall abide by the palace's rules and not cause any trouble for you. The Emperor paused, taken aback. What did you call me? Lin Zan grinned playfully. Your imperial brother. The Emperor erupted into laughter. Indeed, I am your imperial brother, and regardless of whom I may elevate to empress, you shall always be my little sister. Just as the laughter began to fade, Qin Fei entered. I, Qin Shuang, pay my respects to your majesty and to Xianfei. Rise, the Emperor commanded, his ire towards her lingering due to the matter concerning Junbei Yu. In ancient times, the left was revered. Junbei Yu had not only usurped the left side, but had also nearly toppled the Empress's coffin. A clear indication of Qin Fei's failure to properly instruct him. Lin Zan scrutinized Qin Fei, noting her seemingly benevolent demeanor. Yet the flicker in her eyes spoke of a calculating nature. No simple character could survive in such a vast harem. To Lin Zhan's surprise, Qin Fei did not rise, but instead prostrated herself, weeping. Your Majesty, please spare Yuer. I believe his actions were unintentional. I had even transcribed scriptures for the Empress. Lin Zhan shot a glance at Xianfei before interrupting. If Qin Fei wishes to save Wang Yi, she should speak plainly. There is no need to invoke my sister as an excuse. Your Majesty, I miss my sister dearly. With Lin Zhan's tears prompting the Emperor's fury, he declared, if Junbei Yu were but a 3-year-old child, I could overlook this. Thankfully, the Empress's coffin remained intact. Otherwise, I would have executed him. As for the scriptures, I have not laid eyes on a single word. Even if you were to produce them now, what use would it be? The Empress has been laid to rest. Do not bring up again. Depart. Xianfei, Lu Qiuchan, cast a grateful glance at Lin Zhan and hastily remarked, Sister, you haven't concocted another tale to frame someone, have you? It would be wise to express your gratitude quickly. While Qin Fei was undoubtedly shrewd, she could no longer contain her frustration, accusing Xianfei. It was you. You sent someone to burn my scriptures. Your Majesty, my feelings for the Empress are sincere. I beseech you to uphold justice for me. How dare you speak such nonsense? Lin Zhan interjected, pointing a chubby finger at Qin Fei. For the past few days, Xianfei has been with me. How could she have burned your scriptures? Lu Qiuchan quickly knelt. Your Majesty, please see the truth. The Emperor, naturally inclined to trust Lin Zhan, given her tender age, was incensed. You dare to slander? Guards, take Qin Fei away and do not permit her to leave the palace for the remainder of the month. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. Qin Fei panicked as the eunuchs and palace maids seized her and dragged her away. With Qin Fei gone, the emperor's good spirits were dampened. He turned to Lin Zan and suggested, "Come, let us stroll through the imperial garden." Xian Fei promptly retrieved a beautifully embroidered cloak for Lin Zan. Autumn has arrived, and it is chilly. This child has a frail constitution. Let us not allow her to catch a cold. Following today's events, she genuinely believed Lin Zan was assisting her, and a sense of compassion arose for the orphan child. The emperor glanced down, noting the cloak's freshness. "It appears new." A palace maid promptly replied. "The empress is concerned for Lin Gunyang and had it made overnight." "How thoughtful. I shall visit you again tonight." The emperor cast a glance at Lu Qiuchan before departing with Lin Zan. Lu Qiuchan nearly fainted from excitement since the new empress's arrival. The emperor had not graced her with his presence for over 6 months. Today surely heralded a resurgence of favor. She immediately ordered quickly, "Select fine fabrics for Lin Zhan's garments. With her sister gone, I shall be her elder sister from now on." Lin Zhan had already accompanied the emperor to the imperial garden, promptly jumping down to the ground. The emperor, burdened with state affairs, was weary, and Lin Zhan could manage on her own. The emperor chuckled heartily. "You little imp, just like your sister, so considerate. When you grow up, I shall ensure you find a worthy suitor." Lin Zhan's cheeks flushed. She had no desire for a suitor. Once she avenged her sister, she would leave the palace, vowing to never linger in this cage for even a moment longer. Maintaining her respectful demeanor, she replied, "Thank you, Your Majesty." As her words fell, a boisterous voice called out, "Elder brother, you've won again. I don't want to play anymore. It's utterly boring." It was Tianqi and Inqing. "Gulme, let's take a look." The emperor grasped Lin Zhan's chubby hand as they traversed the winding path, soon arriving at a grand platform constructed of massive blue stones. There stood Jun Tianqi, clad in a purple robe, engaged in a game of toss with a chubby child of 7 or 8 years. At that moment, the chubby child was seated on the ground, kicking his legs, while Jun Tianqi stood nearby, beaming with an air befitting a prince. "Inqing, are you cheating again?" Lin Zhan squinted, realizing this was the 4th prince, Jun Inqing, who, as an adult, would undoubtedly become a handsome figure. It was puzzling to see him so rotund at this age. Lin Zhan's inner thoughts did not escape Jun Tianqi's notice, and he was taken aback. Lin Zhan doesn't recognize 4th brother? This is simply unacceptable. Glancing up, he noticed Lin Zhan was fixated on Jun Inqing, and an uncomfortable sensation washed over him. He quickly stepped forward to block the chubby boy's view. "Your son pays his respects to the emperor." Upon hearing the emperor's presence, Jun Inqing hastily scrambled to his feet. "Your son greets you, father." His eyes brightened instantly. "Lin Zhan, come play with us." Lin Zhan had resided in the palace for several years, and everyone knew her well. They immediately approached her with carefree enthusiasm. 4th brother, Jun Tianqi, furrowed his brow. The emperor, unfazed, chuckled, "Let them play." Jun Tianqi quickly bowed. "Yes." As he turned, he suddenly spotted a eunuch scurrying towards him in a flurry. "Your Majesty, I bring good news. The Empress of Kankwi Palace is about to give birth." Oh, the emperor's heart stirred. Lin Huangho had just departed, and now Kankwi Palace was to give birth. Could it be? In a flurry of urgency, he lifted his robe and declared, "Quick, let us go and see." Jun Tianqi was not surprised. He was equally aware of the situation. However, Lin Zhan looked up at him with her chubby little face, a hint of pride gleaming in her eyes. "What do you think? Are you convinced by your aunt?" The little girl dared to refer to herself as an aunt. Jun Tianqi couldn't help but feel both amused and exasperated. Lin Zhan made a face at him. "What are you looking at? Your aunt has many more talents." At that moment, the oblivious Jun Anqing had already grabbed an arrow and hurled it towards the bamboo pot beside Lin Zhan. "Lin Zhan, let me show you my prowess." Unfortunately, his aim was poor. The arrow shot straight for Lin Zhan's backside. Startled, she gasped as the arrow neared, only to feel herself lifted effortlessly by a single hand. In shock, Lin Zhan turned her face, her small mouth brushing against Jun Tianqi's nose, causing her cheeks to flush a deep crimson. Though only a few years old, her mind functioned at the level of someone in their 20s. Despite Jun Tianqi being merely a teenager, his nearly 1. 8-meter stature was comparable to that of an adult, leaving Lin Zan utterly overwhelmed. She quickly wriggled free from his embrace and rushed towards Jun Anqing, delivering a kick to his thigh. "You rascal! If you dare to hit me, I will make you regret it." Jun Anqing exaggeratedly hopped around, grumbling, "You can call me little aunt all you like. But why do you get to be my aunt?" Lin Zan, flustered and furious, chased after him to retaliate. "I am your aunt, now and forever." Jun Tianqi rubbed his nose, a peculiar sensation washing over him. Lin Zhan's gaze just now was decidedly not that of a mere child. Chapter 6. May I give it a try? Jun Anqing saw Jun Beiki carrying Lin Zhan and immediately dashed in front of them, his small legs moving anxiously. "Why aren't you playing anymore, eldest brother? I'm not done having fun." His round, cherubic face was filled with confusion. Even Lin Zhan, wedged in Jun Beiki's arms, began to squirm. "Put me down. I'm not an object. Why are you holding me like this?" Jun Beiki's expression remained frosty, his grip tightening as he looked down at Jun Anqing blocking his path. After a moment, he stepped forward, continuing on his way. Lin Zhan, her face flushed with anger, realized she had never noticed how domineering Jun Beiki was. It was utterly infuriating. Finally, having the opportunity to see forth Wang Ye, Lin Zhan was determined not to let it slip away. She struggled with increasing vigor until Jun Beiki finally turned serious, warning, "If you dare to squirm again, I will have to spank you." Upon hearing this, Lin Zhan froze, looking at Jun Beiki in disbelief. The innocent expression on her delicate face was filled with astonishment. Had the cold and aloof crown prince really just threatened to spank her? This remark did not escape Jun Beiki's notice, and he felt an unexpected embarrassment for having uttered such words. Meanwhile, Jun Anqing, left behind in the pavilion, was growing impatient. He twisted his chubby little body and gasped as he hurried to catch up with them. "Play with me. I'm so lonely. If you stay, I'll let you be my aunt." Jun Anqing's conflicted expression was somewhat endearing to Lin Zhan. She thought to herself that fourth Wang Ye had been just as adorably naive in his youth, and it was remarkable how little he had changed. Listening to Lin Zhan's inner thoughts, Jun Beiki cast a disdainful glance at Jun Anqing. Clearly, Jun Anqing resembled a plump pig. How could one find him adorable? Just as the three were at an impasse, news of the empress of Canqui Palace facing a difficult labor arrived abruptly. "Oh no, Zhang Yangyang is bleeding and weak. She may not last long. Quick, summon Dr. Wang from the Imperial Hospital." A flustered eunuch shouted as he ran. Jun Beiki furrowed his brow and bellowed, halting the eunuch. "What is all this commotion? Such a display in the palace is utterly unbecoming. Someone, summon Dr. Wang to Canqui Palace at once." The guards by the crown prince's side immediately responded, hastening towards the Imperial Hospital. Lin Zhan's heart brightened as she recalled the narrative where Zhang Yangyang, aided by Qin Fei, faced life and death to give birth to a prince, thereby elevating her status. Grateful for Qin Fei's support, Zhang Yangyang firmly aligned herself with her, becoming her right-hand ally. Moreover, Zhang Yangyang was cunning, surviving until the end and even ascending to the position of Guifei, to eliminate Qin Fei's ally. Lin Zhan resolved to win Zhang Yangyang to her side. With determination, she struggled once more, and this time, Jun Beiki relented, setting her down. Lin Zhan dashed toward Canqui Palace, with Jun Beiki closely following, seizing her arm. "What do you intend to do?" "Of course, I am seeking allies." Lin Zhan did not conceal her intentions from Jun Beiki. However, she did not anticipate his dismissive appraisal of her. "I admit you possess a modicum of cleverness, but Zhang Yangyang is currently in a perilous situation. What can a 6-year-old child possibly do to help?" "Your Highness, there is much you do not know. I have my own plans." Lin Zhan, aware of the urgency, ceased to engage in further debate with Jun Beiki and continued her sprint toward Canqui Palace. Jun Beiki hesitated only briefly before following her into Canqui Palace, where the atmosphere was tense due to the news of Zhang Yangyang's troubled labor. Many concubines had gathered, including Qin Fei, who feigned anxiety with an exaggerated expression. "How is Sister Zhang? She and the child must be safe. After all, there is Majesty's flesh and blood. Should misfortune befall them, how heartbroken would the emperor be?" Qin Fei dabbed at her eyes with a handkerchief, squeezing out a few crocodile tears, while discreetly observing the emperor's reaction. As expected, Upon hearing Qin Fei's words, the emperor's gaze softened slightly as he regarded her. At that moment, Jun Beiki and Lin Zan entered the room. The anguished cries of Zhang Yangyang echoed from within, accompanied by the sight of chambermaids carrying out basin after basin of blood. A truly harrowing scene. Your Majesty, Zhang Yangyang's position is incorrect, and she is bleeding profusely. I have truly done all I could. The physician emerged from the chamber, his face ashen as he knelt before the emperor in apology. Furious, the emperor kicked him to the ground, growling, "What use are you, worthless beings? If you cannot preserve my bloodline, you shall accompany the deceased prince in death." As the words fell, Zhang Yangyang let out another heart-wrenching wail, then fell silent. A midwife stumbled from the chamber, her lips pale and trembling as she reported, "Zhang Yangyang has fainted." At this revelation, the faces of those present turned grim. Yet, the expressions of the concubines visibly relaxed, even as they maintained a facade of sorrow. Just then, a small voice drew everyone's attention. Lin Zan stepped in front of the emperor, lifting her chin earnestly as she spoke. "Your Majesty, may I have a chance to try?" The attention of the crowd immediately turned to Lin Zan, astonished. "What did you say?" The emperor looked at her in disbelief. Lin Zan then lifted her radiant smile and reiterated, "Your Majesty. I once read in an ancient text about a method that could assist women in labor to deliver their children safely. So may I attempt it?" Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in disbelief. No one could fathom the capabilities of a 6-year-old child. Even the emperor squatted down to embrace Lin Zan, subsequently stating, "You are but a child. What could you possibly know? It seems that fate has truly eluded me with this child. No, until the final moment, one must never surrender. Your Majesty, please allow me to give a try. This method was revealed to me in a dream by the empress." Chapter 7. Who are you really? In order to persuade the emperor to allow her to enter the chamber and assist Madame Zhang, Lin Zan had to invoke the memory of her deceased sister. Indeed, recalling the affection for his recently departed sister, the emperor ultimately nodded in agreement. Although the physicians in the Thai hospital deemed it absurd, the crowd nonetheless followed the 6-year-old girl into Madame Zhang's chamber. Upon entering, Lin Zan clearly instructed the physicians to procure ginseng soup, fish gut thread, and a sharp little knife. The physicians, bewildered by these peculiar items, were at a loss regarding Lin Zhan's intentions. They watched as she directly lifted Madame Zhang's abdomen and pressed her ear against it, listening intently. The faint heartbeat of the fetus within signified a glimmer of hope, which brought a sigh of relief from Lin Zan. After consuming a bowl of ginseng soup, Madame Zhang finally regained consciousness, only to find numerous physicians standing by, while a mere child of 6 or 7 was treating her. "You are the sister of the deceased empress. What are you doing here?" Madame Zhang, startled, nearly fainted again, weakly inquired. Lin Zan gazed at her reassuringly. "I am here to save you and your child. If you wish for both of you to be safe, then listen to me and do not resist, understood?" It was rather peculiar that despite being merely a child, Lin Zan exhibited the composure and wisdom of an adult, instilling an unexpected sense of trust in Madame Zhang, who had initially doubted her. Lin Zan deduced that Madame Zhang was unable to deliver due to the size of the fetus's head. This situation necessitated a lateral incision. After preparing herself, she made the incision with a small knife, causing Madame Zhang to furrow her brows in pain and instinctively struggle. "Do not move. Think of the wealth and glory that await you, all resting on this child." Lin Zhan's words were sharp and incisive, and indeed, Madame Zhang, enduring immense pain, quieted herself. Finally, the baby's head emerged successfully, leaving the midwife astounded as she hurriedly summoned the palace maids. After nearly 4 to 5 hours of labor, the child was born safely. Everyone in the room exhaled in relief, and a palace maid rushed out to inform the emperor of the joyous news. The crowd outside was taken aback. They never anticipated that Lin Zan would indeed assist Madame Zhang in delivering child. Once the child was born, there remained one final task, to suture the incision. Lin Zan requested a needle from the palace maids, threaded the fish gut, and began to sew, observing a child so focused and deftly stitching the wound without hesitation. The surrounding physicians gasped in astonishment. "I have practiced medicine for decades and have never encountered such a method. Is this truly a 6-year-old child?" After finishing the suturing, Lin Zan turned to the stunned physicians and said, "The next step is to ensure the wound does not become infected. I trust this minor task is within your capabilities." The physicians, filled with shame, nodded in agreement. If they could not manage such a simple task, they were unworthy of being called physicians. Upon exiting the chamber, a wave of jubilation greeted them. The emperor cradled a yellow swaddling blanket containing the newly born princess. "Congratulations, your majesty, on the birth of a princess." All the concubines and princes bowed to the emperor in congratulations. The emperor's face, once lined with worry, now broke into a smile as he murmured, "The empress has just passed, and now a princess has been born. I believe she is the reincarnation of the empress, and I shall name her Lin." Lin Zan was surprised to discover that the emperor still held a lingering affection for her sister. However, when Lin Zan learned that Madame Zhang had given birth to a princess, she was momentarily astonished and confused. In her previous life, she distinctly remembered Madame Zhang delivering a prince, aided by Qin Fei. Did her crossing over not only alter Qin Fei's trajectory, but also affect the fates of others through the butterfly effect? Standing nearby, Junbei Qi furrowed his brow, a novel term flashing through his mind. Crossing over. Could it be that Lin Zan was not like him, a reincarnation, but rather someone who had crossed over? What then did crossing over mean? The emperor beckoned Lin Zan over, and she hurriedly approached. "Lin Zan, I truly must thank you for saving my daughter. I wish to reward you." The emperor, in high spirits, felt an even deeper affection for Lin Zan. Thus, Lin Zan was confident that as long as her request was not excessive, the emperor would grant it. However, to voice a request felt presumptuous, so Lin Zan modestly replied, "Your Majesty, I am simply glad that the little princess was born safely. It is what I ought to do, and how could I accept a reward? Haha, you are just as clever and understanding as your sister. However, a reward must still be given. I grant you 100 acres of land and 1,000 taels of gold." The emperor waved his hand generously, bestowing land upon Lin Zan. As the words fell, Lin Zan quickly expressed her gratitude, her charming demeanor further endearing her to those around her. "I am now a little landowner. Once I avenge my sister, I can leave the palace and live as a carefree riceworm. How delightful." Yunbai standing Azida, felt a jolt of surprise. Was the empress's death truly an accident? If not, why would Lin Zan speak of vengeance? His probing gaze fell upon Lin Zan, as it seemed that in her previous life, she had not questioned the cause of the empress's demise. Was there more to the story than met the eye? In that moment, Junbei Qi felt as though Lin Zan was shrouded in an elusive veil, impossible to disperse, leaving her enigmatic and inscrutable. "Who goes there?" Lin Zan immediately reached for the pillow beneath her, her voice cold as she gazed into the darkness. A figure emerged from the shadows, and in the moonlight, Lin Zan recognized the person's face. "Prince, is it appropriate for you to invade my chamber at such an hour?" The figure was Junbei Qi. Yet Lin Zan did not relax her vigilance in the slightest. Junbei Qi narrowed his eyes like a cunning fox and said, "You are not Lin Zan. Were you really?" His assertive demeanor left Lin Zan momentarily stunned, and with a playful smile, she replied, "What nonsense are you speaking, Prince? If I am not Lin Zan, then who could I possibly be? It matters not whether you speak. One day, I shall uncover your true identity." After Junbei Qi finished speaking, he swiftly vanished. Chapter 8. I want to learn medicine. Watching Junbei Qi leave in haste, Lin Zan felt utterly bewildered. What is this? Coming to disturb my peaceful slumber in the dead of night, only to utter such nonsensical words? Has he sensed something amiss? As this thought crossed her mind, Lin Zhan's heart skipped a beat. The following morning, Madame Zhang from Songchui Palace sent an abundance of fine fabrics and toys for children. This was sent by my esteemed lady to express her gratitude for Miss Lin's assistance in treating her yesterday. I sincerely hope that Miss Lin will not decline. The palace maid, Chun Ji, bowed respectfully, her face aglow with joy as she addressed Lin Zhan. With such an abundance of gifts, Lin Zhan, of course, could not refuse, especially as she sought to bring down Qin Fei, knowing that formidable financial resources were indispensable. Lin Zhan attributed this matter to her deceased sister, causing Chun Ji to pause momentarily before nodding in agreement, accepting it as plausible. After all, a mere 6-year-old child who had never previously displayed any medical skills, had suddenly saved the ailing Zhang Yang during childbirth. This was the only explanation that made sense. Lin Zan furrowed her brows, sitting there, aware that she could not rely on this excuse for long, and moreover, her medical skills had yet to manifest. Contemplating this, she slammed her hand on the table and resolutely declared, "I wish to study medicine." The nearby Bai Xia, who was tidying up the fabric, was momentarily taken aback. "What did you say, miss?" Lin Zan continued with unwavering determination. "I believe my sister's repeated dreams must carry profound meaning. Hence I wish to enter the Thai hospital to learn medicine." Upon hearing Lin Zhan's intentions, the emperor nodded in agreement and promptly designated a senior physician from the Thai hospital to mentor her. This decision sent shockwaves through the Thai hospital, as it was indeed a rare occurrence for a woman to study medicine. While the palace midwives might possess some rudimentary medical knowledge, it was a completely different matter from being a physician. Such favoritism only caused Qin Fei to grit her teeth in frustration. That insufferable girl. Ever since her sister was alive, she has been my adversary, and now that her sister is gone, she continues to oppose me. It is utterly vexing. Your Highness need not be troubled. The Emperor is quite nostalgic, and considering that the Empress has recently passed, it is only natural for him to show some affection towards Lin Zhan, remarked the palace maid, Xing Yuan, with a bright smile. Though Qin Fei was seething with indignation, she recognized her helplessness. Reflecting on the emperor's fondness for children, she recalled her brother's goddaughter, Si Shui, and nodded in agreement with the palace maid. Grateful for the opportunity to enter the Thai hospital, Lin Zhan rose early, tying her long hair into a small bun. After preparing herself properly, she made her way to the Thai hospital. Upon stepping through the gates, she quickly became the center of attention. The head of the hospital, appointed by the emperor as Lin Zhan's teacher, approached with a stern expression. Aged 65, he was a venerable figure, yet his exceptional medical skills had kept him in the palace, where the emperor had not permitted him to retire. "You're Miss Lin," he stated, casting a brief glance at her. Lin Zhan immediately bowed respectfully, her demeanor sweet and endearing. "I am Lin Zhan, here to pay my respects to the esteemed head." Observing that Lin Zhan did not exhibit any arrogance from her favored status, the head nodded slowly. "Miss Lin has the emperor's decree to study medicine at the Thai hospital. However, the path of medicine is arduous, and I must forewarn you, I will treat you like any other disciple, without leniency. Do you still wish to proceed?" It seemed that the stern old scholar was indeed formidable, yet Lin Zhan was undeterred, her radiant smile unwavering as she nodded emphatically. With Lin Zhan, the head now had 3 disciples. The eldest had already graduated and was practicing medicine within the Thai hospital, while the second disciple, named Qin Shang, was only a couple of years older than Lin Zhan and appeared quite spirited. "Please take your seats. Today we shall study the Huang Di Nei Jing," the head instructed, noticing Qin Shang's fidgeting demeanor and gently reprimanding him. Lin Zhan promptly found a seat, focusing intently on the lesson. Previously, Lin Zhan had been a surgeon, an expert in Western medicine, yet she had always held a keen interest in traditional Chinese medicine. Thus, she immersed herself in the lecture, her posture attentive, greatly pleasing the head. After class, Lin Zhan had several questions she wished to discuss with the head, and she remained at the Thai hospital until evening. Out of curiosity, she wandered over and discovered a round object wriggling amidst the grass. "Could it be some sort of intruder?" she murmured, tiptoeing closer and giving the object a swift kick. A piercing scream erupted as Jun Onqing emerged from the foliage, clutching his behind and exclaiming, "Who dares kick this young lord? Do you wish to court death?" Upon recognizing Jun Onqing, Lin Zhan chuckled, her fair face alight with mirth. "What are you doing hiding in the grass, fourth prince? Are you trying to attract mosquitoes?" Jun Onqing's cheeks, already plump, reddened further in irritation. "What nonsense are you spouting? I was fishing. I was just about to catch one when you scare them away. You owe me a fish." He extended his chubby hand towards Lin Zhan, demanding compensation. "If the fourth prince desires fish, there is no need to fish here. Simply command the imperial kitchen to provide some," Lin Zhan replied, slightly astonished. Jun Onqing, however, raised his chin proudly and scoffed. "What is the merit in fish delivered to my door? I want to catch my own. Besides, The fish from this pond tastes far better than those sent from the imperial kitchen. As he spoke, his cherubic face expressed an insatiable craving for fish. Realizing his desire, Lin Zan couldn't help but smile. She scanned the area and plucked some fragrant herbs from the grass, then crushed them to release their essence into the water surface. In no time, several fish leapt from the water. Chapter 9. The moment to prove oneself has arrived. A plump carp soared through the air, splashing glimmering water droplets that sparkled under the moonlight. Witnessing this extraordinary scene, Jun Anqing was left speechless, clapping his chubby hands in admiration. How did you do that? It's incredible. This herb has a natural allure for fish and can disorient them, making them easier to catch. Hurry and catch some fish. Lin Zhan's enthusiasm matched Jun Anqing's as they hurried to catch fish together, quickly amassing a small haul. If you help me catch fish, I will treat you to some. Come on, Jun Anqing exclaimed excitedly, carrying the fish toward a nearby rock formation. Behind the rock, a makeshift grilling setup awaited them. Lin Zhan paused, impressed by his resourcefulness. I had the little monkey bring me some seasonings and a grill, perfect for roasting fish, Jun Anqing boasted, patting his chest with pride. Observing his ease with the task, Lin Zhan surmised that he was no novice at this endeavor. Accepting the situation, she chose a stone to sit upon, gazing affectionately at Jun Anqing as he grilled the fish. In her previous life, Lin Zhan had expended considerable effort to ally with various factions to avenge her sister. Yet this straightforward and forthright fourth prince had always stood by her side. Even in the end, when he realized she had deceived him, he never abandoned her. I let down the previous Lin Zhan. Allow me to make amends in this life, she silently vowed. For in her heart, Jun Anqing had always held a significant place. What are you two up to? A voice laced with frost interrupted her reverie. Jun Baiki emerged from around the rock formation, his gaze landing on the scene before him. Startled, Jun Anqing nearly dropped the grill, while Lin Zhan stared blankly at the sudden appearance of Jun Baiki. Hey, big brother, you caught us. Just don't tell father, and I'll share a fish with you. Jin, feeling somewhat embarrassed, scratched his head while wearing a simple and honest smile. Meanwhile, Jinbiq's gaze fell upon Lin. Why are you here as well? I'm gonna share a fish that my aunt caught for me. The naive Jinbiq had already assumed Lin's identity. Upon hearing the term aunt and recalling that she was only 6 years old, Lin felt a shiver run down her spine and quickly shook her head. Please do not call me aunt. Just refer to me by my name. Lin. Oh, very well then, Lin. Jinbiq nodded obediently. Jinbiq said nothing further, walking over to sit on the largest stone, his height towering over both of them. Deal. After a brief pause, Jinbiq coldly uttered 2 words. It was only then that Lin realized Jinbiq had consented to allow Jinbiq to exchange a fish for a chance to keep a secret. With an audience present, Jinbiq felt invigorated as he grilled the fish. Soon a fish, perfectly grilled to perfection, was ready, and Jinbiq presented the first fish to Lin. This took Lin by surprise, yet she expressed her gratitude and accepted it. To her astonishment, the seemingly ordinary grilled fish was utterly delightful. It's so delicious. Fourth prince, I had no idea you could grill fish so well. Lin exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Jinbiq, basking in the praise, beamed even brighter under the glow of the fire. You are the first person to compliment my grilling. If you wish to eat more, I'll grill for you any time. His proud expression hinted that he might burst with joy at any moment. Lin chuckled and nodded in agreement. Their delightful interaction did not sit well with Jinbiq, who was seated nearby. Jinbiq picked up a fish from the grill, while Jinbiq eagerly watched him take a bite, hoping for a favorable review. In that moment, it seemed even the surrounding air fell silent. After tasting the grilled fish, Jinbiq's expression remained largely unchanged as he simply remarked, barely edible. Those words instantly dimmed the light in Jinbiq's eyes. Lin quickly intervened, saying, "No worries, I think it's quite delicious." Her simple affirmation rekindled Jinbiq's spirits. and he cheerfully returned to grilling fish for the two of them. If only the fourth prince could always live so joyfully. This time, I will protect your happiness and ensure you live carefree for years to come. Lin Zan silently vowed, unaware that her heartfelt thoughts were being overheard in their entirety by JNBIQ. In an instant, JNBIQ lost his appetite, scoffed coldly, and tossed the grilled fish aside, dragging Lin away. What is the crown prince doing? Lin Zan, holding the grilled fish, looked at JNBIQ with confusion. He paused, turned a glance at her, and said, "Do not think that I am oblivious to your intentions. I do not know why you are deliberately approaching the fourth prince, but I warn you to keep your distance from him. Crown prince, rest assured, I would never harm the fourth prince." Lin replied solemnly, raising her hand in a vow. Soon after, laughter and merriment echoed from behind the artificial mountain, deepening the darkness on JNBIQ's face. Witnessing her lady's earnest efforts, B11 felt a twinge of bitterness in her heart. If only the empress were still around, her lady's status in the palace would not be so awkward and challenging, nor would she have to strive so hard. A month passed in the blink of an eye, and the full moon banquet for Princess SLN, born to Madame Ziqing, was held in the palace as scheduled. Lin Zan, with an ambitious glint in her eyes, declared, "It's time to prove myself." If JNBIQ recited that poem at the full moon flower banquet, he would surely attract the emperor's attention, and by then, the crown prince would completely align with her. Elated, Lin Zan changed into a new outfit and, accompanied by B11, made her way to the flower banquet. However, before she could admire the flowers, she encountered a striking white lotus. Amidst the throng of noble ladies, Lin Zan spotted a girl draped in white, her complexion fairer than snow. The girl had long, flowing hair adorned with exquisite white pearl flower ornaments, her willow leaf eyebrows delicate and her phoenix eyes clear. She was Sui. Chapter 10. Remaining in the palace, Lin never anticipated that she would encounter the greatest white lotus, Sui, from the original narrative so soon. Among the crowd of distinguished young ladies, Sui stood out, yet few engaged with her, casting her in an apparent solitude. This reminded Lin Zan of the original story's portrayal of Sui's situation. Sui was the goddaughter of the brother of concubine Qin, celebrated for her stunning beauty and innocence, yet she was utilized merely as a pawn by the Qin family. The noble ladies of the court, influenced by their elders, often looked down on those like Sui, viewing her as no more than a tool. Thus, although Sui initially entered the palace through concubine Qin's connections, her circumstances were exceedingly difficult. It was only after Lin Zan accepted her that she gradually found her footing within the palace. Unexpectedly, once Sui established her own foundation, she began to manipulate others, ultimately entangling herself with JNBI and stealing away Lin's most cherished love. It was indeed a vivid tale of betrayal by a close friend. As she pondered this, Lin felt a surge of anger and glared at Sui. Just then, Sui's gaze shifted towards her. Clearly noticing Lin Zan's unfriendly expression, recalling concubine Qin's admonitions before entering the palace. Sui adorned her face with a charming smile and gracefully approached Lin Zan. Watching Sui approach, Lin scoffed inwardly, fully aware that for Sui to remain in the palace, she would need Lin Zan's assistance. Thus, without a glance in Sui's direction, she turned away, clearly displaying her reluctance to engage. Sui had no choice but to momentarily abandon her approach, bowing in deference. The emperor, in high spirits, personally cradled Princess SLN, raising his hand and declaring, "Everyone, please rise. Today we celebrate the princess's full moon while inviting you all to appreciate the flowers. Do not be too reserved." As his words fell, the guests took their seats, with Lin in position beneath Madame Ziqing, not far from the emperor, indicating her status. At that moment, concubine Qin pursed her lips and presented a gold and jade necklace as a full moon gift for Princess SLN, seamlessly broaching the topic of Sui's entry into the palace. "Your Majesty, I have given it much thought. There are not many children of similar age to Miss Lin in the palace, and she must feel quite lonely residing here. Upon hearing this, the emperor's expression visibly faltered for a moment before he sighed and glanced at Lin Zan. Indeed, there are few princesses in the palace, and most have already married off. Only Princess Lin remains in her infancy. Although there were many princes, gender distinctions meant that concubine Qin's point held validity. At this juncture, concubine Qin smoothly introduced the matter of Su-Y. I can relieve your worries, your majesty. My brother has just taken in a goddaughter named Su-Y, who is very well behaved and of an age similar to Miss Lin. Perhaps she could come to the palace to be a companion for Miss Lin. After her words, Su-Y stepped forward from the crowd, clad in white, her attire accentuating her translucent and delicate complexion. The humble Su-Y pays her respects to your majesty. Long live the emperor. Su-Y immediately knelt, prompting the emperor to finally lift his gaze downward, squinting as he remarked, "You are indeed the goddaughter of concubine Qin. You appear to be of a similar age to Lin Zan. Let her remain in the palace to accompany Lin Zan." After the emperor nodded in agreement, he promptly fulfilled the wishes of Qin Fei, a radiant smile illuminating his face as he expressed his gratitude. As expected, despite her efforts to resist, Shui ultimately entered the palace because of her. Lin Zan felt a twinge of annoyance, lamenting that although this was intended as a companion for herself, her opinion was not solicited. However, she reasoned that keeping her adversary close would allow her to manipulate the situation to her advantage. With this thought, Lin Zhan's anger subsided, while on the opposite side, Jun Tianqi displayed a knowing smile. Following the discussion about Shui, the other palace concubines naturally presented their prepared gifts, creating a lively atmosphere. Even Lin Zhan produced the tiger hat she had prepared in advance, which, once placed on the head of Princess Lin, made her appear adorably spirited, resembling a little prince rather than a princess. This celebration of Princess Lin's full moon was not only a festive occasion, but also a moment to appreciate the blossoms in the imperial garden. The arrival of spring had awakened a riot of flowers, each vying for attention with their vibrant hues and fragrant scents. The concubines strolled among the blooms, their varying figures contributing to a unique spectacle. Lin Zhan, however, found little interest in the visual feast and instead focused her serious gaze on Shui and Jun Tianqi. At this moment, Shui stood next to Jun Tianqi, her demeanor shy and demure, engaged in a conversation that elicited laughter more delicate than the flowers surrounding them. "My lady, what captivates your attention so?" inquired by Xia, who stood nearby, following Lin Zhan's gaze before suddenly lowering her head in alarm. As a palace maid, invading her mistress's privacy could lead to dire consequences. Lin Zhan clenched her teeth in frustration, muttering that it was no surprise Shui, the white lotus of the original tale, had moved so swiftly. As a pawn, Shui possessed a clear understanding of her role, knowing that ascending to the apex of power was essential to escape the grasp of the Qin family. At this moment, Jun Tianqi's status as the crown prince represented a shortcut for Shui to liberate herself from the Qin family's control. Lin Zhan recalled a moment from the story where she had warned Shui against approaching the crown prince, cautioning her about his notoriously volatile temper to prevent her from being hurt. "Miss Lin, the crown prince may seem fearsome at first glance, but he possesses a gentle heart," Shui remarked sweetly, evidently discerning the true nature of Jun Tianqi. This was indeed a skill of Shui's. However, knowing that Jun Tianqi was her ally, Lin Zhan could not allow Shui to sway him. With determined steps, Lin Zhan approached Jun Tianqi and Shui. "Miss C, you made quite the swift acquaintance with His Highness, the Crown Prince, upon entering the palace," Lin Zhan remarked, her smile masking the sharpness of her words. "Six-sui Froze." Her face flushed with embarrassment as she lowered her head, replying in a soft, affected tone, "Miss Lin has misunderstood. I merely sought someone to guide me in the unfamiliar imperial garden." Chapter 11. A poem that astonishes observing Shui's delicate demeanor. As if she might be swept away by the slightest breeze, Lin Zhan let out a cold laugh. "What a coincidence! To seek directions and find the crown prince before you." Shui was momentarily taken aback, clearly unprepared for the intensity of Lin Zhan's hostility. Just then, a warm voice interjected from beside them. It is only natural for Sister Shui, being new to the palace, to be unfamiliar with the imperial garden. It was Jun Beiyu, finally freed from his confinement due to Qin Fei's relentless efforts, dressed in a long, dark green robe that harmonized with the garden's scenery. He truly embodied the image of a refined gentleman. His mere presence drew the attention of numerous noble ladies, who shyly stole glances in his direction. Si Shui was no exception, her cheeks flushed like a ripe tomato. Although they had met before, their interactions were limited, as Si Shui was nurtured by the Qin family, while Jun Beiyu's royal status necessitated a certain distance to prevent his indulgence in female charms. Nevertheless, when he affectionately addressed her as Sister Shui, Si Shui could not help but feel a flutter in her heart. Unbeknownst to them, Lin Zhan observed the exchanged glances between the two, silently critiquing their budding connection. Ah, how delightful it is to see such youthful flirtations. No wonder Si Shui is regarded as the strongest white lotus in the original tale. A myriad of bewildering terms echoed in Jun Tianqi's mind, leaving him utterly perplexed. His curious gaze fell upon Lin Zhan. "Miss C, did you not come to the palace as my companion? Allow me to show you around the imperial garden. It would be an excellent opportunity for us to deepen our bond," he proposed. Lin Zhan could not permit this blossoming connection between the two white lotus figures to develop so swiftly, so she boldly suggested accompanying Si Shui on a tour of the garden. Just as Jun Beiyu opened his mouth to speak, Lin Zhan flashed a knowing smile and remarked, "It is said that boys and girls must not share the same seat until they are 7 years of age. If I recall correctly, both Wang Heng and Miss C have surpassed that age, have they not? Should someone witness the two of you strolling together in the imperial garden, it might invite unwarranted gossip, which could be detrimental for you both." At her words, the color drained from their faces. Jun Beiyu's expression turned awkward, as he and Jun Tianqi were the two eldest princes in the palace, the former being 13 and the latter already 15. Although Si Shui was merely 10, her blossoming beauty had not gone unnoticed, which was why the Qin family had taken her in. They had long reached an age where such matters became sensitive, and Lin Zhan's reminder left them both feeling uncomfortable. With a sense of ease, Lin Zhan and Si Shui strolled hand in hand through the imperial garden. As the group grew weary, the emperor led them to a pavilion to rest. Gazing at the vibrant spring scenery, he suddenly felt inspired and requested all the princes present to compose a poem centered on the theme of flowers, promising rewards for the best. Upon hearing this, Jun Tianqi cast a meaningful glance at Lin Zhan, who returned it with a confident and encouraging look. If he recited the poem he had in mind, it would surely captivate everyone. Perhaps it would be wise to present the rewards in advance to inspire a greater outpouring of creativity, remarked Zhang Yangyang playfully, her demeanor charming and alluring as she unveiled a precious 7-treasure jade ruby, adorned with 7 types of gemstones, a treasure of considerable value. "Whoever can compose a poem that satisfies me shall receive this jade ruby," the emperor declared with a beaming countenance. Instantly, the onlookers began to prepare themselves for the challenge. Soon, Jun Beiyu stood up, a smile gracing his lips as he humbly stated, "Father, I have been inspired to compose a poem and wish to share it with you." "Recite it, my son," the emperor beckoned with a smile. Jun Beiyu stepped forward, hands clasped behind his back as he gazed at the distant orchids, and began to recite, graceful blooms against verdant leaves, the fragrance of the valley wafts on the breeze. Not for adornment do they bloom, even if unseen. Their beauty shall loom. As his words fell, astonishment spread across the faces of the audience, who nodded in agreement, recognizing how the poem encapsulated the orchid's pure character and the ethereal fragrance of the secluded valley. This composition mirrored Jun Beiyu's own circumstances, highlighting that even in solitude, one must exude their essence, for self-appreciation is a profound realm in itself. The emperor, seated at the head of the table, nodded in approval before looking at the other princes and inquiring, "What poems have you crafted?" The other princes, naturally unwilling to be outdone, rose to recite their own poems. However, in comparison, the poetic essence of Jun Beiyu's work stood out as superior. Even Si Shui, seated beside Lin Zan, blushed and remarked, "Indeed, Wang Heng possesses remarkable talent, unmatched by anyone else. Miss Si must speak with caution, for this is the imperial palace, not a marketplace. One must not speak carelessly. Should you offend someone, do not blame me for not warning you." Lin Zan rolled her eyes in response, causing Si Shui's expression to stiffen as she forced a smile and fell silent. Even her naivety, Si Shui sensed Lin Zhan's disdain for her. At this moment, Lin Zhan perceived a difference between Si Shui and the portrayal in literature. Perhaps it was due to her youth, still unformed? This thought brought a faint smile to Lin Zhan's face. If she had yet to mature, it would be for the best, allowing her to nip their wicked seeds in the bud. Amidst the clamorous recitals of their poems, Crown Prince Jun Tianqi finally stood, instantly capturing everyone's attention, including the emperor, who regarded him with a smile. Has the Crown Prince composed a poem as well? Father, the son has indeed completed one. Jun Tianqi replied respectfully, then began to recite, "When autumn arrives on the 8th of September, my flowers bloom, and all others wither. The fragrance ascends to the heavens, enveloping Chang'an, the city adorned in golden armor." Upon the conclusion of this poem, the crowd collectively gasped, the potent aura embedded within the verses washing over them, evoking admiration. Particularly striking was the line, "My flowers bloom, and all others wither," which resonated with grandeur and heroism, causing even the emperor to be taken aback. After a moment of astonishment, he could not help but rise, exclaiming, "Excellent!" 3 times, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he looked at Jun Tianqi. Truly, the Crown Prince's poetry is unparalleled. The emperor's praise outweighed 1,000 words from others, and Jun Tianqi triumphantly claimed the top prize with his poem. Consequently, the 7 treasures Jade Rui, as a reward, was bestowed upon him by the emperor, and no one objected. Only Jun Biyu's countenance darkened momentarily, but it quickly faded, and he returned to his usual graceful demeanor, congratulating Jun Tianqi. Indeed, the Crown Prince possesses profound insight, far beyond what we can aspire to, Jun Biyu remarked with a smile. Jun Tianqi merely cast a cold glance in his direction, ignoring him and approaching Lin Zhan. At that moment, Lin Zhan, her face beaming with pride, said, "Now, the Crown Prince must believe in my abilities. I acknowledge that you possess some skill, but it is merely clever maneuvering, not enough for me to wholly trust you or form an alliance." Jun Tianqi replied, wary of the many secrets Lin Zhan harbored, his eyes narrowing cunningly. Hearing his words, Lin Zhan realized he intended to further test her, which irritated her. She shot him an annoyed glare and chose to ignore him. Just as Lin Zhan turned to leave, she was halted by a timid voice. Seeing the Crown Prince, whose beauty rivaled that of a celestial being, Si Shui's face flushed uncontrollably, radiant as a peach blossom. Yet, Jun Tianqi merely cast a fleeting glance, maintaining his usual indifferent demeanor, and said, "What is it you wish to convey? Your Highness, the poem you recited earlier was grand and awe-inspiring. I admire it greatly and believe you must possess profound knowledge of poetry. I have also composed a poem, and I wonder if your Highness might do me the honor of critiquing it," Si Shui said, her eyes sparkling with anticipation, her hands nervously fidgeting with her handkerchief. "I shall not grant that honor." Unexpectedly, Jun Tianqi offered her no leniency, coldly dismissing her with those 3 words before turning to leave. This left Si Shui's face pale and flushed, clearly taken aback by Jun Tianqi's blunt rejection. Although Jun Tianqi had spurned Si Shui, Lin Zhan had witnessed their exchange. Clearly, I helped you secure the top prize, yet you refused to ally with me in favor of that white lotus? How lamentable, Lin Zhan thought, simmering with indignation as she stood behind a rockery, grasping at the weeds nearby, only to exclaim in surprise when she inadvertently grabbed the head of the 4th prince. Yun Enking. Ouch! Let go! Jun Anqing cried, looking up at Lin Zhan. "I thought you might be hiding something tasty back here, but instead, you nearly yanked my scalp off." He pouted, and Lin Zhan couldn't help but twitch her lips at his thoughts of food. "You looked quite furious earlier. Has someone angered you?" Yun Enking inquired curiously, peering at Lin Shen. She quickly shook her head. "What is there to be angry about? I merely witnessed something I shouldn't have." At that moment, Lin Zhan noticed Si Shui stubbornly pursuing Jun Tianqi's retreating figure, which only deepened her frustration. Glancing at Jun Onqing beside her, she seized his hand. Let's go play elsewhere to avoid stewing in anger. Ah, where shall we play? Yun Enking inquired, his excitement palpable as he followed Lin Zan without a second thought. Lin Zan led him away from the imperial garden to the imperial kitchen. The sudden appearance of the two young masters startled the kitchen staff, and the head eunuch promptly came forward to greet them. Greetings, fourth prince, Miss Lin. Can you make flour cakes? Lin Zan inquired straightforwardly. The cooks in the kitchen paused momentarily, but the head eunuch quickly summoned the pastry chef. Upon hearing Lin Zhan's request for flour cakes, the chef hesitated before shaking his head. I have neither heard of nor seen flour cakes, Miss Lin. I am uncertain where you learned of them. The chef spoke respectfully, showing no signs of dismissing Lin Zhan due to her youth. Lin Zhan smiled. I came across the recipe in an ancient book. I know how to make flour cakes. Simply follow my instructions. Noting the abundance of blooming roses in the imperial garden, Lin Zhan instructed by Xia to gather more roses, until Jun Onqing, clutching his plump waist, pretended to be fierce and exclaimed, I demand flour cakes. If you cannot make them, I'll have your heads. His proclamation indeed instilled a sense of urgency, prompting the kitchen staff to comply with Lin Zhan's directives. Bai Xia soon returned with several maidens, carrying a wealth of fresh roses, which they washed in water to prepare for making rose jam. After drying the roses, they mixed them with ample white sugar, massaging the petals thoroughly before boiling them in a small pot, adding honey. Soon, the sweet, fragrant rose jam was ready. Lin Zhan inhaled deeply, the delightful scent of roses filling her nostrils, and she nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. We can now prepare the dough. Miss Lin, I have prepared the dough for the flour cakes, the pastry chef said, his face alight with excitement. Jun Onqing approached with curiosity, gazing at the vibrant rose jam, and asked Lin Zhan, is this truly edible? Not only is it edible, but it is also delicious, Lin Zhan replied with a cheerful demeanor, and she began to shape the flour cakes herself, even molding them into the form of little rabbits. Jun Onqing also became interested and, alongside Lin Zhan, began to craft the fragrant flour cakes. Laughter from the two children filled the imperial kitchen. Soon, the oddly shaped flour cakes they made were placed in the steamer. Chapter 13. The formal alliance. As the steam from the steamer slowly rose, a unique and enchanting fragrance enveloped the entire kitchen. Jun Onqing couldn't help but inhale deeply. How delightful it was, as if one were amidst a sea of roses. Naturally, once the flour cakes were out of the steamer, they would be at their most delectable. Lin Zhan also licked her lips in anticipation. The two little ones stood by the steamer, motionless, which elicited laughter from the kitchen staff. Before long, the flour cakes were ready, and the moment the steamer was opened, everyone in the kitchen instinctively closed their eyes, as if transported to a realm filled with the songs of birds and fragrant blossoms. Lin Zhan and Jun Onqing eagerly picked up a piece of the flour cake to taste. This was the flavor. Lin Zhan squinted in delight, while Jun Onqing, overwhelmed with excitement, could hardly utter a word. After swallowing a whole flour cake, he swiftly reached for another, nearly burning his mouth in the process. Lin Zhan, this is simply exquisite. I have never tasted such delightful pastries before. Jun Onqing exclaimed with a smile, stuffing his mouth with the flour cake. Among the many flour cakes, Lin Zhan found the little rabbit-shaped one she had made and handed it to Jun Onqing, saying, Thank you, fourth prince. Without you, I might still be sulking over someone. Just then, Jun Tianqi appeared in the imperial kitchen, having overheard Lin Zhan's words. Such a small figure, yet such a temper, he remarked as he strode over and snatched the little rabbit-shaped flour cake from Lin Zhan's hands. Seeing his coveted cake being taken away, Jun Onqing quickly stood up, addressing Jun Tianqi, elder brother, that is my flour cake. Your flour cake? You big too, differ, Jun Tianqi replied bluntly, observing the flusteral Yun Enking. At that moment, Lin Zhan also rose, her brows furrowed as she regarded Jun Tianqi. Why has the crown prince come here? Shouldn't you be with your sister, Xue? One day you'll understand. The closer you are to that white lotus, the sooner your demise, Lin Zhan mused inwardly, failing to notice the slight arch of Jun Tianqi's brow. As if taken aback, what does it matter to me about Si Xue? I have no obligation to accompany her, Jun Tianqi stated unapologetically. Lin Zhan was momentarily taken aback. While Jun Onqing remained oblivious to the undercurrents between them, his bright eyes fixed on the flower cake in Jun Tianqi's grasp. As he witnessed Jun Anqing's continued effort for the flower cake, Jun Tianqi finally focused on it as well, inhaling its delightful aroma. "So this is the flower cake you just made. Quite interesting. I shall have a taste," Jun Tianqi declared, placing the flower cake crafted by Lin Zan into his mouth. Thus, Jun Anqing watched helplessly as his flower cake vanished, his little face dimming instantly, as if he were on the verge of tears. "Too sweet," Jun Tianqi remarked, his brow slightly furrowed after taking a single bite, discarding the rest. Seizing the moment, Jun Anqing jumped forward, attempting to reclaim the cake from Jun Tianqi's grasp. "If you won't eat it, then let me have it." Surprisingly, though Jun Tianqi had deemed the flower cake overly sweet, he did not hand it over to Jun Anqing, but devoured it in a few bites. Occasionally indulging in sweetness isn't so bad, he thought, savoring the lingering taste and revealing a hint of curiosity in his gaze. With the rabbit-shaped flower cake gone, Jun Anqing redirected his focus to the other flower cakes. While Jun Tianqi approached Lin Zan, lifting her effortlessly and striding out of the kitchen. "Fourth prince, save me," Lin Zan cried, reaching out towards Jun Anqing. "What is the crown prince doing? It wouldn't look good if others saw," she continued, her face icy from her lingering anger. Jun Tianqi, however, narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing her like a cunning fox before stating, "Lin Zan, I can form an alliance with you." Upon hearing this, Lin Zan turned to him, her expression serious. "Is your highness truly sincere? I speak with utmost integrity. You have proven your worth to me, and since I previously made a promise, I shall not go back on my word," Jun Tianqi asserted, his gaze unwavering, indicating his sincerity. Finally standing on the same side as the crown prince and securing her first ally within the palace brought Lin Zan a measure of relief. Once the dust settled, her demeanor brightened visibly, and she teased Jun Tianqi. "Since we are allies now, according to hierarchy, shouldn't you call me auntie?" The thought of Jun Tianqi calling her auntie filled Lin Zan with delight, and she gazed at him with eager anticipation. However, to her surprise, Jun Tianqi stepped forward, lifted the petite Lin Zan, and placed her on his lap. The sequence of actions was fluid, and before Lin Zan could react, she found herself restrained. Her eyes widening in shock as she exclaimed, "Crown Prince, what are you doing?" Before she could finish her sentence, Jun Tianqi raised his hand and gave her a couple of light smacks on her rear. "What is happening? I can't believe Jun Tianqi just spanked me." Lin Zhan's mind raced with disbelief. Yet the next moment, another slap landed on her, as if confirming something. "Why are you hitting me? By our hierarchy, I am your aunt." Lin Zhan gritted her teeth, filled with indignation. "My aunt? You think you can just assume that title? Speak out of line again. And it won't merely be a spanking," Jun Tianqi warned coldly, delivering a few more swats before finally releasing her. Lin Zhan covered her stinging rear, her eyes wide with fury, glaring at Jun Tianqi, though her height and stature proved insufficient to intimidate him. Instead, Jun Tianqi found her furious demeanor akin to that of an irate kitten, endearing in its own way. Just as the two were at an impasse, a messenger entered, announcing that Si Shui had arrived at the East Palace and was waiting for an audience. The persistent nature of the White Lotus. Always relentless until her goals are achieved, Lin Zhan thought, rubbing her rear as she silently criticized. Chapter 14. Residing at Huanfeng Pavilion, Jun Tianqi heard Lin Zhan's thoughts clearly and directly instructed the messenger. "Tell them I shall not meet her and to send Si Shui away." The messenger was taken aback, and Lin Zhan looked at Jun Tianqi in disbelief. "What are you waiting for? Did you not hear my command?" Yun Tianqi the sharply. The messenger quickly bowed and exited to relay the message to Si Shui. "The crown prince is unwilling to see me," Si Shui replied, her face pale with surprise, yet she ultimately departed. Witnessing Si Shui being dismissed by Jun Tianqi filled Lin Zhan with delight, though she maintained a neutral expression, concealing her joy. Unbeknownst to her, Jun Tianqi had already sensed her inner happiness. "Lin Zhan, since we have formed an alliance, you must not conceal anything from me henceforth, and we must discuss all matters openly," Jun Tianqi stated earnestly, aware of the unusual circumstances surrounding Lin Zhan and eager to delve into them. "What does His Highness the Crown Prince mean by this? Is he attempting to extract all my secrets?" Lin Zhan's eyes narrowed, and the atmosphere between the two became somewhat tense. Finally, Jun Tianqi stated, "If you wish to gain my trust, you must also offer the same in return." How strange. Does His Highness truly intend to be completely candid with me, leaving no secrets concealed? The Crown Prince has his secrets, and so do I. However, this secret shall not hinder my assistance in helping him ascend to the throne. Regardless of circumstances, we are in the same boat, and I assure you, Your Highness, there is no need for concern. After Lin Zan spoke with measured dignity, she made no effort to linger and departed the East Palace with somewhat unsteady steps. Once outside, she could not help but exhale in relief, murmuring, "Could it be that Jun Tianqi has discerned something?" The way he looked at me earlier seemed to possess an unsettling insight into the human heart. The thought sent a shiver down Lin Zhan's spine. Thus, Si Shui remained in the palace as Lin Zhan's companion, naturally leading to her arrangement in Hanfangge. What? Si Shui is to share a courtyard with me? Does that mean I shall have to see her daily? Lin Zhan pouted in annoyance. Yet, upon reconsideration, a sly smile crept across her face. Perhaps this is for the best. Keeping her under my watch will make certain matters easier to manage. Standing nearby, Bai Xia observed the sudden enigmatic smile on her mistress's face, causing her heart to skip a beat. Soon, on the following day, Si Shui arrived at Hanfangge with a few belongings. Naturally, she was there to pay her respects to Lin Zhan. Today, Si Shui donned a delicate white gown with a hint of pink, resembling a blooming peony, radiating purity and beauty. Lin Zhan remained silent, lowering her gaze to scrutinize her, then offered a cool smile. "Miss Si, you have arrived rather promptly. It seems your Qin family has gone to great lengths. Miss Lin, you are overthinking it. Shui has merely entered the palace to accompany you." Si Shui replied gently, showing no sign of anger. Recalling her arrangements from the previous night, Lin Zhan chose not to detain Si Shui, casually waving her hand to allow her to settle into her quarters. Si Shui was momentarily taken aback by the ease with which she was dismissed, as it contrasted sharply with her expectations following Lin Zhan's overt disdain at the flower banquet. Why, at this moment, was Lin Zhan not making things difficult for her? Filled with suspicion, Si Shui nonetheless proceeded to her room with her maid. Upon her departure, Lin Zhan perked up her ears, and soon enough, a shrill scream echoed from the quarters. Lin Zhan's eyes sparkled with intrigue as she turned to Bai Xia. "The show is beginning. Let us go take a look." With that, she led her companion to the quarters, where they witnessed Si Shui, pale and trembling, being assisted out of the room. "Oh dear, Miss Si, whatever is the matter? You look positively ghastly," Lin Zhan exclaimed in feigned surprise, covering her mouth. Si Shui's lips moved, yet no words escaped her. Instead, her maid, unable to contain herself, exclaimed, "Miss Lin, how could there be snakes and vermin in the quarters? They nearly frightened my lady into a faint." "What? Snakes and vermin? How could that be?" Lin Zhan feigned confusion, blinking innocently at them. The maid, indignant, confronted Lin Zhan. "This Hanfangge is your courtyard, Miss Lin. How could you possibly be unaware? Surely, you are envious of my lady's beauty and have deliberately sent these creatures to torment her." At those words, Lin Zhan's expression darkened, her gaze icy as she addressed Si Shui. "Do you also believe I have intentionally played a trick on you by introducing such filth into your quarters?" Regaining her composure, Si Shui, being a clever girl, recognized the need to avoid direct confrontation with Lin Zhan. She quickly restrained her maid and turned to Lin Zhan, apologizing. "Miss Lin, you have misunderstood. My maid is impulsive and speaks without thinking. Her words have offended you, and I hope for your forgiveness." How could I, the sister of Lin Huang, ever commit such an act? Upon hearing Si Shui mention her sister, Lin Zhan's expression grew even colder. In this palace, those who speak without thought meet swift ends. If Miss Si wishes to remain in the palace for the long haul, she ought to manage her maidservants properly. With a cold snort, Lin Zhan turned and left with her own maid, dismissing all others from the courtyard, leaving only Si Shui and her maid to deal with the snakes and vermin. The two young girls were thoroughly frightened and dared not approach the task. "Miss, the two ladies in the quarters have found a relatively clean side room and have settled in," Bai Xia whispered to Lin Zhan. Lin Zhan, unconcerned, continued to snack and casually remarked, "If they wish to reside in the side room, let them be. It is no business of mine. Chapter 15. A scheme in full swing. Lin Zan felt no surprise at Si Shui moving into the side room. For that woman was meant to remain low-key while in the palace. Thus, regardless of what transpired, Si Shui would not easily provoke a confrontation with Lin Zan. On the following day, after finishing breakfast, Lin Zan went to the Thai hospital for her studies. As she exited Han Fangge, she chanced upon Si Shui, elegantly dressed and accompanied by her maid. Why is she dressed so ostentatiously? Where could she possibly be going? Bisiari merkt in confusion. Lin Zan, sensing the implications, allowed a cold laugh. She is undoubtedly off to curry favor with anyone she can. Lin Zan furrowed her brow, pondering for a moment before saying nothing further, and proceeded to the Thai hospital to continue her medical studies. Meanwhile, Si Shui arrived at Qin Fei's Mingda Palace, recounting her experiences from the previous day in detail. How peculiar. Why would that girl harbor such animosity towards you? Qin Fei pondered, aware that Si Shui and Lin Zan had never met. Why then did Lin Zan despise Si Shui so? Si Shui shook her head calmly. I do not know, but is there any way for me to leave Han Fangge? That would allow me to serve you better. I have already gone to great lengths to keep you within the palace, using Lin Zhan's name no less. I do not care how you achieve it, but first, gain Lin Zhan's trust. I will arrange the subsequent matters, Qin Fei said, her eyes filled with cold calculation. This left Si Shui feeling despondent. Fortunately, she had mentally prepared herself and was not entirely disappointed. Upon leaving the Thai hospital, Lin Zan was summoned to Kung Fu Palace by a maidservant of Xian Fei. Zhaner has arrived, Lu Qiuchan greeted warmly, rising to meet Lin Zan. With a smile, Lin Zan returned the greeting, her peripheral vision catching sight of the emperor seated nearby. Instantly, she understood why Lu Qiuchan had invited her. She promptly approached the emperor with a cheerful demeanor. Your Majesty, I see you are here as well. I take it you heard Xian Fei intends to prepare a delightful meal for me, and you have come to partake in it? Her playful tone caused the emperor to pause for a moment before bursting into laughter, affectionately ruffling Lin Zhan's hair. Indeed, I have come to enjoy your meal. Would you like me to stay and dine with you? Of course. I adore you, Your Majesty. Lin Zhan's charming words delighted the emperor, and the atmosphere in Kung Fu Palace grew lively. With Lin Zhan's presence, the dynamic between Lu Qiuchan and the emperor became increasingly intimate, igniting envy in many pairs of eyes watching from within the palace. Lu Qiuchan was acutely aware that all of this was attributable to Lin Zhan's efforts. While the emperor still held affection for Lin Zhan's deceased sister, it was possible to leverage Lin Zhan's virtuous image before him. This was a strategy Lin Zhan had initially shared with Lu Qiuchan. As long as her virtuous demeanor and favorable impression of Lin Zhan were ingrained in the emperor's heart, the prospect of moving into Guantian Palace will be promising. As the saying goes, a nation cannot be without an heir for a day. Since Lin Zhan's sister passed away, the position of empress had been vacant, and the undercurrents among the concubines in the harem had intensified. Since Lin Zhan had resolved to elevate the Xian Fei to the position of empress, she naturally planned meticulously, even acquiring knowledge of medicinal cuisine during her studies in traditional Chinese medicine. She then entrusted these recipes to the Xian Fei, allowing her to prepare medicinal dishes for the emperor daily, thereby cultivating goodwill. Indeed, this method proved remarkably effective. Soon, the emperor had issued a decree to establish the Xian Fei as empress, causing a stir throughout the harem. Zhaner, this is all your achievement. Should I ascend to the position of empress one day, I shall not forget your contributions, Lu Qiuchan joyfully remarked to Lin Zhan. Lin Zhan replied with a smile. Your Highness, this is all you deserve. In my eyes, you are the only one worthy of the empress title in this harem. You sweet-talking girl, take this. I have instructed the SHNGFJ to prepare several new garments for you. Do not say I have treated you unfairly. Through these days spent with Lin Zhan, Lu Qiuchan's fondness for her deepened, gradually considering her as a sister. Upon seeing the few elegant yet unpretentious dresses, Lin Zhan naturally accepted them with a smile. Fourth Prince, is that pickled hawthorn you have? Si Shui inquired, her eyes sparkling with delight as she gazed at the crystal plate held by Jun Anqing. The plate displayed enticingly glistening red hawthorn, looking exceedingly appetizing. June Onqing discreetly concealed the crystal plate and retorted, "What concern is it of yours? It seems your eyes are about to fall into my plate. This is not for you." His blunt words momentarily left Si Shui speechless, her expression tinged with embarrassment. June Onqing's straightforwardness elicited a laugh from Lin Zan, instantly capturing the attention of both individuals. "This is the hawthorn I had pickled last year. The flavor is exquisite, so I specifically brought it for you to sample," June Onqing said with an earnest smile, offering a piece of hawthorn to Lin Zan. Without hesitation, she savored it, the sweet and sour flavor delightful, and then noticed Si Shui biting her lip, gazing hungrily in their direction. Suddenly, Lin Zan recalled that Si Shui had a particular fondness for sweet and sour fruits and foods. Coincidentally, the pickled hawthorn in June Onqing's hand was precisely what Si Shui adored. With this thought, a mischievous grin appeared on Lin Zhan's lips, and she said to June Onqing, "Oh, this is simply delicious. I've never tasted such exquisite pickled hawthorn before." In the 16th chapter, The Butterfly Among Flowers, Lin Zhan, relishing the moment, popped another hawthorn into her mouth, squinting her eyes as she chewed slowly. She was pleased to observe Si Shui's throat move, her desire unmistakable. As the saying goes, good things are meant to be shared with good friends. Such delectable hawthorn, I cannot keep it all to myself, Lin Zhan remarked with a radiant smile, picking up a piece of hawthorn and looking towards Si Shui. However, unexpectedly, Lin Zhan promptly stuffed that piece of hawthorn into June Onqing's mouth. "Fourth prince, let's go inside to eat. I also have some snacks for you to try." "Really? That would be wonderful." June Onqing eagerly nodded, and the two nonchalantly walked past Si Shui. The smile on Si Shui's face froze and cracked, her small hands clenching into fists, fury swelling within her like a tidal wave, nearly overwhelming her reason. At that moment, an inconspicuous palace maid quietly appeared outside the door, beckoning to Si Shui. Recognizing the maid, Si Shui hurried over, and they began to converse in hushed tones. Lin Zhan observed this scene intently, her eyes narrowing in contemplation. "Lin Zhan, what are you looking at?" June Onqing inquired, tilting his head with curiosity as he peered outside. "Nothing. I heard it will take a few more days," he replied nonchalantly. The Defei was June Onqing's biological mother and the most unambitious concubine in the harem. It was said that before the emperor ascended the throne, the Defei was favored for her noble character and understanding nature, thus garnering the emperor's affection. Consequently, upon his ascension, she was conferred the title of Defei, enjoying a remarkably elevated status within the harem. It was indeed a marvel that such a gentle and virtuous woman bore a son as straightforward and simple-minded as June Onqing. Upon this realization, Lin Zhan couldn't help but laugh, then sat opposite June Onqing and asked, "Does the fourth prince not miss the Defei?" "What if I do? I think she prefers the pure water master from Taoyuan Temple over her son," he replied, a hint of melancholy crossing his face. The pure water master had once been a close friend of the Defei, later becoming a nun due to some undisclosed matters. In any case, the Defei was undoubtedly the most unique among the concubines in the palace. Surprisingly, the emperor not only refrained from restricting her actions, but also fully supported them, which was quite peculiar. While others might be oblivious to the nature of the emperor's relationship with the Defei, Lin Zhan understood it all too well. Thus, observing June Onqing before her, Lin Zhan wore a smile imbued with profound meaning. When leaving, June Onqing left the remaining pickled hawthorn behind, taking with him some of Lin Zhan's novel snacks. Shortly after, Bishao hurried in from outside and informed Lin Zhan, "Miss, after Si Shui finished speaking with that palace maid, she went to the imperial garden to meet with Qin Fei." It seemed they could no longer contain their impatience to take action. Lin Zhan smiled knowingly, popping a hawthorn into her mouth, her lips curling into a grin. In the days that followed, Si Shui consistently departed early and returned late, always carrying a refreshing floral fragrance. The moment Lin Zhan caught a whiff of that scent, she instantly deduced where Si Shui had been and recalled a certain event from the original text. As anticipated, a few evenings later, while the emperor was strolling through the imperial garden, he unexpectedly stumbled into a breathtaking paradise. Within this ethereal realm, candlelight flickered softly and among the blooming flowers, Qin Fei danced gracefully in her splendid attire, resembling a radiant butterfly amidst blossoms. Barefoot, with delicate bells adorning her ankles, each step produced a melodious chime, perfectly complemented by the enchanting atmosphere of the imperial garden, captivating all who beheld it. Naturally, the emperor succumbed to her allure, abandoning his intent to visit the Qian Fei's palace and instead retreating to that of Qin Fei. Such an act of interception was a grave taboo within the palace, and upon learning of it, Lu Qiuquan's expression contorted with rage. Thus, under the cover of night, Lin Zan made her way to Kongfu Palace, entering to find Lu Qiuquan's face a deep shade of displeasure. It appeared that the Qian Fei had already learned of the events in the imperial garden. Lin Zan feigned understanding, prompting Lu Qiuquan to pause momentarily. You know about what happened in the imperial garden too? How could that be? The incident just occurred, and I only found out because I happened to see it while welcoming the emperor's maid, Lu Qiuquan exclaimed in astonishment. Lin Zan settled comfortably into her seat, exuding confidence as she addressed the Qian Fei. There is no need for the noble lady to be anxious. It is merely a dance. The noble lady can certainly use their own methods to counteract the situation. You mean to suggest that I should also perform a dance to entice the emperor? Yet I am not skilled in dancing. So how could I possibly compare to Qin Fei, that enchanting vixen? Lu Qiuquan, aware of her own lack of dance skills compared to Qin Fei, bit her lip and responded. However, Lin Zan, unwilling to concede, declared, "Noble lady, please do not underestimate yourself. I shall teach you a dance. Should the emperor witness it, he will surely cherish you." Her unwavering confidence left Lu Qiuquan momentarily stunned. And under the influence of Lin Zhan's formidable self-assurance, she gritted her teeth and nodded in agreement. The following day, news of Qin Fei intercepting the emperor in her own palace quickly spread throughout the harem. Everyone was aware that the position of empress was vacant, and the only contenders capable of vying for it were Xian Fei and Qin Fei, leading to much amusement as they observed the rivalry between the two. As Xian Fei temporarily managed the affairs of the harem, many concubines sought to witness her misfortune, arriving early to pay their respects and exchange trivial gossip. "Noble lady, why does your countenance appear so poor today? Did something happen yesterday that caused you to lose sleep?" Wang Marin inquired with feigned cheerfulness, observing Xian Fei's somewhat pale complexion. Xian Fei cast her a glance, her expression noticeably cold. Chapter 17. Do not bring misfortune to others. Lu Qiuquan gently caressed the protective cover on her nails, casting a sardonic glance at Wang Marin. The affairs of the harem are numerous, and as I take on the burden for the emperor, naturally I did not rest well last night, unlike certain idle individuals who, devoid of favor and responsibility, have ample time to rest each day. As her words fell, many of the concubines began to chuckle softly, while Wang Marin's expression darkened. Having spent several years in the palace with little favor, even the emperor seemed to have forgotten her existence. At that moment, Qin Fei entered, her complexion radiant after the nourishing rain of the previous night, her eyes sparkling with a dewy glow reminiscent of rain-soaked leaves. "Sister, I'm late today. I hope you're not angry," Qin Fei said with a bright smile as she casually took a seat. Remembering Lin Zhan's advice, Lu Qiuquan refrained from reacting immediately, suppressing her feelings and feigning a smile. "Sister must be exhausted from attending to the emperor last night. How could I possibly be angry? Thank you for your understanding, sister. The emperor was in high spirits last night. I simply had no choice," Qin Fei replied deliberately, her lips curving in a coy smile, her gaze filled with pride and provocation. After navigating the interactions with these concubines, Lu Qiuquan felt a surge of frustration within her. Soon after, Dong Xiang hurried in, whispering a few words in her ear. "All right, I understand. I shall go now," Lu Qiuquan said, hastily changing in a lighter attire and following the maid Dong Xiang to the side hall. In front of the side hall was a spacious area where Lin Zhan was waiting. "Noble lady, you have arrived. These are the steps of the Jinghong dance. You are intelligent and will surely memorize them quickly," Lin Zhan exclaimed, handing Lu Qiuquan an illustrated book. Lu Qiuquan glanced at it and immediately sensed the uniqueness of the dance, her confidence in surpassing Qin Fei growing. "This is wonderful, but from where did you, such a young age, acquire this dance? You didn't compose it yourself, did you?" Lu Qiuchan asked, somewhat astonished. Lin Zan feigned profundity, shaking her head. The secrets of the heavens cannot be divulged, noble lady. You only need to know that collaborating with me will never lead to regret. Observing Lin Zhan's composed demeanor, Lu Qiuchan couldn't help but smile, affectionately ruffling her hair. Standing aside, Lin Zhan watched as Lu Qiuchan began to practice the dance steps in the courtyard. However, the intricate steps of the Jinghong dance proved challenging, and Lu Qiuchan initially struggled to imitate them, appearing awkward. Fortunately, Lin Zhan, having seen the Jinghong dance in dramas, occasionally offered guidance to Lu Qiuchan. Gradually, Lu Qiuchan's movements became more fluid as dusk fell. Stay here for dinner. I will instruct the kitchen to prepare some of your favorite dishes, Lu Qiuchan said cheerfully, feeling invigorated despite her exhaustion. As Lin Zhan passed through the imperial garden, she suddenly spotted a fleeting white figure and promptly halted, narrowing her eyes. Is that not Si Shui? With this thought, Lin Zhan inexplicably followed Si Shui into the imperial garden. Eventually, she encountered a familiar figure in the pavilion by the lake. It was Prince Jun Baiki. At that moment, Jun Baiki held a jade flute, playing under the waning moonlight. The cool moonlight cast an ethereal glow upon him, giving him an otherworldly aura. Si Shui stood not far away, captivated, then resolutely approached him. This is intriguing. She has not given up yet. Lin Zhan chose to remain at a distance, observing the unfolding drama. As Si Shui approached, she inadvertently disturbed Jun Baiki's reverie, and their eyes met. Oh, it is His Highness the Prince. I was drawn here by the enchanting sound of your flute. I did not anticipate that you played so beautifully, Si Shui said, gazing at Jun Baiki with admiration. Jun Baiki cast her a cold glance before putting away his jade flute and preparing to leave. Just as he passed by Si Shui, she stumbled and fell towards him. Ah, the classic falling scene. Lin Zhan's eyes lit up from a distance. She smirked, finding Si Shui's attempts to win over Jun Baiki rather unoriginal. As Si Shui was about to hit the ground, she thought that surely the prince would catch her. Yet the reality was harsh. Si Shui's delicate frame fell heavily to the ground, and rather than helping her, Jun Baiki sidestepped her. Your Highness, Si Shui exclaimed, her expression one of disbelief as she looked up at him. Your Highness, I'm not gravely ill. I simply felt a bit dizzy. Might you assist me? Si Shui gritted her teeth internally, maintaining a facade of delicate helplessness as she extended her fair hand towards Jun Baiki. Upon witnessing this, Lin Zhan could no longer stand idly by. She stepped out from the shadows, gently clapping her hands to draw their attention. Oh, what a picturesque scene of a frail beauty and a dashing young lord. Miss C, what seems to be the trouble? The spring night is chilly. Why are you lying on the ground? As she spoke, she approached Jun Baiki with an air of concern, glancing at Si Shui. I merely felt a bit dizzy and could not stand. I'm much better now, Si Shui replied, biting her lip, her complexion pale as she slowly attempted to rise. Unexpectedly, Lin Zhan swiftly moved in front of her, grasping her wrist and feigning to take her pulse. Miss Lin, what is the meaning of this? Si Shui's expression darkened instantly. Lin Zhan, however, instantly donned a beaming smile. What I mean is, do not emerge and bring misfortune to others. Chapter 18. A remarkable synchronization. As Lin Zhan's words lingered in the air, the facade of hypocrisy on Si Shui's face finally crumbled. Her expression fluctuated between green and white before she hastily left the pavilion, while Lin Zhan laughed heartily within. Standing nearby, Jun Baiki watched Lin Zhan with keen interest before interrupting her thoughts. Does Miss C truly have an ailment? Indeed, she certainly does, and it is contagious. You should keep her distance to avoid being infected, Lin Zhan replied earnestly, pointing to her head as she spoke to Jun Baiki. She recalled how, in the original narrative, Jun Baiki was unwaveringly devoted to Si Shui. The term backup added a layer of perplexity to Jun Baiki's brow. However, having been reborn, he had discerned the true nature of Si Shui and would never be deceived a second time. By the way, Your Highness, I have something to discuss with you. In the coming days, you must utilize all available funds to purchase grain. Remember to acquire as much as possible, for it will prove invaluable in the future. Lin Zhan suddenly recalled something and said to Jun Baiki. To her surprise, Jun Beiki stood with his hands clasped behind him, his eyes shadowed with a profound secrecy. Oh, indeed? It appears we share the same thoughts. I issued an edict yesterday for the household to stockpile grain and various medicinal herbs. After his words fell, Lin Zan was somewhat astonished, but she did not dwell on it and replied, "It seems we are indeed quite in sync. However, may I inquire as to why your highness is contemplating the stockpiling of grain? Have you perhaps sensed something amiss?" As she spoke, Lin Zhan's keen gaze scrutinized Jun Beiki. Having read the book in advance, she was privy to the subsequent developments. Yet at this moment, it was inconceivable for Jun Beiki to foresee the events that would unfold in a few days. Or could it be that some sage, apart from him, had imparted this knowledge? You need not overthink it. I merely believe that this year's celestial phenomena have greatly shifted, and there may be extraordinary occurrences ahead. Hence my preparations, Jun Beiki replied calmly, meeting Lin Zhan's probing gaze. Lin Zhan nodded, reluctantly accepting Jun Beiki's explanation, and then waved her hand dismissively. It is fortunate that we can think alike. Time is of the essence, and I have more pressing matters to attend to. You, at such a young age, seem to be burdened with many responsibilities. I must ask, what could possibly be more important than assisting me? Jun Beiki inquired with genuine interest. Lin Zhan chuckled softly. Of course, it is to elevate the Xianfei to the position of empress and win the emperor's favor. With the vacancy of the empress position, why have you set your sights on the Xianfei? What leads you to believe she is the right choice? Jun Beiki casually asked as he took a seat nearby. Lin Zhan, sitting opposite him, earnestly analyzed, the Xianfei possesses a sharp tongue but a tender heart, far superior to the cunning and treacherous Qianfei. Moreover, the Xianfei has no children of her own, thus aligning her interests with mine, which in turn aligns her with your highness. Should she ascend to the empress position, she would undoubtedly lend her full support to you. I believe this is something your highness can comprehend. With a few simple words, Lin Zhan elucidated the intricate dynamics of the harem. The Qianfei, having given birth to Prince Junbiyu, would never assist Jun Beiki, should she become empress. Her only aim would be to elevate her own son, thereby becoming a formidable adversary to Jun Beiki. You see deeply, yet you are merely 6 years old. How is it that you possess such keen insight into the palace's affairs? Sometimes, I feel you're less a child and more an adult, Jun Beiki remarked, subtly challenging Lin Zhan. Lin Zhan laughed it off, and soon thereafter, citing hunger as her reason, she hastily departed the pavilion. Faced with the cunning Jun Beiki, she felt as though her innermost thoughts would be unraveled at any moment. Time was of the essence. She was resolute in her determination to restore the Xianfei's standing in the emperor's heart. In the ensuing days, Lin Zhan took leave from the Taiyuan, abandoning her medical studies to remain in Kung Fu Palace, observing the Xianfei practice her dance. Finally, her efforts bore fruit. After 3 days, Lu Qiuchan's performance of a Jinghong dance exuded an enchanting grace. All was in readiness, save for the favorable winds. Lin Zhan seized an opportunity to present the emperor with the flower cakes she had prepared, sweetly exclaiming, "Your Majesty, these flower cakes are my creation, and they're exceptionally delicious." With a radiant smile, she tugged at the emperor's sleeve. The emperor, with a fond glance at her, sampled the cake from the plate, his eyes lighting up as he nodded in approval. "These flower cakes are fragrant and delightful. Your Majesty, I must confess, I was not the one who made them. They were crafted by the Xianfei." Lin Zhan strategically mentioned Lu Qiuchan at that moment. The emperor's expression momentarily faltered. His curiosity piqued as he inquired, "So they were made by the Xianfei? Yet why did you claim otherwise?" "Because the Xianfei instructed me not to reveal it, fearing you might think her overly eager for your affection," Lin Zhan replied innocently, tilting her head adorably. Hearing her words, the emperor sighed internally, recalling the Xianfei's gentle demeanor, and thus resolved to dine in Kung Fu Palace that very night. With the emperor successfully lured to Kung Fu Palace, Lin Zhan sighed in relief. Inside the palace, preparations were fervently underway. When the emperor arrived that evening, he was greeted by Lu Qiuchan, adorned in exquisite dance attire. At this sight, Lin Zhan discreetly withdrew, leaving the moment to the emperor and the Xianfei. The elegant and refined melodies filled the palace as Lu Qiuchan began her dance, each movement graceful and fluid, reminiscent of a startled swan or a gliding dragon. This version of the Xian Fei, so distinct from her usual demeanor, naturally captivated the emperor, leading him to remain overnight in Kongfu Palace. The following day, news of Lu Qiuqian regaining the emperor's favor spread throughout the harem, causing the Qin Fei to crush her protective armor in fury. Your Majesty, yesterday I heard alluring music emanating from Kongfu Palace. Surely, the Xian Fei's renewed favor is related to this, Xing Yuan cautiously remarked. Despite the Qin Fei's simmering resentment, she could not neglect her appearance, and thus made her way to Kongfu Palace. After all, the Xian Fei now presided over the harem, and all concubines were required to pay their respects daily. The phoenix hairpin the Xian Fei wears is exquisitely designed. Undoubtedly a gift from the emperor, she observed with barely concealed envy. The emperor noticed that the jewels in my jewelry box were mostly jade. Thus he presented me with this phoenix hairpin, Lu Qiuqian replied, a glint of triumph in her eyes as she gently touched the dazzling ornament atop her head. Having just regained the emperor's favor, she was now adorned with a gift from him, and the other concubines could easily surmise the implications. The Qin Fei entered and immediately noticed the phoenix hairpin, her teeth gritted in resentment. Yet, she feigned indifference and smiled, saying, I have a few phoenix hairpins as well. Though they pale in comparison to the Xian Fei's grandeur, nonetheless, it is the thought that counts. The implications of the Qin Fei's words were starkly clear, suggesting that the emperor's gift to the concubines bore no special significance, especially since she possessed several herself. In an instant, the atmosphere within the palace grew tense. Lu Qiuqian did not even cast a glance at the Qin Fei, engrossed instead in conversation with the other concubines. After the greetings concluded, the Qin Fei departed without acknowledging the Xian Fei, her demeanor unmistakably revealing the undercurrents of animosity between them. Lu Qiuqian, undeterred by the Qin Fei's slight, remained focused on her objective, mindful of Lin Zan's counsel to exercise utmost caution in the coming days. 2 days later, during morning court, the emperor erupted in anger, casting numerous memorials down the steps. Where is the governor of the southwest? Why did he fail to report the drought afflicting the region until 6 months later? Wei Yuri, the governor, turned pale and quickly kneeled, trembling as he spoke. Your Majesty, please quell your anger. I believe the drought to be temporary and had already begun excavation for irrigation. Yet I did not foresee. But the drought has not only persisted but worsened, leading to the displacement of thousands of citizens. What punishment do you deserve for this? Before Wei Yuri could finish, the emperor, in a fit of rage, rose and descended the steps, chastising him vehemently. Numerous ministers knelt in unison, beseeching the emperor to quell his fury. In a fit of rage, the emperor delivered a fierce kick to Wei Yoli and commanded the Ministry of Revenue to allocate grain supplies to the drought-stricken southwestern region. After dispatching the grain, he harbored hopes that the dire drought would alleviate, sparing the common folk from displacement. However, to his dismay, the drought in the southwest persisted and even worsened, culminating in a once-in-a-century disaster. Yet, this news had yet to be formally disclosed, remaining a secret within the palace. The emperor, burdened by the calamity, entered the harem with a frown, fortuitously arriving at Lu Qiuqian's Kongfu Palace. Having received the news in advance, Lu Qiuqian promptly instructed the kitchen to prepare a humble meal of congee and simple dishes, which astonished the emperor upon his arrival. Lu Qiuqian exuded an air of grace and genuine sincerity as she gazed at him. In an instant, the emperor was moved by her words, grasping her hands tightly and exclaiming that the virtuous consort was indeed unparalleled in her thoughtfulness for the suffering populace. He felt fortunate to have her alleviate his worries. With that, the emperor embraced the virtuous consort tightly. A smile graced Lu Qiuqian's lips, and for the following days, the emperor chose to rest in Kongfu Palace. This decision stirred discontent among the harem's concubines, especially Qin Fei, who resentfully clutched her handkerchief, counting the days since the emperor had last visited her Mingda Palace. At last, one evening, the emperor arrived at Mingda Palace, causing Qin Fei to burst with joy. She hastily ordered the kitchen to prepare an array of exquisite dishes, utilizing many rare ingredients. Upon entering the hall, the emperor was greeted by a rich aroma, and his gaze fell upon the small table laden with various sumptuous delicacies. "Your Majesty, you have not visited me in several days. I have made your favorite pigeon soup," Qin Fei said with a charming smile, drawing close to the emperor. However, the emperor's countenance was unexpectedly cold, and he forcefully pushed Qin Fei away. Caught off guard, she stumbled to the ground, staring at the emperor in disbelief as he glared at her. "Qin Fei, I never anticipated your extravagant wastefulness. Are you unaware of the famine ravaging the southwest? While the people suffer, you indulge in self-gratification within the palace, which deeply disappoints me. Genre, the palace is now aware of the drought in the southwest, and the emperor is concerned. They have begun to curtail their expenditures, and this tactic may no longer be effective. What should we do now?" Lu Qiuchan looked anxiously at Lin Zan. Ever since the harem concubines employed this strategy, the emperor's affection had been dispersed, and he had not visited Lu Qiuchan for several days. Lin Zan smiled knowingly, her expression suggesting she had anticipated this outcome. "There is no need for concern, my lady. We still have another course of action. Must we truly proceed with this?" Lu Qiuchan's face reflected reluctance, yet Lin Zan's demeanor was resolute. Ultimately, trusting Lin Zan, Lu Qiuchan donated her long-accumulated wealth to purchase grain for the disaster-stricken areas. As the first to do so, Lu Qiuchan naturally garnered the emperor's attention and earned the praise of many court officials for her benevolence. In a fleeting moment, Lu Qiuchan's reputation soared in the emperor's estimation. Even when later concubines imitated Lu Qiuchan's actions, they could not rival her standing in the emperor's heart. Chapter 20. Journey to the Southwest. How infuriating. Why must that wretched Lu Qiuchan always be one step ahead? Qin Fei lamented as she donated a considerable amount of gold and silver to the disaster-stricken Southwest, receiving only a few perfunctory compliments from the emperor. In contrast, after Lu Qiuchan's generous donation, she not only earned the emperor's praise, but also received numerous rewards. Naturally, Qin Fei felt a sense of imbalance in her heart, gritting her teeth in frustration. To ensure her son did not lag behind, she hastily instructed Jun Biyu to secure a good reputation before the emperor, which would be advantageous for their future endeavors. However, her efforts were too late. During court, Jun Beiki generously donated 30,000 pickles of grain to aid the victims, delighting the emperor and earning him accolades for his compassion. This shift in the emperor's favor caused many ministers to reconsider their opinions of the crown prince, who had previously appeared weak and lacked support. Now, however, the emperor entrusted him with certain responsibilities in the southwest, prompting the ministers to observe him closely. "I hereby appoint the crown prince as the inspector of the southwest, overseeing the relief efforts. Should there be any irregularities, swift punishment shall be administered," the emperor decreed, and soon the crown prince would embark on his journey to the southwest. A shadow flickered in Jun Biyu's eyes as he departed the court for the harem. In Mingda Palace, Qin Fei slammed her teacup onto the table, her brows furrowed. Ever since the death of the crown prince's mother, he had shown indifference to court affairs. Why was it that, after Lin Huangho's demise, the crown prince seemed to transform completely? I know not the reasons, but his recent actions indicate that he will not passively allow us to usurp his position. Jun Biyu said anxiously. "Regardless, you are still young, so calm yourself." Qin Fei gestured for him to settle down. "Let's observe the unfolding events. The crown prince's journey to the southwest will be fraught with instability, and we can ensure that he remains unsettled." Upon hearing this, Jun Biyu immediately grasped Qin Fei's meaning, and a similar glint of understanding sparkled in their eyes. Upon learning of Jun Beiki's impending journey to the southwest, Lin Zan paused, her furrowed brow relaxing. In the original narrative, Jun Biyu's donation of substantial grain alleviated the drought's impact, earning him the emperor's favor and a commission to handle the disaster relief. Upon his arrival in the southwest, he effectively purged corrupt officials and ensured the proper resettlement of the victims, significantly enhancing his reputation and winning the people's hearts, thereby impressing the emperor. However, with Lin Zan and Jun Beiki's interference, Jun Biyu would not have the same opportunity. A smirk of triumph graced Lin Zhan's lips. "Jun Beiki, this time you shall not win the people's favor." Just then, a sound emerged from outside. It was Jun Beiki's arrival. Lin Zan, slightly taken aback, hurried to greet him. "I am soon to depart for the southwest. Do you have any words for me?" June Baiki asked, his gaze flickering. Unbeknownst to Lin Zan, all her earlier musing had been overheard by him. Nevertheless, June Baiki stepped into her chamber, and the two began to converse in secret. First, when the crown prince distributes kanji to the victims, he must add some clean sand to it. Second, ensure that the water sources near the victims are clean. If anyone falls ill or dies, their bodies must be cremated and buried safely. These were challenges Jun Biu had encountered while managing disaster relief in the Southwest, and Lin Zan had previously admired his cleverness while observing the story. However, the successful resolution of these issues would not solely depend on Jun Biu's abilities. Another individual played a crucial role. Yet Lin Zan hesitated, unsure whether to mention this person, as she resided far away in the capital. Revealing the identity of that individual in the Southwest could arouse the crown prince's suspicions. Just as she grappled with her indecision, June Baiki spoke again. Aside from these matters, do you have anything else to convey? Upon hearing this, Lin Zan sharply detected the underlying meaning in his words. Your Highness, how could you possibly know that I have matters to convey to you? Do you truly place such trust in a mere 6-year-old child? Not every child of that age earns my trust, yet I possess an inexplicable feeling that I can confide in you. June Baiki smiled subtly, then chose to remain silent as he departed. Although he had been reborn, his knowledge of Jun Biu's governance in the Southwest was limited. He approached Lin Zan with a sense of curiosity. To his astonishment, Lin Zan seemed to possess a profound understanding of the affairs in the Southwest and spoke with remarkable clarity. Lin Zan, I shall eventually uncover who you truly are and how you came to know these matters, June Baiki murmured softly. As June Baiki emerged from Lin Zan's quarters, Si Shui bit her cherry blossom-colored lips. Haidang immediately nodded in agreement. However, miss, I have heard that His Highness the Crown Prince will depart shortly. Time may be of the essence. Fear not. I have my own methods, Si Shui replied with a glimmer of determination in her eyes. Meanwhile, news arrived from the Imperial Medical Institute that several court physicians would accompany the Crown Prince to the Southwest. Originally, it was to be decided by lot, but unexpectedly, the head of the institute drew the lot for the Southwest and decided to bring Qin Shang along. Upon learning this, Lin Zan promptly proposed to the head of the institute that she too would accompany them to the Southwest. Aware of her master's stubborn nature, Lin Zan understood that once he refused, he would not relent. Thus, she gritted her teeth and approached the emperor. You wish to travel to the Southwest? The emperor looked at Lin Zan with evident confusion. Lin Zan hurriedly replied, Your Majesty, I do not wish to remain in the palace as a mere idle person. I wish to assist you in alleviating your burdens. The emperor burst into hearty laughter at Lin Zhan's innocent words and sincere expression, his fondness for her deepening. I did not expect that at your tender age, you would wish to share my worries. If I were to refuse you, it would surely hurt your sentiment. Since you wish to go, then accompany the crown prince to the Southwest. I shall instruct him to take good care of you. The emperor affectionately ruffled Lin Zhan's hair, treating her as if she were his own daughter. With the emperor's promise, Lin Zhan's face lit up with joy as she quickly shared the good news with her senior brother. Qin Shang's expression grew serious as he glanced at Lin Zhan and said, But master does not permit you to go. Senior brother, master may not allow me, but the emperor has agreed, so I must go, Lin Zhan replied cheerfully, her youthful face radiating pride. Seeing her unwavering determination, Qin Shang was at a loss, merely responding slowly. Then you mustn't complain of hardship or fatigue on the journey to the Southwest. The virtuous consort Lu Qiuchan, upon learning that Lin Zhan would venture to such a distant place, looked at her with concern. The Southwest is remote and wild. You are still young and must be cautious. Lu Qiuchan chuckled softly, covering her mouth with a handkerchief, then playfully tapped Lin Zhan's forehead. You little rascal, the methods you devised truly shamed me. Hearing her words, Lu Qiuchan set aside her lingering embarrassment and nodded earnestly. Rest assured, I do not require your guidance in these matters. Dongxiang, bring me the warm garments I prepared. As she spoke, her first-ranked maid, Dongxiang, presented a medium-sized bundle. Lu Qiuchan instructed Lin Zhan, the further south you travel, the cooler it becomes. I have prepared several warm garments for you. Being young and delicate, you must not catch a chill. These are indeed made by the empress. They are simply exquisite, Lin Zan exclaimed, as every girl delights in beautiful clothing. Upon seeing the various cloaks and thick cotton garments, her smile widened. Lu Qiuchuan looked at her with fondness and admiration, genuinely treating her as a younger sister. Their bond growing ever closer. Time flew by, and preparations for the journey to the southwest began in earnest. Lin Zhan's face was alight with excitement, for this was her first departure from the palace, which felt like a cage. The convoy consisted of 5 carriages. Jun Beiki traveled alone in one, while the remaining 4 carried officials and court physicians from the Imperial Medical Institute. Lin Zhan shared a carriage with her master, and as the curtain was gently lifted, a young eunuch dressed in plain attire smiled at Lin Zhan. "Miss Lin, His Highness the Crown Prince requests your presence in his carriage." Upon hearing the eunuch's words, Lin Zhan paused momentarily, instinctively glancing at her master. The head of the institute, who had been resting with his eyes closed, opened them upon hearing the eunuch and nodded slightly. "Go, but remember to behave properly in front of the Crown Prince." "Yes, master," Lin Zhan quickly replied, bowing before following the eunuch to the front carriage. The carriage in which Jun Beiki rode was the grandest of all. Upon entering, Lin Zhan was taken aback by the opulent decor. The floor was lavishly covered with a thick layer of golden silk bedding, making her feel as though she were treading on clouds. The soft cushions surrounding her were remarkably comfortable, and once seated, she felt an urge to remain there indefinitely. In the center of the carriage was a small table made of golden silk namu, adorned with a pot of fragrant tea and several steaming delicacies, their enticing aroma wafting through the air. However, Lin Zhan noticed Jun Beiki's cold demeanor and promptly asked, "Your Highness, what is it that you require of me?" "I am weary. Come here and massage my legs." Jun Beiki stretched out comfortably, closing his eyes as he reclined against the soft cushions. "What? You want me to massage your legs? Is he treating me like a lowly eunuch?" Lin Zhan inwardly scoffed, then forced a smile and replied, "I am but a child with little strength. Perhaps it would be better for a eunuch to assist you instead. My body is not something just anyone can touch. Do you not wish to relieve my fatigue?" Jun Beiki opened his piercing eyes and fixed his gaze upon Lin Zhan. Her heart raced. She thought to herself, "I shall endure this, for he is my chance to turn my fate around." With that in mind, Lin Zhan suppressed her reluctance, slowly approached Jun Beiki, and knelt beside him to massage his legs. The convoy gradually departed the palace, heading southwest, and the gentle sway of the carriage caused Jun Beiki's furrowed brow to ease, eventually leading him into slumber. Noticing his silence, Lin Zhan breathed a sigh of relief. She stood up, lifted the curtain beside her, and gazed outside. At that moment, they had reached the outskirts, where rolling hills and flourishing grass painted a vivid scene of life, filling Lin Zhan with elation. What splendid landscape this is! So breathtakingly beautiful. Lin Zhan marveled aloud, unaware that her musings were overheard by the recently awakened Jun Beiki. Typically vigilant, Jun Beiki stirred as Lin Zhan paused her actions. Yet he kept his eyes closed, remaining still. Listening to Lin Zhan's heartfelt exclamations about the magnificent landscape, a faint smile graced his lips. After a day of travel, the convoy set up camp in a valley. Despite the comfort of the soft cushions in the carriage, Lin Zhan felt sore and weary from the long journey. After the carriage came to a halt, Lin Zhan eagerly leaped out, inhaling the lush greenery that surrounded her. Behind her, Jun Beiki stepped out of the carriage at a leisurely pace, gazing into the distance with a slight frown. The valley was accessible by only this one route, leaving them vulnerable to potential ambushes by enemies. His ominous remark shattered Lin Zhan's previously buoyant mood. "Your Highness, rest assured, such a scenario will not transpire, I assure you," Lin Zhan asserted confidently. Jun Beiki cast a skeptical glance in her direction, clearly unconvinced. "I am curious. How can you guarantee that we will not fall prey to an ambush?" In the original tale, Jun Biu had encountered no perils while journeying southwest. Thus they too would surely remain unscathed. Lin Zhan mused silently, though she refrained from voicing these thoughts to Jun Beiki, instead reiterating her assurance that nothing untoward would occur. Once the group had established camp in the valley, they ignited several bonfires and began to prepare their meals. At that moment, a rustling sound emanated from the nearby underbrush, instantly capturing the attention of the guards. June Bakey exchanged a knowing glance with a nearby sentinel. Rabbits, roasted rabbit meat, is the finest delicacy. Upon hearing the mention of rabbits, Lin Zan swiftly turned her head, her face lighting up with a look of eager anticipation. Initially, June Bakey had intended to discard the rabbits, but upon sensing Lin Zan's enthusiasm, he altered his decision, instructing the guards to prepare the rabbits for a feast. Wonderful! Lin Zan exclaimed, clapping her hands in delight, only to be taken aback as June Bakey pointed a finger at her, commanding, "You shall cook." The crowd fell silent for a moment, and the joy on Lin Zan's face froze, her astonishment evident as she incredulously pointed to herself. "Your Highness just told me to roast them." "Indeed, I recall your delightful flour cakes made for the fourth prince. I presume you possess some culinary skills in roasting rabbits as well," June Bakey remarked with interest. Confronted with several bloodied rabbits laid before her, Lin Zan shivered involuntarily. She stood frozen for a moment, until June Bakey snapped his fingers, cheerfully stating, "I'm still awaiting my meal." Fortunately, one of the guards, recognizing Lin Zhan's youth, kindly skinned the rabbits for her. "Miss Lin, should you require anything, do not hesitate to command me." A young eunuch, who had been following June Bakey, trotted over and placed some salt beside Lin Zhan. Lin Zhan found herself torn between laughter and tears. However, given that June Bakey was the prince, she had no choice but to accept her fate and begin roasting the rabbits. Although she remained silent, her thoughts were filled with vehement curses directed at June Bakey. Venting her frustration, unbeknownst to Lin Zhan, her mutterings were heard by June Bakey, whose gaze turned increasingly frigid, resembling a venomous serpent fixated on her. The aroma of roasting rabbit meat soon filled the camp, a rich scent wafting through the air, enticing all. Lin Zhan's eyes fell upon the spices, particularly the chili powder, and a mischievous smile crept across her face as she murmured, "Did you not instruct me to roast the rabbits? I shall ensure you savor every bite." Just as she prepared to sprinkle the chili powder on the meat, a hand caught her wrist. "I do not consume spicy food," came June Bakey's voice, having discerned Lin Zhan's intentions and promptly intervened. Defeated, Lin Zhan relinquished the chili powder, her gaze then landing on a nearby tree. Its slender branches bore clusters of black seeds, a familiar aroma wafting from them. Could that be Sichuan peppercorn? She wondered, her eyes sparkling with realization. "Your Highness, please wait," Lin Zhan urged, pulling her elder brother Qin Shang along as she dashed to the tree, instructing him to gather the black seeds. Qin Shang, unaware of his sister's intentions, complied with her request and collected the peppercorns. "What do you intend to do?" June Bakey inquired, his eyes narrowing as he focused on the peppercorns in Lin Zhan's palm. With a flourish, Lin Zhan presented the peppercorns, enthusiastically advocating, "Your Highness, you are unaware of the wonders of this spice. Sprinkle it evenly over the rabbit meat, and it will elevate the flavor exponentially." Despite her fervent enthusiasm, June Bakey felt a flicker of suspicion. Just moments before, Lin Zhan had been vocally chastising him. "Are you truly concerned that I might harm you? We are allies, and I would never bring ill fortune upon you," Lin Zhan declared, nearly swearing her oath. Ultimately, June Bakey chose to place some trust in her, nodding with hesitant belief as Lin Zhan instructed the guards to crush the fresh peppercorns and sprinkle them over the rabbit meat. As anticipated, a delightful aroma of spiciness enveloped them, captivating even the silent attention of the guards nearby. Soon, the peppered rabbit meat was ready, and Lin Zhan promptly offered the first piece to June Bakey. "Your Highness, please enjoy." He accepted the morsel from her hand and took a hearty bite, while Lin Zhan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Yet, as time passed, she sensed something was amiss. The typical reactions one would expect after tasting Sichuan peppercorn were absent from June Bakey. Instead, his demeanor remained oddly calm. He even nodded slightly, remarking, "The flavor is quite agreeable. What is happening?" Lin Zhan pondered, a flurry of questions clouding her mind. Did June Bakey lack the sense of taste, or had he discerned her intentions? Chapter 23. Spiced rabbit meat is delicious confusion enveloped Lin Zhan as she realized her scheme to prank June Bakey had failed, leaving her increasingly frustrated. Meanwhile, June Bakey, with elegance, continued to savor piece after piece of rabbit meat, swiftly finishing his share without a change in expression. "Your Highness, do you find the rabbit meat to your liking?" Lin Zan cautiously inquired. To her surprise, Jun Beiki nodded affirmatively. It possesses a unique flavor. Would you care for another piece? Lin Zan eagerly presented a serving of rabbit meat seasoned with double the peppercorns, her expression filled with anticipation. Their eyes locked, and Jun Beiki regarded Lin Zan with an unsettling calmness, his penetrating gaze causing her to instinctively withdraw. Suddenly, Jun Beiki rose, approaching Lin Zan and taking the rabbit meat from her grasp. Miss Lin, your efforts in roasting the rabbit meat have been commendable. I have decided to feed you myself. As he spoke, he tore a piece from the rabbit, its surface densely coated with peppercorns, sending shivers down Lin Zhan's spine. Your Highness, my status is humble. It is not fitting for you to feed me. I can manage on my own, she protested, but Jun Beiki's demeanor remained resolute. What is this, Miss Lin? Do you believe I am unworthy of feeding you? Your Highness, it is I who should feel unworthy, Lin Zhan replied helplessly, knowing she could no longer refuse, as the peppered morsel was extended toward her mouth. Accepting her fate, she closed her eyes and opened her mouth, allowing the pepper-laden rabbit meat to be placed inside. In an instant, the unique, spicy, and numbing flavor of the Sichuan peppercorn overwhelmed her taste buds, nearly causing her to spit out the morsel. Miss Lin, please do not betray my sincere intentions. If you dare to spit out the rabbit meat, your head shall roll, threatened Lin Zhan brazenly. With tears glistening in her eyes, Lin Zhan chewed on the piece of rabbit meat, her voice laced with anger as she retorted. I must truly thank His Royal Highness, who has been so kind to me. It is only right, replied with a cryptic smile. Observing Lin Zhan's fervent consumption of the rabbit meat, it must be extraordinarily delicious, so allow me to feed you another piece. He then forcefully stuffed another morsel in her mouth and provocatively inquired, is the rabbit meat truly so delectable that it brings you to tears? It is delicious. The seasoned rabbit meat is indeed wonderful. Lin Zhan had no choice but to swallow the piece down. After toying with her, was in high spirits, and handed her the remaining rabbit meat before turning to leave. Once he departed, Lin Zhan quickly shook off the pepper from the meat, followed by gulping down several mouthfuls of water to wash away the lingering spice. What a schemer, Lin Zhan scoffed at. After dinner, the group decided to rest in the valley for the night and set off again at dawn. Though Lin Zhan was young, she was still a girl, and the courtyard steward offered his carriage for her sole use. As the morning light filtered softly through the tree leaves, casting dappled shadows on the grass, the cheerful chirping of birds roused the caravan. Lin Zhan stretched lazily and emerged from the carriage, only to see a young eunuch approaching with something in his hands beside. A sense of foreboding washed over her, and indeed, the eunuch came closer and presented the item to her. Miss Lin, His Royal Highness said that food is hard to come by, and this leftover rabbit meat from last night should not be wasted. The eunuch said with a smile that belied the cruelty of his words. Lin Zhan's morning cheer was instantly shattered by his remark, her face falling as she gazed at the roasted rabbit meat, feeling utterly despondent. She could now be certain that had known of her earlier mischief and had brought the rabbit meat as revenge. Nonetheless, with the prince's decree, she dared not defy him, forcing a strained smile as she accepted the rabbit meat from the eunuch. His Royal Highness also mentioned that Miss Lin enjoys seasoned rabbit meat, so I have gathered some spices this morning to sprinkle on it, hoping you will find joy in your meal. At this, Lin Zhan's smile vanished completely, her gaze fixed on the dark layer of pepper coating the meat, unsure of how to respond. This brought great amusement too, and, as the caravan continued on its way, Lin Zhan discreetly hid the rabbit meat away, having no intention of consuming it. After nearly half a month of arduous travel, the group finally arrived in the southwestern region. Upon crossing the border, they were met by a throng of famine-stricken refugees pleading for food. Please, great lord, spare us some food. Have mercy. Save us from this sea of suffering. Hearing the cacophony outside, Lin Zhan cautiously lifted the curtain of the carriage to gaze outside, discovering the roadside lined with emaciated, hollow-eyed victims of hunger. As merchant caravans passed by, the desperate souls would rush forward, begging for sustenance, but most were swiftly repelled by the guards. However, the refugees did not linger long before being driven away by local officials. The governor of the Southwest, Wei Yoli, hastily approached. Lin Zhan peered through the curtain at Wei Yoli, only to find that he was now assisting instead of. We humbly welcome your highness. Wei Yuli, a small man with a dark complexion and shrewd, rat-like eyes, announced as he approached the most opulent carriage. Indeed, replied, stepping back and commanding the soldiers to clear the way, forcing the refugees to the sides of the road. Observing the emaciated faces of the starving people, Lin Zan felt a pang of compassion. Chapter 24. Two scenes inside the carriage. Lin Zan rummaged around until she discovered a small bundle filled with provisions and jerky, which she threw out. The refugees descended upon it like bees to honey, scrambling to claim the package. Lin Zan noticed a boy of similar age being trampled beneath the fray. "Stop! You might hurt someone," she cried, and fortunately, the nearby guards intervened to restore order. Lin Zan leaped from the carriage, but the bundle she had tossed was already snatched away by the crowd, who devoured its contents ravenously. Clutching a piece of dried food, Lin Zan felt the hungry gazes of the refugees fixated on her, their eyes wild with desperation. Without the guards present, they would have surely overrun her in an instant. Approaching the boy, Lin Zan smiled and offered him the piece of food. "Here, eat." The boy's gaunt face was a mere skeleton, his eyes deep and fierce like a wolf's. Upon seeing Lin Zan approach, he tensed instinctively, but when he realized she was offering him the food, he hesitated briefly before snatching it from her hand. Yonghe City, a major city in the southwestern region, now appeared desolate, as countless refugees were kept outside the gates, barred from entry. "Your Highness, to prevent these refugees from causing a riot within the city, I have kept them at bay," Wei Yuli explained to. Gently lifted a corner of the curtain, his bright eyes surveying the scene outside, frowning at what he observed. The court allocated over 10,000 measures of grain. Why has the government not set up porridge kitchens outside the city to aid the refugees? He questioned. Wei Yuli quickly replied, "Your Highness may not be aware, but I did establish porridge kitchens. However, the refugees are unruly and have continuously caused chaos, leading to the destruction of the kitchens. I had no choice but to dismantle them." Did not respond to his explanation, lowering the curtain as he entered the city, while Lin Zan sighed inwardly. She recalled Lu Qiuchan's warning about the wildness of the southwestern populace, which explained the failure of the porridge kitchens. Once inside the city, the atmosphere shifted to one of bustling activity. Lin Zan looked outside, noting the stark contrast between the scenes beyond the city walls and within. While the exterior was a land of starvation, the streets inside were filled with well-off citizens, most clutching silver as they jostled at the grain merchant stalls. Lin Zan observed everything keenly as the caravan reached the government office. Disembarked but did not immediately enter. Instead, he turned to Lin Zan and asked, "Would you care to take a stroll with me in the city?" Wei Yuli quickly interjected, cautioning, "Your Highness, please reconsider. I have compiled all the relevant information for your review. Seeing is believing. I would rather trust my own eyes," stated plainly, leading Lin Zan and several guards away from the government office. Wei Yuli's expression darkened, and he clenched his teeth, issuing a few urgent directives to those around him. Two individuals strolled along the bustling streets, soon arriving at the grain store that had recently been the center of a frenzied rush. To their astonishment, the establishment had closed its doors in such a brief span of time. "Elder, was this grain store not open just a moment ago? Why is it shut now?" Lin Zan inquired, stepping forward to pose the question. Meanwhile, the guards accompanying Jun Beiki noticed several suspicious figures trailing them, and it became evident that the number of operational grain stores in the city was dwindling rapidly. "Your Highness, have you also sensed something amiss?" Lin Zan addressed Jun Beiki, who stood before her. The two meandered aimlessly through the capital, Yonghe, until dusk descended, leading them to the sole remaining tavern still in operation. Upon entering, they observed the interior filled with young gentlemen clad in lavish robes, their faces flushed as they exchanged toasts, entirely oblivious to the hardships of a year of famine. Jun Beiki lifted a cup of tea, took a sip, and furrowed his brow slightly before setting it down, remarking, according to the report from the governor of the Southwest, "Wei Yuli, the region is enduring an unprecedented drought, leading to severe food shortages. Yet, the situation in the city appears to contradict this." "Indeed, Your Highness. Do you know the reason for this discrepancy?" Lin Zan aimed to gauge Jun Beiki's perceptive abilities. Jun Beiki's lips curled into a faint smile. "Your words reveal that you have discerned something. I have certainly noticed it, but I wonder if your highness has as well. In truth, Lin Zan needed no keen observation to understand why the city and its outskirts presented such contrasting scenes. The satisfaction in her heart was evident to Junbei. At that moment, the tavern owner and a server began presenting an array of exquisite dishes on their table. But we have not placed an order, Lin Zan remarked playfully to the proprietor. The owner, rubbing his hands together with a smile, replied, "These dishes are a complimentary offering from our tavern to esteemed guests like yourselves." "Oh, really? How did you know we were esteemed guests? Or was it our attire that gave away our unusual status?" Lin Zan retorted, her words laced with sharpness. The tavern owner's expression faltered visibly. In June, Junbei slammed his teacup onto the table, his countenance icy as he declared, "Lord Wei, it would be prudent to cease your subterfuge." As soon as the words left his mouth, Wei Yuli indeed descended from the second floor, wearing a fawning expression as he approached Junbei to pay his respects. "Your Highness, please do not be angry. I merely wish to take utmost care of you. Lord Wei, your duty should be to the common folk of this city, not to me." Junbei's voice turned icy, his gaze cutting through Wei Yuli like a blade. Lin Zan, smiling, added, "Indeed, and let us not forget the citizens beyond the city walls." A mere few words sent beads of cold sweat rolling down Wei Yuli's forehead, his complexion paling as he nodded repeatedly. To Lin Zhan's surprise, Wei Yuli escorted them to the entrance of an opulent palace. Upon seeing the palace, Lin Zhan couldn't help but exclaim inwardly, "This is the epitome of extravagance." Despite the severe drought in the southwest, resulting in the displacement of countless citizens, Wei Yuli had still employed numerous laborers to erect this grand structure, all to curry favor with Junbei and provide him with a satisfactory abode before his arrival. Lin Zhan now sought to observe whether Junbei would accept such lavish accommodations, disregarding the plight of the people. If he did, she would need to contemplate whether she should assist him in his rise to power. A myriad of thoughts flashed through her mind, unbeknownst to her that her fleeting emotions caused Junbei to grow stern. Once full of obsequiousness, Wei Yuli now found himself unceremoniously kicked to the ground by Junbei, landing in a heap of dust and disarray. "Bold Wei Yuli, amidst this natural disaster, you dare to exacerbate the plight of the people? You have garnered my attention in a way I did not expect." Junbei's tone was sharp. Caught off guard, Wei Yuli trembled in fear, hastily kneeling and pleading for forgiveness. That night, Lin Zhan quietly slipped out of her room and made her way to the rear prison of the government office. Two armed guards stood watch at the prison entrance, momentarily stunned upon seeing Lin Zhan, but they quickly offered a respectful bow. Everyone knew that Lin Zhan was close to the prince, and her status was far from ordinary, making her untouchable. "I wish to see someone," Lin Zhan stated directly. The guards appeared confused. Without further ado, Lin Zhan slipped a silver ingot into one of their hands, prompting them to grant her passage. Upon entering the prison, a noxious and damp stench assailed her senses, compelling her to cover her mouth and nose with a handkerchief. Just as she sought the individual she had come for, a firm hand grasped her shoulder. "What brings you here? Are you concealing something from me?" Junbei's voice rang out unexpectedly from behind her. "Little girl, I perceive that you have much to hide. Otherwise, why would you venture into this prison?" Junbei scoffed coldly, yanking Lin Zhan by her collar and pulling her out of the prison. The guards at the entrance could only stare in disbelief at the scene unfolding before them. "I'm merely seeking another key character from this tale," Lin Zhan thought to herself, though she stubbornly replied, "No, I was just curious about what a prison looks like." The absurdity of satisfying her curiosity at such an hour struck her as humorous. "Since you are so curious, how about I throw you into the prison for a few days so you can truly experience prison life?" Junbei suggested with a hint of mischief, causing Lin Zhan to turn pale and hastily shake her head in refusal. Seeing that Junbei was about to continue on that topic, she quickly threw out another bait to divert his attention. "Your Highness, do you not find it peculiar? Outside the city, there are corpses strewn about, yet within, although grain prices are high, the citizens still have food to eat. Such a stark contrast must surely be the result of something sinister." Lin Zhan spoke hurriedly, relieved to see her ploy work as Junbei's focus shifted to her words. "I, too, have sensed something amiss. Moreover, My father has previously ordered the Ministry of Revenue to allocate over 10,000 pickles of grain for disaster relief in the Southwest. Logically, those provisions should have arrived by now. Yet why are there still so many victims without food? June Baekie's expression turned frigid, his brow furrowed as he pondered the matter. As someone already aware of the unfolding plot, Lin Zan knew precisely who was behind this mischief. She adopted an air of profound insight and stated, "This indicates that someone has concealed the relief grain, and that individual is likely Wei Yoli." "Oh, do you know where this hidden grain might be?" June Baekie leaned on his chin, his eyes glinting with an unusual light as he regarded Lin Zan amidst the dim candlelight. Lin Zan smiled, exuding confidence as she replied, "Logically, with such a catastrophic disaster in the Southwest, the grain stores should not be continuously replenished. So, where does the grain in those stores originate? The answer, of course, lies in the relief grain allocated by the court. Wei Yoli and his ilk, driven by greed, have dispersed the court's disaster relief grain across various stores, selling it at exorbitant prices and exploiting the populace. It is utterly vile." Lin Zan articulated her thoughts clearly, while June Baekie sat silently, gently tapping his fingers on the table before breaking into a chuckle. "You articulate your point clearly. However, at this moment, you possess no evidence to substantiate the claim that Wei Yoli hoarded the disaster relief grain and sold it across various granaries." Upon hearing this, Lin Zan impulsively replied, "Of course I have evidence. It lies in the hands of the person imprisoned in the dungeon." The instant these words were uttered, June Baekie's eyes sharpened, and Lin Zan immediately realized the impropriety of her statement, covering her mouth in shock. "Little girl, you have revealed your hand. In Chapter 26, could it be that you are a fool?" June Baekie rose, his tall figure casting a large shadow over Lin Zan, deepening the shadows in her eyes. Faced with June Baekie's towering presence, Lin Zan awkwardly sidestepped. "It's all mere conjecture, she stammered. "At merely 6 years of age, having grown up in the palace, you have never engaged with affairs of the Southwest, yet you make such precise conjectures. Moreover, you just mentioned a certain individual in the dungeon. Who is that person? How do you know them? Could it be that you possess the ability to traverse 1,000 miles by night, coming directly from the capital to the Southwest, and acquainted yourself with someone in the dungeon?" With each word June Baekie spoke, he tapped his finger lightly on Lin Zhan's forehead. Though gentle, each tap seemed to resonate within her heart, causing it to tremble uncontrollably, a true case of trouble arising from careless words. "Little one, you had better speak the truth." With that, June Baekie pressed down firmly on her forehead. Startled, Lin Zhan nearly stumbled backward, but managed to steady herself just in time, her expression growing serious. This man before her was indeed not easily deceived. Though he had only just begun to question her, he must have sensed something amiss long before, simply waiting for the opportunity to expose her. Truly cunning and scheming, Lin Zhan thought to herself, unaware that her thoughts were also perceived by June Baekie. Having revealed her hand, any further attempts to conceal the truth would be futile. Lin Zhan steeled herself, inhaled deeply, and raised her head to address June Baekie. "Your Highness, since you have already discerned my peculiarities, I shall no longer conceal the truth from you. In fact, I am the reincarnation of a celestial being, not the original Lin Zhan. I have come to this world to save you, to rescue the former Lin Zhan. Do you believe me, Your Highness?" Lin Zhan spoke earnestly, realizing that since matters had escalated to this point, she could only half lie to ensure June Baekie's cooperation. She anticipated that such a bizarre and absurd statement would be met with skepticism from June Baekie. However, unexpectedly, he gazed intently at Lin Zhan and suddenly reached out his hand towards her. Terrified, she instinctively recoiled, fearing he might think her mad and attempt to harm her. To her surprise, June Baekie merely placed his broad palm on her head, playfully ruffling her hair, and then burst into hearty laughter. His infectious laughter left Lin Zhan momentarily stunned, gazing at him in confusion. June Baekie, usually so brooding, rarely exhibited such unrestrained joy. "I believe your words. However, from now on, you must inform me of your intentions in advance. No more acting independently," June Baekie stated earnestly, believing in Lin Zhan's words, gently patting her head before departing. As he left Lin Zhan's room, he gazed at the waning moon, his demeanor lighter than at any prior moment. He understood that Lin Zhan's words contained both truth and falsehood, yet even the partial truth left him astonished upon learning of her origins. Early the next day, with resolute determination, Jun Beiki arrived at the dungeon and brought forth a frail, dirt-streaked young man. What? The Crown Prince has brought out Qin Huai today. Upon learning of this, Wei Yuli immediately slammed his palm on the table, a sense of foreboding rising within him. After Qin Huai was cleaned up, he was presented before the Crown Prince. Although he appeared to be in his early 20s, his youth was quite unexpected. Is this the person you seek? Yun Baiki inquired, glancing at the man kneeling before him, before turning to Lin Zan. Lin Zan leapt from her seat and hurried to stand before Qin Huai. To the astonishment of those around her, she tore open the fabric covering his shoulder. Observing this, Jun Beiki furrowed his brow and stepped forward to pry Lin Zhan's hands away. Ripping a man's clothing in broad daylight was hardly the behavior expected of a young lady of noble status. Lin Zhan's hands flushed red in an instant. Pouting, she replied indignantly, I am merely confirming whether he is the person I seek. Besides, I am not a young lady of noble status. At that moment, Jun Beiki noticed a prominent red birthmark on Qin Huai's shoulder. Recognizing this mark, Lin Zhan was now certain that the man before her was indeed Qin Huai, a crucial character from the original narrative. Qin Huai was the long-lost brother of Qin Shang, destined to be recruited by Si Shui shortly. However, since Si Shui had not yet arrived in Yong'a's city, Lin Zhan resolved to act swiftly and recruit Qin Huai to her side. In the original tale, Qin Huai was initially kind-hearted and upright. After suffering persecution from Wei Yoli, he became cunning and scheming. Once he developed feelings for Si Shui, he dedicated himself to assisting Jun Beiki in his quest for the throne. Eventually, Qin Huai would reunite with Qin Shang, who would leverage his formidable medical skills to help Si Shui navigate one crisis after another. Thus, Lin Zhan had no intention of letting such a pivotal character slip away. With this in mind, a gleam of determination shone in Lin Zhan's eyes as she addressed the dazed Qin Huai. Qin Huai, I know you wish to do something for the people of the Southwest, yet your integrity has led to oppression at the hands of Wei Yoli. You were imprisoned for gathering evidence of Wei Yoli's hoarding and price gouging. Before you stands the Crown Prince. If you have any grievances, feel free to express them. The Crown Prince will advocate for you. Upon hearing her words, Qin Huai abruptly lifted his head, his dazed expression seemingly a figment of imagination. You are the Crown Prince? He asked, his voice hoarse and dry, as if he had not spoken in ages. Jun Beiki, observing Lin Zhan's excitement, began to understand the implications and nodded in affirmation. Addressing Qin Huai, indeed, as long as you assist me in locating the grain hidden by Wei Yoli to save the people of the Southwest, I can help you achieve great success. With these words, Qin Huai bowed his head deeply in gratitude. In Chapter 27, Punishing Corrupt Officials, Lin Zhan recognized that Qin Huai had temporarily submitted to Jun Beiki's authority, and she exhaled in relief. Just then, Wei Yuli rushed in, his heart sinking at the sight of Qin Huai kneeling on the ground. Your Highness, this Qin Huai is a man of grave transgressions. Please do not believe his words, lest you be misled into harming loyal subjects. Wei Yuli shouted vehemently. Within the folds of his robes lay a small ledger. Without uttering a word, Qin Huai presented it. Jun Beiki opened the ledger and glanced inside. The records detailed the quantities and timings of grain concealed by Wei Yoli and other officials at various granaries, as well as the sums of money embezzled by these corrupt officials. The more he read, the colder Jun Beiki's expression became, his sharp gaze directed at Wei Yoli. Upon seeing the ledger, Wei Yoli realized that everything was over. His body went limp, collapsing to the ground like a defeated fish, unable to move. Wei Yoli, you truly have opened my eyes. As the governor of the Southwest, how could you engage in such ludicrous actions? Jun Beiki fumed with rage, hurling his teacup directly at Wei Yoli. The scalding tea cascaded down Wei Yoli's forehead, turning his skin a fiery red, yet he dared not move an inch. This humble official is guilty. Please forgive me, Your Highness, Wei Yuli stammered. However, Jun Beiki showed no mercy, punishing Wei Yoli and a series of officials on charges of embezzlement and bribery. After imprisoning these officials, Jun Baiki led his men to seal off the granaries that had dealings with the corrupt officials, confiscating all the hidden grain. A vast quantity of grain piled up in the square, instantly capturing the attention of the populace. Upon learning that the crown prince was punishing the corrupt officials and distributing grain to alleviate the disaster, the crowd erupted in cheers. At that moment, Lin Zan was astonished to discover that each grain bag bore a small, inconspicuous mark. After noticing the mark, she began to scrutinize the bags. Realizing that more than half of those extracted from the granary bore this symbol, Lin Zan then relayed this information to Jun Baiki. What do you think these marks signify? Your Highness? Yun Baiki mused. It seems these marks indicate that the grain is reserved for someone, though I'm uncertain for whom. Just then a melodious voice, as sweet as a nightingale, rang out from behind, and Si Shui dashed down from a modest carriage, calling out to Jun Baiki and Lin Zan. Your Highness, Miss Lin. Recognizing the familiar voice, Lin Zan could not help but roll her eyes, glancing towards Si Shui. As expected, the anticipated visitor had arrived, Lin Zan thought, while Jun Baiki raised an eyebrow in surprise. Si Shui, lifting her skirt, approached with a light-hearted gait, her rosy face brimming with anticipation as she gazed at Jun Baiki. In the original narrative, Lin Zan had not accompanied Jun Baiki to the southwest for disaster relief, yet Si Shui had secretly followed him. Jun Baiki felt deeply touched by Si Shui's long journey to find him, gradually softening the coldness of his heart. This journey to the southwest marked a pivotal moment for Jun Baiki, transforming him into Si Shui's emotional backup. Thus, Lin Zan had known from the outset that Si Shui would go to great lengths to reach the southwest, seeking to draw closer to the crown prince. Observing Si Shui's exquisitely adorned visage and her fervent gaze fixed upon Jun Baiki, Lin Zan silently resolved that during this trip, she would extinguish any budding affection Jun Baiki harbored for Si Shui, determined not to allow him to become a tragic backup. Jun Baiki, having heard the term backup in Lin Zan's inner musings multiple times, felt an intensifying curiosity but was at a loss as to how to inquire. What brings you here? Jun Baiki asked Si Shui. With enthusiasm, Si Shui took a beautifully embroidered garment from her maid and presented it to Jun Baiki. The southwest is cold, and I have brought a garment I tailored myself, hoping your highness does not find it unworthy. After speaking, her face flushed even more, her demeanor exuding an irresistible allure in the frigid air. Even Lin Zan, upon seeing Si Shui's captivating visage, could not help but nod in admiration. Truly, she embodied the quintessential white lotus of literature, possessing a countenance that evoked sympathy. Just as Lin Zan anticipated that Jun Baiki would succumb to Si Shui's tender advances, she was taken aback to find him displaying a demeanor colder than the southwest weather. He disdainfully lifted the garment Si Shui offered and remarked, I have brought sufficient warm clothing for my journey. There is no need for Miss Si's concern. At his words, Si Shui's expectant expression froze, while Lin Zan burst into uncontrollable laughter. Her soft chuckles quickly escalated into hearty guffaws, and upon noticing the gazes of Jun Baiki and Si Shui upon her, she sheepishly waved her hand, saying, I apologize, I simply cannot contain myself. Do continue your conversation, do not mind me. While struggling to suppress her amusement, Lin Zan's sparkling eyes darted back and forth between the two. Si Shui, mortified by Jun Baiki's public rejection, nevertheless cast aside her modesty. Biting her cherry lips as she implored, Does your highness truly disdain my humble offering? As she spoke, her eyes glistened with unshed tears, gazing at Jun Baiki with a pitiful expression. Lin Zan, observing this, could not help but inwardly marvel at her prowess. Such a forlorn gaze, reminiscent of an abandoned puppy, was irresistible to any man. Initially, Jun Baiki was indeed momentarily swayed by Si Shui's sorrowful gaze, but that fleeting moment was swiftly eclipsed by Lin Zan's inner commentary. I must confess, I find it somewhat unappealing. Your craftsmanship is lacking, and it is best not to present it to the public. Yun Baiki declared. Discarding the garment Si Shui had made onto the ground, delivering his words with brutal frankness. Chapter 28. Kanji mixed with sand, witnessing the garment she had painstakingly crafted through sleepless nights lying on the ground, Si Shui's expression hardened. her face reflecting a mix of indignation and the urge to weep. At that moment, Lin Zan, no longer a mere spectator, stepped forward and cleared her throat, picking up the discarded piece of clothing. If I am not mistaken, this is a wonderfully warm garment made of high-quality wool. It may appear light, but it offers excellent insulation. Your Highness, are you truly refusing such a fine piece? Lin Zhan's deliberate words drew a calm gaze from Junbei, akin to a still pond. Since the crown prince declines it, I cannot let Miss C's heartfelt intention go to waste. I shall wear it. Lin Zhan, whose health was already fragile from the cold, had been standing outside for quite some time, her hands and feet icy. Without hesitation, she donned the garment Si Shui made, quickly shielding herself from the biting wind, showing no signs of disdain. Miss C's craftsmanship is truly remarkable. This garment is quite beautiful, Lin Zhan cheerfully exclaimed, praising Si Shui. To her dismay, Si Shui found her heartfelt effort worn by another. Her face flushed with embarrassment, yet she maintained an air of grace. As long as Miss Lin enjoys it, that is sufficient. After saying this, she shot a pitiful glance at Junbei, but he remained unmoved, striding toward Qin Huai, the official responsible for transporting the grain. Indeed, after the grievances were reiterated, Qin Huai had been reinstated and temporarily designated by Junbei as the chief official for disaster relief, overseeing the distribution of grain and the compilation of the affected populace. I have donned the garment Miss C painstakingly stitched. I hope she does not harbor resentment toward me, Lin Zhan teased, fluttering her eyelashes at Si Shui. Si Shui quickly shook her head, concealing her true feelings. Miss Lin, you jest. This garment is meant for warmth. If it fulfills its purpose, then my efforts are not in vain. Miss C, you are indeed both beautiful and kind-hearted, Lin Zhan exclaimed, though inwardly she critiqued Si Shui's superficiality, which was unmatched. The arrival of Si Shui was merely a fleeting episode, as the collective focus remained steadfast on the relief efforts. Soon, the gates of Yonghe City swung open, allowing the displaced populace, previously stranded outside, to enter. A porridge stall and a food distribution point had been established at the entrance of the government office. Although a considerable amount of grain had been retrieved from the granaries pilfered by corrupt officials and grain merchants, it paled in comparison to the vast sea of disaster-stricken individuals, rendering it almost insignificant. Consequently, Junbei decreed that each disaster victim could receive 2 bowls of rice porridge and half a dough of rice daily, with strict regulations against fraudulent claims or excessive distribution. The throngs of desperate refugees surged toward the government office like a swarm of ants, only to witness the officials within mixing rice porridge with clean sand and distributing it to them. Observing this scene, Lin Zhan subtly nodded in understanding, her gaze locking onto Junbei's, their eyes intertwining in a shared moment of connection. When Lin Zhan proposed the suggestion, she had not anticipated that Junbei would accept it. This unconditional trust enveloped her like warm water, providing a comforting embrace. Yet, standing nearby, Si Shui gazed at this spectacle with bewilderment. Why would sand be mixed into the porridge? If the intent was to provide relief, should they not allow the victims to eat well? Si Shui was not alone in her thoughts. The disaster victims, upon seeing the grayish porridge, were equally perplexed. Why was sand being added to the porridge? Was this a means to hasten their demise? Consuming such porridge could lead to dire consequences. How could they possibly ingest it? The murmurs of discontent among the crowd quickly escalated into a cacophony, prompting Junbei to raise his hand. The officials and soldiers, brandishing swords, materialized beside the agitated victims. The imposing presence of the soldiers proved effective, silencing the crowd, allowing Junbei to address them. He explained that the grain supply in Yonghe City was limited, and the arrival of relief provisions was uncertain. To ensure that everyone could have at least a bowl of porridge and avoid starvation, such measures were unavoidable. Yet, the victims struggled to comprehend his words. Hunger and ignorance fueled their anger, leading them to shatter their bowls in protest. Some obstinate scholars felt that the prince was belittling them, as a gentleman should not partake in such meager offerings. Lin Zhan understood that if the grain supply were to be completely liberated, the provisions in Yonghe City would last no more than 7 days. Once news of the grain release spread, disaster victims from surrounding areas would flock to the city. The increasing number of refugees contrasted sharply with dwindling supplies, and when the grain ran out, chaos would ensue. In the ensuing turmoil, casualties would arise between the victims and the soldiers, irreparably tarnishing Junbeiqi's reputation and eroding the emperor's trust in him. For a moment, Lin Zan furrowed her brow, contemplating a resolution. At that juncture, the self-righteous Si Shui stepped forward, approaching Junbeiqi and earnestly suggesting that the prince distribute pure rice porridge while supplies were still adequate, and only later, if necessary. Add sand to the porridge when the supplies dwindled. Listening to Si Shui, Junbeiqi remained silent, instead fixing his gaze on the reticent Lin Zan. She had heard Si Shui's proposal and, despite her soft tone, spoke resolutely. It is easier to transition from frugality to extravagance than from extravagance to frugality. If the victims were allowed to initially consume porridge without sand, they would vehemently reject any subsequent addition of sand. Your intention is to adhere to the original plan. Junbeiqi realized instantly. Lin Zan nodded, and unexpectedly, Junbeiqi unconditionally embraced her suggestion, promptly ordering the continued mixing of sand into the porridge. Those who had already received a bowl of porridge were prohibited from receiving another, inciting an uproar among the crowd. Nonetheless, they had no choice but to accept the porridge with sand, cautiously sipping from their bowls. In the following chapter, as the porridge was mixed with sand, the victims had to carefully sip and spit out the grit to avoid swallowing stones. The atmosphere became solemn, filled with the sound of quiet consumption, as no one dared to raise their voices. Those who had previously smashed their bowls wore ashen expressions. Little did they know that the initiative of adding sand to the porridge had originated from Miss Lin. Was it possible that she could bear to see these victims suffer? Si Shui regarded Lin Zan with a mixture of confusion and accusation, as if Lin had committed an unforgivable act. Si Shui's words implied that Lin had engaged in a reprehensible deed. If sand were not added to the porridge, 100 measures of grain would sustain only 400 individuals, but with the addition of sand, it could nourish 1,000. Lin Zan merely wished for the survival of these victims, her expression reflecting a sense of hurt and disappointment. Si Shui appeared momentarily taken aback, realizing that her words had impacted Lin Zan deeply. Perhaps, Si Shui suggested, being so kind-hearted, she should establish a separate porridge stall without sand, thus contributing to the victims. Lin Zan feigned innocence, tilting her head as she proposed this to Si Shui with a playful tone. Si Shui found herself cornered, especially after having previously declared the addition of sand to be cruel. Thus, under the earnest gaze of Lin Zan, Si Shui reluctantly acquiesced. The following day, a new porridge stall appeared at a small door on the opposite side of the government office, eliciting a cryptic smile from Lin Zan, who knew that Si Shui had been compelled to establish this stall. Unbeknownst to many, the stall was funded by Si Shui, who had purchased a considerable amount of grain from the granary. Some soldiers, with admiration in their eyes, spoke to their comrades about her generosity. Soon, the stall was ablaze with firewood, and the pristine rice was boiling in pots, entirely free of sand. Lin Zan leaned against a window on the second floor, observing Si Shui at the side door of the government office, devoid of any sense of crisis. Instead, she smiled knowingly, as if all of this was part of her intricate plans. Before long, the aroma of the rice porridge wafted through the vicinity, drawing numerous victims toward the stall. Dressed in immaculate white attire with a lotus flower hairpin, Si Shui stood gracefully, resembling a painting. Starting today, I shall also establish a porridge stall, and my rice porridge will not contain sand, allowing everyone to enjoy 3 bowls of porridge a day, she proclaimed with a radiant smile. The victims erupted in cheers, flocking to the stall, eagerly receiving porridge from Si Shui, who busily served them with delight. With the promise of sand-free porridge, who would choose to consume the sand-laden version? Soon, the number of people remaining at Lin Zan and Junbeiqi's stall dwindled, as they all rushed to Si Shui's porridge stall. Having savored the sand-free porridge, the victims would undoubtedly eschew the sand-infused alternative. Junbeiqi squinted, directing his gaze toward the petite figure beside him, while Lin Zan smiled innocently, clutching the warm furnace in her arms, nonchalantly stating that someone had alleviated their burden of distributing porridge, so there was no need for them to obstruct her efforts. She would distribute her porridge, and Si Shui would distribute hers without hindering one another. After expressing this sentiment, Lin Zan willingly removed one of the pots from her stall, leaving only one for the victims. Soon, the porridge stall run by Su Y ran out of porridge, leaving the disaster-stricken victims hungry and desperate. With no other option, they had to turn to the porridge stall managed by JNBIQ and LNZHN, where they received porridge mixed with sand. Initially, the scene was quite orderly, as Su Y, with her exquisite beauty and gentle demeanor, quickly earned the title of goddess of mercy among the victims. In contrast, LNZHN, though young, was denounced as a little demon for mixing sand into the porridge, resulting in a stark division in their reputations. Miss, we have spent all our silver on grain, and it is only enough for 5 days. Now we have nothing left. What should we do? Achiting, Su Y's maid, anxiously expressed her concerns. In her determination to compete with LNZHN, Su Y had spent all her silver to buy food, hoping to win JNBIQ's favor and gain the people's support. However, she soon realized that the situation was far more complex than she had anticipated. By the next day, she had no choice but to inform the victims that there would be no porridge distribution that day. Unexpectedly, the previously calm and compliant victims turned into a frenzied mob, their faces twisted with rage as they shouted at Su Y. How can you not distribute porridge? If you don't give us porridge, what will we eat? Do you intend to let us starve to death? They roared. You have no food. That is not our concern. You must provide porridge for us, as our entire family relies on it. The victims pressed closer to Su Y, their expressions terrifying, as if they had emerged from the depths of hell. Su Y was utterly frightened, having previously distributed porridge at a small entrance of the government office. She rushed inside, only to find that the enraged crowd followed her, intent on seizing her jewelry and jade ornaments. Although Su Y was a foster daughter of the QN family and had always lived a life of luxury, she had never encountered such a scene. Overwhelmed, she soon found herself in tears. At this critical moment, JNBIQ arrived with soldiers, forcefully pushing the victims out of the government office and rescuing Su Y. She immediately threw herself into his embrace, her voice choked with emotion. I just wanted to help them survive, to save their lives by distributing porridge. Why did they treat me this way? To her surprise, JNBIQ pushed her away, casting a disdainful glance at his shirt, now dampened by her tears. I have invested considerable effort into this matter only to have you ruin it with your ignorance. Do you expect me to forgive you? His words struck Su Y hard, causing her to tremble. She quickly knelt before him, her head bowing to the ground. Your Highness, please forgive me. I beg you for another chance. What opportunity do you seek, Miss S? You seem to have forgotten why you entered the palace. As a companion of Miss LN, you must follow her lead. Whatever LNZHN says, you must obey. After delivering this cold reprimand, JNBIQ took the soldiers to quell the unrest among the victims, leaving only LNZHN and Su Y in the hall. Despite being younger and smaller in stature, LNZHN stood before Su Y with an imposing presence. After this incident, it was clear that JNBIQ would harbor no goodwill towards Su Y, which relieved LNZHN. She approached Su Y, her large eyes blinking innocently. Miss S, you truly meant well, but ended up causing trouble. This was your idea, Miss LN, Sansuiti Tortiv, unwilling to concede defeat. LNZHN's eyes widened in surprise as she waved her hands. What are you saying? I know nothing of this. It was you who said those victims were pitiful and wanted them to have porridge without sand. It was merely a clash of ideals. His Highness believes that the victim's survival is paramount. In the original narrative, Su Y indeed faced similar issues when she first distributed porridge. But with the help of QN, who I and JNBIQ, all crises were averted. Moreover, during the disaster relief efforts in the southwest, Su Y earned the title of Bodhisattva, which delighted the emperor and earned her many rewards, elevating her status in the palace. This marked the beginning of her being seen as a cherished figure by many princes, a crucial step now missing. LNZHN was eager to witness how Su Y would reclaim her position as their beloved white moonlight. With Su Y no longer distributing porridge, and with the government office being the only place providing it, The victims, despite their agitation, soon calmed down and obediently gathered their porridge. When will the relief grain from the court arrive? JNBIQ inquired of LNZHN, reflecting on the original story. LNHN thoughtfully counted on her fingers before replying, "It should take about 2 more days. We can hold on until then." I did not anticipate the number of victims would be this great. The grain in the granary is rapidly depleting, and if the relief supplies do not arrive soon, the victims may riot again, JNBIQ stated sternly. LNZHN nodded, expecting the supplies to reach YNGH City within 2 days, barring any unforeseen circumstances. However, she did not foresee the coming crisis. 2 days later, the grain did not arrive in YNGH City. Furthermore, news came swiftly that the grain had been intercepted by bandits on LNGSH Mountain. What? The grain was robbed by bandits? Eden Zedash and Gesped. Her mouth agape, confusion evident on her forehead. This plot twist did not exist in the original story, and LN furrowed her brow, realizing that her alteration of JNBIQ's journey to the southwest for disaster relief had triggered a cascade of unforeseen events. Yet, the bandits on LNGSH Mountain were entrenched and formidable, having occupied the area for 2 decades, making their eradication exceedingly difficult. Q and Huai, seemingly knowledgeable about the bandits, expressed concern to JNBIQ. JNBIQ clenched his teeth. For me, challenges are never lacking, and I shall never abandon the pursuit of my goals. Inspired by his fervent words, LNZHN felt a surge of determination. Since this was a scenario not found in the original narrative, she resolved to adapt accordingly. "Your Highness, I will accompany you," she declared, viewing JNBIQ as a formidable ally. In the event that he faced danger, perhaps her modern knowledge could prove invaluable in saving him. At this moment, Jun Baiki listened to Lin Zhan's heartfelt concerns and affection for him, and could not help but feel a touch of emotion. However, he soon sensed something amiss. Lin Zhan's care for him felt akin to that of a parent for a child. The flicker of joy that had just ignited in Jun Baiki's heart was swiftly overshadowed by discomfort. "No, you must stay to comfort the victims. I trust you completely. You possess the capability to manage this." He pondered for a moment before shaking his head, resolutely deciding to allow Lin Zhan to remain behind. The assault on Longsho Mountain would undoubtedly incite conflict, and given Lin Zhan's youth and lack of martial skills, any unforeseen incident would leave Jun Baiki unable to forgive himself. Ultimately, after Jun Baiki's insistence, Lin Zhan nodded in agreement to stay. Jun Baiki led a contingent of capable soldiers from Yonghe City to rendezvous with the officials transporting disaster relief supplies, preparing to launch an attack on Longsho Mountain. As the grain reserves in the city dwindled, Lin Zhan found herself compelled to increase the amount of sand mixed into the porridge. When the victims observed that more than half of their bowls contained sand, their discontent flared again, bringing them to the brink of chaos. "I understand that the porridge contains more and more sand, and you are all dissatisfied. However, it is only in this manner that you can survive. Living is of utmost importance, as it is the only path to hope," Lin Zhan declared resolutely, stepping forward to calm the distressed masses. In Chapter 31, Preparation Before Rain, most of the officials and soldiers in the government office had been taken away by Jun Baiki, witnessing the victims teetering on the edge of emotional collapse. Lin Zhan recognized that if this continued, the situation would spiral out of control. In this critical moment, she instructed someone to bring over a stool, and her petite figure climbed atop it, standing a head taller than anyone else. Soon enough, the victims noticed the diminutive girl, their hungry eyes fixated upon her. "I know you are all displeased with the porridge mixed with sand, but the relief supplies are on their way. You must trust the court and the emperor. They will not allow you to starve," she implored. However, seeing that Lin Zhan was merely a child of 5 or 6 years, the victims remained skeptical, shouting their disbelief. "Why should we trust you? You're just a child, though I am but a child. I vow upon my life that the relief supplies will arrive within half a day. If my promise fails to materialize, I willingly accept death as penance," Lin Zhan proclaimed with a voice of unwavering strength, causing those who heard her to be taken aback. Even Si Shui, hiding behind the office door, gazed at Lin Zhan in astonishment. Though the victims were unaware, The officials inside the office knew that the relief supplies had already been seized by bandits from Langshan Mountain. Nevertheless, Lin Zhan's resolute words ultimately instilled faith in the victims, granting her half a day to procure the grain. The remaining officials in the office were astonished at the prospect of being awed and led by a 6-year-old girl, given the victims' previous attitude. Should they fail to secure food within half a day, they might very well storm the office, leading to an uncontrollable situation. At that moment, Lin Zhan had little patience for Si Xue's mockery. Turning her head to regard Si Xue with disdain, she stated, "If Miss Si cannot assist us in devising a solution to this crisis, please refrain from speaking disparagingly and demoralizing everyone. I am merely concerned about a potential uprising among the victims, which would only lead to greater casualties," Si Xue responded, feigning innocence as she lowered her head, playing the role of the delicate flower to perfection. However, in such circumstances, Lin Zhan found such individuals most irksome and coldly snorted in response. "What I require is a problem solver, not someone who merely reiterates the problem. If Miss C has no viable solutions, then kindly take your leave." After stating this, Lin Zhan ignored Si Xue entirely, turning her attention back to conversing with Qin Huai. Feeling utterly disregarded, Si Xue was engulfed by a strange sensation. Convinced that her purpose for coming to the southwest was to accomplish something significant. This situation, however, was entirely out of place. The suppressed feeling deepened her frown as she ultimately exited the hall. Meanwhile, Lin Zhan and Qin Huai continued their discussion, and soon, a glimmer of surprise flickered in Qin Huai's eyes as he regarded Lin Zhan with admiration. "Miss Lin, although you are still quite young, your foresight is commendable, leaving us all feeling rather ashamed. I merely prepared an alternative route for myself. I did not anticipate it would actually be necessary. You must hasten your preparations and ensure everything is in order by tonight," Lin Zhan replied, her small face set in a serious expression. Since the birth of the princess by the Empress Zhang, Lin Zhan had sensed subtle shifts in the narrative of the original story. Yet she had not been entirely unprepared. She simply had not foreseen the necessity of her preparations materializing in this instance. As dusk descended, the victims gathered at the government office did not disperse, waiting for Lin Zhan to fulfill her promise. Meanwhile, at the end of a narrow path, Qin Huai and several officials anxiously awaited. Before long, a group of individuals appeared before them. Upon their arrival, a smile broke across Qin Huai's face as he observed carts laden with grain being drawn nearer. "This must be Lord Qin," declared a tall, slender, middle-aged man in a gray robe, who bowed courteously in greeting. "These are the supplies sent by my lady. A total of 5,000 loads. Lord Qin, please verify their receipt," the man said with a smile. At this moment, at the entrance of the government office, Lin Zhan sat firmly in a grand chair, her small face tense as she scrutinized the victims. "Young girl, the half-day you promised has elapsed. Where is the grain you assured us?" They clamored. "Indeed, do not presume upon your youth to deceive us. If our stomachs remain empty, we cannot be held accountable for our actions." Instantly, incited by certain individuals, the victims began to close in on the government office once more. Standing nearby, Si Xue took the opportunity to taunt Lin Zhan. "Miss Lin, once words are spoken, they cannot be taken back. How do you intend to fulfill your promise? Are you truly prepared to risk your own life?" At this juncture, Si Xue feigned fear, yet a barely perceptible smile curled at the corner of her mouth, concealed behind her handkerchief. "Perhaps Miss Lin should hide. I would never reveal your whereabouts." However, Lin Zhan swiftly shook off her hand, her expression one of confusion. "Who said I am hide? The grain is arriving shortly. Why should I hide? Miss Lin, why must you be so stubborn? Your life is of paramount importance," Si Xue exclaimed, noticing Qin Huai and his group hastening towards them. Lin Zhan, however, had no interest in playing along with her charade, ignoring her entirely as she approached Qin Huai. Qin Huai nodded slightly at Lin Zhan, signaling that everything was in order. Lin Zhan then raised her voice to its fullest, addressing the gathering victims. "The grain has arrived. Those who line up will receive their share. Those who do not will be dealt with decisively." Her resolute declaration instantly quelled the chaos among the victims, and with Qin Huai's men bringing in the supplies, coupled with the show of force, the crowd gradually fell silent. In Chapter 32, conspiracy behind the scenes. Witnessing the victims obediently lining up for their rations, Lin Zan sighed in relief, her little legs trembling as she jumped down from the chair. However, having faced such a scene for the first time, her legs felt weak, and she stumbled slightly upon landing. Just then, a pair of strong hands caught her, lifting her into a warm embrace. The sudden scene left everyone astonished, and Lin Zan turned her head to discover it was actually Junbaeki. Reflecting on the earlier incident, Lin Zan felt a tinge of embarrassment as she lowered her head and fidgeted with her fingers, saying, "That was just a moment of inspiration. To be honest, I was quite anxious earlier, fearing that the disaster victims would rush at me. If His Highness does not believe me, he may feel my racing heartbeat. It still beats quite rapidly." After saying this, Lin Zan unexpectedly took Junbeiki's hand and brought it close to her heart. Her small hand clasped his larger one, its softness reminiscent of touching delicate tofu, causing Junbeiki's expression to momentarily freeze. He then withdrew his hand, clearing his throat to mask his embarrassment, while Lin Zan looked at him with suspicion, pouting as she murmured, "What's wrong?" I was truly frightened, my heart was pounding. Yet at that moment Lin Zan, nestled in her own embrace, displayed an innocent smile, leaving Junbeiki baffled about which version of Lin Zan was the true one. As food supplies began to arrive, Junbeiki held Lin Zan and entered the hall. It was soon revealed that when Junbeiki and his men arrived at Longsho Mountain, they learned that the bandits had returned the food in full. It turned out that the bandits were men of honor. They had initially been unaware that the food transported by the officials was meant for disaster relief. Someone had tipped them off that a convoy of food would pass through their foothills, urging them to intercept it in exchange for a reward. My goodness, Your Highness. Does this mean the bandits at Longsho Mountain acted under someone else's orders? Si Shui exclaimed in surprise. Junbeiki glanced at her, then nodded. Lin Zhan's youthful face furrowed slightly as she asked in a baby-like voice, "Did those bandits mention who informed them?" They did not specify. The bandit leader merely mentioned that they received a message via a flying sword one day, which disclosed the food's whereabouts. Junbeiki replied, his own mind filled with questions. The atmosphere in the hall grew tense. The calamity in the southwest had already been overwhelming, and now it seemed someone was covertly creating more trouble, adding insult to injury. Observing the troubled expressions on the faces of those present, Lin Zhan bit her lip and suddenly smiled, tugging at Junbeiki's sleeve. "Everyone, let us not be disheartened. Thankfully, this matter has been resolved smoothly, and those bandits can be considered as heroes of the forest. If we think about it, what we are experiencing now is a stroke of good fortune. Isn't it?" Lin Zhan's optimistic words brightened the faces of those around her, and they all turned to gaze at the cheerful little figure in Junbeiki's arms. "Indeed, Miss Lin speaks wisely. Here we are, a bunch of grown men, unable to comprehend as clearly as a child," said one of the officials, while others echoed in agreement, praising Lin Zhan for her cleverness and understanding. Lin Zhan maintained her childlike innocence, her face adorned with a pure and unblemished smile. After all, she was young, and she had no qualms about exhibiting her charm, even in such a grim environment. Watching this scene, Si Shui bit her lip, feeling an invisible wall within her, as she was already 10 years old, and it seemed inappropriate for her to act as Lin Zhan did. Once the food supplies arrived, the disaster victims quieted down. Suddenly, Junbeiki stood up, still holding Lin Zhan. As he rose, Lin Zhan gripped his collar tightly in surprise, glancing up at him with a hint of fear. "What are you afraid of? I merely wish to take you out to see how the disaster victims are faring," Junbeiki remarked with a fleeting, charming smile. Striding confidently out, Lin Zhan squirmed restlessly in his embrace and leaned closer to his ear, her soft voice whispering, "Then please put me down. I can walk by myself. You have helped me resolve such a significant issue. This is a reward from me," Junbeiki replied, his tone clear and resolute. Lin Zhan rolled her eyes internally, thinking, could I possibly refuse such a reward? Although Junbeiki seemed to perceive her thoughts, he still did not release her, carrying her outside the gates of the government office. At that moment, many disaster victims had received their rations, their faces glowing with joy. The victims expressed their gratitude towards Junbeiki and Lin Zhan, with some even kneeling to pay their respects. Seizing this opportunity, Junbeiki addressed the crowd, explaining why they had mixed sand into the porridge, allowing the victims to understand the sincerity behind their actions. It turns out that adding sand to the porridge was to save more lives. His Highness and Miss Lin truly possessed the hearts of bodhisattvas, the victims exclaimed in unison. Lin Zan watched this scene, her adorably dazed expression delighting Junbei. I have a cleanliness obsession and dislike having dirty water lingering on me, so this matter needed clarification, Junbei said to Lin Zan in an unusually good mood. This led Lin Zan to ponder why Junbei, who seemed quite astute, could lose to by Lin Junbei. It was indeed perplexing. Her doubts did not escape Junbei's notice, stirring an inexplicable impulse within him, yet he ultimately kept his lips sealed. The ability to hear one's thoughts was astonishing and best kept from Lin Zan. After receiving the gratitude of the disaster victims, although Lin Zan had managed the situation for only half a day, she felt utterly exhausted. Coupled with her physical weakness, she gradually fell asleep in Junbei's arms. By some strange twist of fate, Junbei extended a finger, as delicate as jade, and gently poked at the soft flesh of Lin Zan. The sensation was so elastic that it seemed to ignite something within him. As Lin Zan slept, she felt an itch upon her face and instinctively swatted at it with her chubby little hand. Though her strike was gentle, it startled her awake, and she shook her head in confusion, a trace of drool at the corner of her mouth. Her adorably disheveled appearance brought forth a hearty laugh from Junbei. The sound of his laughter chased away her drowsiness, and she glared at him with wide eyes, her cheeks puffed up in annoyance, exclaiming, "Your Highness, were you playing tricks on me? Why would I play tricks on you? You struck your own face, which is why you woke up." Junbei replied with a playful smile. However, Lin Zan narrowed her eyes in disbelief, stretching her stiff limbs and wriggling to free herself from his embrace. This time, Junbei did not stop her, and Lin Zan finally stood on solid ground, feeling much more at ease. Watching her retreating figure, Junbei couldn't help but smile wistfully. At that moment, a shadow appeared behind him. The shadow approached and said, "This is everything Miss Lin said after you left." Handing him a sheet filled with Lin Zhan's words, Junbei accepted it and examined it closely, his brow furrowing. "Are you certain these are Miss Lin's words?" he inquired. "Absolutely. I've been secretly recording Miss Lin's every action and word without fail," the shadow affirmed with unwavering confidence. Junbei folded the paper and tucked it into his sleeve, his eyes narrowing as he murmured, "It's as if she is two different people." Who exactly is this Lin Zan? In a night devoid of dreams, Lin Zan was roused by the clamor outside. Rubbing her sleepy eyes, she groggily dressed and pushed open the door to step outside. What could possibly be causing such a commotion this early? Lin Zan muttered. Once her eyes adjusted to the light, she beheld 4 stretchers draped in white cloth in front of the grand hall of the government office. This sight rendered Lin Zan rigid, as if struck by an electric shock. The scene bore an uncanny resemblance to something she had witnessed in a television drama. Just as she stood there in a daze, a pair of warm hands covered her eyes, and the cool yet magnetic voice of Junbei whispered in her ear, "Do not look. Are they dead?" Lin Zhan's voice trembled as she spoke. The bodies had been brought from a dilapidated temple outside the city, their faces bearing an unsettling appearance. At that moment, her master, the Yuanzheng, was inspecting the corpses. "Stay inside your room. Do not venture out unless absolutely necessary," Junbei instructed, squatting to meet Lin Zhan's gaze. She bit her lip, her expression growing serious, as if shedding the innocence of youth. "Your Highness, do you remember what I told you before leaving the palace?" In that fleeting moment, Junbei seemed to recall her words and nodded resolutely. He turned to leave, while Lin Zhan swayed slightly, murmuring to herself, "It seems I cannot escape this. The plague is upon us. As the saying goes, calamity begets pestilence. And this instance was no exception. However, Lin Zhan was a unique variable. She had prepared the conditions of time, place, and people. She believed this plague would not spread as widely, yet her heart remained restless. After examining the bodies, the Yuanzheng shook his head slightly at the prince. "These corpses cannot remain. They must be incinerated without delay." "I concur with the Yuanzheng. Bring forth firewood to burn the bodies immediately," Junbei commanded, and the attendants promptly carried the corpses to the backyard. Qin Huai also ordered everyone at the government office to don white cloths and to gather all the vinegar in the city for distribution, using it to steam the white cloths. Jun Beiki found this approach peculiar, but Qin Huai explained, "Your Highness may not be aware, but in my youth, I encountered a similar occurrence. Steaming white cloths in vinegar can prevent contagion." "Very well. I entrust this task to you," Jun Beiki replied with a nod. Within the original narrative, Qin Huai had made significant contributions to disaster management and plague control, which was why Lin Zan sought to ally with him. The so-called harmony among people included Qin Huai and Lin Zhan's own master and senior brother. Indeed, it was no coincidence that the Yuanjing drew that particular lot. It was a silent arrangement by Lin Zhan. Ultimately, unable to quell her anxiety, Lin Zhan discreetly opened the door and stepped outside. The atmosphere within the government office was tense and bustling, and soon the bodies in the backyard were reduced to ashes. Qin Huai personally handled the ashes with great care. Lin Zhan curiously peeked over the back wall, only to be startled by the Yuanzheng standing right behind her, his hand tapping her head. "What are you sneaking around for?" he asked sternly. Lin Zhan chuckled awkwardly, rubbing her little hands together, and replied, "Master, I merely wanted to see if there was something I could assist you with." She tugged at the Yuanjing's sleeve playfully. Faced with his adorable disciple, the Yuanzheng found it hard to remain stern, though he maintained a serious demeanor. "Those individuals died quietly, likely from the plague. You have only just begun your training. You cannot be of help." "What? Is the plague that serious?" "Master, I have never witnessed a plague before. Please allow me to observe." Lin Zhan pleaded childishly. The Yuanzheng, exasperated, eventually allowed Qin Huai to wrap Lin Zhan in a vinegar-soaked white cloth and took her hand, leading her outside. At the entrance of the government office, the families of the 4 deceased wept upon learning their loved ones had been incinerated, nearly fainting from grief. "Heavens! What sin have we committed? Not even a complete corpse remains," they cried out. Jun Beiki frowned slightly, raising his hand as his guards produced pouches of silver to toss to the grieving families. After receiving the money, the families exchanged glances, then departed in silence. Lin Zhan's eyes sparkled with delight as she exclaimed, "I came out with my master to learn the art of medicine. Your Highness, Lin Zhan is my disciple. As the saying goes, reading thousands of books is no match for traveling thousands of miles. Sometimes, practical experience is essential for growth," the Yuanzheng explained to Jun Beiki. Jun Beiki was aware that Lin Zhan had been learning medicine under the Yuanjing's tutelage and refrained from objecting, turning to address other matters. The spread of illness escalated rapidly, especially among the homeless disaster victims, who gathered together, hastening the contagion. The severe drought had left the southwestern region bereft of grain, and medicinal herbs were in short supply. Jun Beiki swiftly erected tents outside the city to concentrate the afflicted patients for treatment. Within 3 days, nearly 300 individuals had congregated in the tents, and Lin Zhan was astonished by the swift transmission of the disease. "Junior sister, bring the Ling Ganqiao pills." Qin Shang called to Lin Zhan from nearby. Though slightly older than Lin Zhan, he had spent several years under the Yuanjing's guidance and appeared notably steadier. Lin Zhan nodded vigorously, hurrying to fetch an entire box of Ling Ganqiao pills. Just then, her peripheral vision caught sight of a familiar figure gliding gracefully through the dimly lit tent, none other than Si Shui. Si Shui, with a white cloth draped over her face, displayed a caring demeanor towards the patients lying on the straw. To combat the plague, the Yuanzheng had prepared medicinal soup for the patients, and Si Shui was currently administering a bowl of medicine to one of them. Lin Zhan was unfazed by this scene. After all, in such circumstances, it was only natural for Si Shui to seek attention. Caring for plague-infected patients provided a splendid opportunity for self-promotion, and Si Shui would not let it pass by. While observing her, Lin Zhan suddenly noticed Si Shui sway unsteadily, clutching her forehead and stagger out of the tent. Could she have also contracted the plague? Lin Zhan murmured, chasing after her. To her astonishment, Si Shui stumbled directly into Jun Beiki's arms as he approached with a group of individuals. Despite his disdain for the woman in his embrace, Jun Beiki could not simply drop her to the ground. Instead, he instinctively lifted her and carried her into another tent. Placing Si Shui on a straw bed, he turned to leave, only to find her clutching his sleeve, unable to break free. Your Highness, my head is spinning. Have I also caught the illness? Si Shui's eyes glimmered with a layer of red, and tears seemed poised to spill at any moment. The delicate and pitiable appearance of Su Y elicited a surge of compassion, compelling one to impulsively offer her solace, unwilling to allow her to endure even the slightest harm. With her soft and tender gaze, she gazed affectionately at JNBIQ. Does His Highness truly detest me so deeply that he cannot bear to cast even a glance in my direction? Su Y lamented, her voice quivering. Yet her grip on JNBIQ's sleeve remained unyielding. JNBIQ found himself increasingly vexed by her helpless demeanor, leading him to remove his outer garment with a decisive gesture. This abrupt action caused Su Y, who clung tightly to him, to stumble backward in disbelief. While a woman's gentleness is often commendable, your excessive fragility and lack of awareness can be rather irksome, JNBIQ stated bluntly before turning to leave. After exiting the tent, he noticed a small figure darting between the various straw huts. This diminutive silhouette, though limited in capability, tirelessly engaged in tasks within her reach, never pausing to express exhaustion. A delicate visage glistened with a light sheen of sweat, tinged with a faint blush. Compelled by instinct, JNBIQ approached and grasped LN's collar from behind. Upon seeing the eager expression on his face, LN was momentarily taken aback, her confusion evident. Chapter 35. Retribution of One's Own Grievances. JNBIQ and Su Y had merely entered the tent, and yet it seemed the narrative had advanced with alarming rapidity. LN's heart raced with trepidation at the thought. Observing her chaotic thoughts, JNBIQ regarded her with keen interest before lifting her with ease, stating, regardless of your musings, none of those imagined events have transpired. Relieved by his words, Ellen Zedash and exhaled deeply. After teasing her, JNBIQ crouched down to inquire, why do you not express fatigue? What reason have I to be weary? The true toil lies with my master and senior brother. I have merely undertaken tasks within my capacity. I possess no right to complain of fatigue. And retorted playfully, sticking out her tongue before scurrying off with the herbs cradled in her arms. JNBIQ couldn't help but chuckle softly. In his previous life, why had he not recognized the treasure that was LNZHN? Perhaps it was because, following the demise of Empress LN, she had transformed into a social butterfly, entangled with various figures. Such a morally ambiguous woman would have been beneath his notice, yet reflecting upon it now, he considered that LNZHN's actions must have been driven by some unspoken rationale. Contemplating this, JNBIQ's brow furrowed slightly, his curiosity about LNZHN deepening significantly. As the number of patients continued to rise, the supply of herbs dwindled. LNZHN volunteered to ascend the mountain to gather medicinal plants, having learned solely about herbs while in her master's tutelage. Given her petite stature, she carried a small basket on her back, moving with her short legs up the mountain. The vast southwestern mountains offered an abundance of herbal resources. After a short while, LNZHN discovered numerous useful plants and joyfully began to gather them. During this process, she also uncovered several herbs with remarkable efficacy in treating the ailments of the patients. However, an unforeseen incident occurred as LNZHN's foot slipped, and she fell into a concealed pit. Oh dear, I fear my backside is split into 8 pieces. Fortunately, there were no sharp bamboo spikes in the pit. She landed heavily, but managed to struggle to her feet. Rubbing her sore bottom, she gazed up at the high opening above, her expression darkening. Goodness, that hole seems so high. How will I climb back up? She lamented while searching for something to aid her ascent, yet found nothing after a prolonged effort. At that moment, she heard faint footsteps nearby, instantly igniting a glimmer of hope. Is anyone there? I accidentally fell into the pit. She called out. Soon, a head appeared at the opening, sparking joy on LNZHN's face, but quickly faltered upon recognizing the person. Su Y. The gentle, moonlit smile was replaced by an icy indifference directed at LNZHN, trapped below. Instinctively sensing something amiss, LNZHN watched as Su Y took her abandoned basket, her expression devoid of emotion as she addressed LNZHN. In a rush, L. Enzichin spoke up, her soft voice tinged with urgency. Miss S., are you truly leaving me here? With a hint of disdain, L. Enzichin thought. So she's indeed a white lotus with a dark heart. Meanwhile, she pondered how to extricate herself from this predicament. Before she could devise a plan, a figure descended from above, landing before her in a daze. Your Highness, L. Enzichin stared up at JNBIQ, awestruck as if a celestial being had descended. He approached, playfully pinching her nose, and remarked, You truly are a source of concern. With that, he lifted LNZHN from the deep pit. Miss S is indeed a living bodhisattva, not only caring for us patients, but also gathering herbs on our behalf. Indeed, Miss S is both beautiful and kind-hearted, deserving of the finest gentleman in the world. The patient's flattery caused S. Su Y's spirits to soar, though she feigned humility, responding, You are all too kind. I have merely done what I ought. At that moment, an indignant voice rang out. You are indeed mistaken in your praise of S. Su Y. L. NZHN, appearing somewhat disheveled, angrily approached JNBIQ's side. Would you like me to seek retribution for you? JNBIQ inquired. L. N resolutely raised her small hand, declaring, No need. I shall avenge my own grievances. With that, she fixed S. Su Y with a fierce gaze, akin to dark grapes, filled with determination. Sansui. Upon seeing JNBIQ and L. Enzich in return together, quickly grasped the situation and clenched her teeth, deciding to take the initiative. Her childlike voice resonated throughout the camp, prompting the onlookers to exchange glances in bewilderment. Unbeknownst to them, L. Enzich N's demeanor bore no intimidation for JNBIQ. Instead, she resembled a small kitten desperately attempting to appear fierce, utterly endearing. Miselin, please do not be upset. I merely intended to gather the urgently needed herbs for the patients before seeking assistance to rescue you. It seems I have inadvertently caused you to misunderstand, S. Su Y said, shedding tears of grievance. Chapter 36. Who cries is justified. S. Su Y's tears rippled through the crowd like ripples in a lotus pond, stirring the sympathies of the onlookers. Some, without discernment, immediately sided with S. Su Y, casting reproachful glances at L. Enzichin. Miss L. N is still young and inexperienced. She must have misunderstood Miss S, who is both beautiful and kind and would never harm others. The crowd's remarks swiftly absolved S. Su Y, leaving L. Enzich in feeling frustrated as she beheld S. Su Y's pitiful guise. Meanwhile, S. Su Y feigned magnanimity, approaching L. Enzich in and gently taking her hand, speaking with a soothing tone. Miss L. N., you have misunderstood me. I bear you no ill will. Now that I see you safely out of the pit, I feel relieved. Such kindness from Miss S., despite the misunderstanding, made L. Enzich in feel conflicted. Miss Lin is still quite young and retains a certain childlike innocence. Thus, some of her remarks should not be taken too seriously. While the surrounding disaster victims engaged in lively discussion, Lin Zhan's eyes darted about before, to the astonishment of Si Shui. She suddenly plopped down on the ground and began to wail inconsolably. The sound of her tender cries reverberated throughout the camp. Seeing that tears were so effective, Lin Zhan was certainly reluctant to withhold them. I am merely a 6-year-old child, diligently following my master to gather herbs on a mountain, only to suddenly fall into a pit. After a long wait for rescue, I thought I would be saved, but that person merely took my medicine basket and left. The pit was dark and damp, filled with various insects that terrified me. I was truly afraid I might remain there forever without anyone coming to my aid. As Lin Zhan wept, she looked up at Si Shui with a pitiful expression, conveying her fear and grievance with great intensity. This scene left everyone momentarily stunned, and Si Shui found herself at a loss for words, her lips moving for some time before she managed to utter, I truly wanted to save you. I merely took some time. Did Miss C not realize how much harm that delay could inflict on a 6-year-old child like me? Had it not been for His Highness the Crown Prince, I do not know when I would have been able to escape. Sixuei, being a few years older than Lin Zhan, and witnessing her pitiful state, caused the crowd to perceive the situation as increasingly troubling. After all, this was outside the city, in a densely wooded mountain area, A child of such tender years falling into a trap evoked a profound sense of isolation and helplessness. Noticing the shift in the crowd's sentiment, Lin Zan secretly rejoiced, thinking to herself that Si Shui was still too inexperienced to contend with her. Wasn't this simply a matter of eliciting sympathy? Who couldn't do that? Standing behind her, Jun Beiki watched with interest as Lin Zan threw herself into a display of tears and grievances, instinctively moving closer to her. He then lifted her up and gently brushed the dirt from her clothes. Lin Zan, caught off guard by Jun Beiki's sudden action, halted her sobbing and looked at him in bewilderment. He brushed off her dirt and effortlessly held her in his arms. "I am dirty and covered in dust," Lin Zan protested, struggling with her small hands and legs. However, Jun Beiki's strong arms pressed her against his chest as he replied, "I am not afraid." His tone shifted, becoming serious and cold as he directed his gaze towards Si Shui. "I have cared for the late Empress Lin for many years. After her passing, I shall naturally look after Lin Zan. When Lin Zan went to gather herbs, I arranged for my personal guards to ensure her safety, so I am fully aware of what you have done." Upon hearing this, Si Shui's delicate face turned pale, her pupils trembling in panic as she regarded Jun Beiki. "Your Highness, you need not explain. I do not wish to listen. I only believe what I see." With that, he departed, cradling the weeping Lin Zan in his arms. The surrounding disaster victims, witnessing the crown prince's discontent with Si Shui, quickly grasped that Lin Zhan's earlier words were likely true. Their gazes towards Si Shui shifted, wondering if what Miss Lin had said was indeed accurate, that Si Shui had disregarded Lin Zhan's life, leaving her to perish in the pit. It seemed that the existence of a cold-hearted woman was indeed a reality, possessing a beautiful exterior yet harboring a less than admirable disposition. The murmurs and disdainful glances directed at Si Shui made her feel as though she were sitting on pins and needles. Clenching her small fingers, she was unwilling to remain there any longer and hastily departed with her maid, Hai Tang. "Miss, do not pinch your fingers any longer. They may become swollen," Hai Tang said, observing the visible marks on Si Shui's fingers with concern. Having grown up in a precarious situation, Si Shui quickly learned the art of reading people's expressions and ingratiating herself. Thus, she turned to Hai Tang with perplexity. "Hai Tang, why does His Highness treat me with such disdain while showing favor to the orphan Lin Zhan?" "Miss, His Highness has spent several years beside the late Empress Lin, and Lin Zhan is her only sister. It is only natural that he would pay her more attention." Hai Tang reassured her. Upon hearing this, Si Shui finally exhaled a sigh of relief, then clenched her teeth and declared, "You are right. Lin Zhan is not yet my enemy. His Highness is my only path in the palace, and I must seize that opportunity. It is good that you think this way. Whatever you choose to do, I shall remain by your side," said Hai Tang with a gentle smile, firmly grasping Si Shui's hand as they exchanged knowing glances. Chapter 37. The miracle cure for the plague. Upon learning of Si Shui's departure, Lin Zhan burst into a triumphant smile, crossing her little legs and indulging in the pastries beside her, savoring each bite. "You little imp, displaying two faces," Jun Beiki remarked with amusement as he observed Lin Zhan's quick transition to joy. Lin Zhan replied with conviction, "Who says that in this world? The one who cries is always justified? I am simply employing the only method available to me. Such reasoning is weak. Could it be that Miss C has harbored animosity towards you since her arrival at the palace? Have you done something to provoke her?" Jun Beiki inquired, narrowing his eyes at Lin Zhan. Lin Zhan squinted, pondering whether this was the innate animosity that arises when the protagonist meets the antagonist. It must be so, as the original narrative could not be altered. Secretly, she nodded in agreement, unaware that her thoughts were audible to Jun Beiki. To like someone or to dislike someone requires no justification. Perhaps Miss C simply detests me, Lin Zhan mumbled through a mouthful of food. The notion of inherent animosity caused Jun Beiki to furrow his brow slightly, but he chose not to press further. With Si Shui no longer an eyesore, Lin Zhan devoted herself entirely to the task of treating the plague. Sorting and preparing medicinal herbs were activities she relished and excelled at. Much to the astonishment of her master, Lin Zhan meticulously categorized the herbs she had gathered, only to discover a purple dried fruit among them. Curious, She brought the fruit to her nose for a sniff. There was no discernible pungent smell. What could this herb be? Had it been inadvertently mixed in with the others? Lin Zan mused aloud, growing intrigued as she compared the fruit with her medical texts. As day turned to night, the sky darkened, yet Lin Zan remained oblivious, wholly engrossed in her studies. Found it. This is the dried fruit of the zi shigua. I must have inadvertently picked it, she exclaimed joyfully. Just then, the tent flaps were lifted, and Jun Beiki entered. Upon seeing Lin Zhan's radiant smile, he felt a momentary sense of relief. "What is you so cheerful?" he inquired. "I discovered a medicinal herb I had never seen before. It feels like a new discovery," Lin Zhan replied, presenting the dried fruit to Jun Beiki with the excitement of a child. Jun Beiki reached out to examine the fruit, but Lin Zhan quickly clutched it to her chest, regarding him suspiciously. "What are you doing?" "This is mine," observing her protective stance akin to that of a young creature guarding its food. Jun Beiki could not help but chuckle. "I only wish to take a look. I do not intend to take it away." "Well then, you may look, but only for a moment," Lin Zhan responded earnestly, carefully placing the purple dried fruit into Jun Beiki's palm. Jun Beiki possessed only a superficial understanding of medicinal herbs. After a cursory glance, she returned the item to Lin Zhan. Suddenly, an idea illuminated her mind. Although this purple dried fruit was quite toxic through proper preparation, it could indeed serve as an excellent medicinal material. Considering the possibility of incorporating this herb into a decoction for the patients, Lin Zhan felt a surge of enthusiasm. "Your Highness, why not gather more people to ascend the mountain and seek out this purple fruit? It may prove beneficial for medicinal use," she exclaimed, her small hands animatedly gesturing. Jun Beiki regarded her with indulgence, his large hand affectionately ruffling her hair. "As you wish, I shall certainly fulfill your request." Hearing his words, Lin Zhan nodded with delight. It must be admitted that Jun Beiki's efficiency in matters was remarkable. By the following day, he had organized a group to forage for herbs on the mountain, and by evening, they returned with a full basket of zishi guo fruits. The preparation of these fruits was a time-consuming endeavor. Upon reaching the stove, Lin Zhan found it taller than herself, prompting her to pout in frustration. Subsequently, Lin Zhan scurried to find a small stool, panting as she climbed atop it, instructing the servants to pour the purple fruits into the pot and commence the preparation. "What is your junior sister doing?" Qin Shang inquired curiously, observing Lin Zhan's actions. Jun Beiki shook his head honestly, while Lin Zhan gazed into the pot, her eyes sparkling like a galaxy, as the fruits gradually released moisture, transforming into wrinkled, dried fruits. At that moment, the courtyard had approached, his eyes wide with astonishment as he addressed Lin Zhan. "These zishigua fruits are intended for medicinal use." "Indeed, master. I have already consulted medical texts. The prepared zishigua is a superior medicinal material. You might consider adding it to the prescription," Lin Zhan replied, perspiration dotting her forehead. Her cheeks flushed from the heat of the flames, resembling a perfectly ripened peach, adorable beyond measure. The courtyard head stroked his beard thoughtfully and nodded in agreement, promptly incorporating the shi guo prepared by Lin Zhan into the prescription. Unexpectedly, the patients afflicted by the plague exhibited visible improvement in their conditions within a remarkably short time. This truly was an extraordinary remedy for the plague. Witnessing the gradual recovery of the patients, Lin Zhan felt a sense of relief. The epidemic had finally passed, sparing them from widespread casualties. As the epidemic came under control, Jun Beiki prepared to depart with his entourage. Upon their departure, the rescued patients stood along the long street, bidding them farewell. "Miss Lin is indeed a celestial being, sent to deliver us from our plight. We hope for her lifelong peace and good fortune, free from calamity and illness." The onlookers expressed their gratitude, showering blessings upon Lin Zhan, which deeply moved her. Lifting the curtain, her chubby face broke into a joyful smile as she waved at them. "What's there to be proud of? It's merely saving some lowly commoners," Haitang remarked venomously from the side. Meanwhile, Si Shui, resting inside the carriage with her eyes closed, suddenly opened them. Though she harbored dissatisfaction, she remarked, "Her ability to win the people's affection is a testament to her skill. We need not envy her. It is the future emperor who deserves our attention." "You are absolutely correct, Miss," Haidang quickly concurred, hastily drawing the curtain down. Thus, the disaster relief efforts in the southwest came to a close, leaving Lin Zan with a surreal feeling, as if the entire experience had been merely a dream. Chapter 38. The 10-year pact with such a pivotal ally as Junbei, now allied with Junbei, Lin Zan felt a surge of satisfaction. As they traversed Longsho Mountain, their journey was abruptly halted by an unexpected individual. Lin Zan stumbled forward, her curiosity piqued as she lifted the carriage curtain to peer ahead. Uncertain of what transpired, she leaned forward inquisitively, while Bixia, who had been attending to her, said, "Miss, do not fret. I shall investigate." "All right." Lin Zan nodded vigorously as Bixia dismounted the carriage and proceeded forward. In less than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, Bixia returned, leading a half-grown child to Lin Zhan's carriage. The child was covered in dirt, yet his eyes sparkled brightly. His tattered clothing and exposed skin indicated a prolonged life of hardship. Lin Zhan tilted her head in confusion, her twin buns swaying gently with the motion. "Miss, this young lad claims to be seeking you," Bixia informed Lin Zhan promptly. Lin Zhan paused for a moment, then was lifted down from the carriage by Bixia, gazing intently at the boy. "You're looking for me? Why, my name is Langia, and I wish to follow you to repay my gratitude," the boy replied, biting his lip and keeping his head bowed, too shy to meet Lin Zhan's gaze. However, in an unexpected turn of events, Lin Zhan, filled with excitement, rushed to him, disregarding the dirt on his hands, and grasped him tightly. "What is your name?" Lin Zhan asked, her cheeks quivering with enthusiasm. The boy appeared startled by her fervor, standing there in a daze, unable to respond for a long while. Observing from a distance, Junbei's expression darkened when he saw Lin Zhan clutching the boy's hands. He dismounted swiftly and approached the two. Gripping Lin Zhan's collar, as if she were an object, he lifted her up. "What are you doing? Put me down at once." Lin Zhan protested, flailing like a small wildcat, her eyes glaring defiantly at Junbei. Junbei regarded her coldly before shifting his indifferent gaze to the boy. "Who is he, and what does he want with you?" "My name is Langia, and I seek the miss to express my gratitude. I am willing to serve her in any capacity," the boy said, lowering his head further and bowing respectfully to Junbei. "Oh my, that is indeed Langia, a figure of renown who once fell under Si Shui's spell." In the original tale, Langia had lost his parents to a natural disaster, wandering alone until he was taken in by a reclusive swordsman, mastering unparalleled swordsmanship and becoming the most formidable martial artist in the realm. During a fateful encounter with Si Shui in a valley of despair, Langia fell deeply in love with her after spending a few days together. He would live and die for her, ready to sacrifice everything at her command. Ultimately, Langia forsook his carefree life in the martial world to enter the palace and protect her, saving her from peril time and again. He was among the most formidable protectors of Si Shui, and Lin Zhan had never anticipated that the little beggar she had rescued by the roadside would grow to become the invincible swordsman renowned across the world. In an instant, a torrent of thoughts surged through Lin Zhan's mind, causing Junbei to furrow his brow slightly as he contemplated the implications of the presence before him. Ultimately, he concluded that Langia could prove to be quite useful to Lin Zhan. Thus, despite Lin Zhan's continuous struggles, Junbei eventually set her down. Ignoring Junbei entirely, Lin Zhan dashed to Langia's side, her voice filled with anticipation as she softly urged, "Big brother, please lift your head so I may see your face." The endearing title prompted Langia to instinctively raise his gaze to meet hers, revealing his uniquely captivating eyes. Langia's eyes were indeed extraordinary. One was as dark as obsidian, while the other was a profound shade of green. Upon witnessing those mesmerizing eyes, Lin Zhan became even more certain of her feelings, gently patting Langia's shoulder. "Young sir, I firmly believe that you are destined to accomplish great deeds, and you cannot merely remain by my side as a servant. This is all the wealth I possess. Take it with you. 10 years from now, return to find me. I shall await you in the capital. If you were to remain at my side, you would never learn the supreme swordsmanship, nor would it serve you in any regard." Thus, it is imperative for Lin Zhan to allow Langia to embark on the path he must traverse, so that he may become an invaluable ally in the future. Contemplating this, Lin Zan placed all her valuables into Lang Ye's hands. Upon witnessing this scene, Jun Beiki furrowed his brow deeply, appearing quite displeased. Is it that you consider me to be an ill-fated individual, hence wishing to send me away? Lang Ye, feeling inferior, lowered his head and closed his eyes slightly, concealing his uniquely different gaze. Orphaned and with eyes unlike others, he was regarded as a harbinger of disaster by the villagers, who expelled him from the community, leaving him to wander alone. Now that Lin Zan was sending him away again, Lang Ye naturally assumed she also deemed him a bearer of ill fortune. No, young sir, you have misunderstood. Your eyes are a divine gift, and in time, you will come to appreciate their value. The reason I ask you to return in 10 years is that you have a path you must follow, and only once you mature will you be able to protect me. I shall await you in the capital. Lin Zan said earnestly, her expression serious to convey that she was not jesting. Observing her face, Lang Ye found himself somewhat convinced, and after a moment of resolve, he replied, "Rest assured, I shall not disappoint your expectations. Young sir, I have faith in you. You must remember our promise and seek me out in 10 years. Lin Zan exclaimed, relieved that Lang Ye finally believed her, her face lighting up with a radiant smile. Before she could finish speaking, Jun Beiki, unable to contain himself, embraced Lin Zan and placed her into the carriage, after which the convoy continued onward, swiftly leaving Lang Ye behind. Chapter 39. Rewarding Merits and Accomplishments. Young sir, you must certainly come to the capital to find me in 10 years. Lin Zan poked her fluffy head out of the carriage, waving her little hand towards Lang Ye's figure. The small Lin Zan, unable to escape Jun Beiki's embrace, pouted her little face, resembling a pufferfish as she gazed up at him. How audacious of you to establish a 10-year pact with another man in my presence. Jun Beiki's voice grew colder as he tightened his hold. Lin Zan, momentarily taken aback by his words, soon burst into giggles, cheerfully counting on her fingers. But Lang Ye is merely 8 years old. He is just a boy, not yet a man. In my eyes, he is indeed a man. Jun Beiki snorted dismissively, resolutely holding on to Lin Zan. Lin Zan mumbled, "This is quite absurd, but since I am in a good mood today, I shan't hold it against you." Thinking of how, in 10 years, the protector of Sishui would soon belong to her, Lin Zan felt elated and soon fell into a deep slumber in Jun Beiki's embrace. The jolting carriage did not disturb her peaceful rest. Her soft body radiated a comforting warmth that warmed Jun Beiki's chest. His demeanor softened as he gazed down at Lin Zan, a smile unconsciously gracing his lips. The journey back was remarkably smooth, and they arrived in the capital after a month, receiving a warm welcome from the citizens upon entering the city. Once in the capital, Lin Zan remained languid and sleepy. She yawned, and beside her, Bai Xia produced a damp handkerchief, gently saying, "Miss, the emperor has summoned us for an audience. You must awaken." "Oh, it's all right. My brother-in-law, the emperor, dotes on me, and since I have accomplished something this time, he will surely reward me," Lin Zan replied cheerfully. The group soon entered the palace, where the emperor summoned them to the study. Despite her small stature, Lin Zan imitated the adults, performing a respectful bow, which elicited hearty laughter from the emperor. "Ah, so little Zhaner is so well-behaved and understanding. This pleases me greatly," the emperor said with a smile, bending down to lift Lin Zan into his arms. A display of affection witnessed by all. Standing properly, Jun Beiki recounted the details of their disaster relief efforts in the southwest, while the emperor entertained Lin Zan. To bolster the crown prince's stature in the emperor's eyes, Lin Zan interjected now and then, "Brother-in-law, the crown prince has worked diligently. Not only has he punished corrupt officials, but he also healed the plague-stricken citizens. The crown prince is truly remarkable." Clapping her small hands in the emperor's embrace, Lin Zan elicited a slight smile from him. "Indeed, the crown prince performed exceptionally well on this mission to the southwest. It seems he has matured, and I can now entrust him with matters of state." Hearing this, Jun Beiki could not help but show a hint of excitement, though soon his composed nature prevailed as he bowed in gratitude. The journey back had been exhausting, and Lin Zan quickly yawned in the emperor's arms, her eyes fluttering between closed and open, her little head bobbing adorably. Lu Qiuchan personally came to collect Lin Zan, cradling her affectionately before taking her away from the study. However, the following day, the emperor assigned the crown prince to manage the Ministry of Revenue's affairs, indicating his intention to elevate the crown prince's responsibilities. Simultaneously, the emperor generously rewarded the staff of the Imperial Medical Institute, which included Lin Zan. Junbaiki did not take credit for Lin Zhan's contributions, instead informing the emperor of her charitable act of using all the grain from her 100 acres of land to aid the disaster victims. The emperor was greatly pleased and awarded Lin Zhan an additional 100 acres of fertile land, bringing her total to nearly 300 acres of farmland in the outskirts of the capital, not to mention the countless bolts of fine silk and satin. I am ever closer to my goal of becoming a little landowner, Lin Zhan joyfully thought as she held the land deeds, carefully locking them away in a small box. Just then, a commotion outside signaled the arrival of Zhang Yangyang. Zhang Yangyang, originally named Zhang Yunjin, was the legitimate daughter of Minister of Works Zhang Huaishan. She entered the palace 2 years ago and was conferred the title of beauty upon her arrival, winning the emperor's favor with her capricious and charming nature. However, within the palace, she was not referred to as Zhang Meirin, but rather as Zhang Yangyang, showcasing her esteemed position. With her red-tipped fingers, she gently lifted the curtain, her lips adorned with a bright smile as she stepped inside. Of course, I came to find Miss Lin. Had it not been for your assistance, I would not have successfully given birth to the princess, Zhang Yangyang said with a beaming smile, while her maid promptly presented several thick garments made of shoe brocade. Lin Zhan feigned innocence, her eyes sparkling as she touched the beautiful clothes. Zhang Yangyang, these garments are so lovely. Are they for me? Indeed, they are a token of gratitude. You saved both my life and the princess's, so it is only fitting, Zhang Yangyang replied, playfully draping the garments over Lin Zhan. The atmosphere in the room was warm and cheerful, yet only Lin Zhan knew the facade hidden beneath. Chapter 40. Playing in the snow. Lin Zhan was aware that in the original story, Zhang Yangyang sided with consort Qin and was a character that concealed her daggers behind a smiling facade. Despite her current cheerful demeanor, one could never tell when she might plunge a knife into your heart, all the while smiling and claiming, "This is what you deserve." Contemplating the plot of the original story made Lin Zhan shiver involuntarily, yet she had to navigate the conversation with Zhang Yangyang with a veneer of cordiality. Once Zhang Yangyang departed, Lin Zhan found herself feeling somewhat dejected, resting her head on the table, prompting Bai Xia to express her confusion. The young lady appeared to harbor an aversion towards Zhang Yangyang. "Sister Bai Xia, have I been so overt in my demeanor?" Lin Zhan exclaimed, startled, fearing she had inadvertently revealed her distaste. Bai Xia quickly shook her head with a smile. "Do not worry, Mississippi. I have watched you grow up, and naturally, I understand you somewhat." "Ah, I see. It's not that I dislike her. Rather, Zhang Yangyang's temperament is quite capricious. Although I saved her and her daughter's lives, I am uncertain if she would staunchly ally herself with us," Lin Zhan murmured, anxiously fidgeting with her handkerchief. Time flew by, and the weather had turned decidedly frigid. One morning, Lin Zhan pushed open the window and gazed outside, only to find the world transformed into a vast expanse of white. It was not until Lin Zhan had bundled herself up like a round ball that Bai Xia finally sighed with relief, though she still cautioned, "Miss, it is quite cold outside. It would be wise not to indulge in too much play." "I understand." Lin Zhan disregarded her words and joyfully dashed outside. Upon opening the palace gate, she spotted Jun Anqing hastily descending from a sedan chair. Noticing how much rounder and sturdier he had become, Lin Zhan erupted into laughter, pointing at him. "Dumpling, how have you grown so plump? You're so chubby that you seem to have lost your limbs. Are you aspiring to become a meatball? Do not mock me. This is all due to Granny Dong wrapping me up like this. Otherwise, she wouldn't let me leave the palace. It's utterly infuriating." Jun Anqing huffed, his cheeks puffed up like a toad. Granny Dong stood nearby with a wry smile. Realizing her young master was so eager to find Lin Zhan to play that he had forgotten the biting cold. To prevent him from falling ill, she had no choice but to endure his ire and dress him in layer upon layer for warmth. After finishing her laughter, Lin Zhan descended the steps, eager to join Jun Anqing in his play, but the steps were covered in a thick layer of ice, making them perilously slippery. As Lin Zhan approached, she slipped and fell. Jun Anqing, witnessing this, hurried over with his short legs. Those attending nearby gasped at the sight of the two children tumbling into the snow, rushing over with cries of concern. The two chubby children were so warmly bundled that they felt no pain from the fall. Jun Anqing, embracing Lin Zan, rolled them both into a nearby, soft snowdrift. "Lin Zan, you ambushed me!" Jun Anqing exclaimed, quickly rising to retaliate by throwing snowballs at her. The two young masters were thoroughly engrossed in their playful antics, much to the dismay of the palace maids and eunuchs nearby. "Heavens, Miss Lin, cease your attack. That is the fourth prince. Miss, do stop. Your constitution is delicate. You cannot withstand the cold, or you may fall ill." Bixia fretted, her anxiety palpable. Yet, the pleas of the attendants did little to quell the frolic between Lin Zan and Jun Anqing, and soon beads of sweat began to form on their foreheads from the exertion. Lin Zan sneakily concealed a snowball larger than her fist behind her back, waiting for the perfect moment before launching it at Jun Anqing. To her surprise, despite his bulk, Jun Anqing evaded the snowball with surprising agility, sending it soaring past him to strike someone else. With a resounding thud, the snowball exploded upon impact, scattering snow everywhere. Lin Zhan's expression froze for a moment when she recognized the individual it hit, and she instinctively withdrew, cautiously raising her gaze to Jun Beiki. In that moment, Lin Zhan was utterly captivated. Jun Beiki stood amidst the swirling snow, clad in a dark green robe that enveloped him entirely, his stature upright like an evergreen pine. His icy, aloof gaze instilled a sense of awe, his complexion seemingly whiter than the falling snow, and his thin lips, tinged with a hint of red from the cold, appeared more alluring, reminiscent of a plum blossom in the snow, pristine and captivating. At that moment, Lin Zhan's mind echoed with three words: "So handsome." Jun Beiki approached Lin Zhan, lowering his gaze upon her, and then effortlessly lifted her to meet his gaze. "In this biting cold and swirling snow, why are you not resting within the palace? Do you wish to tempt fate?" "I simply wanted to play, to build a snowman and engage in a snowball fight. Such beauty would be squandered if I remained in the palace." Lin Zhan replied, her bright eyes fixed intently on Jun Beiki's features, her lips pouting. At that moment, Jun Anqing waddled over, his round body bouncing as he exclaimed, "Royal brother, why not join us in our fun?" Yes, come play with us." Lin Zhan clapped her hands in delight. Jun Anqing, unwilling to forfeit this opportunity to play with Lin Zhan, scampered towards Huanfeng Pavilion. Upon the arrival of the crown prince, Si Shui emerged from her chamber, her ethereal visage akin to a white lotus, adorned with exquisite makeup that resembled a vibrant rose blooming amidst the snowy backdrop, undeniably eye-catching. "I pay my respects to the crown prince," she said, bowing gracefully, her slender waist bending slightly. However, Jun Beiki, cradling Lin Zhan, offered her not even a glance as he swiftly passed by, entering the room and closing the door behind him, executing the series of motions with seamless fluidity, leaving Si Shui with no opportunity to shine. Amidst the flurries of snow, Si Shui crouched in the snow, appearing a figure of absurdity. "Royal brother, wait for me," Jun Anqing called out, his little legs struggling to keep pace, panting heavily after just a few steps in his thick attire, yet he managed to reach the door, knocking with his chubby hand. After knocking for an extended period without a response, Jun Anqing, with no other recourse, followed the palace attendants away from Huanfeng Pavilion. Sixui, glancing in the direction of Lin Zhan's chamber, was rife with resentment and bitterness. Despite her every effort to adorn herself according to the crown prince's preferences, why did his gaze never linger upon her? Unbeknownst to Lin Zhan, Si Shui's discontent simmered beneath the surface as she stared blankly at Jun Beiki, her head tilted in puzzlement. The crown prince is to leave the palace to establish his own residence. Indeed, in 3 days, I shall celebrate my 15th birthday, at which time I will undergo the capping ceremony. In accordance with tradition, for a prince must depart the palace upon reaching this age, Jun Beiki stated, his eyes narrowing slightly, his expression chilling. As the crown prince prepared to leave the palace, a significant event transpired, prompting Lin Zhan to interject, "Your Highness, when you depart for your new residence, ensure that someone scatters realgar powder nearby to ensure safety." Upon hearing her words, Jun Beiki's brow furrowed slightly as he approached Lin Zhan, playfully pinching her small nose. "Have you uncovered something again?" "Your Highness, yes. What could I possibly know? Merely common knowledge, I assure you. I am aware that the Crown Prince's residence was completed a month ago. Although some cleaning was done, it cannot be deemed thorough. What if a serpent were to wander in and disturb the Crown Prince? Lin Zan replied with a playful grin, while Junbei was taken aback by her perceptiveness. Junbei was quite aware of the events that would transpire upon his coming of age and had prepared thoroughly for them. 3 days later, as the Crown Prince's birthday approached, the palace buzzed with excitement. The emperor, deeply invested in the milestone of his firstborn's coming of age, instructed the Ministry of Rites to meticulously prepare for the celebrations, ensuring every detail was attended to without fail. Early that day, Lin Zan was roused by Bixia, who dressed her in a multitude of layers, nearly 20 garments in total. Lin Zan felt as if she were suffocating beneath the weight and grimaced at Bixia. Sister Bixia, why must I wear so many layers? I can hardly breathe. Endure a little longer, Mississippi. Today is the Crown Prince's grand day. You must dress formally and cannot be careless, Bixia replied, rummaging through the wardrobe for the final outer garment. However, after searching for quite some time, Bixia found that the outer garments were somewhat outdated, and they simply did not befit such an occasion, which left her feeling rather distressed. At that moment, the esteemed Consort Xian's chief maid, Dong Xiang, arrived at Hanfanggu with a selection of newly prepared outer garments. The consort, aware that Miss Lin was in need of a few suitable outfits, had sent Dong Xiang to deliver them. Dong Xiang spoke with a smile, proclaiming this to be a timely gift. This was akin to a timely blessing. Bai Xia immediately bowed in gratitude before selecting a pale lotus pink outer garment for Lin Zan to wear. In an instant, Lin Zan transformed into an adorable pink bundle, her porcelain white face further illuminated by the flattering hue, making her appear even more radiant and enchanting. At such a tender age, she already possessed a beauty that could captivate a nation, leaving Bai Xia, who stood nearby, momentarily entranced. Swathed in layers upon layers of clothing, Lin Zan was no longer cold. However, her movement was considerably restricted. With great effort, she was led by Bai Xia as they made their way to Taichin Palace, where the Crown Prince's birthday banquet was to be held. As they reached the entrance, Lin Zan felt herself lifted effortlessly from the ground. Upon witnessing this, Bai Xia instinctively took a step back. Lin Zan turned in surprise to find it was Junbei. It seems you have gained a bit of weight since we last met, he remarked candidly. Although Lin Zhan's form resembled that of a small child, she was acutely aware of her weight, regardless of age. Considering it is your birthday today, I shall overlook it, she silently repeated to herself, striving to suppress the anger that threatened to surface. Observing the conflicted expression of the little figure in his arms, torn between indignation and restraint, Junbei's previously troubled demeanor brightened as he carried her into Taichin Palace. Within, a considerable number of ministers and noble ladies had already gathered for the festivities. Their astonishment was palpable upon seeing the crown prince enter with a child in his arms, and their relief was equally evident when they recognized Lin Zan as that child. Ignoring their gazes, Junbei seated Lin Zan beside him and presented her with delicacies he had prepared in advance. This display of thoughtfulness rendered the attending ministers speechless. Was this truly the crown prince renowned for his decisiveness and aloof demeanor? Amidst the crowd's attention, Lin Zan, with her cherubic cheeks puffed out like a little squirrel, became engrossed in devouring the pastries before her, her gaze fixated solely on the treats. It was unexpected to witness the crown prince exhibiting such attentiveness towards the little one. Dressed in a pale blue embroidered robe, Junbei approached gracefully, adorned with golden threaded motifs. Lin Zan, aware that no troubles had arisen for the crown prince during this birthday celebration, directed her full attention to the feast before her. Before long, the emperor, accompanied by Consort Xian and Consort Qin, arrived at Taichin Palace, prompting everyone to rise in respect. Holding a half-eaten pastry, Lin Zan, in her sweet, childish voice, curtsied and exclaimed, "Greetings to the emperor and my esteemed sisters, Consort Xian and Consort Qin," whereas everyone else referred to the emperor formally. Lin Zhan's playful address as emperor brother-in-law caught immediate attention, prompting the emperor to notice her. "Little Zhan has come. It seems you have gained quite a bit of weight. Come, let me have a look," the emperor said with a warm smile, beckoning her forward. Though Lin Zhan silently grumbled in her heart, she knew better than to provoke the emperor and quickly scampered over. "Indeed, I have gained a little," responded Lu Qiu-chan, observing Lin Zan with a hint of concern. Lin Zan beamed innocently and replied, "The palace is a place of nourishment, and with the emperor brother-in-law's regal presence, it is only natural for me to grow plumper." The melodic innocence of Lin Zan, coupled with her soft tone, sent the emperor into fits of laughter, leaving the ministers astonished. They had not anticipated that her few words could amuse the emperor to such an extent. Given the rumors of the emperor's fondness for Lin Zan, it was now evident that they held a grain of truth. Although Lin Zan was not originally entitled to sit beside the crown prince, the affection showered upon her by both the emperor and Junbei Qi rendered such matters inconsequential. Lin Zan comfortably settled beside the crown prince, her dining standards elevated significantly. With an array of exquisite dishes before her, her little eyes darted around, unsure of which delicacy to savor first. Where there was fine cuisine, one could hardly overlook the accompanying music and dance. Soon, the rhythmic sound of drums filled the hall. Captivated by the sound, Lin Zan leaned forward curiously and beheld 8 large drums arranged in the center of the grand hall, adorned with intricate patterns that exuded an air of antiquity. As the melodious strains of silk and bamboo instruments filled the air, a woman clad in red suddenly leaped onto the drum surface, dancing gracefully like a deer in the forest. The dancer's enchanting movements captivated all present, including Lin Zan, who temporarily forgot about the feast before her, entranced by the performance. Yet, as she watched, Lin Zan felt a sense of familiarity. The dancer's silhouette seemed oddly recognizable. Particularly, the dancer's sparkling eyes appeared to weave an enchanting thread of affection directed towards Junbei Qi. Startled, Lin Zan realized that the dancer was none other than Si Shui. As the tempo quickened, the drum beats grew more vigorous, and the bells adorning her ankles chimed in harmony, drawing the audience into a captivating trance. In a moment of urgency, Lin Zan turned to Junbei Qi and, seizing a pair of ivory chopsticks, tapped them rhythmically against her bowl, producing a series of soft, resonant tones. Though the sound was not loud, it was sufficiently audible for Junbei Qi to hear. Initially frowning upon hearing Lin Zhan's tapping, Junbei Qi's expression shifted to one of irritation as he glanced at her. However, this irritation dissipated quickly, replaced by confusion as he struggled to comprehend her actions. "What are you doing?" he inquired. "Today is the crown prince's birthday, and I have nothing to offer, so I thought I would sing a birthday song for you," Lin Zhan replied cheerfully. Her seemingly capricious action effectively interrupted Si Shui's performance, compelling her to halt her dance prematurely. The audience, roused from their rapture, turned their attention to the now-still dancer, while the emperor regarded Si Shui with a mixture of approval and admiration. "Your performance was truly exquisite. Who might you be?" he inquired. "I am but a humble dancer, Si Shui," she replied, gracefully removing her red veil to reveal her gentle countenance as she gazed towards the crown prince. Yet, to her astonishment, the crown prince's focus remained fixed on Lin Zhan, entirely oblivious to her presence. Disheartened, Si Shui lowered her head. She had prepared extensively for this performance, only to find it unrecognized. Si Shui has dedicated much effort to this performance for the crown prince's birthday. Consort Qin remarked from aside. Having ceased her dance, Si Shui's abrupt stillness allowed Lin Zhan to exhale softly, relieved that Si Shui was likely unaware of the entrancing effect her dance possessed. "Did you not say you would sing me a birthday song? Why have you stopped?" Junbei Qi pointed out, noticing Lin Zhan had set down her chopsticks. Originally, Lin Zhan had spoken in jest, yet she was taken aback to find him treating her words with utmost seriousness. Moreover, his inquiry had not gone unnoticed by the emperor seated at the head of the table. "Happy birthday song, what melody is that? Could it be a nursery rhyme?" It appears that Miss Lin is also capable of singing. As it happens, it is the prince's birthday. Why not sing for everyone to enjoy? Si Shui, already displeased with the attention Lin Zhan had garnered, seized the moment to trouble her. Lin Zhan could only offer an awkward smile, for she was hardly adept at singing. The atmosphere quickly turned frosty, and Si Shui, with a smirk, suggested, "If Miss Lin cannot play, do share the sheet music with me. I shall accompany you on the piano. Would that be agreeable?" Caught in a predicament, Lin Zan was reluctant to witness Si Shui's insincere attempt to extricate her from embarrassment, so she gritted her teeth. Your Majesty, I would like to request a few wine cups, if it pleases you. Lin Zhan's voice was sweet as she made her request. The emperor nodded in assent, and soon several wine cups were brought forth. Lin Zhan filled each cup with water, ensuring varying levels. She then picked up chopsticks and tapped them lightly, adjusting the water's height to create different sounds. This peculiar scene drew everyone's attention to Lin Zhan, curious about her intentions. At last, seeming ready, Lin Zhan beamed at the prince and declared, Your Highness, this is my rendition of the happy birthday song for you. As her words fell, she tapped the cups, and surprisingly, the sounds formed a simple melody. Happy birthday to you! Happy birthday to you! Lin Zhan sang joyfully in a modern rendition. Though it consisted of merely a few words, her soft and adorable voice rendered the song utterly charming, instantly melting the hearts of those present. The emperor maintained a smile, while Jun Beiki gazed intently at Lin Zhan, evoking a tightening grip from Si Shui, who concealed her hands beneath her sleeves. At that moment, Jun Biu unexpectedly reached out and gently grasped Si Shui's hand. Chapter 43. The Two Faces of the De Fei Nyang. I certainly enjoy it. Jun Beiki promptly stood to address the emperor. With a cherubic grin directed at Jun Beiki, he pushed some of her favorite treats towards her, the indulgent meaning unmistakable. Your Highness, you are truly thoughtful. Thank you. Thank you. Lin Zhan cheerfully accepted the treats, bowing like a little fortune doll. Jun Beiki was amused by her endearing demeanor before turning to leave. The following day marked Jun Beiki's official departure from the palace to the prince's residence, and Lin Zhan, accompanied by the Xian Fei Nyang, watched as he slowly exited the imperial palace. Tuanzi, one day you too will leave the palace, won't you? Lin Zhan felt an inexplicable wave of emotion wash over her as she spoke to Jun Anqing. Jun Anqing, seemingly puzzled by her sentiment, tilted his head and replied, Of course, leaving the palace is splendid. There are so many delicious and fun things. But rest assured, I am quite loyal and will definitely bring you some. Observing the chubby fourth prince beside her, whose thoughts revolved solely around food and merriment, Lin Zhan found herself envious of him. After bidding farewell to Jun Beiki, Jun Anqing joyfully led Lin Zhan to the Chaoxiao Palace, where the uniquely spirited De Fei Nyang resided. The anticipation of meeting her excited Lin Zhan. Mother! Jun Anqing exclaimed as they entered the palace, only to have an arrow suddenly fly towards them, narrowly missing their faces and embedding itself in the door behind. This terrifying spectacle widened Lin Zhan's eyes in disbelief as she stared ahead. In the center of the courtyard stood a long-haired woman clad in black attire, her face radiating a bold spirit, with hair elegantly tied up by a jade crown, wielding a bow and arrow. Mother, why are you shooting arrows again? Yun Enking Pudel, clearly unperturbed by the scene, as he led the stunned Lin Zhan inside. Wait, is this really the gentle and understanding De Fei Nyang described in the book? This is nothing like the characterization. Lin Zhan's thoughts became chaotic as she approached the De Fei Nyang. The De Fei's gaze fell upon Lin Zhan, and with a raised brow, she remarked, So, you are the late Empress Lin's sister, Lin Zhan. Lin Zhan distinctly heard a dull thud from the stone table, followed by a faint sound of cracking. Upon closer inspection, she noticed the table had several dents and imperfections from the impact. Mother, please do not frighten Lin Zhan, Jun Anqing said, slightly annoyed, addressing the De Fei Nyang. The De Fei cast a sidelong glance at her son, her lips curling into a smile. Such a young age, yet you have learned to cherish delicate feelings. Quite admirable. Mother, what are you saying? Jun Anqing quickly looked down, twisting uncomfortably. Could it be that Jun Anqing has already taken a liking to me? Lin Zhan mused, maintaining an appearance of calm. However, Jun Anqing's awkward demeanor prompted the De Fei to frown, and she tossed her teacup towards him. Fortunately, Jun Anqing's quick reflexes allowed him to dodge, causing the cup to shatter on the floor. A man should not behave in such a timid manner, the De Fei lightly reprimanded. Just then, news arrived that the emperor would be dining at Chaoxiao Palace that day. The De Fei, visibly displeased, muttered, Another act of playing the gentle lady. How tiresome. The stark contrast of the De Fei's two personas left Lin Zhan utterly captivated. In that moment, Lin Zan realized that the characters from the book were no longer mere flat figures, but vibrant beings before her. Mother, don't you tire of pretending and changing your demeanor every day? Jun Anqing questioned, tilting his head in confusion as the Defei reverted to her usual dignified self. The Defei clenched her fist and playfully struck Jun Anqing's head, whispering, "You little rascal, do not expose your mother, or I shall reveal your bedwetting incident from last night." Mother. Jun Anqing stomped his foot in frustration, but his mother had already divulged his embarrassing secret. Watching the playful interaction between the two, Lin Zan finally understood why Jun Anqing developed such a character as he matured. When the emperor arrived, both Jun Anqing and Lin Zan wished to avoid being mere spectators and hurried to play in the Huanfeng Pavilion. At that moment, Si Shui also intended to join them, but to her surprise, the straightforward Jun Anqing appeared to dislike her, pouting in refusal. Disheartened, Si Shui turned to leave, prompting Lin Zan to curiously ask Jun Anqing, "Tuanzi, do you not like Si Shui?" Lin Zan continued, "Why not?" "Because mother said she is not a good person and has ulterior motives for entering the palace. I should keep my distance from her," Jun Anqing replied earnestly. Chapter 44. The White Snake Rumor. Lin Zan couldn't help but laugh at Jun Anqing's words. Realizing that everyone in the palace seemed to be aware of Si Shui's true intentions. At that moment, Bai Xia entered carrying a box, a beaming smile on her face as she addressed Lin Zan. "Miss, this is what the prince had sent over before his departure. You might want to take a look." "The prince had someone deliver this?" Lin Zan curiously blinked her eyes and hurriedly jogged over to open the box. Inside, she discovered an array of children's toys, various jade hairpins and jewelry, and even a thick layer of gold lining the bottom, which shimmered dazzlingly. Upon seeing these treasures of immense value, Lin Zhan's eyes sparkled with awe, and she quickly closed the box with a bang, then joyfully said to Bai Xia, "Sister Bai Xia, we will be wealthy in the future." "Miss, we are not poor now," Bai Xia replied, perplexed, considering they live in the palace, which surely could not be lacking in wealth. Lin Zhan understood that she did not grasp her meaning and chose not to elaborate. The emperor's wealth was entirely separate from her own. Possessing this money would allow her to navigate many situations with ease in the future. With this thought, Lin Zhan cheerfully completed her morning routine and went to rest, dreaming of lying atop mountains of gold and silver, embodying the comfort of a little landowner. The following morning, fresh snow had fallen, blanketing the courtyard in a hazy white. Just after Lin Zhan finished washing up, the heavy curtain was lifted, and Jun Anqing burst in, visibly delighted. "Tuanzi, as a girl, you shouldn't barge into my room like this." Lin Zhan rolled her eyes at him. Jun Anqing, with his rosy cheeks from the cold, was momentarily stunned, then sheepishly scratched his head and said, "You are a girl too." Upon hearing this, Lin Zhan swiftly stepped forward and playfully kicked his chubby backside, glaring at him with her almond-shaped eyes. "How can I not be a girl, Tuanzi? Be careful, or I might just hit you." Threatened by Lin Zhan's words, Jun Anqing instinctively shrank back, then grinned as he pulled out a piece of rice cake from his pocket. "This is my favorite rice cake. I brought you a piece." "Now we are talking," Lin Zhan said proudly as she took the rice cake from him. At that moment, Bai Xia brought in their breakfast. Lin Zhan learned that the emperor had stayed overnight at the Defei's Chao Xia Palace and had breakfast there, while Jun Anqing had scampered out to find Lin Zhan for breakfast. "So he came to mooch a meal," Lin Zhan thought, squinting at Jun Anqing as he devoured his food. "Tuanzi, you're already so plump. Don't you fear becoming a little pig when you grow up?" "Impossible. I will definitely be a dashing figure when I grow up. It's you who looks so delicate. A gust of wind could blow you over." "Girls should be a bit plumper," Jun Anqing retorted, poking Lin Zhan's tender arm with his pudgy fingers. Lin Zhan swatted his hand away dismissively, pouting her lips in disdain. Watching the playful banter between them, Bai Xia felt a sense of relief. Ever since Empress Lin's passing, she had sensed that her young mistress had matured overnight. Yet, it was only when encountering the fourth prince that the childlike essence in Lin Zhan would shine through without reservation. Meanwhile, Jun Biu had been punished by the emperor to kneel outside the imperial study for a whole hour. This incident unfolded rapidly, and by the time Lin Zhan heard about it, it was already an hour into Jun Beiyu's punishment. It was said that upon learning her son was kneeling, Qin Fei rushed to the imperial study to plead for him, but to her surprise, The emperor not only refused to see her, but also imposed a punishment on her as well. Now, Qin Fei was confined to Mingda Palace, unable to leave without the emperor's orders. This sudden turn of events had created a tense atmosphere in the palace, with everyone bewildered by the emperor's unexpected fury. Yet, as the saying goes, there are no secrets that last forever. Soon whispers began to circulate. Lin Zan, while nibbling on her pastries, sat on a freshly made swing, listening to the gossip that Bai Xia had overheard. "Miss, this morning a pure white snake appeared on the beam of the Wang residence. There are rumors that a white snake coiling around signifies the emperor's fate. Isn't that a veiled curse for the emperor to die early?" Bai Xia lowered her voice to a whisper, ensuring only Lin Zan could hear. Upon hearing this, a knowing smile graced Lin Zhan's lips, though she quickly masked it with an innocent expression, swinging her legs as she replied, "Sister Bai Xia, that must be a misunderstanding. Surely, the emperor will not believe such nonsense. Oh, my dear miss, you might not know that before the emperor ascended the throne, he encountered a white snake as well. Just 3 months later, the late emperor passed away, and the current emperor took the throne. Do you think he would dismiss this incident?" Bai Xia said nervously, prompting Lin Zhan to nod in understanding, a glimmer of insight in her eyes. Unbeknownst to her, Jun Beiqi had cleverly shifted the blame onto Jun Beiyu. In the original narrative, after Jun Beiqi's coronation ceremony, he left the palace and soon encountered the white snake incident, with the machinations of some schemers. This story quickly spread throughout the realm, leading the populace to believe that Jun Beiqi would soon ascend the throne. This left the emperor, who had experienced a similar event in his youth, feeling anxious as he had risen to power shortly after the appearance of a white snake. His youthful experiences compelled him to believe in the omen, and he soon suspected the crown prince of plotting a coup, leading to his furious decree stripping Jun Beiyu of his title and confining him to the palace. This imprisonment lasted nearly 2 years, during which Jun Beiyu lost his status as crown prince, becoming the least favored among the many princes. As Lin Zhan pondered the unfolding narrative, a faint smile appeared on her lips as she finished her pastry and brushed the crumbs from her hands. "Sister Bai Xia, is Jun Wang still kneeling at the imperial study?" Bai Xia gently shook her head and replied softly, "Jun Wang has been imprisoned in the dungeon by the emperor. No one in the court, except for Qin Fei, dares to plead on his behalf." After they departed, a figure slipped out from the shadows, none other than Si Shui, who had been eavesdropping. Biting her lip, she seemed to have made a resolution and hastily left Han Fong Pavilion. "She sure is quick," Lin Zhan noted from her window, but she said nothing further. By evening, Dong Xiang, the head maid from Xian Fei's palace, came to invite Lin Zhan to Kung Fu Palace. Lin Zhan, not one to refuse, bundled herself up warmly and, holding a warming pot, made her way to the palace. Upon entering, she found Lu Qiuchan rushing towards her. "Jean-Eyre, you must know that the emperor has confined Qin Fei to the palace." Lu Qiuchan spoke, her face alight with excitement, unable to contain her joy. Lin Zhan beamed innocently and nodded vigorously. "Yes, my lady, I know. You must have called me here to ask me something. You little schemer, you know everything." Lu Qiuchan chuckled, taking Lin Zhan's hand as they sat on the warm couch. Their bond had grown closer, and Lin Zhan comfortably kicked off her shoes and sat cross-legged, relishing the warmth enveloping her. "I know you feel the cold. I had the couch heated just for you," Lu Qiuchan said with concern. Lin Zhan cheerfully nodded and unreservedly grabbed a pastry from the table, munching on it like a little hamster as she said in a babyish voice, "The opportunity one spoke of before has finally arrived." "Really? That is simply wonderful. If I can ascend to the rightful position, I will surely protect you and ensure your safety in the palace for all your days." Lu Qiuchan had waited for so long, and at last, the opportunity had arrived, leaving her in a state of excitement where words eluded her. Lin Zhan cast her gaze down at the pastries on the table, appearing to covet the delicacies, yet her mind was racing with thoughts. This time, she intended to personally elevate the trustworthy Xianfei Nyang to the position of empress. The following morning, news spread through Mingda Palace that the confined Qin Fei was wailing and demanding to see the emperor, even threatening to take her own life. The disturbance became so unbearable that the emperor, overwhelmed, was unable to endure it any longer. Lu Qiuchan prepared a nourishing soup, and tenderly entered the imperial study, saying, "Your Majesty, I see you have been troubled these days, and it pains me to witness your distress. I wonder if there is anything I can do to alleviate your worries." The emperor, clearly agitated by the situation concerning Qin Fei, responded, "I have entrusted you with the affairs of the harem. Your ability to maintain peace therein will ease my burdens." His meaning was unmistakable. He wanted Lu Qiuqian to handle Qin Fei. At that moment, a look of hesitation crossed Lu Qiuqian's face as she stood indecisively. The emperor, after a prolonged silence, cast a questioning glance at her. "Qin Fei, what troubles you?" Unable to suppress his curiosity any longer, he inquired. Lu Qiuqian bit her lip, knelt, and humbly replied, "Your Majesty, I am truly powerless regarding the matter of Qin Fei." Upon hearing her words, the emperor's expression shifted to one of surprise, prompting him to ask, "Why?" Lu Qiuqian explained, "It is not that I have not attempted to manage Qin Fei, but she has declared that I am merely a consort like her. And while your Majesty has granted me the authority to assist in overseeing the 6 palaces, I am not the true empress, and thus, I lack the right to govern her." After uttering these words, a trace of sorrow appeared on her face, and tears began to fall from her eyes, evoking deep sympathy from the emperor. Furthermore, the emperor had intended for Lu Qiuqian to inherit the position of empress, but the recent passing of Empress Lin had made him hesitant to propose it. Consequently, the emperor rose to assist Qin Fei, speaking earnestly, "I have wronged you. You are virtuous and magnanimous, and you rightfully deserve the title of empress." At these words, Lu Qiuqian felt a surge of joy within her heart, though she feigned a demeanor of anxiety. "Your Majesty, do I truly deserve such a position? I am afraid." "Do not fear. I shall support you. The position of empress is yours alone," the emperor declared resolutely. Lu Qiuqian quickly nestled into his embrace, and the two shared a moment of tender affection. Upon exiting the imperial study, Lu Qiuqian gazed at the bright sun outside, feeling the shadows in her heart gradually lift. Soon after, the emperor issued a decree to enthrone Lu Qiuqian as empress. The news spread throughout the harem, leaving many in disbelief. Unprepared for such a swift resolution to the rivalry between Qin Fei and Qin Fei. However, it was well known that after the incident involving Prince Hung, the emperor had already lost favor with Qin Fei, making it evident that the title of empress would eventually belong to Qin Fei. With the decree in place, the numerous consorts in the harem swiftly aligned themselves with Qin Fei like reeds swaying in the wind. Yet at this moment, Qin Fei chose not to receive any of the consorts who sought her favor. In the lavish confines of the harem, the esteemed Qin Fei was seen slicing an apple, which she casually offered to Lin Zan. "You clever little thing, you seem to have a knack for seizing opportunities," she remarked. "Perhaps my sister is watching over me." Lin Zan replied cheerfully, taking a bite of the apple. Reflecting on the late Empress Lin, Lu Qiuqian sighed with a sense of nostalgia and then turned to Lin Zan, saying, "Zhaner, from today onwards, would you accept me as your elder sister? I shall treat you as my own sister." "Of course, sister," Lin Zan replied without hesitation, a sweet smile lighting her face. Lu Qiuqian's heart brimmed with happiness, and the two shared a deeply affectionate moment, enjoying their treats and entirely forgetting the biting cold outside. How ridiculous! After competing with her for a lifetime, that wretched woman has ultimately ascended to the position of empress, Qin Fei lamented, her pallid face and haggard appearance leaning against the couch in the desolate Mingda Palace. Though confined within the palace, news of the empress's enthronement brought joy to the harem, and all palaces received the announcement, Qin Fei included. Just then, the palace doors creaked open, and a gust of cold wind swept through, causing Qin Fei to shudder. Entering was none other than Si Shui, who had bribed the guards to gain access to Mingda Palace. "Shui, you have arrived. You are my last hope for Ur," Qin Fei exclaimed, rushing towards Si Shui like a drowning woman grasping for a lifeline. Si Shui was startled by her frantic demeanor, but quickly composed herself, offering comfort. "Do not worry, my lady. I am here. What do you wish to convey?" In this precarious situation, Si Shui was reluctant to stir up trouble, but a loyal maid of Qin Fei had delivered a note requesting her presence. Aware of her own entrapment by the Qin family, Si Shui had no choice but to comply. "Find this person. He will surely save Ur," Qin Fei urged, frantically retrieving a pouch and a portrait from her jewelry box and thrusting them into Si Shui's hands. Si Shui, puzzled, examined the pouch embroidered with the character Su and the portrait, feeling increasingly bewildered. Nodding to signify her understanding, she departed with the pouch and the portrait in hand. In light of the incident involving Junbiyu, it was suggested that the grand occasion of enthroning an empress would dispel the ominous aura surrounding him. The emperor accepted this proposal, and preparations for the grand ceremony commenced, which would take a month just to ready the empress's ceremonial robes and crown. Naturally, these matters were of no concern to Lin Zan, who joyfully enjoyed roasted chestnuts with Jun Anqing in the courtyard. These candied chestnuts are delightful, Lin Zan. How do you always come up with such ingenious ideas? From now on, I shall call you Chestnut, Jun Anqing declared proudly. Lin Zan playfully tossed a chestnut at his head. Tuzi, do you think I'm seeking revenge for calling you Tuanzi? Not at all. I find Chestnut to be quite adorable. You are my little chestnut. Jun Anqing laughed heartily, and soon the two were engaging in playful banter, their laughter echoing throughout the courtyard. Eventually they paused, panting from their playful antics. Jun Anqing due to his weight, and Lin Zan from her frailty. Chestnut, I do not wish to leave the palace. If I do, I will not be able to visit you. Jun Anqing suddenly expressed a sense of melancholy. Lin Zan blinked in surprise, her curiosity piqued. Why must you leave the palace? Once a prince is granted a title, he must depart the palace, much like Prince Heng, who left at the age of 10 to reside in the Prince Heng's manor. Jun Anqing explained. Observing his dejected expression and recalling the storyline, Lin Zan approached him with a stoic face and gently tapped his forehead. Tuzi, what nonsense are you thinking? Do not fret. When you grow up, you will not be granted a title. After all, in the original narrative, Jun Anqing remained the fourth prince throughout. Hearing Lin Zhan's words, his face brightened instantaneously, his mood shifting dramatically. Really? That would be wonderful. Chestnut, I can play with you forever, he exclaimed, joyfully twirling her around. Lin Zhan, though slightly annoyed, shot him an exasperated glance. I do not want to play with you, all right? Yet the smile at the corners of her mouth betrayed her true feelings. Just as they were enjoying their playful moment, Jun Baiki arrived, and upon seeing their hands clasped tightly together, his expression darkened once more. Brother. When Jun Anqing spotted Jun Baiki, he waved his hand joyfully. Lin Zhan shifted her gaze, her youthful smile akin to the warm sun on a winter-s day, banishing the chill. Jun Baiki felt a surge of warmth in his heart as he approached, taking a seat before the roasted chestnuts placed before them. What delightful creation is this? These are the renowned sugar-roasted chestnuts, exceptionally delicious. Jun Anqing enthusiastically promoted them from his seat, even using his small, pudgy hands to peel one and offer it to Jun Baiki. However, Jun Baiki looked on with mild disdain, shaking his head in refusal at the brown chestnut skins lodged beneath Jun Anqing's fingernails. At that moment, Lin Zhan, with remarkable speed, suddenly presented a peeled chestnut to Jun Baiki's lips. He instinctively opened his mouth and consumed the chestnut, his eyes lighting up, prompting Lin Zhan to sparkle with excitement as she exclaimed, "How is it, Your Highness? Isn't it delightful?" "Quite good." Jun Baiki nodded slightly, then pushed the unpeeled chestnuts toward Lin Zhan. Her large eyes brimmed with confusion as he instructed, "Peel the chestnuts for me." Upon hearing this, Lin Zhan's demeanor deflated like a punctured balloon. She raised her rosy little hand and lamented, "But my hands are sore from peeling already." "You eat, I peel. From now on, whenever you wish to eat chestnuts, just call for me," Jun Anqing declared loyally, then pushed a rather lumpy chestnut he had peeled towards Lin Zhan. "Am I seeing things? Is the crown prince actually peeling chestnuts?" Jun Anqing exclaimed incredulously, rubbing his eyes. Jun Baiki shot him an exasperated look, then returned his focus to peeling the chestnuts, which he did with elegance, producing perfectly smooth and intact morsels. Meanwhile, Lin Zhan joyfully swung her little feet, eating a chestnut for every one that Jun Baiki peeled, relishing the moment. Jun Anqing stealthily reached for one of the chestnuts Jun Baiki had prepared, but was met with a sharp glare from Jun Baiki. The crown prince shows favoritism, only peeling chestnuts for little Zhan. Jun Anqing grumbled, feeling put out, and resigned himself to peeling his own. Just then, Bai Xia entered and announced, "Side concubine Si Shui wishes to see Lin Zhan." Lin Zan quickly glanced at Yun Baiki, realizing it was likely Si Shui had come to see her because of his presence. Indeed, handsome men attract attention like honey draws bees and butterflies. Chapter 47. The Ceremony of Bestowing the Empress Title. As Lin Zan mentally critiqued the situation, Jun Baiki's brows lifted slightly. After finishing the last chestnut, he elegantly accepted a warm cloth from a palace made to wipe his hands. Bisya, understanding Si Ui's intentions, felt a surge of delight upon witnessing Jun Baiki's decisive rejection and hurried to relay the message. Outside the door, Si Shui, already feeling the chill, became disheartened upon hearing that Jun Baiki did not wish to see her. Since His Highness does not wish to meet, I shall take my leave. Maintaining her poise, Si Shui bowed gracefully and turned to depart. Bai Xia, accustomed to Lin Zhan's innocent demeanor, found Si Shui's delicate manner quite unappealing. Inside the room, the three were enveloped in a tense silence, exchanging glances. Jun Baiki, as the crown prince, radiated an undeniable aura of authority, causing Lin Zhan and Jun Anqing to refrain from their playful antics. Lin Zhan inwardly scolded him for his lack of camaraderie, stealing glances at Jun Baiki. Surely, your influence played a role in the consort's smooth ascension to her position. Jun Baiki initiated the conversation. I believe the consort is well aware of this. Lin Zhan replied promptly, recognizing the crown prince's formidable power and the inevitable alignment of the consort's interests. Jun Baiki nodded in satisfaction, and as he departed, he cast a contemplative glance at the mountain of chestnut skins on the table. Lin Zhan mused that given her otherworldly origins, the resultant butterfly effect could have subtly altered Jun Baiki's character, dismissing her earlier anxieties. As a month swiftly passed, the previously overcast skies brightened one morning, allowing radiant sunlight to flood the grand palace. On the eve of the bestowal ceremony, preparations commenced in earnest throughout the palaces. Consort Qin had been confined within the palace for over a month, while the presence of Wang Heng seemed to have faded from memory, with no mention of Junbeiyu. At this moment, Lin Zhan found herself in the consort's quarters, feeling utterly drained, her small head bobbing as Bai Xia and the others fussed over her. "Oh, my little ancestor, please wake up. The emperor has specifically instructed me to bring you to the empress bestowal ceremony," Lu Qiuchan urged upon seeing Lin Zhan's sleepy countenance. Lin Zhan blinked her bleary eyes, pouting slightly but mustering some energy. It was perplexing how the emperor wished Lu Qiuchan to escort Lin Zhan into the hall during the empress bestowal ceremony, as a gesture of remembrance for the late Empress Lin and a sign of favor towards Lin Zhan. This compelled Lin Zhan to rise in the dead of night. Feeling utterly exhausted, she would rather forego such honors. After a flurry of preparations, Lu Qiuchan transformed completely, adorning herself with a golden crown of phoenixes and wearing the regal robe of the empress, exuding authority and nobility. Even Lin Zhan, clad in opulent attire, had a golden crown placed upon her small head, adding a touch of gravity to her appearance. Miss Lin and the consort share a striking resemblance. As if the consort were a miniature version of herself, remarked Dong Xiang with a smile. Lin Zhan glanced at Lu Qiuchan, who was taking deep breaths nearby, then looked down at her own finery. While she could not discern any resemblance, both women were undeniably adorned in jewels and finery, making their similarities evident. Once everything was in order, Lu Qiuchan took Lin Zhan's hand and slowly exited the Kung Fu Palace. At that moment, Lin Zhan found herself reminiscing about Jun Baiki's broad and reassuring embrace. A flush crept on her cheeks as she climbed the steps, symbolizing power. Upon entering the grand hall, Lu Qiuchan took Lin Zhan's hand, guiding her along the path reserved for the empress. At this moment, numerous ministers and palace ladies stood along the route, their gazes filled with envy, respect, and a hint of jealousy directed at the two. Overwhelmed by the mixed glances, Lin Zhan could not decipher their intentions and chose to focus straight ahead. At the end of the path, her eyes fell upon but one figure, Jun Baiki. Dressed in a striking purple court robe adorned with a golden dragon, Jun Baiki emanated an air of authority, his youthful face bearing a solemn expression as he regarded Lin Zhan below. Ascending the steps, Jun Baiki extended his hand to Lin Zhan, who, in a daze, grasped it and moved to the side, while the emperor descended from the dragon throne to take Lu Qiuquan's hand. Together, they ascended to the throne, marking Lu Qiuquan's singular opportunity to sit openly on the dragon throne and receive the homage of the ministers. The assembly of individuals knelt in unison, offering their congratulations to the consort for her ascension. Lu Qiuquan maintained a perfectly poised smile, raising her hand to allow the assembly to rise, becoming the center of attention during the empress bestowal ceremony. Upon witnessing such a stunning scene, Lin Zan seemed to comprehend why so many individuals yearned to pursue the pinnacle of power. After all, the satisfaction derived from standing high above. Watching others grovel at one's feet is indeed unparalleled. Listening to the occasional gasps of admiration from the sycophants nearby, and feeling the incessant allure of power echoing in his mind, Jun Beiki cast a glance at Lin Zan beside him. The grand ceremony of crowning the empress had finally concluded smoothly, and as the festivities transitioned into a palace banquet, Lin Zan, weary, drowsy, and famished, was just about to indulge in the sumptuous feast before her when calamity struck. In Chapter 48, the dragon-s minister, Lin Zhan's petite form had been utterly exhausted, yet she was cradled by Jun Beiki to her seat. The sight of them seated together was no longer a novelty to the emperor and Lu Qiuquan, who had now been elevated to empress. Just as the guests were about to savor the culinary delights, a small eunuch hurriedly burst into the hall, disrupting the assembly. Boldly, "What causes such alarm that you dare disturb the emperor and empress? Do you believe you can bear the consequences?" The head eunuch admonished, pointing at the small eunuch. The emperor's brow furrowed, and Lu Qiuquan, not wishing for any discord during her crowning feast, quickly intervened, stating, "Surely there is an urgent matter. Step forward and explain." The empress's generosity pleased the emperor greatly, and the small eunuch knelt humbly before the throne. "Your Majesty, the Taoist priest Wu Su from the Yuxing temple has arrived." As his words echoed, the expressions of several elder ministers shifted dramatically as they turned to the emperor. Upon hearing the name Wu Su, Lin Zan momentarily froze. Was he not merely a character mentioned in passing within the original text? Why had he suddenly made his entrance? Her suspicions were discerned by Jun Beiki. A figure who should not have appeared had now manifested, stirring an ominous premonition within Lin Zan. However, the emperor appeared notably agitated, rising swiftly to summon Wu Su into the palace. Within the span of a tea ceremony, a slender man clad in Taoist robes adorned with yin-yang symbols, crowned with a jade cap and sporting a long goat-like beard, stepped forth. This middle-aged man was indeed the fabled Taoist priest Wu Su, holding a floating dust brush, perfectly embodying the image of a Taoist. Upon his arrival, Wu Su first paid respects to the emperor without kneeling. Such an act of defiance did not invoke the emperor's ire. Instead, he descended from his dragon throne and approached Wu Su with slight tremors in his voice. "You once proclaimed that we would never meet again in this life. Why have you now broken your vow and descended? I have come down to prevent a catastrophic upheaval that could lead to the destruction of a nation," Wu Su declared, igniting a wave of shock among the assembly. The faces of numerous ministers paled, and the emperor's expression darkened. "What do you mean by this? Your Majesty surely remembers that many years ago, I foretold the white serpent entwining the beams, a sign of the emperor's fate." Wu Su, with an air of ethereal calm, recounted a past that none dared to utter. The emperor's countenance grew peculiar, yet he nodded in acknowledgement, and Lin Zhan understood the gravity of his expression. Indeed, the prophecy of the white serpent entwining the beams, a sign of the emperor's destiny, had originated from Wu Su, who had approached the current emperor with the declaration of his impending ascension. At that time, the previous emperor had been in good health, showing no signs of demise, leading the emperor to dismiss Wu Su's words as mere folly. However, following the appearance of the white serpent, the former emperor had passed away within 3 months, forcing the emperor to accept Wu Su's foresight. Later, the emperor had constructed the Yuxing temple in Wu Su's honor. Yet the priest had reiterated his vow of never meeting the emperor again in this lifetime. Now, Wu Su's unexpected presence in the palace naturally filled the emperor with trepidation. Lin Zhan temporarily set aside her hunger, her eyes narrowing as she scrutinized Wu Su. The priest nodded gently, then gazed up at the magnificent ceiling, letting out a heavy sigh. The white serpent entwining the beams is a natural phenomenon. However, not all such signs indicate an emperor's fate. They may also signify the presence of the dragon's minister. As these words settled, murmurs erupted among the ministers. The emperor seemed intent on keeping this affair under wraps, hastily leading Wu Su out of the palace after the revelation. Thus, the grand banquet meant to celebrate the crowning of the empress concluded rather abruptly. Wu Su remained in the emperor's study for 3 full hours, leaving the attendees curious about the nature of their discussions, yet none could discern the content since only the two of them were present. Subsequently, Wu Su departed the palace quietly, as swiftly as he had arrived, though his visit had irrevocably altered Jun Beiyu's fate. The following day, the emperor released Jun Beiyu from the dungeons and graciously bestowed upon him rare scrolls and paintings as a token of consolation. Such inexplicable actions left the court officials baffled. Even Qin Fei was liberated from her confinement, reinstated to her position as a consort, as if nothing had transpired. It was not until 3 days later that Lin Zan discovered what Wu Su had communicated to the emperor during their private audience. Carrying some freshly roasted chestnuts, Lin Zan hurried to the emperor's study to present them as a gesture of goodwill. Sweet and tender, she had put her heart into this offering. After tasting a chestnut, the emperor affectionately ruffled Lin Zan's hair. At that moment, Lin Zan noticed a piece of paper lying beside him, inscribed with 4 large characters, "From Dragon's Minister," instantly sparking a look of confusion in her large eyes. The emperor appeared to notice her gaze and lifted her into his arms, holding the paper as he spoke with a hint of sentimentality. "Do you know what "From Dragon's Minister" signifies, little Zan?" In truth, Lin Zan had her suspicions, yet she feigned ignorance before the emperor, shaking her head. Wu Su had indicated that the white serpent imagery within the Wang residence signified the dragon's minister, implying that he would aid in governing Beiqi, and that he would forever remain a minister, never to ascend as a true dragon. Perhaps sensing the innocence of a child not yet 8, the emperor lowered his guard and explained the matter to Lin Zan. With a look of innocent bewilderment, Lin Zan nodded, her adorably clueless demeanor lifting the emperor's spirits, prompting hearty laughter as he pinched her cherubic cheeks. It appeared that the male lead was not so easily toppled. Feeling somewhat disheartened, Lin Zan slumped onto her seat. In Chapter 49, The Principle of Eating Friends by Xia entered, noticing Lin Zhan's somewhat disgruntled expression, and cheerfully remarked, "Miss, what troubles you? Have you been reminded of something?" Bai Xia had assumed Lin Zhan was reflecting on her deceased sister due to the emperor's recent crowning of a new empress. "Sister Bai Xia, I am not so petty. Besides, Consort Xian has treated me well. Having her as empress is far preferable to having Qin Fei in that position. After all, someone will always fill the vacant seat." Lin Zhan replied earnestly. Bai Xia was amused by her serious demeanor and nodded in agreement. With the establishment of an empress, the dynamics within the harem shifted decisively. Early in the morning, the concubines were summoned to the Kongfu Palace to pay their respects. Although Lu Qiuquan had ascended as the new empress, she chose not to relocate to the Guantian Palace, intending to leave Lin Zhan a space to cherish the memory of her sister. As long as the Guantian Gong remains uninhabited by a new master, its decor will remain unchanged, and there will always be dedicated personnel to maintain it. This thought deeply moved Lin Zhan, compelling her to resolve internally that she would ensure Lu Qiuquan receives what she rightfully deserves. Today marks the first visit of the Qin Fei to the empress after her confinement was lifted, promising an intriguing spectacle. Who could disagree? Stepping into the Kongfu Palace now presented a completely different scene, leaving one to wonder if the Qin Fei could withstand it. The concubines from various palaces stood outside the Kongfu Palace, chattering animatedly, when suddenly a splendid palanquin appeared around the corner. It was immediately recognized as the Qin Fei's. For many years, the Qin Fei had been audacious and domineering within the palace, relying on the emperor's favor. Having recently emerged from her confinement to visit the empress, her luxurious palanquin was indeed striking. Yet, despite this, the ranks of the other concubines remained beneath her, prompting them to bow in respect as she passed. Seated in the palanquin, the Qin Fei adorned in resplendent attire, merely lifted her eyelids slightly to glance at the bowing concubines. "Good morning, sisters," she greeted in her usual languid and cool tone. No sooner had she spoken than the doors of the Kong Fu Palace creaked open. The former first-ranking maid, Dong Xiang, now the steward of the Kong Fu Palace, bowed slightly to the concubines and invited them inside. After a moment's hesitation, the concubines entered in single file, followed by the Qin Fei, who was assisted by palace maids. Once seated, the Qin Fei raised her eyes and chuckled lightly, addressing Lu Qiuquan. "Though you occupy the higher position now, it seems some individuals remain disrespectful, unchanged in the slightest." Her words hung in the air, creating an awkward tension within the palace. The disrespectful individual she referred to being the Defei. However, Lu Qiuquan appeared unfazed by the Defei's failure to pay her respects that morning. "I am aware that Defei is unwell today and could not come to greet me," she replied nonchalantly. Indeed, even the empress could do nothing about the Defei situation, as she was supported by her influential family, placing her in a position of superiority within the palace that none could rival. The Qin Fei's words dripped with sarcasm, which caused a slight furrow in Lu Qiuquan's brow. Nonetheless, she merely huffed lightly and chose not to engage, recognizing the underlying dissatisfaction of the Qin Fei, who had long been at odds with her. "It is exhausting to exchange pleasantries with them. I would rather indulge in idle chatter with Zhaner," Lu Qiuquan sighed, instructing a nearby maid to remove her crown, a symbol of her status as empress. Dong Xiang smiled and agreed. "Indeed, Miss Zhan is quite endearing." Speaking of Zhaner, Lu Qiuquan wondered aloud why she had not shown up for breakfast today, as she usually did. Since Si Shuiyi's arrival at the Han Fangge, Lin Zan had felt a growing discomfort each time she saw her, prompting her to sneak away to Lu Qiuquan's palace for breakfast. This had become a routine, and today, her absence was notably missed. Dong Xiang, puzzled, remarked, "It is indeed strange. I shall inquire at the Han Fangge." Lu Qiuquan nodded. "Do check, but ensure there are no complications." Dong Xiang bowed and departed, swiftly arriving at the Han Fangge, only to encounter Jun Beiqi. "Greetings, Your Highness," she said, bowing deeply, but Jun Beiqi merely glanced at her before focusing his attention on Lin Zan. Lin Zan was astonished to see the array of dishes made entirely from chestnuts before her. "These dishes are all made from chestnuts?" she asked incredulously. "Indeed, there is chestnut cake, chestnut porridge, and even stewed chicken with chestnuts," Jun Beiqi replied, his expression impassive yet subtly imbued with anticipation. Understanding the situation, Dong Xiang chuckled quietly and discreetly withdrew. "Look at me, such a small person, and the crown prince expects me to consume all this. He must be trying to turn me into a little round pig," Lin Zan exclaimed, dramatically patting her stomach to indicate her inability to accommodate more food. Jun Beiqi was charmed by her adorable antics, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth as he remarked, "I did not ask you to consume everything. Merely sample each dish." "Ah, to only sample such a feast would be a pity," Lin Zan replied, a sudden thought sparking in her mind. She instructed Bai Xia to summon Jun and Qing, confident he would relish the food. As Lin Zan cheerfully mentioned this, she failed to notice the visible chill in Jun Beiqi's demeanor, his expression darkening. Just as Bai Xia was about to leave with a smile, Jun Beiqi slammed his palm on the table, his cold demeanor unmistakable. "You are quite the friend, always thinking of the fourth prince whenever there is delicious food." "Naturally, he is my eating companion. It would be against the principles of friendship not to share," Lin Zan replied, oblivious to the tension, while Bai Xia, ever perceptive, signaled her mistress to be mindful of her words, aware of the lethal glare from the crown prince. Chapter 50. Can one eat or not? Despite her usual attentiveness, Lin Zan was completely oblivious to the brewing storm as she insisted Bai Xia hurry to fetch the fourth prince. Bai Xia, with a resigned determination, left the Han Fangge, steeling herself for the encounter. "What? There are delicious chestnuts? I must go at once," Jun and Qing exclaimed, bouncing with excitement upon hearing of the culinary delights, eagerly following Bai Xia to the Han Fangge. On their way, Bai Xia hesitated, wanting to warn the fourth prince, but ultimately chose to remain silent, recognizing the precariousness of her position. She silently prayed that he would be perceptive enough to avoid provoking the crown prince upon entering. As they pushed through the heavy curtains, Jun and Qing bounded in, his eyes widening at the sight of the abundant feast, only to immediately notice the stern expression of his elder brother. "Brother is here too," Jun and Qing exclaimed without a hint of awareness, plopping down at the table, his gaze gleaming with delight as he addressed Lin Zan. "Zan, you are so generous with all this food." "Not at all. It was brought by the crown prince. My appetite is small. I cannot finish it alone, so I called for you," Lin Zan replied joyfully. And soon the two young ones were engrossed in animated discussions about the food, completely disregarding the presence of Junbei. Just as Jun and Qing reached for the dishes, he felt a chilling gaze directed at him, prompting him to look up at Junbei. "All right, this meal was brought by my brother." "Thank you, brother," he said politely, yet the cold glare remained unyielding. Lin Zan, however, was entirely oblivious to the tension, happily indulging in her meal and urging Jun and Qing to join her. Finally, the usually straightforward Jun and Qing sensed something amiss and cautiously inquired, "Brother, may I eat?" "Do you think you can?" Junbei retorted with an icy chuckle, his gaze unrelenting. Jun and Qing shivered slightly, silently putting down his chopsticks. "Zan, why are you just sitting there? Why aren't you eating?" "I cannot finish it all by myself," Lin Zan questioned, tilting her head in confusion at Jun and Qing's stillness. JNNQing cast a furtive glance at JNBIQ with the corner of his eye, then blinked at LNZHN, caught in a dilemma. "Tuanzi, what is wrong with your eyes? Have you caught a chill?" LNZHN appeared blissfully unaware, urging JNNQing to eat quickly. Gazing at the array of dishes before him, JNNQing's mouth watered as he craned his neck to look at JNBIQ and asked once more, "Brother, may I eat or not?" "Oomph." JNBIQ responded with a cold snort, uttering not a word. JNNQing, undeterred by the pressure of his brother's gaze, succumbed to the hunger gnawing at his stomach and picked up his chopsticks. Soon, JNBIQ beheld two young boys sweeping across the table like a whirlwind. After they finished, JNNQing, thoroughly satisfied, patted his little belly, while JNBIQ, with narrowed eyes, remarked, "I have heard that DFINI Niang has invited a martial arts instructor for you, fourth brother. Today, I am eager to practice with you." "Ah." JNNQing, still full, looked at JNBIQ in confusion, without granting him a moment to respond. JNBIQ seized him and exited HNFNG, bringing him to a clearing in the Imperial Garden, where he tossed him a wooden sword. NDHN, eager for the spectacle, hurriedly followed, clapping her hands and cheering, "Go, Tuanzi!" This instant filled JNNQing with courage, and he nodded vigorously. Meanwhile, a glint of sharpness flickered in JNBIQ's gaze. The two soon engaged in combat with their wooden swords, yet JNNQing, merely a 10-year-old child, could not possibly compete with the already initiated crown prince. In just a few exchanges, he was bested, feeling somewhat deflated as he sat there, his clothes disheveled from the sparring, panting heavily. It seems fourth brother's martial skills require refinement. Mastery comes from diligence, while negligence breeds idleness. You must remain in CHOXG-ing to diligently study martial arts and knowledge, lest you incur Father Emperor's wrath during his inspections. JNBIQ reprimanded JNNQing coldly before turning to leave. "Why be so stern, like an old scholar?" JNNQing muttered under his breath. LNZHN intended to comfort JNNQing, but was unexpectedly swept away by JNBIQ, who scooped her up in his arms. "Your Highness, put me down. Where are we going?" LNZHN protested, flailing her short legs in frustration. At that moment, she fervently wished to grow up quickly, so she would not be so easily carried away, powerless to resist. JNBIQ glanced down at her and, somewhat exasperated, replied, "Out of the palace." Upon hearing those words, LNZHN's eyes sparkled with excitement. She had never seen the sights of the capital. "If we are leaving the palace, I suppose I will reluctantly agree," she said, settling down in JNBIQ's embrace. He produced the palace token and led her out, with no one daring to obstruct them. "Where are we going? Should we visit CH Ingyan Street?" LNZH and asked eagerly, fidgeting in the carriage while peeking out through the curtains. GNBIQS Brofurod. How do you know of CHNEN Street when you have never left the palace? With that, LNZHN, who had just been brimming with excitement, froze in place. CHNE North Street was the place she longed for while reading this book, a favorite haunt of esteemed ladies, akin to a modern-day pedestrian street combined with a luxurious shopping mall. I heard it from B11Gia, she quickly replied, invoking the name of her friend. JNBIQ merely smiled slightly, neither confirming nor denying, which gave L a sense of relief. She resolved to be cautious around this perceptive man. To CHNEN Street, JNBIQ announced, then closed his eyes to rest, causing LN's heart to leap with joy. The carriage soon arrived at CHNEN Street, where the lively atmosphere of the market thrived early in the morning, throngs of people bustling about. LNZHN lifted the carriage curtain to gaze outside, eager to leap down, but thanks to JNBIQ's quick reflexes, she was caught just in time. Be careful. Do you not fear getting lost? He gently admonished, but he still disembarked before lifting LNZHN down. With her short legs, she joyfully dashed ahead, and JNBIQ followed closely behind, allowing her some freedom. The streets were vibrant, adorned with an array of trinkets, and LNZHN noticed several stalls selling garlands made of delicate pink flowers, surrounded by young women buying them with cheerful smiles. Curiously tilting her head, she turned to inquire about the purpose of these flower garlands. Indeed, when a handsome young man was present, the ladies flocked around him like butterflies. LNZHN stifled a giggle, only to suddenly pause, recalling something important. If one encountered a favored gentleman on the street, they would offer him a garland of WNL flowers as a token of affection. The women, momentarily taken aback by the appearance of a small child blocking their path, quickly burst into laughter. Whose little girl is this? She seems so young. Could she already be seeking her ideal husband? A rosy-cheeked petite woman crouched down, coaxing LNZHN a step aside as if soothing a child. LNZHN glared at them, perceiving these women as mere red-skinned skeletons, and reminded herself that the crown prince's ascension to the throne was still pending. She must not let her energy be diverted to these women. As the saying goes, a successful entrepreneur must never allow a woman to impede their ascent. JNBIQ looked down with interest at the small figure blocking his path, intrigued by her thoughts. You all better step aside, or I shall bite you, LNZHN declared, stomping her little feet and exposing her pearly whites in a fierce expression. Just as she thought JNBIQ might succumb to the women's teasing, he coldly picked her up, declaring, "Step aside. Those who obstruct my path shall perish." His voice was frigid, his gaze fixed ahead. Indeed, young sir, do not be shy. Whichever one of us you choose, we shall offer our blessings and cause no trouble. The surrounding women, emboldened by the rare opportunity to express their desires, behaved more audaciously than usual. Some even sought to flaunt their figures and beauty, hoping JNBIQ would take the liberty to explore. Even LNZHN, cradled in his arms, was mesmerized by the lively scene, witnessing a veritable ancient courtship spectacle. At that moment, a squad of guards suddenly appeared on CHNEN Street, swiftly surrounding JNBIQ and dispersing the flirtatious women. Your Highness, I apologize for my tardiness. The leader bowed respectfully to JNBIQ. The women, realizing they had just flirted with the crown prince, trembled in fear and quickly knelt, horrified at their audacity. Yet, the thought that the prince might take an interest in them ignited a daring glimmer in their eyes, and they boldly raised their heads, casting flirtatious glances at JNBIQ. Lin Zan found herself in the embrace of Jun Baiki, unable to suppress her astonishment. Indeed, before the allure of beauty, both men and women become reckless. With the addition of the guards, a 5-meter radius of emptiness formed around Jun Baiki and Lin Zan, as no one dared to approach. Observing the awe-filled gazes directed at them, Lin Zan felt little interest and could not help but pout. At that moment, Jun Baiki seemed to comprehend Lin Zan's sentiments and led her into the nearby theater. However, before departing, Lin Zan purchased a string of wanlinghua flowers from a nearby stall. Jun Baiki glanced at the flower bracelet adorning her wrist, his brow furrowing slightly. Sensing his potential misunderstanding, Lin Zan hurriedly clarified, "Your Highness, please do not misconstrue my intentions. I merely found the bracelet visually appealing, hence I bought it for amusement." "I hope that is indeed the case," Junbei replied, casting a few more glances at her flower bracelet before turning his expressionless gaze towards the stage. To avoid further disturbances, he instructed the guard to remain outside the theater and not to enter. Legend has it that long ago, a celestial maiden descended to the mortal realm and encountered a refined scholar. The two developed a mutual affection, prompting the maiden to linger in the mortal world to bear his children. As Lin Zan became engrossed in the tale, an unwelcome sight appeared. Si Shui, clad in a flowing luo shun gown, approached Junbei with an ethereal grace despite her youth. "I never expected to find His Highness here," she exclaimed, her face glowing with unrestrained joy, her rosy cheeks radiating youthful shyness that surpassed 1,000 words. Chapter 52. The Chaos of Noble Women upon hearing Si Shui's voice. Lin Zan felt as though she had swallowed a fly, a wave of disgust washing over her. The sweet taste of the pastry she had just eaten vanished entirely, nearly choking her. In that moment of distress, a cup of tea was offered to her, and she eagerly accepted it, gulping down a few sips until the pastry dislodged from her throat. "Thank you, Your Highness," Lin Zan said, raising her head to meet Junbei's gaze, her most innocent smile illuminating her face. Junbei shot her a glance and remarked, "If you continue to eat like this, you'll be in trouble." "How could that be?" "I am but a girl," Lin Zan replied, pouting in discontent, engaging in a seamless conversation while completely disregarding Si Shui's presence. Si Shui stood awkwardly nearby, her lips moving for a moment before she finally spoke, as if to affirm her existence. "Your Highness, you have brought Miss Lin out for a leisurely outing, haven't you?" "Indeed," Junbei replied succinctly, offering no further elaboration. Persistent despite previous rebuffs, Si Shui chose not to press the matter further and instead took a seat beside them. "Why is she like a stubborn adhesive that one cannot shake off?" Lin Zan muttered under her breath, her voice just loud enough for Si Shui to hear. The carefully crafted smile on Si Shui's face faltered, becoming rigid and somewhat ludicrous. Earlier that morning, Si Shui had learned that Junbei was taking Lin Zan out of the palace, prompting her to enlist the help of concubine Qin to follow the pair. "Since love at first sight is unattainable, I shall strive for a deeper connection," Si Shui vowed silently. Just then, several noble ladies entered the theater, around the same age as Si Shui. They immediately spotted her and approached, their expressions shifting from surprise to familiarity. "Si Shui, what brings you here?" inquired one lady adorned with a hibiscus tassel, her almond-shaped eyes wide with curiosity. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Si Shui visibly stiffened, turning to face the noblewoman. It is Miss Wang," she responded, offering a courteous bow. The lady, Wang Lanya, raised her chin proudly. She was the daughter of the Minister of Works and the niece of the esteemed Wang, mayorin in the palace. Despite her youth, Wang Lanya was already renowned among the noble women of the capital. However, Lin Zan noted that Wang Lanya had an additional significance in the original narrative, as she was initially destined to be Junbei's official match. Reflecting on this, Lin Zhan's eyes sparkled as she scrutinized Wang Lanya, standing before Si Shui. While her complexion was not exceptionally fair, it possessed a delicate quality. Her almond-shaped eyes and petite mouth exuded a unique charm, hinting at a wild essence akin to that of a small leopard. A small leopard? Junbei cast a bewildered glance at Lin Zan, bewildered by the peculiar comparisons emerging from her mind. "I heard from my aunt that life in the palace hasn't been particularly favorable for you. A mere adopted daughter of the Qin family, relying on concubine Qin's influence to ascend to the palace. How laughable," Wang Lanya remarked bluntly, striking a nerve with Si Shui. In that moment, Lin Zan resolved to befriend Wang Lanya, a decision that did not escape Junbei's notice, prompting him to furrow his brow. Wang Lanya's sharp words drained the color from Si Shui's face, her eyes reddening as tears welled up, cascading down her cheeks as if they were free to flow. "Miss Wang, I am well aware of my humble status and do not dare to aspire for more. My entry into the palace is the Emperor's decision. Do you believe the Emperor's choice to be flawed?" Si Shui lamented, her voice filled with sorrow. Wang Lanya's face flushed with indignation. Si Shui, what nonsense are you spouting? When have I ever claimed your entry into the palace to be the emperor's error? I merely find you to be scheming and calculating. Even if you enter the palace, it will serve no purpose. As expected, her words left Si Shui even paler, her expression resembling that of a fragile white lotus, delicate and pitiful. Miss Wang, I have never wronged you. Why must you speak so harshly? Si Shui pleaded, casting a sideways glance at Jun Beiki, her eyes pleading for support. The unspoken request in her gaze was unmistakable, prompting Lin Zan to silently shake her head in disbelief. Such theatricality and emotion would be better suited for the stage. Perhaps finding Lin Zhan's thoughts amusing, a slight smile tugged at the corners of Jun Beiki's mouth, hinting at amusement. Witnessing this, Si Shui felt a surge of optimism, interpreting Jun Beiki's smile as a sign of favor directed towards her, filling her with renewed strength. At that moment, Wang Lanya seemed to notice Jun Beiki as well, uncertainty flickering in her eyes as she inquired, could this be His Highness? Indeed, Lin Zan chimed in eagerly before Jun Beiki could respond, nodding enthusiastically while gazing at Wang Lanya with bright eyes. Wang Lanya appeared momentarily taken aback, but soon recognized that the man before her was indeed the crown prince. Having attended a palace banquet with her father and brother, she had caught a glimpse of Jun Beiki from afar and had also formed a lasting impression of Lin Zhan seated beside him. Wang Lanya approached gracefully, offering a courteous bow to Jun Beiki, her smile poised and appropriate. I did not realize your highness was present. I apologize for my rudeness. No matter. Your performance is far more captivating than that on the stage, Jun Beiki remarked, though Wang Lanya's expression bore a hint of awkwardness. Despite being a prominent figure among the noble women of the capital, Wang Lanya's demeanor was anything but typical. She held a disdain for the artifice exhibited by many women, particularly towards the esteemed Si Shui, leading to a history of cold jibes whenever they encountered one another. When Lin Zhan encountered Wang Lanya, she was filled with immense joy, seizing her hand and sitting down beside her, chattering away animatedly. Observing their delightful conversation, Jun Beiki refrained from interrupting, while the awkwardly standing Si Shui could only sit down again in embarrassment. It was indeed peculiar how well Wang Lanya and Lin Zhan connected. Their conversation was lively, and Lin Zhan gleaned from Wang Lanya's few words that the world of noble ladies was quite chaotic. In Chapter 53, The Goddess Has Affection, Lin Zhan resembled a gossiping old woman from the village, munching on sunflower seeds while listening to Wang Lanya share tales of the noble ladies in the capital. Among the 4 renowned talents in the capital, Wang Lanya was famous for her painting, while the daughter of the Grand Minister, Tang Xiu, gained fame through her calligraphy and poetry, and another, Shun Yiling, was celebrated for her musical skills. However, Lin Zhan curiously noted that this only accounted for 3 talents. Eagerly, she asked Wang Lanya who the 4th talent was. Wang Lanya disdainfully gestured towards Si Shui, remarking, that would be her, renowned for her dancing. She is grouped with us as one of the 4 talents, yet she is merely an adopted daughter of the Qin family, hardly deserving of such a title. She merely deceives foolish men with her innocent facade. Upon hearing this, Lin Zhan's eyes sparkled. Indeed, it seemed only women could see through other women. In the original story, Wang Lanya ultimately married Jun Biu, who had affections for Si Shui, indicating a genuine rivalry between them. It was no wonder they couldn't stand each other. Lin Zhan mused with a smile. At that moment, a young servant hurriedly approached, handing Lin Zhan a note. Puzzled, she glanced at the note before discarding her sunflower seeds and informing Wang Lanya, Miss Wang, I have enjoyed our conversation immensely today, but I must attend to urgent matters. I shall see you at the palace another day. Jun Beiki naturally did not refuse, lifting Lin Zhan effortlessly and striding out of the theater. Wang Lanya expressed her admiration. I hear Miss Lin is quite favored by the emperor and empress, but I never expected even the crown prince to dote on her so. Unbeknownst to Lin Zhan, many noble ladies in the capital envied her ability to approach the crown prince so freely. At that moment, she urged Jun Beiki to hasten the carriage. Upon arriving at Kung Fu Palace, Dong Xiang, who was standing by the entrance, eagerly exclaimed, Miss Zhan, you have finally arrived. The empress is nearly frantic. No need to worry. I can resolve everything, Lin Zan assured, patting her chest as she entered Kung Fu Palace. The atmosphere within was palpably different, adorned with various flowers that were surprisingly vibrant against the cold backdrop. As she stepped into the inner palace, Lu Qiuchan quickly grasped Lin Zhan's hand, her face stern. That wretched Qin Fei has summoned a swarm of butterflies to surround her, ensnaring the emperor entirely. Lu Qiuchan had meticulously prepared for this day, cultivating rare flowers in the greenhouse to win the emperor's affections. However, she had not anticipated Qin Fei's audacious move, attracting butterflies in the dead of winter along the emperor's path to Kung Fu Palace, leading him to forget protocol and visit her Mingda Palace instead. Fuming, Lu Qiuchan sought Lin Zhan's counsel, asking, "Do you have a plan?" Lu Qiuchan looked at Lin Zhan expectantly. Upon hearing her inquiry, Lin Zhan summoned all the maids and eunuchs in Kung Fu Palace, orchestrating a well-structured plan. After understanding Lin Zhan's clever strategy, Lu Qiuchan couldn't help but admire her ingenuity, feeling more assured. Meanwhile, within Mingda Palace, the emperor jested with Qin Fei, who boldly wore sheer summer attire, revealing her delicate figure and catching the emperor's eye. Suddenly, a commotion and laughter from outside piqued the emperor's interest, prompting him to inquire of the nearby eunuch, "What is happening outside?" "Go and see. Your Majesty, is there anything more captivating than this humble servant?" Qin Fei coyly responded, her delicate hands gliding down the emperor's chest, laden with seduction. After a prolonged wait, the laughter intensified, interrupting their intimate moment. The emperor frowned, demanding to know the situation outside. The eunuch who had ventured out reported, "Your Majesty, an exquisite path lined with 10,000 flowers has mysteriously appeared, extending to—" He hesitated, sensing the emperor's growing impatience. "Where does it lead? Speak." "It extends to the empress's Kung Fu Palace. The palace staff claim it signifies the goddess's affection, bestowing blessings upon your Majesty and the empress." Upon hearing this, the emperor recalled that he was meant to be with the empress today, swiftly pushing Qin Fei aside and dressing appropriately. Intrigued, the emperor followed the floral path to Kung Fu Palace and beheld the breathtaking sight of the empress, Lu Qiuchan, adorned in resplendent beauty that captivated him instantly. In Chapter 54, I have no regrets, Lu Qiuchan refrained from mentioning the emperor's diversion to Qin Fei's palace, gazing tenderly at him. Lin Zhan sighed in relief and turned to her companion, Bai Xia, saying, "Do you think I've successfully averted a familial crisis?" "Miss, while I may not fully grasp your words, I believe you have acted rightly," Bai Xia affirmed, always obedient to Lin Zhan's wishes. The following day, Qin Fei learned who had orchestrated the enchanting floral path and seethed. That little girl Lin Zhan may be young, yet she possesses a cunning mind. Since she aids that wretched Lu Qiuchan, she should not blame me for my ruthless actions. Lin Zhan, having missed several days of medical studies, seized the opportunity to attend the Imperial Medical Academy, only to be met with the instructor's ire for her lack of diligence. "Junior sister, the master insists you complete all the medical texts within a day. Failure to do so will result in punishment," Qin Shang declared, presenting a stack of books before Lin Zhan. Her eyes widening, Lin Zhan playfully pleaded, "Brother, just this once let it slide. The master won't know." "Absolutely not. A practitioner of medicine must never be negligent. It is a disservice to the lives of patients," Qin Shang replied sternly. Reluctantly, Lin Zhan settled down to study the complex medical texts, appreciating the significance of promoting vernacular literature. Just then, a yellow figure suddenly darted from the nearby bamboo grove, lunging directly at Lin Zhan's face. Caught off guard, Lin Zhan could only watch as the figure approached, but in a split second, someone leapt to intercept the yellow figure. "Vile cat, do not harm her." A familiar voice rang out, and Lin Zhan recognized the rescuer as the fourth prince, Junanqing. The yellow shadow turned out to be a golden cat, which, for reasons unknown, exhibited an extraordinary ferocity. It raised its claws and struck at Junanqing, inflicting a painful wound on his face. Consequently, he released the cat and fell to the ground, clutching his face in agony. Lin Zhan rushed over to him, and as Junanqing cried out in pain, she quickly pushed aside his hands to examine the damage. To her horror, she discovered several deep scratches on his face, alarmingly close to his eyes, Had they been positioned even slightly differently, he might have lost his sight. Upon witnessing this scene, Lin Zan's eyes brimmed with tears. Jun Anqing, noticing her distress, immediately ceased his cries and awkwardly comforted her, saying, "Li Zi, I'm fine. It doesn't hurt that much." However, as he spoke, the movement aggravated his wounds, causing him to grimace in pain. Yet, upon seeing Lin Zan's tear-streaked face, he endured it in silence. Upon learning of Jun Anqing's injury, the emperor hurried over, only to be further enraged by the sight of his son's face, which was marred and swollen. He ordered an investigation to determine which palace the cat that had harmed the fourth prince belonged to. The palace was soon in chaos, and it was quickly discovered that the golden cat was kept in the cold palace, usually gentle and harmless. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, it had ventured out today and attacked the esteemed fourth prince. The emperor, in a fit of rage, commanded that the cat be killed on the spot. Lin Zan, witnessing this act, recalled that the cat had initially intended to attack her. In this perilous palace, she sensed that the situation was far more complex than it appeared. As Lin Zan pondered, Jun Anqing, seated nearby, mistakenly believed her distress stemmed from concern for him. Overcome with guilt, he grasped her small hand and said, "Li Zi, I truly bear you no ill will. Please do not blame yourself." Hearing his Na'vi words nearly brought Lin Zan to tears again, and she pouted. "Why did you rush in to save me? Now your face is ruined. What if you can't find a wife in the future? Won't you regret it?" "I would never regret it," he replied. "I am a man. What does a face matter? However, for you, beauty is of utmost importance. You must not let it be destroyed." Jun Anqing endeavored to adopt a brave demeanor as he earnestly spoke to Lin Zan. Undeniably, Lin Zan was deeply moved by Jun Anqing's words, and she resolved silently to alter the fate of the foolish fourth prince. In the following days, Jun Anqing, under the pretext of his injury, accepted Lin Zan's meticulous care, even insisting that she alone tend to his wounds. The Empress Dowager humorously remarked that her son was becoming Lin Zan's little shadow. Meanwhile, the palace was rife with unrest, and numerous strange rumors circulated. For instance, many snakes, insects, and vermin had inexplicably emerged from an old well in the cold palace, frightening all who witnessed it. Additionally, the corpses of dead birds began to appear, notably clustered around the vicinity of Lu Qiuquan's Kung Fu Palace. As the rumors spread, the palace inhabitants grew increasingly anxious, suggesting that unclean spirits haunted the Empress's palace. Yet, the Empress remained composed, unfazed by the commotion surrounding Kung Fu Palace. The Qin consort, upon visiting, made a snide remark to Lu Qiuquan about the disturbances. Lu Qiuquan, affected by the rumors, had not rested well in days and bore a faint pallor, her mood dark and unclear. She cast a cold glance at Qin consort and replied, "Rumors cease with the wise. As the mistress of a palace, you surely do not believe such nonsensical tales." "At first, I did not believe them, but the emperor does," Qin consort retorted with a sudden laugh. Qin consort's words narrowed Lu Qiuquan's gaze, leaving her perplexed about their meaning. Amusingly, Qin consort spoke only half of her thoughts before swiftly changing the subject, leaving Lu Qiuquan with lingering uncertainty. The following day, another unsettling incident emerged in the palace. A maid passing by Hanfang Pavilion suddenly heard an eerie laughter, yet she was completely alone. The laughter seemed to ebb and flow, and terrified, the maid attempted to flee, only to knock over her lantern. At that moment, a shadow flashed before her, moving with remarkable speed before vanishing. The maid, pale and shaken, spread the tale of haunting through the palace, while Lin Zan, at the heart of the matter within Hanfang Pavilion, merely laughed heartily. "My Hanfang Pavilion is not a sinister cold palace. How could it possibly be haunted?" Lin Zan dismissed the notion with a wave of her hand. However, her companion, Bai Xia, was notably concerned. "Miss, your heart is remarkably bold. The people in the palace are now saying Hanfang Pavilion is cursed, and they associate you with this misfortune. If the emperor is swayed by such rumors, how will you stand in the palace?" Initially, Lin Zan had not considered the implications so deeply, but Bai Xia's words struck her with a chill of realization. She understood that her favorable position in the palace stemmed from the emperor's favor and the empress's support. However, The emperor's favor was paramount. Losing such a powerful ally due to the haunting rumors would be a grave misstep. Recognizing this, Lin Zan clenched her small fists and declared, "Someone is trying to exploit the palace's rumors to undermine my standing with the emperor." "Indeed, miss, the rumors have spread. What shall we do?" Bai Xia asked anxiously. Lin Zan resolved to take the initiative, striding toward the emperor's study with purpose, though anxiety gnawed at her. What if the emperor believed the palace rumors and deemed her an ill omen, refusing to see her? Fortunately, it seemed the emperor remained oblivious to the happenings in the palace, allowing Lin Zan to breathe a sigh of relief. With a radiant smile, she entered the study and dashed over to embrace the emperor's leg. Seeing the child clinging to him, the emperor could not help but smile. "Xiao Tsanya, what brings you here? Have you missed me so much in just a few days?" "Emperor brother, I am so frightened," Lin Zan exclaimed, her big, tear-filled eyes pleading for sympathy, a look she had perfected over time. As expected, the emperor's heart ached at her expression, and he gathered her into his arms, inquiring about the cause of her distress. "Emperor brother, I don't know why, but people say my Hanfang pavilion is haunted. I'm so scared. What if it is my late sister watching over me?" Lin Zan sobbed, clutching the emperor's sleeve in a desperate plea for protection. Upon hearing her words, the emperor reminisced about his past with the late Empress Lin and sighed. "Xiao Zhaner, you need not take the idle chatter of the palace to heart. Your sister has been watching over our daughter since her passing. Were it not for her dreams, Lin would not have been born so smoothly." Lin Zan felt a wave of relief wash over her at his words, grateful that she had occasionally mentioned the dreams of the late empress before the emperor. This deepened the emperor's nostalgia for Empress Lin, while simultaneously rekindling old affections, resulting in increasingly meticulous care for Lin Zan. "My sister must be blessing the emperor and my brother-in-law. She is surely transformed into a celestial being, not a ghost," Lin Zan declared resolutely, her small face brimming with sincerity. This expression elicited laughter from the emperor, who nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed, while alive, Empress Lin was gentle and kind. In death, she must have become a fairy, certainly not a ghost." With the emperor's assurance, Lin Zan could not help but breathe a sigh of relief, and she deliberately spread his words, transforming her Hanfang Gu into a sanctuary protected by a fairy, rather than a place haunted by spirits. The emperor's affection for Lin Zan incited jealousy among the various ladies of the harem. However, the strange occurrences within the harem did not cease, as Lu Qiuchan, the matriarch of the harem, found herself overwhelmed by these events, unaware of their true origins. One day, a palace maid was caught whispering with another maid in a corner, and their gossip reached Lu Qiuchan's ears. "Today, as I passed by Hanfang Gu, I saw Miss Lin cutting out paper figures, murmuring to herself, though I could not discern what she was saying." "What paper figures? Could Miss Lin be cursing someone?" "This is taboo in the harem. If discovered, it could cost her life." "That's not all. You surely would not have anticipated that I saw the empress's name on that paper figure," the furtive maid said earnestly, causing the other maid to cover her mouth in fright. Upon hearing this, Lu Qiuchan's expression darkened with rage as she approached. The two maids, terrified at the sight of the empress, immediately knelt. "To speak ill of your master is a grave offense. Take them away for 20 lashes, Lu Qiuchan declared coldly. Regardless of the maid's pleas for mercy, Lu Qiuchan remained unmoved. Returning to Kung Fu Palace, the steward maid Dong Xiang began massaging Lu Qiuchan's calves while inquiring, "Your Majesty, do you think what those two maids said could be true?" "What truth?" "This palace will not entertain the notion that Zhaner would use paper figures to curse me," Lu Qiuchan responded with a derisive smile. In the harem, such tricks were commonplace, and Lu Qiuchan was not a fool. She refused to believe such a tale. Seeing her mistress's skepticism, Dong Xiang refrained from further comment. Yet, unbeknownst to them, the rumor of Lin Zan using paper figures to curse the empress quietly spread throughout the harem, soon capturing Lin Zhan's attention. Chapter 56. The Eerie Paper Figure. How could I possibly curse the empress with paper figures? Upon learning of this matter, Lin Zan immediately denied it. However, the thought that Lu Qiuchan might take it seriously led Lin Zan to hesitate before making her way to Kung Fu Palace. Upon her arrival, Lu Qiuchan welcomed her as usual, presenting an array of Lin Zhan's favorite pastries and rose syrup, greeting her with a warm smile, as if the palace gossip had no effect on her. This left Lin Zan feeling uneasy. For the first time, she gazed at the confections before her without appetite. Hesitantly addressing Lu Qiuchan, "Sister, have you heard the recent rumors in the palace?" "Oh, you mean the story circulating that you use paper figures to curse me?" Lu Qiuchan replied candidly. Taken aback by her forthrightness, Lin Zan nodded slowly. Lu Qiuchan chuckled softly, playfully tapping Lin Zhan's forehead with her delicate finger. "Silly girl, do you think I would believe such a clumsy scheme? Sister truly does not believe it?" Lin Zhan asked, puzzled and incredulous. Lu Qiuchan affirmed with a nod. "This palace is fraught with peril. I have learned this well. Yet, I trust you sincerely care for me. This trust is not given lightly to others. You hold a portion of it, so do not betray it." Moved by her words, Lin Zhan felt an overwhelming surge of emotion and instinctively embraced Lu Qiuchan. "All right, silly girl, since someone is trying to sow discord between us, it means you and I are irrevocably bound together. It will not be so easy to sever that bond." Lu Qiuchan laughed, patting Lin Zhan's back, who nodded resolutely. However, unexpectedly, the following day, the situation took a turn. Lin Zhan was startled awake by the hurried entrance of Xia. "Miss, it's terrible. Miss C claims she discovered a paper figure cursing the empress in Hanfangge. The palace matrons are here to take you to Kung Fu Palace for questioning." "What?" Lin Zhan was momentarily stunned before hastily dressing and exiting her chamber, only to find several matrons stationed at the door. All were attendants of the empress, seemingly following Lu Qiuchan's orders. They did not act harshly towards Lin Zhan, but instead politely requested her presence in Kung Fu Palace. Steadying her nerves, Lin Zhan followed the matrons to Kung Fu Palace, where she discovered that the other ladies of the harem were already seated, awaiting her arrival with expressions of anticipation. "Bold Lin Zhan, do not kneel." Before Lu Qiuchan could speak, Qin Fei's sharp voice rang out. "Under the eaves, one must bow their head." Lin Zhan bit her lip, preparing to kneel. But Lu Qiuchan interjected. "I am the empress. It is not your place to speak here." "Qin Fei, someone, bring her a seat." Was the empress openly shielding Lin Zhan? Qin Fei's tone grew more severe. Lu Qiuchan scoffed, her demeanor exuding the authority of the empress. "Qin Fei, do not forget your place. I'm the true ruler of the harem." After her words, Qin Fei clenched her teeth in frustration, powerless to oppose. As she watched Lu Qiuchan's maid, Dong Xiang, bring a chair for Lin Zhan. Taking her seat, Lu Qiuchan then inquired, "Miss C discovered a paper figure intended to curse me in your palace. How do you explain this?" "Your Majesty, I have no knowledge of where that paper figure originated. Might I inquire when and where Miss C found this alleged paper figure?" Although young, Lin Zhan questioned the kneeling Miss C with clarity. "I see, but I recall that the northeastern corner of Hanfangge was barren, save for a half-dead tree. What could the fourth miss possibly be doing there? Perhaps admiring that withered tree?" Lin Zhan wore a curious expression, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at Miss C. "How remarkable that you, residing far from the northeastern corner, managed to accidentally find the paper figure I buried to curse the empress." Lin Zhan clapped her hands in admiration, her innocent demeanor almost eliciting laughter from the stern Lu Qiuchan. The other ladies were not foolish. They discerned the implications in Lin Zhan's words. "How did you come across those paper figures? Is that truly so important? What matters is that you cursed the empress, and the recent unrest in the palace is undoubtedly your doing," Qin Fei retorted coldly. Lin Zhan blinked innocently, feigning ignorance. "Qin Fei, why would I want to curse the empress? I am well cared for by both the emperor and the empress. She is my benefactor. If the empress were to fall, what benefit would that bring me? Just as Miss C relies on you, would she be foolish enough to curse you?" Lin Zhan spoke in a soft and delicate voice, yet her words left the crowd unable to refute her. It was the first time that Qin Fei realized just how formidable the girl before her, who was not yet 10 years old, truly was. This situation was different. Human hearts are inscrutable. Qin Fei Nyang is my godmother, and naturally I would not harm her. However, you're different. The empress must not trust her one-sided claims and be deceived by her, Si Shui hurriedly interjected while kneeling. At that moment, the emperor unexpectedly arrived, prompting the concubines to rise and pay their respects. Only Lin Zan dashed into the emperor's embrace, cooing, "Emperor, someone wants to harm me. Who would dare to harm my little Zhaner?" The emperor laughed heartily, lifting Lin Zan in his arms. Such an affectionate gaze was rarely seen directed at any of the palace's concubines. Although the emperor had few offspring in the harem, he had never shown such intimacy and affection towards any prince or princess as he did with Lin Zan. The hearts of the concubines wavered, and the emperor seated himself beside the empress while still holding Lin Zan. Upon witnessing this scene, the concubines realized that their plans to punish Lin Zan would come to naught now that the emperor had arrived. Furthermore, the empress, maintaining a measured tone, recounted the events to the emperor. Lu Qiuquan's account was evidently biased. She claimed that the paper figurine was discovered in Lin Zhan's Han Fangge. It was unknown who had buried it there. Moreover, Han Fangge did not contain jars for those enchanted paper dolls, and it was clear that the jar did not belong there. In essence, Lu Qiuquan did not believe Lin Zhan would resort to cursing her with paper dolls. I too do not believe little Zhaner possesses such a malicious heart, especially since she saved my daughter, Princess Lin. This matter requires no further discussion. The emperor decisively concluded with a simple statement. Qin Fei, seething with anger, gritted her teeth, her charming face contorted with rage. Yet before the emperor, she dared not retort openly and could only resort to covert means. With the emperor and empress as her backing, Lin Zhan's standing in the palace was secure. After everyone had departed, Lu Qiuquan prepared an array of delectable treats in the small kitchen to soothe Lin Zhan's nerves. "Sister, it seems Si Shui has allied with Qin Feinyanyang. It is quite unsafe to let her continue residing in my Han Fangge," Lin Zhan remarked, munching on a warm, flaky pastry. Lu Qiuquan nodded in agreement. "Indeed, but it will not be so simple to expel Si Shui from your Han Fangge. Have you devised a plan?" "No problem. I will take care of it," Lin Zhan replied with a mischievous smile on her face. As evening approached, Jun Anqing rushed into Han Fangge, breathless, followed closely by Jun Beiki, who scrutinized Lin Zhan with relief. "Lizzie, il m'est glad you are alright. Where were you when I was wronged by Qin Fei and Si Shui? Why didn't you come to support me?" Lin Zhan said with a hint of frustration, tugging at Jun Anqing's ear. "Stop pulling my ear. I wasn't neglecting you. I was gathering evidence with the crown prince. Otherwise, do you think father would have believed you so easily?" Jun Anqing protested, still unable to escape her grasp. Lin Zhan paused for a moment, her eyes darting between Jun Beiki and Jun Anqing in disbelief. Jun Beiki, looking down at Lin Zhan, added, "Father is naturally suspicious. Although he recalls the late empress's affection, he will not wholly trust you." "I see, then I must thank you." Lin Xin stuck out here tongue at Yun Baiki. Jun Anqing rubbed his reddened ear and muttered, "Li Zi, your temperament is so fiery. Be careful not to end up unmarried." "What did you say?" Lin Zhan retaliated with a playful kick to Jun Anqing's behind. He bolted from Han Fangge, leaving only Jun Beiki still standing there. "Do you realize how many enemies you have stirred up in the harem?" Yun Baiki remarked suddenly. Lin Zhan's expression froze, and she recalled the jealousy of the concubines in the original story, envious of the emperor's affection towards her. When she had read the book, she found it strange that the concubines would conspire against a mere child. Now, reflecting on it, she understood that in this cold and cruel palace, the personalities of those concubines had long since become unpredictable. Lin Zhan nodded, her delicate face tightening slightly. "I understand what the crown prince is implying, but I stand with you, and you will assist me as well. You ally with me because I find you useful. Should that usefulness vanish, do you think I would still protect you?" Jun Beiki's tone turned icy. Lin Zhan hesitated for a moment, but feeling confident in her leverage, smiled and replied, "Crown Prince, do not forget that I am your little aunt. As an elder, I have my own means. Do not underestimate me because of my age." Though her smile was endearing and her words seemingly devoid of threat, Jun Beiki recognized her capability. The undercurrents of their private exchange swiftly dissipated as Jun Beiki cast Lin Zhan a meaningful glance before turning to leave. Perhaps because Si Shui had realized her schemes against Lin Zhan had failed, she had been avoiding Lin Zhan for several days. However, Lin Zhan was unconcerned, for she had reaped numerous benefits from the situation, receiving generous reward from both the emperor and empress to soothe her wounded spirit. Her favored status was well established and known throughout the palace. Yet, Early that morning, Lin Zan unexpectedly carried a multitude of medicinal herbs into the courtyard and began grinding them with a mortar and pestle. The courtyard buzzed with activity as all the serving maids scurried about, attending to Lin Zhan's every command, bringing various herbs back and forth. This lively scene naturally drew Si Shui's attention as she peered out from her room, craning her neck to get a better view. What is Lin Zhan up to? I'm not sure, Mississippi. It seems she is preparing medicinal concoctions, Haidang speculated, knowing that Lin Zhan was also studying at the Thai hospital during the day. Thus, whenever Lin Zhan left Han Fenggu, Si Shui would seize the opportunity to consult with Qin Feinyang on how to deal with Lin Zhan. However, today, Lin Zhan not only remained in Han Fenggu, but also occupied the courtyard, preventing Si Shui from venturing out. As time passed, Lin Zhan observed that the herbs in the bowl had been ground into a fine powder and nodded in satisfaction. Finally, she signaled to Bai Xia with her eyes. Bai Xia nodded and led a group of sturdy maids to forcefully burst open Si Shui's door, capturing her. "What are you doing?" Si Shui exclaimed, panicking as she confronted this unexpected situation. Without uttering a word, Bai Xia brought Si Shui before Lin Zhan, while Haitang, Si Shui's maid, was also restrained, unable to send for help. "Sister Shui, I recall that you entered the palace because the emperor wanted to find me a playmate. I've been rather bored these past few days, so why not stay and play with me?" Lin Zhan said with a beaming smile. This marked the first time Lin Zhan addressed Si Shui as Sister Shui, yet for some inexplicable reason, the title sent a chill through Si Shui's heart. Chapter 58. Beauty and Nourishment. Si Shui struggled against the grasp of the maids, but her efforts were in vain as she helplessly watched Lin Zhan apply the clay-like medicinal paste onto her skin. Before long, Su Y's arms and legs were completely smeared with a white ointment. Nzchen, feeling accomplished, proclaimed, "Sister Su Y, you must not let my good intentions go to waste. This ointment I prepared not only whitens the skin, but also nourishes it, leaving it tender and supple. However, there is a drawback. It must not be washed off midway. It must remain for a full 2 hours. During this time, I shall rely on you." "Dear Sister Su Y," with a beaming smile, Nzchen spoke, while Su Y, aware of her inability to resist within HNF Ing, could only ask in a low voice, "What if I cannot endure the full 2 hours?" "Oh dear, if you cannot withstand the full duration, there may be unforeseen consequences, which you will have to bear." Nzchen replied with a mischievous grin, waving her hand to signal the maidens to release Su Y. Looking at her body covered in the white ointment, Su Y felt a surge of anger but could not wash it off in front of them. After applying the ointment, Nzchen paid her no further attention, instead flaunting her satisfaction as she headed off to class at the Thai hospital. "Miss, are you all right?" H'ing hurried over, cautiously supporting Su Y. Enraged, Su Y shook her arm, flinging the ointment, and instructed H'ing, "Quickly fetch me some water. I must wash off this sticky substance." Without delay, H'ing rushed to bring water, allowing Su Y to cleanse herself of the ointment. Upon learning of the incident, QNFI chuckled, "How interesting. Nzchen has unwittingly delivered her own evidence. Let's seek the empress to mediate this matter. I doubt Lucio-chan will shield Nzchen this time." A group then made their way to KNGF Jiying, only to discover that the very individual they intended to confront was present there. Nzchen, who should have been attending class at the Thai hospital, was inexplicably found in KNGF Jiying. Upon seeing Su Y, whose arms were covered in tiny red bumps, she showed no sign of alarm, but instead appeared quite confident. "Miss Ln is here as well," QNFI remarked, narrowing her eyes at Nzchen. Nzchen maintained her usual innocent demeanor, smiling as she nodded. "It seems you have come here with great urgency, QNFI, to address some pressing matter." "Pressing matter, you say? I merely cannot tolerate injustice in my presence. I am here to seek reparation for my niece." QNF, I retorted with a smirk. At that moment, Lucio-chan turned to Su Y and noticed the red bumps on her exposed arms. She feigned surprise, asking, "What has happened to you, Miss S?" "Your Majesty, you must seek justice for me," Su Y pleaded, dropping to her knees in a sorrowful posture. Lucio-chan hesitated momentarily, but soon adopted a demeanor of impartiality. Do not rush, Miss S. Tell me what transpired that necessitates my intervention. This morning, Miss L. and suddenly applied an unknown ointment to my person, and before long, I developed a painful and itchy rash. S. Sue Y accused, glaring at L. Nzhn, who sat there casually enjoying pastries. The other protagonist, L. Nzhn, appeared momentarily stunned by S. Sue Y's accusation. Even Lu Qiuchan regarded her with surprise. Did you do this? Indeed, I did apply the ointment to her. L. Nzhn replied without hesitation, much to everyone's astonishment. QNFI scoffed, turning to Lu Qiuchan. Your Majesty, the truth is clear now. L. Nzhn has a malicious heart, poisoning others at such a tender age. This is a disruption to the order of the palace and warrants punishment. Lu Qiuchan displayed uncertainty, while QNFI's eyes narrowed, pressing her further. What? Will your Majesty still protect L. Nzhn? Let us not forget, she has admitted to harming my niece. With that, the atmosphere in the Empress's chamber grew tense. Yet L. N's cheerful laughter suddenly echoed throughout the palace. QNFI, do not be so quick to cast blame upon me. I admit to applying the ointment, yet I do not concede to poisoning her, she said, feigning innocence and shrugging her shoulders. QNFI's expression shifted, her tone growing more serious. What? Do you intend to retract your statement? You clearly acknowledged applying the ointment to Sue Y, and now her arms are in this state, yet you deny poisoning her? Ah, this is quite perplexing. Perhaps my explanation was too intricate for you. QNFI, allow me to simplify it. L. Nzhn tilted her head adorably, leaping down from her seat to stand before S. Sue Y. Miss S., I recall stating that the ointment was for whitening and nourishing the skin. As long as it is applied for the full 2 hours, it is beneficial and harmless. Given the time, it has not yet been long enough. If the time is insufficient, I did mention that the consequences are your responsibility. Standing before S. Sue Y with sound reasoning, L. Nzhn continued. While S. Sue Y, with her head held high, glared back, are you implying that my painful and itchy rash is entirely my own doing? Of course. I had warned you that it must remain for 2 hours. You were too impatient to wash it off, and now it is like this. I cannot be held accountable. L. Nzhn declared, resembling a little scamp. She had already informed S. Sue Y, yet S. Sue Y disregarded her caution, washing off the ointment prematurely. Thus, the rash on S. Sue Y's body was entirely unrelated to L. Nzhn. After L. Nzhn's logically sound analysis, she turned to QNFI. Your Majesty, the matter has been clarified. Do you still believe I am at fault? I merely acted out of good intentions. How absurd. Miss L. N claims she warned Sue Y in advance. Yet who can corroborate her words? To me, it appears L. Nzhn is deliberately scheming against my niece. QNFI, ever the obstinate one, sat there fabricating lies. Anticipating QNFI's remarks, L. Nzhn seemed prepared, lightly clapping her hands as maidens and eunuchs from HNF Ingji streamed in. Upon witnessing this scene, S. Sue Y and QNFI were taken aback, while L. Nzhn beamed. I spoke those words in front of all these witnesses. They heard me. If your Majesty doubts it, you may inquire with them. At this juncture, QNFI realized she had been outmaneuvered by the young girl before her, her anger flaring as she glared fiercely at S. Sue Y, who knelt on the ground. Why has your Majesty fallen silent? Shall I inquire on your behalf? L. Nzhn blinked her innocent eyes, gazing intently at QNFI. At that moment, S. Sue Y, biting her lip, bravely raised her head and retorted, Miss L.N., you claim the ointment you applied is for whitening and nourishing the skin. Who can guarantee that my skin will indeed improve after 2 hours? Regardless, your prior statements are merely your perspective. It must be noted that S. Sue Y, being able to endure until the end, possessed a certain cleverness, prompting even L. Nzhn to nod in acknowledgement. Lu Qiuchan, seated nearby, concurred, Indeed, L. Nzhn, all of this is your account, and others are not obliged to believe it. In the face of dual pressures, Lin Zan, though diminutive in stature, exhibited not a trace of panic on her face. Instead, She stood there with a cheerful smile, even nodding slightly, as if acknowledging the two individuals confronting her. This demeanor was exceedingly vexing to Qin Fei and Si Shui. Yet to Empress Lu Qiuqian, it appeared adorably naive. At this juncture, Lu Qiuqian realized it was her turn to intervene. She cleared her throat and gently caressed her delicate face, stating, "In fact, I can vouch for genre in this matter." What does Her Majesty mean? Qin Fei's expression swiftly turned icy. Lu Qiuqian summoned Dong Xiang to bring forth a porcelain jar, containing the very ointment Lin Zan had applied to Si Shui earlier that morning. In truth, Genre had prepared this beauty-enhancing ointment for me several days ago. After using it for a few days, my complexion has become increasingly refined and fair. However, as Genre mentioned, it must be applied for a full 2 hours to yield results, Lu Qiuqian said with a perfectly timed smile directed at Qin Fei. With the Empress's testimony, Lin Zhan's words were beyond reproach. Being a clever woman, Qin Fei recognized her defeat in this instance. With a cold snort, she refrained from further comment and departed with Si Shui. Once the two had left, Lu Qiuqian could no longer contain herself and burst into laughter, playfully pinching Lin Zhan's earlobe. "What a clever little rascal you are. How did you devise such a plan to leave those two speechless, allowing you to manipulate the situation at will?" "Actually, I must extend my gratitude to my sister for believing in me so wholeheartedly," Lin Zhan replied, beaming with a radiant smile. Lu Qiuqian gazed at Lin Zhan with a mix of admiration and contemplation, pondering how such intricate schemes had formed within her mind. For Lin Zhan, these small stratagems were mere trifles. After all, in her modern life, she had perused numerous palace intrigue novels, making her fully equipped to deal with the still-maturing Si Shui. Yet, without Lu Qiuqian's cooperation, Lin Zhan's plan could not have succeeded. Having accomplished this, Lin Zhan wasted no time in hurrying to the Thai hospital to further her studies, eager to avoid her master's punishment of poring over obscure medical texts. "Yes, miss," Bai Xiao responded, fully supportive of her mistress's decision. She knocked on the door of the side hall and communicated with the maid Haidang. Upon hearing this, Haidang appeared somewhat puzzled, yet under the circumstances, she felt compelled to comply. Si Shui, aware of Lin Zhan's cunning, had no choice but to attend the appointment. "You need not be so cautious, Si Shui. Although you reported me to the Empress today, I hold no anger towards you. In fact, I made a nourishing soup specifically for you. It's quite restorative," Lin Zhan said in a sweet, innocent tone, placing a bowl of soup before Si Shui. Instantly, Si Shui's heart filled with wariness as she softly inquired, "Are you certain this is restorative soup? It truly can replenish one's health? What do you mean by that? Are you doubting me?" Lin Zhan retorted, unperturbed, as she lifted the bowl and drank it down completely. Realizing Lin Zhan could not possibly poison her, Si Shui sighed in relief, and unable to resist Lin Zhan's urging, she too drank the soup. However, shortly thereafter, Si Shui's stomach began to ache violently, cold sweat beading on her forehead as she looked at Lin Zhan in terror and exclaimed, "This soup is problematic." After all, in the original narrative, Lin Zhan had endured torment at the hands of Si Shui, and now this minor discomfort was merely a small price for her. Si Shui clenched her teeth, her eyes devoid of any pretense, filled with rage as she glared at Lin Zhan. Si Shui relayed this incident to Qin Fei, declaring, "Aunt, Lin Zhan means to harm me. Do not fret. That little girl is full of schemes. This time, we must ensure she creates a considerable blunder, allowing us to seize her weakness and bring her down," Qin Fei responded. Having faced setbacks with Lin Zhan previously, she was reluctant to recklessly approach the emperor with complaints. Moreover, after Si Shui consumed the soup, her discomfort was brief, lasting only the duration of a tea break. The following day, Lin Zhan returned under the pretext of an apology, bringing a plethora of delicacies for Si Shui. This time, Si Shui was considerably more cautious, refraining from touching her chopsticks. Yet, as she recalled Qin Fei's warning from the previous night, she pondered the possibility of Lin Zhan having poisoned the food, which could resolve all matters at hand. With determination, Si Shui resolved to eat the food Lin Zhan had brought. To her surprise, nothing unusual transpired, leaving Si Shui perplexed. Lin Zhan, observing her reaction, smiled benignly and reassured her, Miss C, rest assured, I am not such a malicious person. I shall not jest with you today." After saying this, Lin Zan turned to leave, while Si Shui, still skeptical, consumed everything Lin Zan had sent, only to find her body remained unaffected. In the ensuing days, Lin Zan continually devised various reasons to present Si Shui with an array of peculiar foods and nourishing soups. Si Shui accepted everything without hesitation, secretly anticipating that Lin Zan might attempt to poison her. Yet, as days passed without incident, she suddenly realized, could it be that Lin Zan had administered a slow-acting poison? Rushing to Qin Fei's Mingda Palace, Si Shui shared her revelation. To confirm her suspicions, Qin Fei discreetly summoned her trusted confidant from the Tai hospital to examine Si Shui's pulse, resulting in the exhilarating discovery that indeed, there were toxins present in her system. Excellent. This time, I shall ensure that Lin Zan, that little wretch, has no way to defend herself, Qin Fei exclaimed, her face alight with joy as she hurriedly took Si Shui to the emperor's study. At that moment, the emperor was engaged in discussion with Junbei. Upon learning of Qin Fei's audience, he set aside his documents and summoned her in. "Your Majesty, you must help me. Please save my poor niece." Qin Fei entered with a tearful demeanor, kneeling before the emperor alongside Si Shui. Upon witnessing this scene, the emperor furrowed his brow, casting a stern gaze upon the two women as he inquired, "Qin Fei, what is the matter?" "Your Majesty, Shui has been unwell these past few days. Concerned for her, I summoned the physicians from the Tai hospital for her examination, only to discover that she has been poisoned," Qin Fei declared, her voice filled with indignation as her eyes reddened. Hearing this, the emperor's expression darkened further as he thundered, "What? Such an act of poisoning within the palace? How audacious!" Just then, Si Shui suddenly clutched her stomach, her face pale as she collapsed to the ground in agony. "Shui, what is wrong?" Qin Fei's face turned frantic as she rushed to embrace Si Shui. The emperor, taken aback, rose to his feet, immediately summoning the physicians to attend to her. The news of this incident quickly spread throughout the palace, even reaching Lu Qiuchan, who arrived at Qin Fei's Mingda Palace. As the other concubines learned of Si Shui's poisoning, the emperor sat in silence, his expression grim, while the concubines refrained from whispering, fully aware of his intolerance for rivalry, and particularly for the act of poisoning. Soon, the imperial physician reached a conclusion. Si Shui had indeed been poisoned, yet the specific poison remained undetermined. Seizing this opportunity, Qin Fei immediately fell to the emperor's feet, tears streaming down her face, and sobbed, "Your Majesty, my poor niece has been harmed by Lin Zan. Over the past few days, Lin Zan has relentlessly forced my niece to consume peculiar substances, and previously, she had even poisoned her. Your Majesty must take justice for me." Upon hearing these words, Lu Qiuchan furrowed her brows, about to interject, but the emperor waved his hand decisively, commanding that Lin Zan be brought forth. Lin Zan entered with her short legs, her face lighting up with joy upon seeing the emperor, eager to approach him with playful affection. However, this time, the emperor gently pushed her away, regarding her with a serious expression. "Lin Zan, I ask you, do you know anything about Si Shui's poisoning?" At this, Lin Zhan's delicate face froze momentarily before she shook her head. "Poisoned? How could Sister Shui possibly be poisoned?" "Lin Zhan, do not feign innocence before the emperor. Was it not you who caused Shui to be poisoned by forcing her to ingest those chaotic substances?" Qin Fei interjected fiercely, seemingly intent on avenging her niece. Lin Zhan appeared startled, her face paling as she shook her head in confusion. "What? I caused Sister Shui to be poisoned? That cannot be. The things I gave her were all for nourishing her health. How could they be poisonous? Nonsense. If they were indeed for her nourishment, why did the imperial physicians diagnose her with poisoning? Clearly, you are lying," Qin Fei retorted sharply. Even the emperor began to harbor doubts, regarding her with skepticism. Under the scrutiny of everyone's questioning gazes, Lin Zhan's face tightened, her eyes reddening as she burst into tears. Her sobs echoed throughout the palace as she cried, "I truly did not harm Sister Shui. I only gave her some medicinal dishes to help her health. I never poisoned her." This was the first time the emperor witnessed Lin Zhan crying so sorrowfully, and his previously hardened heart softened instantly. Observing Lin Zhan's distress, Jun Beiki stepped forward, clasping his hands before the emperor. "Father, this matter must have deeper implications. I am willing to assist you in uncovering the truth." At that moment, in the rear palace, Si Shui, lying on her bed, suddenly felt her stomach rumbling ominously, as if foreshadowing an impending crisis. Chapter 61. Improve health. Si Shui understood that she was at a critical juncture and could not afford to make a mistake. Thus, she lay in bed, suppressing the urge that surged within her. Meanwhile, in the front palace, the emperor and others remained locked in a tense standoff. When Jun Beiki spoke, Qin Fei scoffed coldly, showing no mercy. Who does not know of the crown prince's fondness for Lin Zan? Surely, if this matter were entrusted to him, he would undoubtedly show favoritism. "Do not be so presumptuous, your majesty. I firmly believe that Zhaner would never harm another, for she possesses a pure heart and studies medicine alongside the head physician, dedicated to healing and saving lives. How could she harbor malicious intent?" Lu Qiuchan asserted with unwavering conviction, staunchly defending Lin Zan. After hearing their words, a flicker of hesitation crossed the emperor's face. Just then, a small eunuch rushed out from the rear palace, his expression uncertain as he sought to convey something. "Your Majesty, Miss C has encountered an incident." At this revelation, Qin Fei's eyes brightened instantly. Could it be that Si Shui's condition had worsened? If so, this could spell doom for Lin Zan. Contemplating this, Qin Fei began to weep anew. "Your Majesty, Shui is the goddaughter of my brother. If anything were to happen to her, how could I possibly explain it to him?" Her incessant crying began to irritate the emperor, yet he still waved his hand, leading the way to the rear palace. However, as soon as he opened the door, a foul stench assaulted him, causing him to stagger back in shock. "Your Majesty!" Upon seeing the emperor sway, Lu Qiuchan rushed forward to support him, also detecting the unbearable odor. The eunuch who had reported the incident quickly knelt, trembling as he spoke. "Your Majesty, the Empress Dowager." Miss C suddenly leaped up from her bed, and, at this point, the eunuch hesitated, and a cold glare from Lu Qiuchan made him tremble even more as he continued. She relieved herself. The room fell silent, everyone gasping in shock, and Qin Fei could hardly believe her ears. "What did you say?" "Shui could not have done that in her chamber. I know not how it happened, only that the room is in a most unsanitary state," the eunuch replied, bowing his head as low as possible, trembling uncontrollably. After a while, Si Shui emerged from her room, pale-faced and weak, clutching the door for support. Upon seeing the gathered crowd, her legs nearly buckled, and she felt as if she might faint, especially when she noticed the crown prince among them. A wave of despair washed over her, and she felt an overwhelming urge to flee from this life. "Shui, how is your health?" Though Qin Fei despised Si Shui, she approached her with a facade of concern. Yet upon catching a whiff of the noxious odor emanating from Si Shui, she could not help but gag. Witnessing this scene, the emperor's irritation peaked, and he dismissed himself with a flick of his sleeve, no longer concerned with the question of whether Si Shui had been poisoned. "Crown Prince." Si Shui trembled slightly, then weakly raised her gaze to Jun Beiki. But Jun Beiki merely cast her a blank glance, saying nothing as he turned to leave. "I never expected the poison to be so potent. Miss C, you must take good care of your health. I shall send you some restorative medicine." Lu Qiuchan remarked insincerely as she departed with a retinue of palace attendants. Though Qin Fei wished to retain her, she found it impossible, for even the emperor could not endure the stench and had left. Reflecting on how she had finally seized a hold over Lin Zan, only to have it thwarted by Si Shui's unfortunate incident, Qin Fei seethed with frustration, glaring fiercely at Si Shui. "Incompetent and a hindrance. Hurry and take her away to be cleaned up," Qin Fei scolded, hastily pursuing the emperor's departing figure. Having orchestrated such a grand scheme, Qin Fei was unwilling to relent, continuing to press the narrative that Lin Zan sought to harm Si Shui before the emperor. With Si Shui's pitiful state also on display, the emperor hesitated once more, ordering the imperial physicians to examine her anew. Moreover, he summoned Lin Zan to the study, adopting a grave demeanor. Lu Qiuchan understood that the matter was far from over and followed closely behind. Before long, several key figures gathered in the study. Jun Beiki observed Lin Zan, who appeared relaxed and unconcerned, as if she had no fear of retribution from the emperor. You seem remarkably confident. Are you truly unafraid? Jun Beiki asked, intrigued as he regarded Lin Zan. Lin Zan simply chuckled. Why should I be afraid? I truly did not harm Si Shui. I only sought to help her. Half an hour had passed when the imperial physician hurriedly approached, wearing an expression of peculiar intrigue. Your Majesty, he said, I have examined Miss C's condition and found no signs of poisoning. In fact, her health has improved considerably. Upon hearing this, Lin Zhan's small face broke into a triumphant smile, while the emperor looked astonished. Just moments ago, the physician had diagnosed Si Shui with poisoning. How could it be that, after an exceedingly embarrassing bout of relief, Si Shui's health had not only returned, but flourished? I told you, Your Majesty, all I gave to Miss C were restorative tonics, and they cost me quite a fortune, Lin Zhan declared, puffing up her cheeks defiantly. The emperor then realized he had misunderstood Lin Zhan. Meanwhile, concubine Qin, sitting nearby, shook her head in disbelief. This is impossible. Your Majesty, you saw how weak Shui was. How could she suddenly recover? Enough. There is no need to discuss this further. Do not mention it again, the emperor said, his displeasure evident as he regarded concubine Qin. Lin Zhan then scampered before the emperor, her eyes brimming with tears as she sweetly pleaded, Your Majesty, am I to be wrongfully accused like this? Chapter 62. Losing both the lady and the soldiers, I merely wish to assist Si Shui with her hidden ailments, preparing all those medicinal dishes for her. How could she misunderstand me and accuse me of poisoning her? It is utterly unjust, and my heart aches. Lin Zhan feigned a pitiful demeanor, clutching her small heart, expressing hurt. Regardless, it was clear the situation was indeed a misunderstanding of Lin Zhan, and the emperor felt a pang of guilt, having previously harbored doubts about her. With this in mind, the emperor lifted Lin Zhan into his arms, soothing her gently. This matter was indeed mishandled by concubine Qin. I shall require her to extend an apology. Your Majesty, I have done nothing wrong. Why should I apologize to a mere child? Concubine Qin immediately retorted, only to be met with a cold glare from the emperor. It is not so easy to suppress and slander me. Today, I shall see you lose both the lady and the soldiers. Lin Zhan thought to herself, unaware that her thoughts were overheard by Jun Beiki. Yun Baiki, not averse to aiding Lin Zhan, rose and respectfully addressed the emperor. Father, I believe concubine Qin's generalization and surface judgment in accusing Miss Lin is indeed inappropriate, and she has wronged Miss Lin, who deserves some form of recompense. Upon hearing this, Lin Zhan's eyes sparkled with delight, surprised by Jun Beiki's initiative. The emperor, cradling Lin Zhan, nodded slightly, then turned a stern face towards concubine Qin. Concubine Qin, until you ascertain the truth, do not disturb the peace of the harem by slandering Xiao Zhaner. I shall impose a 6-month penalty on your monthly allowance. Hearing this, concubine Qin was struck as if by lightning. She never anticipated that what she thought was a settled matter would be overturned by Lin Zhan. Your Majesty, do not let this little wretch deceive you, she exclaimed, half in a spoiled tone. The emperor slammed his palm on the table, furious. As the head of the harem, how can you lack such decorum and magnanimity, speaking such vile words in my presence? Your lack of repentance warrants a full year's deduction from your monthly allowance. For an entire year, concubine Qin's Mingda palace would receive no funds, causing her expression to darken, and she quickly knelt in supplication. Yet the emperor's resolve was firm. He waved his hand, imposing not only a year without allowance, but also confining her to Mingda Palace. After finally being released from her previous confinement, concubine Qin found herself restricted once more, becoming notorious for her repeated punishments, a source of ridicule among the other concubines. The root cause of all this turmoil was none other than a little girl not yet 10 years old. This left everyone astonished and fearful. Daring not to provoke Lin Zhan again, with such a rift between the two, the emperor naturally would not keep Si Shui in Huanfeng Pavilion, but planned to expel her from the palace. To preserve her own interests, concubine Qin pleaded profusely and ultimately managed to keep Si Shui in her Mingda Palace. After all was said and done, Lin Zhan felt invigorated as she surveyed Huanfeng Pavilion, now entirely hers, and could not help but smile. Finally, the thorn in her side had been removed, which was a great relief. The compensation from concubine Qin soon arrived. A magnificent piece of red coral, splendid and rare, of considerable value. Had it not been for the emperor's explicit command for concubine Qin to present Lin Zan with a gift as atonement, she would never have parted with such a cherished possession. Lin Zan was delighted with a sizable red coral and promptly sold it. Indeed, she had sold it. The treasures bestowed by the emperor were imperial gifts, and she would not dare to lose or sell them casually. But she had no such reservations about concubine Qin's offerings. After selling the coral, Lin Zan accumulated a substantial amount of silver, instructing Bixia to discreetly convert it all into land and shops outside the palace. These would serve as her foundation upon leaving the palace, which she vowed to protect fiercely, under the dual protection of the empress and Junbei. Lin Zhan's days unfolded smoothly. Before long, several months passed, and on a snowy day, Beiki welcomed the new year. On the first day of the new year, officials from various courts were to enter the palace to congratulate the emperor. This was a rare occasion of festivity within the palace. Lin Zhan awoke early, donned a festive outfit, and styled her hair into 2 small buns adorned with red silk and golden bells, which jingled charmingly with each step. How lovely! Lin Zhan beamed at her reflection in the bronze mirror, her cheeks flushed, her eyes bright like stars, and her face seemed to have lost some of its roundness, granting her a touch of elegance. Naturally, she was thrilled to wear new clothes for the new year. After finishing her preparations, her first stop was to pay her respects at the empress's palace. Arriving early at Kongfu Palace, she found that the other concubines had yet to arrive. Lu Qiuchan, brimming with smiles, handed Lin Zhan a large red envelope. "Little clever girl, you came so early, hoping for a big red envelope. I see. Of course, I will give you one larger than the others." Lin Zhan chirped in her sweet voice, her adorableness making Lu Qiuchan laugh. Soon, other concubines, adorned in splendid attire, arrived to pay their respects to the empress. The lively crowd left Lin Zhan feeling somewhat out of place, so she discreetly slipped into the back hall to enjoy some refreshments. She opened the red envelope from Lu Qiuchan and discovered it filled with sunflower seeds, her smile blossoming at the delightful surprise. Before long, a palace maid led Lin Zhan to the front hall where the emperor and the princes awaited. Perhaps due to the new year, all the princes appeared spirited and radiant, particularly Jun Anqing, whom Lin Zhan noticed seemed to have lost a bit of weight. While contemplating this, Lu Qiuchan pulled Lin Zhan to sit beside Junbei. Junbei's gaze fell upon the golden bells in Lin Zhan's hair. Those bells indeed add a touch of charm. "Of course, not only do they look lovely, but they sound delightful too," Lin Zhan replied cheerfully, shaking her head like a child, causing the bells to tinkle like falling water. Suddenly, Jun Anqing squeezed in between them, wide-eyed and curiously gazing at Lin Zhan's face, as if he had not seen her in ages. Chapter 63. The old Taoist returns, startled by Jun Anqing's sudden proximity. Lin Zhan playfully patted his head. "Tuanzi, what are you gazing at? Could it be that you no longer recognize me? Lizi, I have noticed that your features seem to have become remarkably more attractive." Yun Enking, as if he has uncovered a hidden treasure, gazes at Lin Zhan with sparkling eyes. "What do you mean by seem to? Was I not beautiful before?" Lin Zhan pouted in mild annoyance. Jun Anqing chuckled, scratching his head, at a loss for words, merely nodding repeatedly. Today, on this rare occasion of the new year, the emperor has set aside many formalities, creating a lively atmosphere in the grand hall. Si Shui, renowned as a talented dancer in the capital, instantly captured everyone's attention as she gracefully entered, even drawing the emperor's curious gaze. At that moment, Lin Zhan suddenly spotted a familiar figure amidst the crowd. It was Wang Lanya, one of the 4 great talents, who was seated with her family. Upon catching Lin Zhan's eye, she mischievously blinked. The two exchanged knowing smiles, and Lin Zhan stealthily slipped away to join Wang Lanya. As Lin Zhan admired Wang Lanya before her, she couldn't help but nod in admiration. "Sister Lanya, you are truly in the bloom of youth, exceptionally beautiful." Wang Lanya laughed heartily at Lin Zhan's compliment, her demeanor lively. Just as their conversation blossomed, a sudden commotion erupted in the hall. The emperor abruptly rose and hurried downwards. The officials and their families bowed their heads in reverence, not daring to meet the emperor's gaze, and Lin Zhan was no exception. However, emboldened, she discreetly glanced towards the entrance. curious to see who had prompted the emperor's personal welcome. Soon, a figure clad in Taoist robes appeared before the crowd. It was the Taoist priest Wu Su, whom Lin Zan had encountered previously. His arrival instantly shifted the atmosphere, infusing a sense of tension, for he was a person of considerable importance to the emperor. "I apologize for my sudden intrusion, Your Majesty," Wu Su proclaimed with an air of pride, his posture unwavering as he met the emperor's gaze directly. The emperor, undisturbed, respectfully guided him to a seat just below the throne. The emperor's deference towards the old Taoists suggested that Taoism would undoubtedly gain prominence in the future, Wang Lanya remarked. Clearly having heard whispers of rumors, Lin Zan nodded in agreement, acutely aware of the dangers of superstitions, especially given the emperor's profound belief in them. As she chastised the old Taoist in her thoughts, she was taken aback when Wu Su's penetrating gaze suddenly pierced through the throng of people, landing squarely upon her. Wu Su possessed sharp, rodent-like eyes, filled with an inquisitive scrutiny. In that fleeting moment of eye contact, Lin Zan felt a shiver run down her spine, a chill rising from her heart. "Miss Lin, are you unwell? Your complexion has turned quite pale," Wang Lanya noted, puzzled by Lin Zhan's unusual demeanor. Lin Zhan lowered her head, feeling a tightness in her chest. She shook her head, suppressing her discomfort, unable to articulate her thoughts. At that moment, Wu Su addressed the emperor in a rich voice. "Your Majesty, I have come to inform you that the Feng Star is obscured by a sinister cloud, which may jeopardize the nation's fortune. Thus, I felt it imperative to alert Your Majesty." The music and dance abruptly ceased, and all eyes turned towards Wu Su, the emperor's expression growing serious. "What do you mean by this, Taoist?" the emperor inquired, leaning forward. Wu Su waved his hand dismissively, then scanned the hall until his gaze landed on Si Shui, adorned in vibrant plumage. The ZY star and Feng star are crucial indicators of a nation's destiny. It is my duty to inform you that someone in the inner court is interfering with the ascent of the Feng star. Gasps of astonishment filled the air. The emperor comprehended the implications and fixed his penetrating gaze on Si Shui. "Does the Taoist know upon whom the Feng star's fate rests?" he cautiously asked. Wu Su gestured with his floating dust, directing it towards Si Shui. "What? Could it be that Si Shui is destined to become the future empress of Beiki?" The revelation stunned the assembly, for it was unexpected that the fate of the future empress would hinge upon a humble foster daughter of the Qin family. The grand hall erupted in a cacophony of murmurs, and Lin Zhan's expression turned peculiar, for according to the original storyline, Si Shui indeed ascended to the position of empress. Yet, she never anticipated that such a fate would be divulged by an old Taoist. "Is what you say true?" the emperor pressed, while Wu Su closed his eyes, refusing to elaborate. "The heavenly mandate is thus. I merely act in accordance with fate." As his words resonated, Lu Qiuchan furrowed her brow, while concubine Qin beamed with delight. And the gaze of the princes upon Si Shui shifted significantly. If Si Shui were truly born under the Feng star, it implied that whoever wed her would ascend to the throne. Contemplating the Taoist's identity, Lin Zhan pondered if there truly existed individuals capable of foreseeing destinies. At that moment, a hand gently clasped Lin Zhan's. Chapter 64. Caught peeking, Jun Beiki noticed the unease etched on Lin Zhan's face and, sensing her inner turmoil, gently took her small hand in his. The warmth that radiated between their hands unexpectedly soothed Lin Zhan's anxious heart. She cast a surprised glance at Jun Beiki, who calmly stated, "I have always believed that human determination can triumph over fate." His simple declaration shattered Lin Zhan's current fixation, and she resolutely nodded. "Indeed, human will can surely conquer destiny." Their determined gazes seemed to be noted by Wu Su, whose long beard trembled slightly, revealing an enigmatic smile. After unveiling Si Shui's fate in front of everyone, Wu Su drifted away like a breeze, embodying the essence of a reclusive sage. The guests lost interest in the banquet, their eyes fervently scrutinizing Si Shui, as if they could incinerate her with their intense scrutiny. After the tumultuous gathering concluded, Lin Zhan, feeling dispirited, walked down the path. While Bai Xia sensed her mistress's distress and cautiously inquired, "Miss, the fourth prince sent word requesting to meet you by the koi pond in the imperial garden. Will you go?" I do not wish to go anywhere. I simply desire a good sleep, Lin Zan replied, her head drooping. Bai Xian nodded and dispatched someone to inform the fourth prince of her refusal. Following the events of the day, Lin Zan tossed and turned in bed, ultimately succumbing to a fitful sleep, only to be ensnared in a haunting nightmare. Finally, Lin Zan awoke in terror, sitting upright and gasping for breath to calm her tumultuous heart. Thank goodness it was merely a dream. There's still a chance to turn things around, she muttered, gritting her teeth, regaining her composure before donning her attire to continue her medical studies at the Thai hospital. Regardless of the circumstances, possessing medical skills is undoubtedly advantageous. While passing by the Yuhua garden, she suddenly heard two familiar voices and quickly concealed herself behind a rockery, peeking out cautiously. Why is His Highness so indifferent towards me? Can he not discern my feelings? Sisui gazed so woefully at Yun Baiki. Standing with his hands clasped behind him, Jun Baiki possessed a tall and elegant figure, coupled with an exquisite countenance. Yet his gaze was devoid of warmth, seemingly untouched by any emotion as he regarded Sisui. Your feelings are of no concern to me. Upon hearing these words, Sisui's expression grew even more wounded, her delicate hands grasping tightly at the sleeve of Jun Baiki's robe. Your Highness, I acknowledge my faults. I should not yearn for your affection. I only wish to serve by your side and be graced with your presence for a long time. This demeanor, this expression, this language, one could only describe her as a siren to the oblivious man. Observing from behind the rockery, Lin Zan scoffed inwardly at Sisui's dramatic display. Such a skilled performer, yet she had encountered a man as unyielding as Jun Baiki. Jun Baiki's eyes revealed an unmistakable disdain as he shook off Sisui's grasp. At that moment, he became aware of Lin Zhan's thoughts lurking behind the rockery. Realizing Lin Zhan was eavesdropping, he intended to depart, but unexpectedly, Jun Biu approached, accompanied by Jun Anqing, engaged in cheerful conversation. Elder brother, there you are. Yun Enking exclaimed joyfully upon spotting Yun Baiki, his delight unrestricted. Jun Biu's gaze flitted between Jun Baiki and Sisui, filled with curiosity. Fourth brother, have you forgotten that Miss C is also present? Jun Biu remarked with a gentle smile. I have matters to attend to at the Ministry of Revenue. Jun Baiki replied curtly before turning to leave, casting a barely perceptible glance towards the rockery where Lin Zhan hid. Jun Anqing stubbornly pursued Jun Baiki, leaving only Jun Beiyu and Sisui in the garden. Lin Zhan, sensing the play was over, contemplated making her exit, but just as she turned, she heard Jun Beiyu's voice. Why is Miss C meeting the crown prince in such a secluded spot? Is it not an act of treachery against the empress? Your Highness speaks in jest. My life was saved by the Qin family. How could I betray them? Sisui quickly lowered her head, concealing her panic. Jun Biu approached her gently, lifting her chin with 2 fingers as if his deep-set eyes brimmed with affection. Witnessing this scene, Lin Zhan's eyes widened in surprise, pondering whether the two had already formed an alliance. Yet, recalling Sisui's recent attempts to curry favor with Jun Baiki, she felt otherwise. The unfolding drama was indeed chaotic, and Lin Zhan resolved to find an opportunity to clarify the situation. As she contemplated this, she quietly stepped back but inadvertently stepped on a dry twig, snapping it and startling both Jun Beiyu and Sisui. Your Highness, Sisui nervously glanced towards the rockery. Jun Beiyu said nothing, merely gesturing for her to leave, while he swiftly approached, immediately spotting Lin Zhan hidden behind the rockery. Their eyes met, and Lin Zhan felt an awkwardness so intense she could almost dig her toes into the ground. With a forced smile, she feigned nonchalance, exclaiming, What a coincidence to encounter you here. Indeed, quite a coincidence. Miss Lin, what brings you to hide here? Jun Beiyu, known for his gentle demeanor, maintained a mild expression, devoid of any malice. Lin Zhan averted his gaze, attempting to appear carefree as she replied, I merely wandered into the Yuhua garden out of boredom. I was not hiding. Your Highness must have misjudged. That must be the case. Since I'm also unoccupied, why not accompany Miss Lin on a stroll? Jun Beiyu suggested directly. Chapter 65. The doll transforms into a poisonous doll. As he spoke, he stepped closer to Lin Zhan, leaving her with no opportunity to refuse or escape. Reluctantly, Lin Zhan fell in a step beside him, and they began to meander through the garden. Just as Lin Zan grappled with what to say, a savior appeared. Qin Shang approached, puzzled by the sight of Lin Zan and Jun Biyu together, but nonetheless approached to greet them. "Junior sister, Master is looking for you. Why did you not attend class today?" "Also, Master is seeking me. Your Highness, I must attend class at the Thai hospital and cannot accompany you further," Lin Zan said, grasping Qin Shang's hand and swiftly making her escape. After freeing herself from Jun Biyu, Lin Zan sighed in relief, patting Qin Shang on the shoulder. "I never expected you to be somewhat useful in a pinch." "Junior sister, what are you saying?" "I do not understand," Qin Shang replied, his expression blank. Lin Zan chose not to elaborate. Time flew by, and with the arrival of the first birthday of Princess Silin, born to Empress Zhang, it was customary to hold a zhuo ceremony for good fortune. On this day, Lu Qiuchan personally led the other palace ladies to the empress's quarters. The Canqui Palace buzzed with excitement, the emperor cradling the 1-year-old Princess Silin in his arms, a smile gracing his lips. Upon closer inspection, Princess Silin bore a striking resemblance to the late Empress Lin. One of the concubines scrutinized the round face of Princess Silin and jested, "She indeed resembles the late Empress." At this remark, the Empress's expression darkened, yet she refrained from responding on this auspicious day. Lu Qiuchan, as the Empress, presented Princess Silin with an exquisite golden necklace adorned with 5 precious gemstones. Upon receiving the necklace, Princess Silin immediately hugged it with delight, causing Lu Qiuchan to chuckle. Observing Princess Silin's adorable demeanor, Lin Zan reminisced about her own sister, who had passed away over a year ago, and felt a pang of nostalgia. Time had flown by swiftly in this world. The palace ladies followed the Empress's lead, offering numerous small gifts to Princess Silin. Lin Zan was no exception, presenting a life-size doll resembling an ox, which astonished the other palace ladies. "What is this? It looks quite novel. I have never seen anything like it," Lu Qiuchan remarked, curiously examining the doll that Lin Zan held. The doll was soft to the touch, its endearing appearance charming everyone present. Lin Zan explained, "This is called a doll. Since Princess Silin's zodiac sign is the ox, I crafted this doll to resemble an ox as a birthday gift for her. Only genre could devise such cleverness," Lu Qiuchan praised. Children are utterly defenseless against dolls, and upon seeing the doll, Princess Silin reached out her chubby little hands to grasp it. Everyone erupted in laughter as Lu Qiuchan handed the doll to Princess Silin, who clutched it tightly and refused to let go. It was not until the maidens prepared the items for the zhuo ceremony and placed them on the table that the emperor finally took the doll from Princess Silin's hands, encouraging her to select items from the table. Empress Zhang looked on with anticipation as her daughter, amidst the cheers of the crowd, tightly grasped a book and giggled joyfully. It seemed that the little princess would grow to become a renowned scholar in Beiki, Lu Qiuchan remarked with a smile. The emperor nodded in approval, seemingly quite pleased with the action taken by the Princess Lin to seize the book. After the commotion, Lu Qiuchan led the various palace ladies to depart one after another, but it was somewhat peculiar that Consort Qin chose to remain. Lin Zan noticed the intimate demeanor share between Consort Zhang and Consort Qin, causing her to furrow her brow and discreetly whisper to Lu Qiuchan beside her, "Sister, wasn't Consort Zhang supposed to be on our side?" "Indeed, Consort Zhang holds a deep gratitude for your life-saving intervention and will certainly stand with me," Lu Qiuchan replied with unwavering confidence. However, Lin Zan sensed something amiss. "Then why do Consort Qin and Consort Zhang seem so close?" "That is merely a ruse. I firmly believe that Zhang Yunjin would never be ungrateful," Lu Qiuchan asserted, taking Lin Zhan's hand. To Lin Zhan's astonishment, the counterattack came with astonishing swiftness. By nightfall, chaos erupted within the inner palace. An incident had occurred at Canqui Palace. Princess Lin suddenly began to breathe rapidly. Her face flushed, and her eyes rolled back. Consort Zhang immediately summoned the imperial physician to attend to the princess. To their shock, the physician reached a startling conclusion. The doll gifted by Lin Zan contained poison. Within a few short hours, the doll had transformed into a poisoned plaything. Upon learning this, Consort Zhang rushed before the emperor, weeping as she accused Lin Zan of attempting to harm her daughter. The emperor, taken aback by her words, summoned the physician for an explanation. "Your Majesty, upon investigation, The doll indeed harbors traces of poison. For an adult, it would not cause any discomfort, but given Princess Lin's youth and fragile constitution, it has led to her poisoning, the physician stated matter-of-factly. The emperor's expression darkened, while consort Zhang fell to her knees, a pitiful figure amidst her tears. Your Majesty, I endured great peril to bring forth the princess, yet I never anticipated that someone would harbor ill intentions towards her. You must bring justice for my daughter, she implored. Summon Lin Zan, the emperor commanded coldly, and the chief eunuch hurried to Huanfeng Pavilion. Startled awake from her bed, Lin Zan felt her heart race as she followed the chief eunuch to the imperial study, her expression grave. Lu Qiuqian, having heard the news, hastily donned a new outfit and rushed to the imperial study. Upon seeing Lin Zan, she offered a reassuring glance. Your Majesty, why have you summoned me at such a late hour? Is it to entertain you? Lin Zan stood obediently, hands clasped behind her back, her round face beaming with a smile. The emperor, observing her innocent demeanor, found it hard to believe she could harm Princess Lin, yet he asked nonetheless, Little Zan, the princess has been poisoned due to the doll you sent. Do you have anything to say? Upon hearing the emperor's address, Lin Zan felt a wave of relief wash over her, thinking there might still be a chance to explain. Lu Qiuqian quickly interjected, Your Majesty, Lin Zan saved Princess Lin. How could she possibly wish to harm her? There must be another explanation. However, the fact of the princess's poisoning was indisputable, and the doll had remained untouched since Lin Zan had presented it. Consort Zhang, with tears in her eyes and a venomous glare directed at Lin Zan, harbored a deep-seated resentment, for in her heart, Princess Lin was everything to her. Since giving birth to the princess, her own health had deteriorated, and the physician had bluntly informed her that she may never bear another child. Thus, Princess Lin became her sole treasure. Lin Zan turned to Consort Zhang, perplexed, and said, Consort Zhang, I have no reason to harm the princess. I have handled the doll myself. It genuinely bore no poison. I have already instructed the physician to examine it, and traces of poison were found on the doll, the emperor interjected. In that moment, Lin Zan fell into contemplation, pondering who else might have interacted with the doll during its creation. Just then, the head of the Imperial Medical Institute requested an audience with the emperor, who nodded in acknowledgement. The head bowed respectfully, maintaining a stern demeanor as he addressed the emperor. Your Majesty, I come bearing news regarding the princess's poisoning. I have something to disclose. Lin Zhan's expression froze as she glanced at her mentor. The poison that afflicted Princess Lin is indeed connected to my disciple, Lin Zhan. The revelation left everyone momentarily stunned. Lu Qiuqian quickly voiced her concern. Sir, you must be cautious with your words. I would never speak falsely. But it must be clarified that Lin Zhan did not act with malice. I had previously instructed her to prepare a medicinal formula that contained a herb known as Lingu Chao, which possesses subtle and lingering toxicity. This poison is harmless to adults, but detrimental to fragile infants. It is likely that Lin Zhan inadvertently contaminated herself while preparing that formula, and when crafting the doll, the poison transferred to it, resulting in the princess's unfortunate poisoning. The head's explanation resonated with reason, and the emperor and others began to grasp the situation. Consort Zhang wept even more fiercely, pointing at Lin Zhan. Even if it was unintentional, the princess has suffered greatly due to this poison. The emperor must punish Lin Zhan. However, the emperor viewed this as a mere accident, and considering Lin Zhan's lack of intent, he refrained from issuing any punishment. This decision incited Consort Zhang's discontent. Aware that the fault lay with her, Lin Zhan resolved to apologize the next day, bringing herbs to Cankui Palace. To her surprise, she was barred from even entering the palace grounds by Consort Zhang's maid. Lin Zhan said nothing but turned away, while Bai Xia expressed her indignation on Lin Zhan's behalf. Miss, you did not act with intent, and you even saved Consort Zhang's life. Why does she cling to this matter so fiercely? Enough, Sister Bai Xia. This is ultimately my fault. I caused Princess Lin to suffer. Lin Zhan sighed inwardly. This left Consort Zhang in a state of panic, as the emperor summoned all the physicians from the Imperial Medical Institute to attend to Princess Lin. It must be that Lin Zhan, that calamity. Since her last visit, the princess's condition has worsened. It must be her doing. Consort Zhang seethed with resentment, attributing all blame to Lin Zan. The emperor remained silent, instructing the physicians to spare no effort in treating the princess, emphasizing that her safety was paramount. Regardless, Lin Zan had aided in the princess's delivery. Yet due to consort Zhang's influence, she could not visit, leaving her anxiously awaiting news in Huanfeng Pavilion. "Master, how is Princess Lin?" Lin Zan, her face flushed with anxiety, was drenched in perspiration, appearing particularly conspicuous in the eyes of the head of the Imperial Medical Institute. The head gazed at her, replying, "Rest assured, the princess's poisoning is not severe. She merely lacks the capacity to endure the toxins due to her young age, which has caused her to cough up blood. But she had improved significantly in recent days. Why has her condition recurred? Wasn't the doll discarded by consort Zhang?" Lin Zan pressed, her worry intensifying. The head hesitated, ruffling her hair, his eyes reflecting a hint of regret. "Perhaps I was mistaken. I should not have suggested that the poison on the doll was due to your contamination." "What does this mean, master?" Lin Zan felt somewhat bewildered, while the Yuan Zheng chose not to elaborate further. Under the dedicated treatment of the Tai hospital, Princess Lin's condition finally stabilized and improved day by day. However, Empress Zhang completely severed ties with Lin Zan. Whispers began circulating in the harem, asserting that Lin Zan was a harbinger of disaster, bringing misfortune to anyone who dared to associate with her. Even Lin Zhan's status as an orphan became a testament to her ill-fated existence. Chapter 67. The horrors of superstition. These rumors inevitably reached Lin Zhan's ears. One day, while she was by the koi pond in the Imperial Garden, aimlessly perusing a medical text, she found it impossible to concentrate. At that moment, two palace maids approached, gossiping about her supposed calamity. "In my opinion, Miss Lin is the reincarnation of a calamity. How else could she have lost both parents at such a young age? And even her sister, leaving her utterly alone? Truly, she is a cursed soul. Indeed, she brings misfortune to her father and mother, and even to her sister. It is terrifying. We must keep our distance from her." Upon hearing their remarks, Bai Xia, standing nearby, was incensed and stepped forward with her hands on her hips, exclaiming, "Who dares to malign our young lady? Be cautious of your words." Noticing Bai Xia, the two palace maids hurriedly lowered their heads and scurried away. Lin Zhan was unfazed by their words and replied to Bai Xia, "Sister Bai Xia, do not concern yourself with their talk. They are free to say whatever they wish. But they tarnish the young lady's reputation with such vile words. It infuriates me." Bisiadi tortit. Just then, Jun Anqing strode over with the two palace maids, forcefully placing a whip into Lin Zhan's hands. Perplexed, Lin Zhan tilted her head in confusion at Jun Anqing. According to palace rules, speaking ill of one's master merits punishment. "Li Zi, with my support, you may express your grievances." Yun Enking asserted confidently. It was clear that she had overheard the maid's previous comments and sought to defend Lin Zhan. Lin Zhan chuckled dismissively, tossing the whip aside and addressing the trembling maids. "You may leave. I will not harm you." "Thank you, Miss Lin," the maids replied, still trembling with trepidation. Seeing that Lin Zhan had no intention of punishing them, Jun Anqing huffed and sat down across from her in frustration. "Li Zi, how can you remain unperturbed when they label you a calamity?" Lin Zhan smiled calmly, replying, "With so many voices proclaiming me a disaster, how could I possibly retaliate? Besides, I do not care." "How can you not care? Do you not realize that because of this, you cannot attend Qing Lan Academy to study?" Yun Enking expressed her indignation. Lin Zhan paused for a moment, recalling that she had seen Qing Lan Academy mentioned in her original text. It was an institution exclusively for women, attended only by royal and noble ladies. In the past, Si Shui had seamlessly gained admission as a talented young woman, while Lin Zhan had to exert considerable effort to gain entry. "Duanzi, did you just say that Qing Lan Academy has begun admitting female students?" Lin Zhan inquired curiously. Jun Anqing nodded, grumbling, "Naturally. The emperor had prepared a spot for you, but due to the escalating rumors about you being a calamity, he ultimately rescinded it." Upon hearing this, Lin Zhan could not help but lament internally. Superstition is indeed terrifying. She then asked, "So, did my spot go to Si Shui?" "Wow, Li Zi, you truly possess foresight. Speaking of this matter only angers me further," Jun Anqing responded, gazing at Lin Zhan with admiration. Lin Zhan's expression turned contemplative, yet she quickly adopted an innocent demeanor and said to Jun Anqing, "It does not matter. I wish to study medicine, and if I attend, I would have no time for leisure. Being too busy is not ideal." "You are right," Jun Anqing replied with a chuckle, no longer upset about Lin Zhan's inability to attend Qinglan Academy. It seemed that her reputation as a calamity had spread. But Lin Zhan remained indifferent. She ascended to the place where she usually studied medicine. At that moment, voices from Yuan Zheng and Qin Shang echoed within the room. "Master, since you are aware that what transpired was not the fault of your disciple, why do you not clarify this to the emperor, instead of remaining silent and allowing your disciple to be scorned by others?" Qin Shang's voice sounded somewhat agitated. Hearing this, Lin Zhan froze momentarily. Her hand poised to knock on the door, then slowly lowered it, choosing to stand silently at the entrance. After a while, Yuan Zheng sighed and replied, "Qin Shang, I understand you believe my actions to be unjust, but I have no choice. If I report this matter to the emperor, it would be tantamount to deceiving the throne. But master, is it not unjust for my disciple to bear such a blame?" Qin Shang's voice grew more fervent. Standing at the door, Lin Zhan felt puzzled about what had transpired. "Enough for now. I will make it up to your disciple in other ways. There are certain matters in court that must be navigated cautiously," Yuan Zheng admonished Qin Shang sternly. Following this, there was a prolonged silence. Lin Zhan stepped aside, and soon after, Qin Shang flung the door open and rushed out. After a moment of hesitation, Lin Zhan emerged from her hiding place, her steps heavy as she entered the room, facing Yuan Zheng, unsure of how to express her feelings. Yuan Zheng, seemingly oblivious to Lin Zhan's unusual demeanor, remarked, "You have arrived. Have you completed the assignments I set for you?" "I have finished and have come to return the books," Lin Zhan replied respectfully as she handed him the texts. After speaking, Yuan Zheng led Lin Zhan to another room and retrieved a set of golden needles from a box, presenting them to her. "From today onwards, I will teach you the art of golden needle acupuncture. You must study diligently," Yuan Zheng stated seriously. Lin Zhan was momentarily taken aback, as Yuan Zheng had ascended to his position due to his unparalleled skill in acupuncture. She had never expected him to pass on his expertise to her. Was it out of guilt? She pondered, yet still accepted the golden needles. Chapter 68. A fortunate star of the palace, Lin Zhan examined the golden needles closely, noting that the tips were shaped like leaves, appearing both intricate and unusual. "These are the unique willow leaf golden needles, passed down solely to you, so that you may inherit my legacy. Do not disappoint me," Yuan Zheng instructed solemnly. Lin Zhan nodded gravely, and Yuan Zheng then handed her a foundational medical text on acupuncture. He instructed her to secretly come to the Thai hospital at the hour of Mao, which corresponds to 5 in the morning, to study the golden needle technique, emphasizing that she must not disclose this to anyone. Lin Zhan could not help but stick out her tongue at the thought of waking up so early, asking, "Master, must I come every day? If one day your skills surpass mine, then naturally you need not come," Yuan Zheng replied, hands clasped behind his back. Gazing down at Lin Zhan nodded, refraining from further comment, and left the Thai hospital with the book bestowed by her master. Just outside the main gate, she was abruptly pulled aside by her senior, Qin Shang, who bore a hesitant expression, tinged with a hint of remorse as he gazed at Lin Zhan. Upon overhearing the conversation between two individuals, Lin Zhan inherently understood the thoughts swirling within Qin Shang's mind. A nonchalant smile graced her face as she spoke. "Is there something troubling you, senior brother, that you find difficult to articulate? Fear not. Regardless of the circumstances, master will always remain my master, and you shall forever be my senior brother." This statement appeared to dismantle the defenses within Qin Shang, who lowered his gaze and, with a somewhat hoarse voice, replied, "The poison on that doll was not inadvertently transferred by you, junior sister. Rather, it was deliberately applied by another. Initially, Master was unaware of this matter and was himself ensnared in the scheme, which led him to candidly inform the emperor that it was your fault, causing you to bear the ignominy of being labeled a calamity. Let me shoulder Master's fault. Please do not harbor resentment towards him." After these words, Qin Shang stood there, anxiously avoiding Lin Zhan's gaze. At that moment, Lin Zhan gently grasped Qin Shang's arm, offering a sweet smile as she reassured him, "Senior brother, do not worry. I will not blame Master. After all, No one is infallible. Hearing this from her, Qin Shang looked up in disbelief. Thereafter, Lin Zan said nothing more and turned to leave, for some matters of right and wrong are inherently ambiguous, and she could empathize with the choices made by the Yuanzhang. In the days that followed, Lin Zan rose early, evading the watchful eyes of others, and stealthily made her way to the Thai hospital to learn the art of gold needling from Yuanzhang. She also learned from him how to manipulate others with the gold needle, reducing them to mere shells of their former selves. The terrifying nature of this gold needling technique left Lin Zan increasingly astonished, simultaneously igniting her curiosity regarding Yuan Zhang's true identity. One day, as Lin Zan was engrossed in studying medical texts at the pavilion, contemplating acupuncture techniques, a pure white rabbit with red eyes suddenly leaped to her feet. "Slow down, princess. Don't run," a maid's voice echoed from a distance, and soon a little girl dressed in a pink jacket stumbled toward her. Upon seeing the girl, Lin Zan was instantly reminded of Princess Si Lin, who had only recently learned to walk. "That's my little rabbit," Princess Si Lin exclaimed, her speech somewhat unclear. Yet her tone was resolute as she pointed at the rabbit by Lin Zhan's feet. Lin Zhan smiled gently, picking up the little rabbit and handing it to Princess Si Lin. "Since it's your little rabbit, it shall be returned to you." At this moment, the maid caught up, and upon seeing Lin Zhan, they gasped in shock, hurriedly pulling Princess Si Lin behind them, casting wary glances at her. Lin Zhan was aware that following the previous incident, Empress Zhang had strictly prohibited Princess Si Lin from any contact with her. "Princess, let us depart." The maid said no more and swiftly carried Princess Si Lin away. Observing their hasty retreat as if fleeing from a calamity, Lin Zhan couldn't help but smile bitterly. Feeling a bit disheartened? Suddenly, Jun Beiki appeared at the rear of the pavilion, strolling in to observe Lin Zhan's somewhat gloomy expression. Lin Zhan quickly regained her composure, smiling as she replied, "What reason do I have to feel disheartened? It is merely a case of misplaced affections. Human hearts are inherently enigmatic and unpredictable, especially yours, which I find particularly inscrutable. You are labeled a calamity, yet appear utterly indifferent," Jun Beiki remarked as he sat down. Noticing the medical texts on acupuncture laid on the stone table, Lin Zhan promptly gathered the texts and coughed lightly to mask her intentions. "Because I am not a calamity, why should I care about their idle gossip? That is indeed true. However, you need not worry. I have never considered you a calamity. Instead, I regard you as my lucky star, even if you're solely my lucky star, to avoid contention with others." Yun Baiki certainly stood, gently tapping her forehead with his finger. Lin Zhan was momentarily taken aback, looking up at him with suspicion. "Does the Crown Prince truly believe I am your lucky star?" Naturally, having escaped a tragic fate from a past life, Jun Beiki's mood was evidently buoyant. Lin Zhan's eyes twinkled as she hastily suggested, "Then why not take me, your lucky star, out of the palace for a stroll? Consider it a chance for me to unwind. Life within the opulent confines of the palace, though devoid of material worries, could not rival the exhilaration of freedom." Lin Zhan, confined within this gilded cage, felt increasingly stifled, yearning to explore the world beyond its walls. Especially after Jun Beiki had previously shown her glimpses of the outside world, her heart felt like a wild horse, unable to be restrained any longer. Hearing Lin Zhan's request, Jun Beiki smiled slightly and calculated the days, saying, "In 3 days, it will be time for the garden tour. On that occasion, I shall present you with a gift, as a reward for your collaboration." "What gift?" Lin Zhan eagerly inquired, her bright eyes sparkling as she gazed at him. However, Jun Beiki did not divulge any details, leaving her in suspense as he gracefully departed, vanishing like an ethereal being, leaving Lin Zhan alone, pondering the nature of the gift. 3 days swiftly passed, and Lucio-chan instructed the Internal Affairs Bureau to craft 3 garments suitable for the spring garden outing, which were presented to Lin Zhan for selection. Upon seeing the delicate azure fabrics, Lin Zhan could not help but be captivated, for as a girl, her resistance to beautiful attire was notably weak. Even she was no exception, caressing the fabric with delight. In her joy, Lin Zhan delightedly sifted through the 3 garments, each possessing its own charm, finding it difficult to choose her favorite. Ultimately, she resorted to a traditional method of selection and chose a long-sleeved gauzy robe in a smoky purple hue, transforming into a little fairy upon wearing it. Even Bixia, standing nearby, couldn't contain her excitement, exclaiming, "Miss, you look absolutely stunning in that outfit." "Of course, I'm finally able to leave the palace," Lin Zan replied, her spirits soaring. Lin Zan rode alongside the Empress Lu Qiuqian in a carriage, swaying gently as they exited the palace. At that moment, Lin Zan noticed a lavish carriage beside them, comparable in grandeur to the Empress's, and curiously inquired of Lu Qiuqian, "Sister, who is in that carriage?" "Who else could it be but concubine Qin and her little niece?" Lu Qiuqian replied, her voice laced with indignation. As the Empress, her carriage was naturally the most splendid in the inner court, yet concubine Qin seemed to be competing with her, selecting a carriage of similar stature. The only difference was that concubine Qin's lacked a golden orb atop, and if one did not look closely, one might mistakenly believe her carriage belonged to the Empress. However, concubine Qin's actions did not violate palace regulations. They were merely somewhat ostentatious, leaving Lu Qiuqian with no grounds for complaint. Lin Zan nodded, choosing to remain silent, her thoughts entirely occupied with the legendary, picturesque Furong Garden. Furong Garden, a royal garden, was accessible only to members of the imperial family, with each view within resembling a captivating painting. Previously, Lin Zan had only learned of its enchanting beauty through written descriptions, yet now, the prospect of witnessing it firsthand filled her with uncontainable excitement. As they journeyed halfway, a commotion arose from the carriage behind them. Lin Zan, curious, leaned out to glimpse what was happening. She saw a figure collapsed before concubine Qin's carriage, while guards struggled to control the situation, leaving her perplexed as to what had transpired. As the Empress, Lu Qiuqian immediately disembarked from her carriage, her demeanor commanding as she approached the scene, her expression displeased as she admonished, "What kind of decorum is this, causing such a ruckus in public? Hurry and remove that person." Lin Zan, filled with curiosity, leapt from the carriage and trotted over. There, before the carriage of Qin Fei, lay a young man in his 20s, strikingly handsome and possessing an exceptional demeanor. However, at this moment, his face betrayed a semblance of suppressed agony, with a trace of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Given the royal procession and the emperor's presence ahead, Lu Qiuqian ordered the man to be taken away and detained. Just then, the curtain of Qin Fei's carriage was gently lifted, and Si Shui, appearing delicate, coughed lightly and interceded for the young man, saying, "Your Majesty, please temper your wrath. This man seems to be suffering from some hidden ailment. May we not send him to the nearest medical facility for treatment?" Upon hearing her words, the young man on the ground displayed a clear expression of gratitude, gazing at Si Shui with a hint of enchantment. At that moment, a spark of realization flickered in Lin Zhan's mind. She recognized this plot. If her instincts serve her right, the man collapsed before the carriage was no ordinary individual, but rather Mu Ronghui, the esteemed young master of the Baitong Go, renowned in the martial world for his dealings in information. Mu Ronghui, also a subordinate of Si Shui, utilized Baitong Go to gather intelligence for her, not only winning the heart of Jun Beiyu, but also manipulating a third of the grain transport. This allowed Si Shui to amass considerable wealth through grain trade while securing Jun Beiyu's favor, marking a pivotal turn in her journey toward becoming a life winner. If Lin Zhan were to alter the dismal fates of Jun Beiqi and herself, she could not allow Si Shui and Jun Beiyu to unite. Lu Qiuqian, already disapproving of Si Shui, let out a disdainful snort upon seeing her plead. Si Shui, do you comprehend the gravity of your words? This unidentified man could be an assassin. Should anything happen to the emperor, can you bear the consequences? She placed an imposing cap upon Si Shui's head, causing her to bite her lip in hesitation. In truth, Si Shui had been ordered by Qin Fei to confront Lu Qiuqian, hoping to display her kindness and compassion before the public. As Lu Qiuqian dismissed her words and commanded the guards to take the unknown man away, a soft and tender voice suddenly broke through. Lin Zhan gently tugged at Lu Qiuqian's sleeve and whispered, "Your Majesty, may I have this man? I have great use for him." "What?" Lu Qiuqian was taken aback by Lin Zhan's request, pausing for a moment. Lin Zhan's eyes glimmered with a pleading look, and Lu Qiuqian, recognizing her as not one to act rashly, hesitated before ultimately nodding in agreement. This preferential treatment only fueled Si Xue's resentment, but she was powerless against the support of Qin Fei. Thus, Lin Zan acquired the fabled Qi character capable of helping Si Xue win Jun Beiyu's heart, Mu Ronghui. Lin Zan then requested another carriage from Lu Qiuchan, trailing behind the departing procession, while Mu Ronghui was bound and tossed onto the vehicle. Li Zi, I heard you requested a man from the empress. Jun Anqing stormed in, lifting the curtain with a frown. Spotting Mu Ronghui bound like a rice dumpling, he exclaimed, I can't believe it's true. Li Zi, what do you need this man for? You can't eat him. I intend to use him as a test subject for my medicinal studies, Lin Zan stated with righteous fervor. Jun Anqing, perplexed, scratched his head, but Mu Ronghui, understanding her intent, shot a fierce glare at Lin Zan. Just then, the curtain was lifted again, revealing Jun Beiqi, who frowned upon seeing 3 individuals crammed within the small carriage. Elder brother, what brings you here? Have you also heard that Li Zi has acquired a man from the empress? Yun Enking Glint. Jun Beiqi said nothing further, his serious gaze fixed upon Mu Ronghui. Possessing memories from his past life, he recognized the disheveled man before him. He is merely a man. Why the fuss? Lin Zan remarked nonchalantly, unaware that her words stirred turbulent emotions in the hearts of the 3 men. Li Zi, you can't have fallen for him so soon. Do stay grounded. You're only 8. Yun Enking exclaimed dramatically. What? Are you attempting to emulate Princess Shanhui? Jun Beiqi's voice turned icy. Princess Shanhui was a notable figure in the history of Beiqi, infamous for her lasciviousness and numerous male companions. Upon hearing Jun Beiqi's words, Lin Zan quickly shook her head, clarifying, That's not what I meant. You misunderstand. I need this man for a purpose, with no means to halt the unfolding plot. She pondered, why not cultivate a rival for Jun Beiyu? Jun Beiqi's eyes narrowed as he inquired, What use do you have for him? I have acquired numerous medicinal skills from my master and feel an itch to practice. This man appears gravely injured, so I thought to see if I might heal him. Lin Zan replied, maintaining her composure. Jun Beiqi simply smiled, his expression holding an inscrutable depth that left Lin Zan feeling uneasy. Ultimately, both Jun Beiqi and Jun Anqing insisted on the propriety of separating a young girl and a man in a single carriage, leading them to transfer Lin Zan to the luxurious carriage of Jun Beiqi, while Mu Ronghui was relegated to the luggage transport. To think I, the esteemed young master of Baitonggu, will be treated in such a manner. Mu Ronghui gritted his teeth, but the affliction of the witchcraft rendered him powerless, forcing him to acquiesce for the time being. As evening descended, the group finally arrived at Furong Garden. After a long journey, the emperor dismissed the courtesies of the court and retired to rest. Lin Zan hastily made her way to the luggage carriage, only to find Si Xue carefully feeding Mu Ronghui a bowl of water. Thank you. Mississippi, may I ask for your name? I shall surely repay your kindness in the future. Mu Ronghui, though bound, maintained his grace, nodding slightly at Si Xue. Si Xue appeared untainted, resembling the radiant moon, her gentle smile conveying, I seek no repayment. I merely pity your plight and cannot bear to see you treated thus. Rest assured, I will plead with the empress to release you. Her words moved Mu Ronghui profoundly, while Lin Zan observed their tender exchange from a distance, contemplating the implications. In the original story, Mu Ronghui was characterized by his brooding demeanor and capricious nature, a reason why Lin Zan had chosen him. With this dynamic, she could smoothly navigate away from the original narrative and evade a tragic fate. The courtyards within Furong Garden were few, so Lin Zan found herself sharing quarters with Lu Qiuchan. Lu Qiuchan stood at the entrance, gazing outside, and upon spotting Jun Beiqi and Lin Zan approaching, she sighed in relief, albeit with a hint of reproach. You little rascal, where did you disappear to after disembarking? You nearly frightened me. Forgive me, sister. It was my fault. Lin Zan playfully stuck out her tongue, aware that Lu Qiuchan was not truly angry. Lu Qiuchan chuckled at her mischievousness and attempted to take Lin Zan from Jun Beiqi, only for him to shift slightly, eluding her grasp. Actually, I have matters to discuss with the empress, Jun Beiqi stated with a sudden seriousness. Lu Qiuchan was momentarily taken aback, but eventually nodded, and the group entered together. Upon entering, Lin Zan wisely seated herself aside, indulging in pastries and refraining from interrupting the conversation between the two. Your Majesty, do you recall the decree issued by His Majesty a year ago regarding the repairs of the Qinghe embankment? Jun Beiki stated directly. Lu Qiuqian nodded, recalling the matter. Yet she was puzzled as to why the crown prince would bring it up. I have heard that the repairs of the embankment have been completed, and this matter is settled. It is because I recently received confidential reports indicating that the county magistrate of Qinghe has embezzled over half of the funds allocated for the repairs. And with the rainy season approaching, do you know what calamities may ensue, Your Majesty? Jun Beiqi's voice was low and grave, causing Lu Qiuqian's expression to change drastically, while Lin Zan, still savoring her pastries, slowed her chewing in response. The words embankment and rainy season sparked a sudden realization in Lin Zhan's mind, prompting her to look up at Jun Beiqi in disbelief, as if she were seeing a stranger. Jun Beiqi noticed Lin Zhan's gaze, but paid it no mind, continuing to address the empress. I can offer your maternal family an opportunity. It is up to you to seize it. After speaking, Jun Beiqi rose and bowed respectfully to the still-stunned Lu Qiuqian before slowly withdrawing, casting a significant glance at Lin Zhan as he departed. Once he was gone, Lu Qiuqian exhaled slowly, her brow furrowed in contemplation as she sat in deep silence, the atmosphere heavy with tension. After a lengthy moment of hesitation, Lin Zhan suddenly spoke in a sweet, innocent tone. Sister, it is time for you to decide whether to formally align with the crown prince. Upon hearing this, a wry smile crept onto Lu Qiuqian's lips. Although the inner court was traditionally barred from political affairs, the relationship between the court and palace was always subtly intertwined. Lu Qiuqian understood Lin Zhan's implication and, gritting her teeth, replied, Zhaner, have we not already tied ourselves to His Highness the Crown Prince? Lin Zhan jumped down from her chair and approached Lu Qiuqian, grasping her hand tightly. Their eyes met, and Lu Qiuqian seemed to release all her burdens, laughing softly as she affectionately stroked Lin Zhan's head. Do not worry. I comprehend the meaning behind the crown prince's words, yet I feel a twinge of reluctance. Lin Zhan gently rested her head on Lu Qiuqian's lap, saying nothing, as she had already guessed what the young master intended. Before long, Lin Zhan unexpectedly fell asleep beside Lu Qiuqian. The next morning, Lin Zhan awoke in her room, and upon seeing the brilliant sun outside, her spirits brightened considerably. Leaving her room, Lu Qiuqian took Lin Zhan for a stroll in Furong Garden, where she finally beheld the enchanting scenery, truly reminiscent of a dreamlike paradise. Greetings, Your Majesty. Coincidentally, Jun Beiqi and Jun Biyu were also in the garden and approached Lu Qiuqian and Lin Zhan to pay their respects. Since they had encountered one another, they naturally decided to explore Furong Garden together. As the group arrived at a cleverly designed, tiered rock formation, they suddenly noticed two figures moving within. Lu Qiuqian's countenance darkened instantly at this sight, and she shouted, Who dares to engage in licentious conduct here? How utterly audacious! The secluded nature of the rock formation led her to mistakenly believe that inappropriate actions were taking place. To her surprise, as her voice echoed, Si Shui emerged from behind the rock, her face flushed with evident panic. It is you. What are you doing here? Lu Qiuqian's expression soured even further upon recognizing Si Shui, and she reprimanded sharply. Si Shui, trembling and flustered, knelt down, struggling to articulate an explanation. Just then, a man clad in a green robe stepped out, none other than Murong Hui, who should have been bound in the woodshed. Lin Zhan couldn't help but exclaim internally at the swiftness of Si Shui's actions. Within a day, she had grown so close to Murong Hui that they had even hidden together. This is entirely my fault. It has nothing to do with Miss Si, Murong Hui boldly proclaimed as he emerged from behind a rock, attempting to rescue the damsel in distress while facing Lu Qiuqian head-on. Although Lu Qiuqian treated Lin Zhan with kindness, her demeanor towards others was markedly different, especially in light of Murong Hui's brazen conduct, which incited her ire. Impudent scoundrel! Why do you not kneel before Her Majesty? Dong Xiang, standing nearby, immediately stepped in to chastise Murong Hui on Lu Qiuqian's behalf. Despite Murong Hui's esteemed reputation in the martial world, he ultimately had to bow before imperial authority, reluctantly kneeling in submission. The scene unfolding before Lin Zan resembled that of a scandalous affair being exposed. Lu Qiuchan regarded the two with a solemn expression. In broad daylight, you dare to engage in immoral conduct behind the rock formation? You bring shame to both yourselves and society. Your Majesty, please calm your anger. Shui has done nothing of the sort. She is innocent. Si Shui quickly interjected, unwilling to admit to any wrongdoing. After all, her reputation was of utmost importance. Without it, she would lose her value within the Qin family. A man should bear the consequences of his actions alone. This matter has no bearing on Miss C. She is innocent. Mu Ronghui insisted, maintaining his upright posture even as he knelt. Lu Qiuchan, however, merely scoffed. I'm not concerned with what you were doing behind a rock. I only know that a woman's virtue is paramount. Si Shui has failed to uphold her dignity and has tarnished the court's reputation. She is to be immediately expelled from the palace. Upon hearing this, Lin Zhan's eyes brightened with surprise, not expecting such swift action to be taken against Si Shui. Your Majesty, please wait. At that moment, Qin Fei arrived just in time, casting an exasperated glare at Si Shui before turning to Lu Qiuchan with a smile. Lu Qiuchan's expression darkened, and she responded coldly, Qin Fei, what more can you say about your niece's disgraceful actions? She emphasized the words your niece, reminding Qin Fei of the gravity of the situation. Yet Qin Fei feigned ignorance, maintaining her cheerful demeanor. In truth, this is not as the Empress perceives. Shui has always been a compassionate soul, unable to bear witness to others' suffering. It is only natural that she sought to aid this person. Surely, there is no fault in kindness, is there, Your Majesty? Kindness? How laughable! Excessive kindness is merely foolishness, and I believe you are most aware of this, Lady Qin. Lu Qiuchan asserted resolutely, waving her hand to have Si Shui taken away. Qin Fei attempted to interject, but Lu Qiuchan's authority as Empress silenced her. What? Does Lady Qin wish to defy me? After Lu Qiuchan's words echoed, Qin Fei could only suppress her objections reluctantly, watching helplessly as Si Shui was escorted away. During this ordeal, Mu Ronghui tried to intervene and save Si Shui, but the guards restrained him. Ultimately, both individuals were taken away, and Lu Qiuchan let out a cold snort, casting a glance at Qin Fei before departing with Lin Zan. However, it wasn't long before Lin Zan stealthily made her way to the woodshed where Mu Ronghui was being held captive. Her unexpected words left Mu Ronghui stunned, gazing at her in confusion. I know you have been poisoned and cannot utilize your martial skills. If I help you detoxify, will you take Si Shui away? Lin Zan spoke with a hint of excitement. Mu Ronghui, skeptical, responded, How do you know I possess martial arts, and why do you wish to assist me? I have already stated that I am on your side. Long live free love, Lin Zan declared cheerfully, brandishing a golden needle, eager to proceed. Upon seeing the golden needle, Mu Ronghui's eyes instantly transformed, incredulously exclaiming, How could this golden needle be in your possession? Is there something amiss? Lin Zan, dismissive, merely curled her lips and, in the next moment, plunged the golden needle into Mu Ronghui. He immediately fainted, devoid of any response, allowing Lin Zan to proceed with his treatment without concern. Just then, the door was abruptly swung open. Chapter 72, Simplistic Fine Brushwork. Who is it? Lin Zan gazed wide-eyed at the figure entering. In the dim light of the firewood room, Junbei Qi's sharply defined features were illuminated before her. Your Highness, what brings you here? Lin Zan instinctively concealed the golden needle behind her, tilting her head and blinking her innocent eyes. Junbei Qi, already aware of her thoughts, was no longer deceived by her expression. He merely cast a fleeting glance at the unconscious Mu Ronghui and remarked, That question should be posed by me to you. Feeling guilty, Lin Zan smiled sheepishly and ambiguously replied, I simply found him handsome and wanted to gaze upon him a few more times. Yunbai Qi, naturally unconvinced by her feeble excuse, approached her, his gaze piercing as he said, Are we not on the same side? Why then do you conceal your actions from me? Lin Zan, recalling that in the original tale, this prince was swiftly toppled by Junbei Yu, had initially perceived him as a fool. It was taken aback by his astuteness. Realizing that she was indeed allied with Junbei Qi, she felt no need to hide anything from him. With a cheerful demeanor, She explained, I am soft-hearted and cannot bear to see lovers parted, so I wish to heal him, allowing him to take Si Shui far away. If Si Shui could be taken far away, surely her own dismal fate would change. Jun Bei-Chi's eyes narrowed slightly, and he then calmly seated himself nearby, saying, if that is the case, then proceed. Seeing him poised to remain, Lin Zan shrugged and refrained from further comments, continuing her treatment on Mu Ronghui. With Jun Bei-Chi nearby, Lin Zan chose not to reveal too many of her strategies. She utilized the golden needle technique to suppress the turmoil within Mu Ronghui, gradually bringing him back to consciousness. Upon awakening, Mu Ronghui quickly noticed Jun Bei-Chi sitting opposite him, his demeanor instantly shifting to one of vigilance as he scanned both Jun Bei-Chi and Lin Zan. I have examined your condition and temporarily suppressed the poison within you. But what exactly is the nature of the toxin? It feels almost alive, Lin Zan remarked, leaning forward with curiosity gleaming in her innocent eyes. Jun Bei-Chi furrowed his brow at this scene, pulling Lin Zan close by her collar, bringing her to his side. Hearing Lin Zhan's words, Mu Ronghui realized that the martial skills he had been unable to wield had returned to him. Although his chest still ached, it was a significant improvement nonetheless. You just said that you suppressed the poison within me. How is that possible? How old are you? Mu Ronghui gazed at Lin Zan with disbelief. Lin Zan proudly lifted her chin, exuding confidence as she declared, age is no barrier to ambition. Do not underestimate me. Mu Ronghui, recalling the golden needle Lin Zan had wielded before his unconsciousness, felt a sudden shift in his expression, his eyes sharpening. Jun Bei-Chi observed this transformation, his heart tightening as he embraced Lin Zan protectively, a possessive display evident to all. Jun Bei-Chi's grip was as unyielding as steel, rendering Lin Zan immobile. Ultimately, with no other option, Lin Zan relented but maintained a determined expression as she addressed Mu Ronghui. I know you're fond of Si Shui, so I prepared a route map for you. I have marked her room and even plotted an escape route. You must not let my efforts go to waste. With that, Lin Zan produced a simplified route map of Fu Rongyuan from her bosom and handed it to Mu Ronghui. He accepted it with skepticism, scrutinizing the oddly drawn lines and the disheveled artistry, feeling a pang of discomfort in his eyes. This route map is truly a strain on my vision, he lamented. Upon hearing this, Lin Zan puffed up her cheeks in indignation, retorting, this is simplistic fine brushwork. If you don't understand, refrain from making judgments. Regardless, the map is prepared. Whether Si Shui is rescued is up to you. After speaking, Lin Zan tugged at Jun Bei-Chi's sleeve, signaling that it was time to depart. Jun Bei-Chi promptly lifted Lin Zan and turned to leave, maintaining a silent demeanor throughout. Yet his gaze served to intimidate Mu Ronghui, preventing any rash actions. Once they had exited, Mu Ronghui stood, a knowing smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he tucked the route map into his cloak. Later that night, as the fire broke out in the firewood room, the eunuchs and maidservants of Fu Rongyuan hurriedly rushed to extinguish the flames, oblivious to Mu Ronghui's disappearance from his confines. What are you crying about? If Lu Qiuchan, that wretched woman, catches wind of your entanglement with that man, your life will be ruined. Qin Fei seethed, glaring at Si Shui, who was weeping in front of her. Si Shui had never anticipated that her act of releasing Mu Ronghui would be witnessed by the empress. While they conversed, a maid rushed in, reporting the fire. Preoccupied with Si Shui's predicament, Qin Fei had no inclination to address the matter further, ordering the maid to assist in extinguishing the flames and dismissing the issue. Unbeknownst to her, a figure had stealthily infiltrated her quarters and located Si Shui. Chapter 73. Joy turns to sorrow. Si Shui remained unaware that someone had quietly entered her room, and just as she sensed a presence, a hand swiftly covered her mouth. Dear little lamb, I have finally caught you. Come with me. Mu Ronghui's voice resonated like a demon lurking in the shadows, whispering in her ear. With wide eyes, Si Shui struggled to free herself from Mu Ronghui's grasp, but in the next instant, she succumbed to unconsciousness, lost to the world. Mu Ronghui hoisted her over his shoulder and swiftly exited the room, moving through the chaos of Fu Rongyuan with grace, as if it were an uninhabited realm. Your Highness, shall we not intervene? In another shadowy corner, Junbei Qi's ambiguous expression remained hidden in the darkness. Beside him, the guard Qing Lin observed Si Shuiyi's abduction and furrowed his brow, hesitantly voicing his concern. However, Junbei Qi said nothing and merely turned away, pretending not to notice Mu Ronghui's actions. The news of the fire in the firewood room soon reached Lin Zan, who stood on her toes, gazing toward the flickering flames, then addressed by Xia, "Sister Bai Xia, please discreetly check on the situation with the fire." "Yes, miss." Bai Xia nodded and set off to gather information. As dawn approached, the flames were finally extinguished, and news of Mu Ronghui's escape reached Lu Qiuchan's ears. "You incompetent fools, you couldn't even keep one person under watch." Lu Qiuchan slammed her hand on the table in frustration. As the saying goes, a scheming lover must be captured together. With Mu Ronghui's escape, Qin Fei's cunning nature would surely lead her to deny any secret meetings between Si Shui and Mu Ronghui. As Lu Qiuchan contemplated her thoughts, Qin Fei arrived, adorned in her usual opulent and resplendent attire, a somewhat smug smile gracing her lips as she addressed her. "Your Majesty, I heard that there was a flood in the firewood room last night. I hope it did not trouble you." Lu Qiuchan replied with a smile that did not reach her eyes. "I truly appreciate your concern, Qin Fei, though I cannot discern how genuine it is." Qin Fei chuckled lightly, casually tossing her hair. "The Empress knows how sincere I can be. Fortunately, no one was harmed in the fire otherwise. It would have certainly dampened the Emperor's excursion." Having exchanged veiled barbs for so long, Lu Qiuchan was acutely aware of the implications in her words. Murmurong Hui was no more, and thus Lu Qiuchan had lost her leverage. Should she insist on dwelling on the matter and ruin the Emperor's outing to Furong Garden, the repercussions would be unbearable for anyone involved. The tension between the two women left the surrounding palace maids breathless, the silence in the room palpable enough to hear a pin drop. Understanding the difficulty in toppling Qin Fei, Lu Qiuchan took a deep breath to suppress her indignation, suddenly wearing a composed smile and stating, "You are right. Everything must prioritize the Emperor." Upon hearing this, Qin Fei felt a sigh of relief within, knowing that the incident involving Si Shui had been successfully concealed. However, just as the verbal sparring seemed to favor Qin Fei, a palace maid rushed in, breathless, exclaiming, "Your Highness, something is amiss. Miss Si has disappeared." "What did you say? Si Shui is missing?" Qin Fei sprang to her feet, hastily following the maid. Upon arriving at Qin Fei's quarters, they discovered that Si Shui was indeed absent. Lu Qiuchan swiftly commanded her attendants to discreetly search for Si Shui within Furong Garden, insisting that the Emperor must not be disturbed. As moments ticked by, Si Shui's whereabouts remained unknown, and the news reached Lin Zan, who could hardly contain her glee. Truly, Mu Ronghui was a character of obsession from the tales. He had acted decisively and swiftly to spirit away Si Shui. "Miss, does this imply that Si Shui's disappearance is connected to you?" Bisia gazed in disbelief. Lin Zan quickly suppressed her mirth, placing a finger to her lips in a shushing gesture. "Sister Bai Xia, this is our little secret. You must not speak a word to anyone." "All is as you say," Miss Bai Xia thought to herself, though she remained silent. Yet, contemplating the formidable influence of the Murong family, known throughout the realm, she realized that as long as Mu Ronghui remained resolute, Si Shui would never escape his grasp nor ally with Junbei Yu. Lin Zan reveled in the thought of eliminating a formidable rival, a cause for celebration indeed. Inevitably, Si Shui's disappearance stirred the Emperor's ire. "What? Si Shui has vanished? When did this happen? I'm only learning of this now." The Emperor's face flushed with rage. Ever since Wu Su Daoren had proclaimed Si Shui to be a woman fated for greatness, even the Emperor had paid her more heed, as it pertained to the fate of the nation. 2 nights later, as Lin Zan rested upon her bed, she suddenly sensed a chilling gaze upon her. Fear compelled her to open her eyes abruptly. "Little girl, we meet again." Mu Ronghui's eyes glimmered in the darkness, resembling a serpent with a predatory glint. Fixated on Lin Zan, her small frame tensed instinctively as she contemplated her escape. Yet, in the next moment, she succumbed to unconsciousness, mirroring Si Shui's fate. When Lin Zan regained consciousness, she found herself in a bamboo-structured dwelling, the air infused with the refreshing scent of bamboo. Far from unpleasant. Murong Hui possesses remarkable capabilities. Managing to whisk me away from Furong Garden without a sound, Lin Zan mused internally. Yet, she lamented her fleeting joy. Realizing that this was the proverbial joy that precedes sorrow, she had not anticipated that Murong Hui would capture her as well. As the bamboo door swung open, Lin Zan instinctively recoiled, her hand instinctively reaching for her waist, only to realize with alarm that her possessions were missing. "Are you searching for this?" In his hand appeared a delicate, ornate purple-gold wooden box. Upon seeing the box, Lin Zhan's demeanor shifted to one of heightened anxiety, while Murong Hui toyed with it. His voice laced with intrigue. "If I am not mistaken, this is the Liuye Jinzheng, a renowned golden needle unique to the legendary healer of the realm. How could it possibly be in your possession?" Lin Zhan's mind raced. Was the healer not the master of the Tai hospital? Golden needle? Healer? I know nothing of it. I merely stumbled upon this golden needle by chance. She feigned ignorance. Yet, Murong Hui regarded her skeptically, a wicked smile curling his lips as he approached. Locking eyes with her. Lying before me is futile. No matter how cunning the little fox, she cannot outwit the old fox. You need not speak now. I will extract the truth from you eventually. With that, he tossed the wooden box into Lin Zhan's lap and exited the room. She cradled the box, her heart racing as she attempted to pry open a window to see her surroundings, only to find that all the windows were sealed. It was a perfectly constructed prison. No wonder the character in the book is known for his obsession. He has imprisoned me as well, Lin Zhan scoffed. Meanwhile, Lu Qiuchan paced anxiously before the emperor, lamenting, "Zhan is still young and frail. Now that she has been abducted, I worry for her safety." Qin Fei, with a tone of indignation, retorted, "Your Majesty, you exemplify the nurturing mother of the nation, caring only for those dear to you, while disregarding the lives of others." Lu Qiuchan shot her a fierce glare. While the emperor sat in displeasure, the search for Si Shuai ongoing, and now Lin Zhan had also gone missing, an utter calamity. Just then, Jun Beiki strode in confidently, bowing to the emperor. "Father, I wish to lead a team to search for Lin Zhan. I hope for your approval." Liu Qixin caused Fun Bai Qi's hent tightly, declaring, "Whatever may come, I demand Lin Zhan's safe return. I shall not disappoint your Majesty." Jun Beiki pledged before setting off with his team from Furong Garden. As the search efforts intensified, Lin Zhan's stomach growled with hunger. At last, the bamboo door swung open again, a rich aroma wafting in, the scent of meat. Her eyes lit up as she glanced towards the entrance, and indeed, Murong Hui approached, carrying a platter of golden delicacies. Expecting meat, Lin Zhan's eyes widened in disbelief when she beheld the platter, an entire, deep-fried golden rat. Indeed, it was a rat. While the savory aroma was tantalizing, it did not alter the reality of its source. Murong Hui, relishing the moment, offered the platter to Lin Zhan. "This is a delicacy I prepared especially for you." Duin Duji. He recalled the moment he had placed a platter of rats before Si Shui, relishing the chaotic panic that ensued, satisfying his twisted psyche. At this moment, Lin Zhan appeared dazed, and Mu Ronghui assumed that this girl, who was even younger than Si Shui by several years, would scream louder than Si Shui had just done. However, what Mu Ronghui never anticipated was that Lin Zhan not only refrained from screaming, but, to his astonishment, joyfully took the plate from his hands, exclaiming, "Oh my goodness! Is this bamboo rat? It is a delicacy of the mortal realm. I haven't had it in ages, especially now that it is free from pollution. It must be completely natural." After saying this, Lin Zhan gleefully began to devour the bamboo rat, showing no signs of fear despite its appearance. Murongui, whose twisted desires remained unfulfilled, found himself in a state of disbelief as he watched Lin Zhan enjoy her meal. "Aren't you afraid?" "This is a rat," he remarked incredulously. To be precise, the bamboo rat is not merely a rat. It is a gourmet ingredient, a gift to the palate. "Thank you for bringing me such a delightful treat," Lin Zhan replied, her mouth smeared with grease, and she even offered Mu Ronghui a grateful smile despite his horror. Frustrated that he couldn't tease Lin Zhan as he had intended, Mu Ronghui let out a cold huff and left in a sullen mood. Lin Zhan, licking her lips with a triumphant grin, remarked, "If you wish to trick me, you are far from successful. Young master, they're almost here. We must leave quickly. A woman dressed in black with her face veiled said respectfully before Mu Ronghui. Gritting his teeth, Mu Ronghui's eyes glimmered with a peculiar light. How interesting. I did not expect that prince to be so inept. Young master, the carriage is ready. Let us depart. The woman urged again. Mu Ronghui shot her a displeased glance, but still escorted Si Shui and Lin Zan outside. This marked the first encounter between Lin Zan and Si Shui after their abduction. Upon seeing Lin Zan, Si Shui's expression was one of disbelief. At that moment, Lin Zan continued munching on the bamboo rat, her ferocious demeanor startling Si Shui. In this vast world, eating is paramount, Lin Zan declared, finishing the bamboo rat down to its skeleton before carelessly tossing it aside. Miss Lin, you've been captured too. Si Shui finally spoke, emboldened after witnessing Lin Zan consume the frightening creature. Lin Zan casually wiped her mouth and replied, just lucky, I suppose. I had no choice. Hearing this, Si Shui managed a faint smile. Soon after, Mu Ronghui boarded the carriage, blindfolding both women, and Lin Zan felt the carriage lurch forward in the darkness. Chapter 75. Buy one get one free. Lin Zan swayed slightly and instinctively grasped onto something nearby for balance, only to find it was a soft object. Puzzled, she squeezed it, and a man's light chuckle startled her, while Mu Ronghui remarked, I knew the little fox had a fearful side. A moment of silence enveloped the carriage before Mu Ronghui's voice broke through once more. Of course, I am taking you to a place the prince will never find. As the words fell, Lin Zan distinctly heard Si Shui gasp beside her, seemingly trembling in fear. However, Lin Zan reclined comfortably in the carriage, her relaxed demeanor piquing Mu Ronghui's curiosity. That must mean the journey is long. I shall take a nap, and you can wake me when we arrive. Lin Zan feigned nonchalance, yawning, and then tilted her head to sleep. Time passed, and eventually, the carriage came to a halt. Lin Zan immediately awoke, but remained still, straining her ears to catch the surrounding sounds. The silence was unnerving, causing her heart to race like a drum. Just then, she felt someone embrace her, prompting her to spring up. Little fox, I knew you weren't asleep. Mu Ronghui's voice whispered in her ear, and the blindfold was removed. Blinded by the sudden sunlight, Lin Zan squinted until she adjusted to the brightness, revealing an ancient and grand estate before her. Beside her, Mu Ronghui extended his hand, revealing several exquisite tourmaline beads. You are quite clever. By tossing these beads onto the road, you intended for the prince to follow them to rescue you, correct? Mu Ronghui said with interest. Lin Zhan's heart skipped a beat, realizing her intentions had been discovered, leaving her speechless. Having already discerned the situation, Mu Ronghui merely smiled faintly and tossed a few tourmaline beads to his subordinate. Subsequently, Lin Zan and Si Shui were taken into the mansion, each confined to separate rooms. By evening, Lin Zan was finally presented with a proper meal, though she felt it would be more enjoyable without the bothersome presence of Mu Ronghui. Once she had eaten her fill, she confronted Mu Ronghui. Why did you abduct me? Aren't you fond of Si Shui? You finally asked that question. I thought you could hold it in longer. I am curious, however, why you believe I like Si Shui, Mu Ronghui replied, a cryptic smile playing at his lips. Because Si Shui saved you, and she is beautiful and kind. Shouldn't you naturally like her? Upon hearing this, Mu Ronghui burst into laughter, his expression becoming manic and distorted. Beauty and kindness mean nothing to me. I can have as many such women as I desire. Why would I ever like a pretty face devoid of intellect? He scornfully criticized Si Shui. Lin Zan was utterly taken aback by this turn of events. You do not like Si Shui? Then why did you listen to me and abduct her? She stammered in disbelief. You are mistaken. From the very beginning, my target has never been that woman, but you. She was merely brought along to satisfy your demands. Otherwise, I would have thrown her into a pit of snakes long ago, Mu Ronghui said cruelly. Lin Zan was left in shock, realizing that Si Shui was merely a bonus while she was the true prize. With everything laid bare, Mu Ronghui rose and approached Lin Zan, lifting her delicate chin to scrutinize her closely. Your golden needle technique can suppress the parasites within me. Given your youth, are you the daughter of the medical sage? No, the medical sage is quite old. Even if he has a daughter, you should not be of such an age. Could you be the medical sage's granddaughter? Seeing Lin Zan remain silent, Mu Ronghui tightened his grip on her chin, his tone turning icy. Speak. What is your relationship with the medical sage? Wait, I know you're the young master of Baitong Pavilion, so you must be well informed. I grew up in the palace. The medical sage, with his renowned name, is clearly a figure of the martial world. How could I possibly be related to him? The reason I have the willow leaf golden needle is that I stumbled upon it in the imperial treasury, and it has nothing to do with any so-called medical sage. You must verify this, Lin Zan hurriedly explained, fearing that if she delayed, her delicate chin would be crushed by this capricious man. As the sound subsided, the atmosphere became instantly grave. Mu Ronghui fixed his piercing gaze on Lin Zan, resembling a venomous serpent, remaining silent for a considerable time. Eventually, he released Lin Zhan's chin, allowing her to exhale with relief. If you dare deceive me, you know the consequences, he warned. I understand. It means being thrown into the Wanshi cave, right? I cherish my life and would never lie to you, Lin Zhan quickly replied, raising her hand. With a cold snort, Mu Ronghui turned and departed, leaving Lin Zhan to collapse onto the bed, feeling as limp as a pile of mud, and soon fell into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, Jun Beiki and his companions tirelessly searched and finally located the bamboo hut where Lin Zhan and Si Shui were previously imprisoned, but it was now deserted. At that moment, a member of the Imperial Guard discovered a bamboo rat, stripped to its skeleton. It seemed they had not left for long. Jun Beiki narrowed his eyes at the cleanly picked bones, envisioning Lin Zhan desperately gnawing on the bamboo rat. In the following chapter, feigning east to attack west, Jun Beiki continued his pursuit of Mu Ronghui. However, Baitong Pavilion proved to be a formidable organization in the realm of commerce and intelligence. Their acute awareness of information led Jun Beiki to repeatedly miss his targets, and they spread numerous false leads to confuse his pursuit. Time flew by swiftly. Lin Zhan and Si Shui had been imprisoned by Mu Ronghui for a full 10 days. During this time, Lin Zhan was well-fed and well-cared for, not only failing to lose weight, but even gaining a few pounds. On a pleasant day, Lin Zhan, appearing obedient, earned a modicum of trust from Mu Ronghui, allowing her to bask in the sunlight outside. There, she spotted Si Shui sitting pale and fragile like a sickly beauty. After a moment's hesitation, she approached her. Si Shui seemed to notice Lin Zhan as well. Seeing Lin Zhan's rosy complexion, she couldn't help but express her astonishment. Miss Lin, how is your complexion so radiant? Of course, I'm well fed, but today's braised pork was a bit too greasy and needs improvement, Lin Zhan said, sipping her tea. To her surprise, Si Shui's expression darkened. Biting her lip, she murmured like a mosquito, "It appears that Miss Lin has been well treated while I have endured days of dry bread." What do you mean? That can't be true, Lin Zhan exclaimed incredulously, unable to believe Si Shui's words. Si Shui, angered, revealed her gaunt features, looking somewhat fierce. Are you saying I'm lying? I haven't eaten a hot meal in days, unlike Miss Lin, who enjoys such good fortune. Lin Zhan was perplexed as to why Mu Ronghui treated them differently. At dinner, Mu Ronghui, as usual, inquired about the golden needle. Although Lin Zhan consistently claimed ignorance, Mu Ronghui never tired of listening to her repeated denials. This time was no exception. However, Lin Zhan set down her chopsticks and addressed Mu Ronghui directly. Today, I heard from Si Shui that you only give her dry bread. Is that true? Indeed, it is true. I know you have no fondness for her, so I thought it prudent to let her suffer a bit. Does that please you? If so, will you finally share the origin of the golden needle with me? Mu Ronghui replied with a sly grin. Lin Zhan had grown accustomed to his obsession with the golden needle and merely retorted, "Stop trying to interpret my thoughts. When will you release me? I will set you free when you tell me where the owner of the golden needle is." Mu Ronghui reiterated his monotonous line. For Lin Zhan, betraying her master was out of the question, and she chose to ignore Mu Ronghui, focusing on her meal. At that moment, a sudden commotion erupted outside the door. Mu Ronghui's gaze narrowed, flashing with a serpentine gleam like that night. "Stay here and do not wander off. You know the traps in this manor are no jest," he warned, rising and hastily leaving the room. Lin Zhan rolled her eyes, thinking that had the manor not been rigged with traps, she would have seized the opportunity to escape long ago. Observing Lin Zhan's seemingly obedient demeanor, Murong Hui chose not to linger and swiftly exited. Once he was gone, Lin Zan stealthily approached the window. Although it was sealed, she found a way to pry it open with her chopsticks and peeked outside. Soon, she witnessed a squad of Imperial guards clashing with the members of Baitong Pavilion, and a joyful smile spread across her face. "Wonderful! It must be my sister who sent someone to rescue me," Lin Zan exclaimed, hastily gathering her belongings and the golden needle. Once prepared, Lin Zan anxiously paced the room, awaiting the outcome of the battle outside. Finally, the door was forcefully kicked open, and Lin Zan joyfully turned to see Jun Beiki stride in, clad in dark attire, exuding an aura of authority and handsomeness, reminiscent of a deity descended from the heavens. "Your Highness!" Lin Zan rushed toward him, leaping into his embrace. Inhaling the crisp scent of pine from Jun Beiki, her racing heart finally settled. Jun Beiki lifted Lin Zan and exited the room. The fight continued outside, but the Imperial guards had gained the upper hand, surrounding Murong Hui and the Baitong Pavilion members. Murong Hui, gritting his teeth, glared at Lin Zan and Jun Beiki's arms, but suddenly revealed a strange smile. He uttered a phrase to Lin Zan before abandoning the Baitong Pavilion members to flee alone. Understanding his words from his lip movements, Lin Zhan's face turned pale. The remaining Baitong Pavilion members, left without resistance, were quickly apprehended. Meanwhile, Si Shui, imprisoned in another room, was rescued by the Imperial guards. Weak and on the brink of collapse, she wept bitterly upon seeing Jun Beiki. The once delicate beauty now appeared emaciated, resembling a mere skeleton devoid of grace. Jun Beiki did not spare Si Shui a glance, ordering her to be taken away while he cradled the dazed Lin Zhan. "You have suffered these days," he said, offering her a piece of fragrant pastry. Upon tasting the sweet treat, Lin Zhan's spirits lifted. "It's all right. Your Highness has come to rescue me," she exclaimed, delighting in the flavor. "But your Highness is truly remarkable, able to evade Baitong Pavilion's watchful eyes to find us. Such a feat is no challenge. It merely required a diversionary tactic," Jun Beiki replied, a hint of pride illuminating his expression. In the next chapter, falling into the trap, Murong Hui's parting words haunted Lin Zhan like a sinister web closing in on her. At that moment, Empress Qin noticed the staggering figure of Si Shui disembarking from another carriage, her brow furrowing in concern. "Your Majesty, you must open your eyes." Compared to Si Shui, the glow on Miss Lin's face is almost overwhelming. She must not have suffered much at all. Listening to her words, the crowd's gaze reverted to Si Shui, causing them to gasp in shock. The stark contrast between Lin Zhan's radiant glow and Si Shui's skeletal form made it abundantly clear who had endured hardship during their captivity. However, Lu Qiuchan, who has always favored Lin Zhan, remained indifferent and raised her chin, stating, "Zhan is the late Lin Huangho's sister. She is of noble lineage, incomparable to some lowly adopted daughter." Upon hearing this, Si Shui's body trembled even more, exuding an aura of pitifulness. Yet the women present were unmoved by her display. These individuals from the martial world have grown increasingly arrogant in recent years, unfettered by the law. I must make them comprehend that beneath the heavens, all are subjects of the emperor. I shall issue a decree to apprehend Murong Hui and pursue him relentlessly until he is captured. The emperor, in a fit of rage, promptly issued a warrant for Murong Hui's arrest. After leaving the study, Lu Qiuchan pulled Lin Zhan into a room, where a sumptuous feast was prepared to soothe her nerves. "Zhan, during these past few days when you were taken by that Murong Hui, you were not subjected to any humiliation, were you?" Lu Qiuchan inquired cautiously. Although Lin Zhan was still young, having surpassed the age of 7, her reputation held great significance, and she felt deeply grateful for Lu Qiuchan's concern. She quickly replied, "Sister, rest assured that Murong Hui did not mistreat me. On the contrary, he treated me well, as if I were merely out for a leisurely outing." Observing her optimistic and innocent demeanor, Lu Qiuchan was at a loss for words, but affectionately urged her to eat more. Following the issuance of the emperor's warrant, all provinces began to mobilize, seeking Murong Hui far and wide. In an inn, the disguised Murong Hui sneered as he glanced at the warrant in his hand. "Since this old emperor wishes to see me, I shall not disappoint him. Young master, please reconsider," the black-clad woman beside him cautioned. After speaking, he departed, leaving the woman with a sigh, her words unuttered. Upon returning to the palace in the evening, an astonishing event unfolded that left everyone in shock. The very Muronghui, for whom the emperor had issued a warrant, brazenly stood at the palace gates, boldly proclaiming his presence, which incited the emperor's fury. After all, a wanted criminal standing at the palace entrance was a profound disrespect and provocation towards the emperor. The emperor immediately commanded the imperial guards to apprehend Muronghui, and soon the news spread throughout the palace. What? That Muronghui actually walked into the trap himself and came to the palace. Lin Zan exclaimed in disbelief. Bisya nodded. Miss, this news is undoubtedly true. However, we cannot fathom his motives. Could he be mad? At her words, Lin Zhan's lips twitched. Not mad, perhaps a pervert. Meanwhile, Muronghui was brought before the emperor's study, shackled and kneeling. You are Muronghui, the one who abducted Lin Zan and Si Shui. The emperor declared, his gaze imposing. Muronghui maintained his composure, showing no signs of fear, and replied, Indeed, I am Muronghui. I heard the emperor was seeking me, so I came. Such audacious words ignited the emperor's wrath, prompting him to order the eunuch beside him to slap Muronghui. Just then, Muronghui spoke sharply, Your Majesty. Do you not wish to know how I managed to escape from Furong Garden, or how I successfully abducted Lin Zan and Si Shui? The emperor immediately raised his hand, signaling the eunuch to halt, and asked Muronghui, What do you mean by that? Are you suggesting there is an insider within the palace? The emperor proved to be astute, and the insider was none other than Lin Zan, who had facilitated Muronghui's escape and instructed him to abduct Si Shui. Muronghui boldly proclaimed, placing the blame squarely on Lin Zan. The emperor's face fell in disbelief, suspicion etched across his features, and after a half hour, a bewildered Lin Zan was summoned to the main hall by the chief eunuch. Within the grand chamber, Lu Qiuchan, consort Qin, and various concubines, along with Jun Beiki and the princes, as well as Si Shui, were all present, resembling a grand assembly of characters from the original story. As Lin Zan took in the scene, an uneasy feeling gripped her heart, especially upon meeting Muronghui's eerie gaze as he knelt. That gaze was strikingly similar to the one he had cast when abandoning his henchmen to flee. Lin Zan suppressed her anxiety and attempted to approach the emperor, but this time his authority was palpable. Bold Lin Zan, do you know the crime you have committed? The emperor's stern rebuke startled her, causing her to shudder. Lu Qiuchan, observing the emperor's displeasure, spoke up on Lin Zhan's behalf. Your Majesty, there must be more to this story. Zhaner is innocent. Your Majesty must think carefully. Lu Qiuchan implored anxiously. Lin Zhan remained uncertain of the unfolding events, yet she sensed the gravity of the situation. Thus, she obediently knelt and, in a childish voice, addressed the emperor, Your Majesty, please do not be angry. If I have done something to offend you, feel free to punish me. I shall not complain. However, the emperor's expression did not soften in the slightest. He coldly replied, I allowed you to remain in the palace to be cared for, due to your status as the sole sister of the late Lin Huangho, yet I did not anticipate such malice from you, conspiring with those from the martial world to cause harm. Such words left Lin Zhan utterly bewildered. When had she ever colluded with those from the martial world to cause harm? As this thought crossed her mind, she recalled Muronghui's unsettling gaze and looked at him in shock. At that moment, Muronghui flashed a devilish grin at Lin Zhan before bowing his head to the emperor and declaring, Your Majesty, every word I have spoken is the truth, without a hint of falsehood. With this statement, the emperor's anger escalated, while Si Shui began to weep sorrowfully, casting a look of accusation at Lin Zhan as she said, Miss Lin, I believe I have never wronged you. Why do you repeatedly seek to harm me? Can you not tolerate my existence? What was happening? Lin Zhan was still utterly confused, unable to grasp the situation. However, Jun Beiki's cold voice broke the tension as he addressed the emperor. Father, Muronghui is cunning and treacherous. His words should not be taken at face value. And there is no evidence to suggest that he and Lin Zhan colluded to abduct Si Shui. With just a few simple words, Lin Zhan understood why the emperor was so enraged. It turned out that Muronghui had shifted the blame for Si Shui's abduction onto her, claiming they were accomplices. Realizing this, Lin Zhan's face turned pale with anger as she pointed at Murong Hui, exclaiming, "You are lying." "Am I lying?" "Miss Lin, you know the truth well. When I was imprisoned in the woodshed, it was you who came to tend to my wounds and insisted that I take Si Shui after I healed." "I am not fabricating anything," Murong Hui replied calmly, as if he had Lin Zhan firmly under his control. After all, it was true that Lin Zhan had suggested to Murong Hui that he take Si Shui while in the woodshed, and she was at a loss for how to refute him. The emperor, radiating authority, sat above and asked, "Lin Zhan, do you have anything to say?" "Your Majesty, Lin Zhan is still so young, yet she harbors such jealousy. It must be because Si Shui possesses a phoenix star fate, and Lin Zhan fears that Si Shui will take away all her affection, prompting her to commit such heinous acts," Consort Qin added, embellishing the situation. Lu Qiuchan quickly invoked the memory of the late Lin Huangho to plead for Lin Zhan. "Your Majesty, Lin Zhan is, after all, the only sister of Lin Huangho, the last descendant of the Lin family. Regardless of her transgressions, I implore you to spare her life in consideration of Lin Huangho." The emperor, already burdened with suspicion, was further influenced by the palace rumors that Lin Zhan is a harbinger of calamity, compounded by a series of unfortunate events linked to her. These factors culminated in a decisive loss of trust, leading the emperor to confine Lin Zhan within Han Fanggo, effectively imprisoning her. Without the emperor's decree, no one was permitted to visit her. Throughout this ordeal, Lin Zhan remained silent, kneeling quietly until the guards came to escort her away, at which point she lifted her gaze and uttered one phrase, "Your Majesty, take care." The emperor, seated above, appeared momentarily moved, but ultimately steeled his resolve and ordered Lin Zhan taken away. Thus, Lin Zhan and her devoted maid, Bai Xia, were imprisoned within Han Fanggo, with all other maids and eunuchs reassigned to different duties within the palace. Aside from their daily meals, Lin Zhan saw no one else. Days later, Bai Xia noted a decline in the quality of their meals, and that morning they were served only a bowl of plain porridge and a dish of pickled vegetables, which ignited her indignation. The kitchen staff are shamelessly taking advantage of Miss now that she has fallen from grace with the emperor. It infuriates me. I shall confront them. As she spoke, Bai Xia grabbed the food box and attempted to storm out. However, she was halted at the entrance of Han Fanggo by 2 guards. Observing her mistress's composure, Bai Xia's heart ached with bitterness. Meanwhile, in Kong Fu Gong, Lu Qiuchan gazed at the plate of lotus pastry, her eyes brimming with unshed tears. I wonder if Zhaner is faring well? Now that the emperor has punished her, will she be unable to eat or sleep? I must see the emperor. With determination, Lu Qiuchan donned the special attire Lin Zhan had crafted for her, intending to appease the emperor and secure Lin Zhan's release. Unexpectedly, she encountered Qin Fei instead of the emperor. The empress is quite attentive to Lin Zhan. I presume she is pleading for Lin Zhan's release, Qin Fei remarked, her demeanor exuding malicious glee. Lu Qiuchan felt a surge of anger, but restrained herself, knowing that arguing at the door of the imperial study could provoke the emperor's ire. Thus she refrained from advocating for Lin Zhan. Observing Lu Qiuchan's restrained demeanor, Qin Fei seized the opportunity to taunt her further. Just then, the door to the imperial study swung open, and the head eunuch stepped out. Lu Qiuchan swiftly approached, anxiety evident in her voice. "Lu Gonggong, the emperor wishes to see me." Her heart sank further upon learning the emperor was unwilling to meet her, yet chose to see Qin Fei instead, which only emboldened Qin Fei as she strode into the study with an air of triumph. Lu Qiuchan clenched her fists in silence, awaiting a chance to rescue Lin Zhan. Chapter 79. The emperor's heartlessness upon entering the imperial study. Qin Fei immediately nestled against the emperor, slyly insinuating, "Your Majesty, I perceive the empress is quite concerned about Lin Zhan. Surely, she is implicated in the incident involving Shui Yi's abduction." The emperor's expression hardened, though he feigned curiosity towards Qin Fei's insinuation. Seizing this opportunity, Qin Fei embellished her claims. "Your Majesty, everyone knows that a girl born under the auspices of the Phoenix Star is destined for the throne. Lu Qiuchan must be envious, fearing that Shui Yi would usurp her position, which could have led her to conspire with Lin Zhan to abduct Shui Yi. If not for your astute leadership in dispatching the imperial guards to investigate, Shui Yi might have met with a dire fate." Flattery dripped from her words, and the emperor, pleased by her praise, found himself increasingly swayed by her narrative, growing distant from Lu Qiuchan. Previously, Lin Zhan's favor in the palace was bolstered by the emperor's lingering affection for Lin Huanghe. Yet, as time passed since Lin Huanghe's death, the emperor's affections dwindled, replaced by newfound favorites among the palace concubines. His regard for the deceased empress waned, and his sympathy for Lin Zhan diminished significantly. In fact, the emperor's current attentiveness had shifted towards Si Shui-yi, who bore the phoenix star's fate. Realizing the emperor's coldness, Lin Zhan understood she must seek vengeance and escape the palace, lest she become ensnared in its treacherous depths. At that moment, Bai Xia returned with their lunch, the box seemingly heavier today. Curious, Lin Zhan opened it to discover a selection of her favorite dishes. She hastily concealed her script, looking at Bai Xia with confusion. Sister Bai Xia, has the kitchen staff suddenly found compassion today? I know not, but as long as it can eat well, I am content, Bai Xia replied, revealing the sumptuous dishes. Lin Zhan's eyes lit up at the sight of a hearty meal, including pearl meatball soup, a welcome change for the bland porridge and pickles. Yet, a sense of unease crept in. She cautioned, something feels amiss. Such generosity is suspicious. What if these dishes are poisoned? Poisoned? Miss, do not eat it. Allow me to test it first, Bai Xia exclaimed, resolute. Lin Zhan, however, was unwilling to risk her life on a taste test. As they debated the safety of the food, a loud thud echoed in the courtyard, heightening their alertness. Holding a golden needle, Lin Zhan cautiously stepped outside, only to find a plump figure writhing on the ground. Is it man or ghost? She called out. Li Zi, what nonsense are you spouting? It's me. Jean Anqing struggled to lift his dirty face, covered in soil. Relieved to see him, Lin Zhan exhaled, just as a tall figure gracefully descended from the wall. Jean Beiki, who had used his lightness skill to reach Han Fangge, to be so disheveled after scaling a palace wall. I cannot fathom how the esteemed phase martial arts instructor trained you, Jean Beiki remarked disdainfully, eyeing Jean Anqing's rotund form. Jean Anqing, feeling slighted, retorted, elder brother, do not underestimate me. I may surpass your skills in the future. This held some truth, as the fourth prince, though simple-minded, possessed exceptional martial prowess. Lin Zhan mused inwardly. Jean Beiki, though somewhat annoyed, said nothing further. Jean Anqing bounded to Lin Zhan's side, inspecting her closely before sighing in relief. You seem a bit thinner, but you appear well otherwise. Lin Zhan's joy was unmasked as she asked, what brings you both here? Jean Beiki replied, your demeanor suggests you have not succumbed to despair despite being confined in Han Fangge. It brings me great relief. His words bore an undertone of concern, prompting Lin Zhan to quip, I am merely confined, not sentenced to death. Why would I wallow in despair? Rest assured, I will plead with Father to release you. I have no faith in that wretched Murong Hui's words. Jean Anqing, in a fit of anger, clenched his small fist and spoke. Truly, he is a devoted admirer of the original narrative, steadfast in his beliefs until death. Lin Zhan gazed at Jean Anqing with a touch of emotion. Yun Baiki, feeling a surge of empathy, followed suit. Father is merely momentarily enraged. Due to the relationship with Empress Lin, he will not hold this against you for long. I shall advocate on your behalf. Lin Zhan responded cheerfully, grateful to the crown prince and the little one. She realized that the sumptuous meal she had just enjoyed was indeed courtesy of Jean Beiki. Relieved that the food posed no threat, Lin Zhan eagerly picked up her chopsticks, indulging in the feast, while Jean Anqing animatedly recounted the happenings outside. Li Zi, you cannot imagine, since her absence. That Si Shui flits about like a flower butterfly before my elder brother. It is quite vexing. Moreover, the Empress has been seeking to intercede for you these past few days, yet the Emperor refuses to see her. I have also implored Mother to speak on your behalf, but she is of a peaceful disposition and shuns trouble. Li Zi, I am sorry. At this juncture, Jean Anqing bowed his head, a hint of guilt in his demeanor, while Lin Zhan comforted him. Tuanzi, your efforts for me bring me immense joy, truly. Chapter 8. The Truth Behind the Poem. Observing Lin Zhan, confined in Han Fangge, remaining undaunted and even offering comfort with her fortitude, Jean Anqing was moved to tears, his resolve intensifying. No, Li Zi, rest assured. I shall surely rescue you and will not go back on my word, he declared, clenching his small fist. Lin Zan chuckled dismissively, continuing to savor her pork ribs. While Jun Beiki sat silently, his gaze fixed on Lin Zan, lost in thought. As they prepared to depart, Jun Anqing reluctantly grasped Lin Zhan's hand. Li Zi, you must wait for me. Do not lose hope. All right, I understand. I will wait for you, Lin Zhan replied somewhat perfunctorily. Jun Beiki intervened, separating their clasped hands, and firmly grasped Jun Anqing's collar, leading him away. Before leaving, he turned to Lin Zhan and said, I shall advocate on your behalf. You may rest easy. It is of no concern to me. If the Crown Prince truly intends to intercede for me, I am grateful, Lin Zhan replied nonchalantly, appearing genuinely unconcerned about whether the Crown Prince would advocate for her. After this incident, Lin Zhan fully comprehended the ruthlessness of the royal family, especially since the Jun Beiki from the original narrative was not one to meddle in affairs. This matter also involved Si Shui, who possessed the Fengxing destiny. Perhaps Jun Beiki desired to align himself with her to ascend the throne. In this unpredictable palace, Lin Zhan would no longer place her complete trust in anyone. Jun Beiki, noting Lin Zhan's apparent indifference, chose not to press the matter further and quietly departed Han Fenggu with Jun Anqing. Elder brother, we must devise a plan to rescue Li Zi. Since mother is unwilling to intervene, I shall appeal to father, Jun Anqing asserted, a serious expression adorning his round face for the first time as he addressed Jun Beiki. Jun Beiki glanced at him and replied, I shall accompany you. Surprised by his words, Jun Anqing quickly brightened. With the elder brother's involvement, perhaps father would indeed relent. Thus, Jun Beiki and Jun Anqing entered the imperial study to seek an audience with the emperor. While the emperor had refused to meet the empress, he welcomed them. After all, it was well known in the palace that Lu Qiuchan and Lin Zhan shared a close bond, and the emperor anticipated that the empress would advocate for Lin Zhan, hence chose to avoid her. However, the emperor never expected that upon entering the imperial study, both of his sons would kneel in unison to plead for Lin Zhan's release. You have come to pressure me into changing my mind and releasing Lin Zhan, the emperor said, visibly irritated, glaring at his two sons. Jun Anqing, filled with anxiety, responded, Father, there must be more to this matter. I know Li Zi well. She is not one to harbor ambitions, nor possesses a malicious heart to harm others. Jun Beiki interjected, I share this belief. And does father not recall the poem I composed during the banquet for Princess Si Lin's full moon celebration? Hearing this, the emperor was momentarily taken aback, his brow furrowing. I indeed remember the grand poem you recited at the banquet. Yun Baiki Visaitit. When autumn arrives on the 8th of September, my flowers bloom while others wither. The fragrant scent reaches Chang'an, and the entire city dons golden armor. The emperor's eyes reflected astonishment and nostalgia, nodding as he remarked, This poem stirs my heart each time I recall it. The Crown Prince's talent is a blessing for Beiqi. Unexpectedly, Jun Beiki gently shook his head and revealed a shocking truth. Father, I am guilty. This poem was not composed by me, but rather recounted to me by Lin Zhan. It merely passed through my lips. Upon hearing this, not only was the emperor astonished, but Jun Anqing, kneeling on the ground, widened his eyes in disbelief. What did you say? This poem was composed by Lin Zhan when she was merely 7 years old. The emperor sprang to his feet, fixated on Jun Beiki. Jun Beiki nodded in confirmation. Please forgive my concealment, father. How could one capable of such a magnificent poem engage in petty rivalries with women? I implore you to see clearly. Should this poem indeed be Lin Zhan's creation, it would affirm her extraordinary talent, and I could release her, provided she proves her worth to me. This statement signified the emperor's concession. As long as Lin Zhan could substantiate her remarkable abilities, all previous actions could be overlooked. This represented an opportunity that Jun Beiki had procured for Lin Zhan. Jun Beiki expressed his gratitude and conveyed this news to Lin Zhan. So, the emperor wishes to test me, Lin Zhan remarked, blinking in surprise. Yun Baiki filmed, indeed. If you can pass father's examination, you shall escape peril. Realizing the emperor's appreciation for talent, Lin Zhan understood that she had no choice but to agree. Soon, news of the emperor's intention to test Lin Zhan spread throughout the palace, with the venue designated as the Imperial Flower Garden. Upon her arrival, Lin Zan noticed a considerable crowd. Amidst them, Lu Qiuchan regarded her with concern, offering a resolute glance. The Crown Prince claims that the poem from the full moon banquet was composed by Lin Zan. How could this be? She was but a child. How could she craft such a grand poem? Is it not absurd to presume she possessed such insight at such a tender age? As her words lingered, Qin Fei's face flushed with anger. Chapter 81. Proving One's Talent. Observing Qin Fei's displeasure, Lu Qiuchan seized the opportunity to continue. I recall that this poem spread throughout the capital upon its release, with numerous scholars praising it. Though Wang Heng is known for his literary talent, he has yet to produce a poem that could rival it. This statement struck directly at Qin Fei's vulnerabilities. Her son, Wang Heng, also known as Jun Beiyu, had long been celebrated for his scholarly prowess. However, at the banquet, the Crown Prince's remarkable poem overshadowed Wang Heng's reputation. Though Qin Fei could console herself with the thought of being surpassed by the Crown Prince, the revelation that Lin Zan was the author of that poem left her speechless. Confronted by a woman she found intolerable, Qin Fei naturally felt her pride wounded. As Lu Qiuchan unambiguously exposed her, Qin Fei's indignation grew. At this moment, Jun Beiyu finally spoke up. "Your Majesty, how can you so readily believe that the poem was indeed composed by Lin Zan? After all, it is well known that Lin Zan has never attended a girls' school. How could she possess such extraordinary talent? Could it be that she is self-taught?" Upon hearing this, the crowd was struck by realization. Lin Zan had grown up in the palace, but had never received formal education. Was it truly self-taught? A flicker of doubt crossed the emperor's mind, wondering if Jun Beiqi had made this statement to defend Lin Zan. The murmurs among the crowd did not last long, as the emperor cleared his throat and fixed a stern gaze upon Lin Zan. "Lin Zan, the Crown Prince claims that the poem from the last princess's full moon banquet was yours. Is that true?" Jun Beiqi and Lin Zan had already exchanged glances, and thus Lin Zan remained composed, smiling as she nodded and replied, "Your Majesty, that poem was indeed composed by me." Gasps of astonishment filled the air, while Lu Qiuchan beamed with delight, and Qin Fei maintained a frosty demeanor, letting out a soft huff. "You are still quite young. How could you have penned such a poem? Are you not lying?" The emperor's expression mirrored disbelief. Lin Zan straightened her back and uttered a statement that astonished all present. "Your Majesty, ambition knows no age. If you do not believe me, feel free to present a topic. I am unafraid." Her assertive demeanor and resolute tone compelled the emperor to believe her to some extent, yet he still wished to test Lin Zhan's abilities, prompting her to compose a poem on the subject of the bright moon. Lin Zhan lowered her head, feigning contemplation, while Qin Fei, unable to suppress her impatience, scoffed. "What is the matter? Are you unable to produce a poem? Your Majesty, this is a blatant act of deceiving the sovereign." As dusk descended, the emperor remained unhurried, even instructing musicians to bring forth an ancient zither, indulging in wine and moon-gazing beneath the moonlight. In truth, Lin Zhan's mind brimmed with ancient poems about the moon, but she sought to craft one that would truly astonish everyone, thereby validating the Crown Prince's earlier assertion and regaining the emperor's favor. At that moment, a gentle melody from the zither floated into Lin Zhan's ears, causing her to look up in surprise toward the source of the sound. To her astonishment, she found Jun Beiqi seated under the moonlight, zither in hand, with a small stream flowing gently before him, the moon's reflection casting a cool glow upon his face. The scene was breathtaking, enhanced by Jun Beiqi's delicate fingers deftly plucking the strings, creating a harmonious sound akin to rolling jade beads. In an instant, Lin Zhan recalled an ancient poem and began to recite it softly, harmonizing with the ethereal sound of the zither. Leisurely seated beneath the bright moon, a solitary soul plays a simple zither. Suddenly, I hear a mournful tune, akin to the lament of a cold pine. White snow dances among delicate hands. Green waters reflect a tranquil heart. The bell of time has long since faded. In this world, there is no kindred spirit. As her voice faded, the crowd was left in awe, even the emperor momentarily pausing his revelry. Jun Beiqi gently concluded the final note on the zither, lowering his hands and gazing at Lin Zhan. In that fleeting moment, their eyes met, and an indescribable emotion seemed to flow between them, until the emperor softly applauded, breaking the atmosphere, his eyes sparkling with undisguised admiration as he looked at Lin Zan and exclaimed, "Excellent, truly splendid. Now I am convinced that there are indeed those born with innate talent. Lin Zan, you have truly surprised me." With that, the emperor burst into hearty laughter, stepping out of the pavilion to pat Lin Zan on the shoulder, saying, "The late Empress Lin was also well-versed in poetry and talent. I never imagined you would surpass your sister." "Thank you for your kind words, Your Majesty," Lin Zan replied, stepping back respectfully and bowing. Lin Zan had demonstrated her remarkable talent, delighting the emperor, who promptly lifted her restrictions and released her from the confines of Huanfeng Pavilion. However, following this incident, Lin Zan felt a growing distance from the emperor. Recognizing Lin Zhan's talents, the emperor was reluctant to let her go unnoticed. Thus he remarked, "Little Zhan, even without attending a girls' school, you possess such talent. Imagine what you could achieve if you had. I have decided to enroll you in Qinglan Academy for your studies. Please do not disappoint me." Upon hearing this, Si Shui, seated nearby, trembled slightly, her eyes filled with jealousy as she glared at Lin Zhan. The opportunity to attend Qinglan Academy had initially been snatched from Lin Zhan by Si Shui, yet through twists of fate, Lin Zhan now found herself eligible to attend. Stunned by the emperor's words, Lin Zhan realized she had inadvertently turned misfortune into fortune, gaining admission to Qinglan Academy effortlessly. The prospect of mingling with the children of high officials and princes, advantageous for building her influence, made Lin Zhan smile with joy as she readily accepted. Soon after, the emperor hosted a lavish banquet in the imperial garden to celebrate Lin Zhan's accomplishments. Lin Zhan sat beside Jun Beiki, behaving with more decorum this time. Yun and King, appearing out of nowhere, squeezed in beside them, overjoyed at Lin Zhan's newfound freedom. "Li Zi, this is the plum wine I obtained from my mother. It's exquisite. Would you care to sample it?" Jun Anqing offered excitedly, presenting a cup filled with a pale pink liquid, its sweet aroma wafting delicately through the air, mingled with a hint of alcohol that was not at all off-putting, making Lin Zhan's heart flutter with anticipation. Just as Lin Zhan was about to bring the plum wine to her lips, a large hand descended from above, snatching the cup away. Staring at the vanishing plum wine, Lin Zhan was momentarily stunned before directing an annoyed glare at the hand's owner. Jun Beiki toyed with a clear jade cup in his grasp. Sniffing the contents of the plum wine, his brow furrowed as he regarded Lin Zhan. "Though young, your audacity has grown considerably. You dare to indulge in alcohol? This wine is not intoxicating. I have seen my mother consume several bottles without becoming inebriated," Jun Anqing quickly interjected, waving his small hands in defense. Jun Beiki's lips twitched. The Defei's drinking prowess was renowned in the palace, and it was unwise to trust claims of non-intoxicating wine. Lin Zhan watched helplessly as Jun Beiki drained the cup of plum wine entirely. Meanwhile, Lin Zhan and Jun Anqing resembled two children caught attempting to sneak a drink, forced to sit obediently and sip rosewater instead. Unexpectedly, Lu Qiuchan followed closely behind, her face beaming with joy as she addressed Lin Zhan. "It is truly wonderful that you can attend Qinglan Academy." Lin Zhan, taken aback by her words, realized that although she had once been indifferent about losing her chance at Qinglan Academy, someone else had cared for her. In that moment, being adrift in a foreign world, Lin Zhan felt a warm glow in her heart, smiling appreciatively. "Thank you for your concern, sister. I have heard that Qinglan Academy starts in winter. Is that true?" Speaking of this, I recall that most of the students at Qinglan Academy are daughters of high-ranking officials and various princes. They are all quite elite. You must not neglect your status while studying there, or they may look down upon you, Lu Qiuchan chattered on, already planning to prepare the finest items for Lin Zhan's upcoming enrollment, ensuring she would not be underestimated. Listening to her affectionate ramblings, Lin Zhan felt not annoyance, but warmth, committing every detail to memory. In summary, there is little distinction between the ancient and modern schooling systems. The only difference lies in the passage of time and the penchant for comparison among the daughters of officials. As the hour grew late, Lu Qiuchan finally ceased her discourse and departed from Hanfang Pavilion, allowing Lin Zhan the opportunity to rest. And that Lin Zhan was favored by both the emperor and empress during her time in the palace, if she were to enter Qinglan courtyard and associate with other official daughters. Wouldn't that cause an uproar? Si Shui expressed her anxious thoughts. You have yet to accomplish your tasks, yet you panic, truly useless. Gulme, do not linger in my presence. Qin Fei waved her hand dismissively, signaling Si Shui to leave. Though Si Shui felt a sense of resentment, she refrained from voicing her thoughts, bowing slightly before exiting. Remarkably, both Qin Fei and Si Shui refrained from troubling Lin Zan until 2 weeks later when a new group of palace maids unexpectedly arrived at Lin Zhan's quarters. The previous maids had been reassigned by the emperor, leaving Lin Zhan with only her personal maid, Bai Xia, and the young attendant, Xiao Haizi, arranged by Junbei. However, Lin Zhan was taken aback to discover that these new maids were sent by Qin Fei herself. The empress is preoccupied with myriad affairs, and the emperor has entrusted me to assist her in managing the inner palace, particularly in matters of maid assignments. Qin Fei stated with a smile as she addressed Lin Zhan. Although Lin Zhan harbored disdain for Qin Fei, she maintained a facade of respect and replied, I appreciate your consideration, Qin Fei. As long as you understand, these maids are to remain with you. Do not claim I have mistreated you at Hanfang Pavilion. Qin Fei remarked with a huff before departing. Yet, Lin Zhan found herself troubled by the presence of the 8 maids, uncertain of how many might be spies placed by Qin Fei. Rest assured, miss, I understand your distrust of these maids, and I will ensure they do not approach your quarters, Bai Xia assured Lin Zhan. With a cautious heart, Lin Zhan nodded, permitting only Bai Xia and Xiao Haizi to attend to her, while the other maids were relegated to the outer courtyard for cleaning duties. The young maid's vigilance was commendable, yet even the most vigilant caution could be futile, as certain matters did not require close proximity. Qin Fei soon became aware of Lin Zhan's arrangements for the maids, but merely scoffed without concern. One rainy day, as the temperature dropped sharply, Lin Zhan coughed lightly while seated at her desk. Miss, are you feeling unwell? Should I fetch the imperial physician? Bai Xia hurriedly inquired. Yet, by the following morning, Lin Zhan felt parched, her face flushed, and her mind somewhat hazy. Even her cough had worsened. This alarmed Bai Xia, who, disregarding Lin Zhan's protests, rushed to summon the chief physician. Master, I feel unwell. Lin Zhan weakly confessed while lying in bed. The chief physician furrowed his brow as he took her pulse, his expression darkening as he stood beside the anxious Qin Shang. Master, what is wrong with my junior sister? What illness has she contracted? It is nothing serious, merely a cold and a mild fever, the chief physician responded calmly. However, Lin Zhan keenly sensed the insincerity in her master's words, noting his oddly grave demeanor. As she lay there in a half-conscious state, her awareness began to fade. What? Lin Zhan had contracted smallpox? Upon learning this, the emperor was astounded and promptly ordered the imperial guards to surround Hanfang Pavilion, forbidding anyone from entering or exiting. This triggered panic within the inner palace, prompting Lu Qiuchan to urgently seek information, confirming Lin Zhan's affliction. Sooner than I anticipated. This time, will you not perish? Qin Fei laughed triumphantly, while Si Shui felt a chill creep over her. It was only then that Si Shui realized one of the maids Qin Fei had sent to Lin Zhan was suspected of having contracted smallpox. Yet, upon discovering this, Qin Fei not only concealed the maid's symptoms, but also sent her to serve Lin Zhan, her malicious intent glaringly evident. Shui, remember, a gentleman's revenge is not too late even after 10 years. Some matters require patience, Qin Fei advised, pointing at Si Shui. It dawned on Si Shui how far she fell short in comparison to Qin Fei's cunning, and she nodded humbly. When Lin Zhan regained consciousness, a bowl of bitter herbal medicine awaited her at the table. Miss, please drink your medicine quickly, Bai Xia urged, having noticed Lin Zhan had awoken. At that moment, Lin Zhan felt utterly drained, and with Bai Xia's assistance, she managed to consume the medicine, then inquired Sister Bai Xia, what illness have I contracted? Miss, you have contracted smallpox. Bai Xia's eyes reddened instantly as she spoke with a choked voice. In certain dynasties, contracting smallpox often resulted in immediate execution to prevent contagion. In an instant, horrifying fate flashed through Lin Zhan's mind, causing her to draw a sharp breath. Observing Lin Zhan's ashen complexion, Bai Xia wiped her tears and feigned optimism, saying, "Miss, do not worry. The chief physician will not allow you to perish, and the emperor will surely find a way to save you." "I am fine, Sister Baixia. Please step outside and let me have some quiet," Lin Zan weakly responded, closing her eyes and turning her head inward. Baixia nodded, setting down the bowl and exiting. Lin Zan took deep breaths, forcing herself to accept her current reality. Since fate has allowed me to traverse this narrative to save Lin Zhan's destiny, it surely will not permit me to perish so easily. I must devise a way to rescue myself, Lin Zhan murmured. Unexpectedly, the knowledge she had gained now proved useful. However, after merely glancing at her notes, she felt dizzy and fainted. When she awakened again, several figures surrounded her, their mouths and noses covered with white cloth to prevent infection. "Master, senior brother." Lin Zhan recognized them, her pale face and cracked lips barely forming words. The chief physician glanced at her and stated, "The emperor has ordered the imperial hospital to exert all efforts towards your recovery. Junior sister, with master here, smallpox is nothing to fear," Qin Shang reassured her from beside. Lin Zhan managed a weak smile and nodded, yet failed to notice the chief physician's oddly complex expression as he sighed deeply. 2 days later, Lin Zhan developed a profusion of red rashes, causing her immense pain and discomfort, robbing her of sleep. "Your Majesty, Lin Zhan has contracted smallpox, an incurable affliction that is contagious. You must consider the lives of everyone in the inner palace and send her out." Qin Fei sobbed as she knelt before the emperor, imploring him to expel Lin Zhan from the palace. The emperor's face reflected his dilemma. After all, Lin Zhan was the sole sister of the late Empress Lin. Furthermore, he had once vowed in front of the civil and military officials to care for Lin Zhan, and casting her out now would provide ample grounds for gossip. "Qin Fei, how can you be so cruel? Lin Zhan is but an 8-year-old child. Casting her out would be a death sentence," Lu Qiuchan retorted angrily, pointing an accusing finger at Qin Fei. Yet, Qin Fei continued to feign weakness as she spoke. "The fate of Lin Zhan holds significance, but what of our lives? To save one, yet endanger 100. Can it be said that the Empress truly possesses compassion? Your arguments are nothing but mere sophistry." Lu Qiuchan's face flushed crimson with anger, yet she found herself unable to contend with the silver-tongued Qin Fei. At that moment, the emperor slammed his palm onto the table, halting their debate. His brow furrowed as he spoke. "Enough, let us cease this discussion. Lin Zhan shall remain in the palace for treatment. However, no one within Han Fangguo is permitted to leave the palace, nor may others approach Han Fangguo." "Your Majesty," Qin Fei cooed sweetly, employing the alluring tactics of a courtesan. This only served to deepen Lu Qiuchan's disdain. Unexpectedly, Lu Qiuchan knelt before the emperor, voluntarily offering to care for Lin Zhan, who had contracted smallpox. "Your Majesty, as the matriarch of the harem, I cannot bear to witness Lin Zhan's demise. I shall ensure her recovery," Lu Qiuchan declared with resolute conviction. The emperor gazed at her in astonishment. Yet, with the empress's mind made up, he had no choice but to grant Lu Qiuchan permission to tend Lin Zhan. Upon regaining consciousness, Lin Zhan beheld Lu Qiuchan clad in simple attire, tenderly caring for her. Initially, she thought she was mistaken and rubbed her eyes in disbelief. "Silly girl, do you not recognize your sister?" Lu Qiuchan smiled warmly. Chapter 84. Sisterly affection. Lin Zhan stared incredulously at Lu Qiuchan, finally accepting that this was indeed reality. With great effort, she propped herself up and weakly inquired, "Sister, why are you here? You are the current empress. What if you contract smallpox?" Seeing Lin Zhan still concerned for herself, Lu Qiuchan felt deeply moved. She gently caressed Lin Zhan's soft hair and reassured her, "Silly girl, let us not dwell on such matters. I came willingly to care for you. The emperor has agreed to keep you in the palace for treatment, but the people of Han Fangguo must not wander freely." With a few succinct words, Lu Qiuchan conveyed the emperor's decision to Lin Zhan. This outcome fell within Lin Zhan's expectations, yet her brow furrowed as she coughed and remarked, "Does that not mean you too cannot leave, sister? How could you be so foolish?" "I do not consider myself foolish. When my sister is in peril, how can I refrain from coming? Moreover, I believe you will not succumb so easily, will you?" Lu Qiuchan replied, a faint smile gracing her lips, brimming with faith in Lin Zhan. Lin Zhan felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. Although she understood the gravity of smallpox, she was not without hope. After all, her treatment was in the hands of her master, the esteemed Yuen Zhengrun. If her conjecture was correct, Yuen Zhengrun might very well be the long-vanished medical sage of the realm. As this thought settled within her, Lin Zan felt a momentary calm. She was convinced her life would not be claimed by smallpox. However, unbeknownst to her, within a shadowy chamber of the imperial hospital, Yuen bore a grave expression as he addressed the woman before him. Last time, I wronged Lin Zan, but I shall not repeat that mistake. Since you have already committed the act once, what are you pretending for now? This second time, you must comply, otherwise I cannot guarantee the life of Miss Yuang. The woman, revealed to be Qin Fei, stated coldly. Yuen's countenance darkened further, revealing inner turmoil and conflict. Despite Yuen's unparalleled medical skills, smallpox remained an incurable affliction. The death of one or two individuals was commonplace. He need not carry such guilt, for it is merely the nature of humanity. After Qin Fei departed, Yuen clenched his fists tightly, releasing a heavy sigh as he murmured, Lin Zan, it is I who has wronged you. At that moment, within Han Fangge, Lin Zhan's condition worsened. Half of her day was spent in a state of unconsciousness, and even when she awoke, her mind was clouded. With Lu Qiuchan's presence, the palace staff dared not neglect Han Fangge, delivering the finest medicinal herbs to sustain Lin Zan. 3 days passed, and Lin Zan sensed something amiss. After consuming her herbal medicine that day, she furrowed her brow and addressed Lu Qiuchan, Sister, I do not know why, but I feel increasingly heavier each day, and my moments of clarity grow shorter. I sense something is wrong. What do you mean, Zhaner? Is there a problem? Tell me, and I shall investigate immediately. Lu Qiuchan replied, her concern palpable. Lin Zhan's gaze subtly fell upon the bowl of medicine, causing Lu Qiuchan to tremble in disbelief. Just as she opened her mouth to speak, Lin Zhan silenced her with a glance. The illness had stripped Lin Zhan of her youthful innocence, and in that instant, she appeared considerably more mature, leading Lu Qiuchan to feel as though she was facing an adult rather than child. Once they were alone in the room, Lin Zhan finally spoke, my master's medical skills are exceptional. Logically, after so long on this medicine, I should have shown some improvement. If not for the possibility of my master's medicine being tampered with, then it would mean he is unable to cure my smallpox. Lin Zhan's conviction left Lu Qiuchan gasping in disbelief. But your master has always taught you selflessly. Surely, he will exhaust every effort to save you. It is possible that someone has swapped his medicine. I will investigate at once. At her words, Lin Zhan nodded slightly, her instinct echoing that her master's medicine might indeed have been altered. Lu Qiuchan dispatched a trusted individual to verify whether Yuen's medicine had been tampered with. By the following evening, Dongxiang hurried into the room and gently shook her head. Your Highness, I have been watching the delivery of medicine closely these past few days. The medicine has not been replaced. Dongxiang's words plunged Lin Zhan's heart into despair. If the medicine had not been swapped, then only one possibility remained. Yuen was unable to treat Lin Zhan's smallpox. Lu Qiuchan arrived at the same conclusion, dismissing Dongxiang and soothing Lin Zhan's spirits. Zhaner, you must hold on to hope. I believe Yuen will find a way. Sister, do not worry. I will not give in to despair, Lin Zhan replied, taking a deep breath. Until now, she had never doubted her master's intentions. She was fervently contemplating potential treatments for smallpox. Finally, Lin Zhan whispered a prescription into Lu Qiuchan's ear. Is it truly wise to conceal this from Yuen? What if it fails? Lu Qiuchan hesitated, but Lin Zhan's eyes gleamed with determination. Sister, you must trust me. I would never harm myself. You are the only one I can trust in this palace. With that, Lu Qiuchan nodded, and under the cover of night, she sent Dongxiang to procure the necessary herbs for Lin Zhan. Yet, outwardly, Lin Zhan continued to feign consumption of Yuen's prescribed medicine. Once others departed, she discreetly expelled the contents from her mouth and instead drank the concoction she had prepared. Chapter 85. A transaction in the cold palace. Lu Qiuchan observed as Lin Zhan expelled Yuen's medicine into a basin, then drank down her own concoction, feeling a sense of unease. Sonat, should we investigate Yuen? Perhaps we might discover something. Perhaps it is best not to. Should we disturb the nest? They may employ other schemes. Lin Zan cautioned. Even now, her health remained fragile, and after consuming the medicine, she succumbed to a deep slumber. After a series of events, several days passed, and indeed, Lin Zhan's high fever had notably subsided, much to the delight of Lu Qiuchan, who had been caring for her day and night. Today, the physician came to take Lin Zhan's pulse and was astonished to discover significant improvement in her condition, a flicker of doubt crossing his brow. For he knew the medicine he prescribed could not have such an effect. Lin Zhan lay in bed, half-closed eyes, keenly observing the physician's expression, and she noted the change in his countenance upon learning of her recovery, which stirred discomfort within her. Following this incident, the last remnants of her teacher-student bond dissipated entirely. She spoke to the physician in a detached tone. "Master, has my condition improved significantly? I feel much clearer-headed these past few days. Indeed, it seems my medicine has had some effect. Continue to take it," the physician replied, offering no further commentary before taking his leave. Lin Zhan turned her gaze away, steeling her resolve in her heart. Thus, during the day, she feigned compliance with the physician's advice and took her medicine, yet by night, she resorted to using sha shun and mai dong soup to alleviate the pus-filled sores on her body. However, 2 days later, another maid in the Han Fong Gu contracted smallpox, displaying symptoms even more severe than Lin Zhan's. As Lin Zhan was unable to leave her bed to investigate the maid's condition, it fell to Lu Qiuchan to gather information and return with the news. "Zhaner, I observed that the maid's condition is worse than yours, and upon investigation, it appears she contracted the smallpox even earlier than you did," Lu Qiuchan remarked with a sigh. Her words suddenly made Lin Zhan realize something, and in a weak voice, she asked, "Sister, could it be that this maid infected with smallpox was deliberately placed in my palace to harm me?" Upon hearing this, Lu Qiuchan froze momentarily, and then, as if struck by a revelation, she exclaimed in anger, "It must be so. Who possesses such a malicious heart to use a disease like smallpox to harm a child? If I am not mistaken, this person should be Qin Fei, for that maid was sent into the Han Fong Go by her." As the truth began to surface, Lin Zhan's agitation grew. Lu Qiuchan, recognizing Qin Fei's involvement, rose to seek justice for Lin Zhan. Had Lin Zhan and Dong Xiang not restrained Lu Qiuchan, she might have stormed into Qin Fei's palace already. "Sister, do not act impulsively. Even if you confront Qin Fei now, she will undoubtedly deny it and might even accuse you of having infected that maid instead," Lin Zhan articulated clearly. Lu Qiuchan remained seated, still unable to swallow her indignation. "This matter cannot simply be overlooked. We must devise a way for the emperor to uncover Qin Fei's true nature." After her words, the room fell silent as Lin Zhan pondered the situation, ultimately resolving to take action. "Sister, I have a method to compel the emperor to investigate the smallpox incident thoroughly, but I wonder if you would assist me," Lin Zhan said, her voice tinged with hesitation. Without a trace of uncertainty on her face, Lu Qiuchan approached Lin Zhan, speaking earnestly and resolutely. "Between us sisters, there is no need for such formality. Tell me what you wish for me to do." Then, Lin Zhan whispered a few words into Lu Qiuchan's ear. Upon hearing them, Lu Qiuchan's expression shifted to one of disbelief. "Sister, I understand that this could endanger lives, but I assure you, I have found a remedy for smallpox, and no one will perish as a result." Lin Zhan coughed violently after speaking. Lu Qiuchan hesitated for a moment, but ultimately, recalling Qin Fei's actions, gritted her teeth and agreed. Before dawn the following day, Bai Xia and Dong Xiang quietly left the Han Fong Gu, each carrying a bundle. "Goodness, this garment is made from silkworm silk. Those noble women in the palace truly wasteful, throwing such clothing away." As the first light of day broke, 2 maids arrived at the disposal site and began rummaging, unexpectedly uncovering a valuable silkworm silk garment. Overjoyed, they realized that their meager monthly wages as rough maidservants left them eager to seize any opportunity to profit, often selling discarded clothing from noble women to others seeking to elevate their status. Today was no exception. One maid took the fine garments she had salvaged to sell in the cold palace to those with ulterior motives. The garments worn by the maids were typically drab and monotonous. To ascend to greater heights, they first needed to enhance their appearance. Consequently, the discarded clothing of these concubines and princesses became the ideal choice for the maids, easily transformed into alluring attire with minor modifications. Among them, the silkworm silk garment and other valuable clothing became highly coveted items, fiercely contended by the maids. In a hidden corner not far away, Bai Xia observed the dispersal of the clothing among the maids and felt a sense of relief, turning to Dong Xiang and saying, "This should suffice." Acknowledging that her discarded clothing had spread throughout the palace, Lin Zan nodded. Chapter 86. The Sweetness of Lotus Seed Paste. Miss, the clothing you used is spread within the palace, but I wonder if those maids will contract smallpox, Bai Xia voiced uncertainly. Lin Zan replied softly, "Rest assured, smallpox is highly contagious, and since those garments were my personal belongings, anyone who wears them will inevitably contract the disease." Hearing this, Lu Qiuqian nodded and sighed. To thoroughly investigate this matter, we have no choice but to resort to such measures. Just as they conversed, a gentle knock sounded at the window. Lu Qiuqian quickly urged everyone to be quiet and instructed Dong Xiang to open it. As Dong Xiang opened the window, two figures climbed in, and upon recognizing them, both she and Bai Xia hurriedly bowed. "We pay our respects to His Royal Highness and the Fourth Prince." Indeed, the visitors were Jun Beiqi and Jun Anqing, who, after stealthily entering through the window, turned their attention to Lin Zan, who lay pallid and frail on the bed. "Li Zi, I apologize for taking so long to visit you. Why you look like a withered chestnut now, with no flesh on your face?" Jun Anqing lamented as he approached Lin Zan with a look of concern. His playful words lightened the atmosphere in the room, and Jun Beiqi also approached. Casting a downward glance at Lin Zan, "I can see that your condition has improved. Your life force is indeed resilient, capable of withstanding even smallpox. Naturally, I must assist His Royal Highness in ascending the throne. How could I depart so easily?" Lin Zan, despite lying in bed, raised her chin proudly. Lu Qiuqian, standing nearby, had already allied herself with Jun Beiqi and displayed no surprise at the exchange. Jun Anqing attempted to grasp Lin Zhan's hand, but she withdrew to avoid infecting him, which left him feeling aggrieved, even pouting. "Li Zi, are you upset with me for not visiting sooner? It is not that I didn't wish to come. My mother has kept me confined in the palace," Jun Anqing quickly explained. Lin Zhan smiled and shook her head dismissively. "Silly boy, I am not upset with you. It's just that I have contracted smallpox, not a mere cold. It could infect you. I'm not afraid. My body is as sturdy as an ox." Jun Anqing patted his chest and spoke, while Lu Qiuqian beside him couldn't help but break into a radiant smile at his adorable demeanor, though a hint of disappointment flickered across her face. Suddenly, Lin Zhan's expression turned serious as he earnestly addressed Jun Beiqi, standing nearby. "Might the crown prince assist me with a favor?" "What is it?" Jun Beiqi looked at Lin Zhan with a calm demeanor. Lin Zhan slowly sat up, gazing up at Jun Beiqi, and said, "I suspect there are deeper implications behind my contracting smallpox, and I wish for the crown prince to thoroughly investigate who is truly behind this." "What? Li Zi, do you mean that someone has plotted against you regarding smallpox? Who is this insidious villain? I shall expose her and crush her." Yun Enking intershaktelin dignity. Lin Zhan smiled slightly, yet her gaze remained fixed on Jun Beiqi. Through Lin Zhan's heartfelt thoughts, Jun Beiqi had already grasped her suspicions with clarity. Without further ado, he nodded in agreement. To prevent the two from contracting smallpox, Lin Zhan did not allow them to linger in her chamber. After discussing the matter at hand, she urged their departure. Just as Jun Beiqi was about to leave, he paused, turned back, and retrieved a piece of Farong Su from his bosom, placing it into Lin Zhan's mouth. The long-forgotten sweetness instantly filled Lin Zhan's palate, causing her eyes to smile like crescent moons. "Farong Su is delightful. Thank you, Crown Prince. Take good care of your health. I still need your assistance," Jun Beiqi softly remarked before climbing out of the window. Lu Qiuqian observed Lin Zhan with a glimmer of something unusual in her eyes, yet ultimately chose silence. Soon, Lin Zhan's plan bore fruit as the number of smallpox cases within the palace swiftly escalated, spreading throughout the royal residence. The emperor, in a fit of rage, declared, "It is our negligence. What matters now is to concentrate all those infected with smallpox in one place to prevent further contagion." The head of the medical team knelt before the emperor, speaking with grave seriousness. The emperor glared at them, his voice dripping with ire, I demand results. If the spread of smallpox cannot be contained, then your heads shall no longer be spared. You worthless fools, get out. What use is it to pursue how smallpox was contracted now? Hurry and stem the tide of its spread, or our lives shall be forfeit. The head of the medical team roared at the physicians. As smallpox spread throughout the palace, the hearts of those within grew restless. The Imperial Medical Office swiftly gathered those infected with smallpox in a remote palace for treatment. Meanwhile, Jun Beiki entered the palace to address the emperor. Father, I suspect there are ulterior motives behind the spread of smallpox in the palace. Perhaps it was intentional. I implore you to investigate this matter thoroughly. You are correct. This situation is exceedingly suspicious. I command you to investigate the smallpox case thoroughly and ensure the malevolent individual behind its spread is brought to justice. The emperor nodded in acquiescence to Jun Beiki's request. Instantly, the entire palace was placed under strict surveillance. News of Jun Beiki's investigation into smallpox reached Qin Fei's ears, causing her to feel a momentary surge of anxiety. And if the crown prince discovers that smallpox originated from Mingda Palace, it will be troublesome, Si Shui said with a grim expression to Qin Fei. Qin Fei merely scoffed, appearing unconcerned, as if the investigation would not implicate her. What is there to fear? Nothing will go awry. Chapter 87. The cure for smallpox. Lin Zan was the first to contract smallpox in the harem. If anyone were likely to spread it, it could only be Lin Zan. How could it possibly fall back on me? If one cannot remain composed, how can one assist me in ascending to the position of empress? After Qin Fei spoke, she disdainfully cast a glance at Si Shui, questioning how her brother could have raised someone so impatient. After receiving a scolding from her aunt, Si Shui finally calmed down momentarily. She contemplated that, indeed, as Qin Fei stated, the apparent source of this matter was Lin Zan. Moreover, when that palace maid was sent to Huanfeng Pavilion, the symptoms of smallpox had not clearly manifested, and even Jun Beiki likely could not uncover any incriminating evidence. However, they were utterly unaware that Lin Zan had already discovered a method to treat smallpox and had been practicing it on herself, significantly improving her condition. With the rashes on her body completely subsiding, seeing Lin Zan finally free from weakness and able to eat normally again, Lu Qiuchan was nearly moved to tears. Wonderful, Tanya. You can finally eat properly. This is all thanks to my sister's attentive care. Lin Zan replied with a sweet smile, her voice now back to its usual charm. Lu Qiuchan sat down beside Lin Zan, informing her that the emperor had ordered a thorough investigation into the smallpox matter, which brought Lin Zan considerable comfort. Sister, although we suspect that this incident is orchestrated by Qin Fei, we lack evidence, and she is cautious in her actions. We must obtain compelling proof before the emperor will believe it was her doing. You are right. It now depends on whether the crown prince can trace it back to Qin Fei, Lu Qiuchan remarked, her brows slightly furrowed. Although Lin Zhan's health had improved, she chose not to disclose the news. Furthermore, with the rapid increase in smallpox cases within the palace, the head of the medical team had no time to check her pulse. This, in fact, delighted Lin Zhan, as the longer the head physician remained unaware of her recovery, the more difficult it would be to execute her subsequent plans. 3 days later, Jun Beiki returned to Huanfeng Pavilion, his expression dark as he said to Lin Zhan, "The investigation into smallpox has yielded no leads implicating Qin Fei, unless the maid who first contracted the disease betrays her. So, the crux lies with that maid. Where is she now?" Lin Zhan inquired immediately. Jun Beiki's expression grew grave as he replied, "That maid is barely clinging to life. Whether she survives is uncertain. That poses no difficulty. Crown Prince, secretly bring the maid to Huanfeng Pavilion. I have a way to save her," Lin Zhan declared resolutely. Jun Beiki, observing Lin Zhan, who had already recovered significantly, placed his trust in her. The next day, he brought the maid, who was on the verge of death, to Huanfeng Pavilion. Moreover, the act of taking the maid had aroused no suspicion among anyone. The maid was in such dire condition that even the head physician declared her to be beyond saving, and a person deemed hopeless required no further treatment. The crown prince ostensibly instructed that the maid's body be taken away and discarded in a mass grave, while in reality, he had her sent to Huanfeng Pavilion for Lin Zhan to treat. After examining the maid's pulse, Lin Zhan couldn't help but click her tongue in concern. Indeed, Her condition was grave. Bai Xia, bring the medicine, she called to the waiting Bai Xia, who promptly complied. Lin Zan forcefully administered the medicine to the maid and then observed the results. She felt confident that no one would be able to link her to the smallpox incident. The outbreak of smallpox was ferocious. Despite the head physician's utmost efforts, he could only alleviate the patient's symptoms without curing them, and more individuals continued to contract the disease. The emperor's temper grew increasingly volatile as the smallpox epidemic persisted for 4 months within the palace, until one day, Lin Zan appeared before the emperor. Her complexion rosy and symptom-free. I pay my respects to the emperor. Led by Lu Qiuqian, Lin Zan entered the imperial study and immediately knelt before the emperor. Upon seeing Lin Zan restored to her former self, the emperor's disbelief was evident as he exclaimed, "You were infected with smallpox. How is it that you appear perfectly well? Your Majesty, before I explain the circumstances, please forgive my deceit," Lin Zan said, bowing her head heavily to the floor, her voice hoarse. The emperor's expression darkened as he remained silent for a long while before finally speaking. "I pardon you. Now speak." After receiving the emperor's assurance, Lin Zan took a deep breath and spoke. "Your Majesty, my survival is entirely owed to the care of Empress Nyang and her remedy for smallpox." Upon hearing this, the emperor was even more astonished and turned to Lu Qiuqian, who stood nearby. "The empress possesses a method to cure smallpox?" Lu Qiuqian replied, "Your Majesty, the prescription in my hands is merely a folk remedy." Upon learning that Zhaner had contracted smallpox, and when even the head of the medical ward was at a loss, I resorted to using it on Zhaner as a last resort. I concealed this matter until I was certain of her recovery. Lu Qiuqian spoke with lowered eyes, articulating the words prearranged with Lin Zan. The emperor's mood brightened instantly upon hearing her words. At that moment, smallpox ravaged the palace, and no effective treatment was available. Yet the remedy lay within the empress's grasp. This was indeed a ray of hope. The emperor immediately ordered the implementation of Lu Qiuqian's treatment throughout the palace to save those afflicted by smallpox, with Lin Zan as a living testament to the remedy's efficacy. The physicians in the Thai hospital wasted no time in adopting Lu Qiuqian's method. As expected, the conditions of those infected gradually improved, and the emperor grew increasingly fond of Lu Qiuqian, declaring her the chosen one and a blessing for Beiki. Such talk of being the chosen one was utterly ludicrous. What merit did Lu Qiuqian possess? Hearing the accolades heaped upon Lu Qiuqian within the inner palace, Qin Fei, in a fit of rage, smashed a vase on the ground. Standing beside her, Si Shui trembled, afraid to utter a word lest Qin Fei's fury turn towards her. Lin Zan, that wretched girl, was indeed fortunate to escape the calamity of smallpox. Chapter 88. The Power of Psychological Suggestion. Qin Fei gritted her teeth, expressing her frustration. She had attempted to ensnare Lin Zan multiple times, yet each time Lin Zan emerged unscathed, igniting her ire. Just then, her gaze fell upon Si Shui, and she suddenly commanded, "Lin Zan has narrowly escaped death. As her companion, you must pay her a visit." "Yes, I shall obey." Si Shui nodded promptly, and then took some gifts to Han Fangge. Since Lin Zan had recovered from smallpox, many came to visit her. Upon arriving at Han Fangge, Si Shui was surprised to find Jun Beiki and Jun Anqing present. She hurriedly greeted them. "Greetings, Crown Prince, Fourth Prince. What brings you here?" "Li Zi suffered from smallpox, all thanks to your aunt," Jun Anqing remarked with displeasure upon seeing Si Shui. At these words, Si Shui's expression stiffened momentarily, but she quickly regained her composure and smiled at Jun Anqing. "Fourth Prince, what do you mean?" "Empress Nyang did nothing. She was quite concerned during Miss Lin's illness." "Enough of your pretense. I cannot abide these hypocritical women," Jun Anqing scoffed, then sat beside Lin Zan in silence. Jun Beiki remained aloof, ignoring Si Shui entirely, and no one else showed interest in conversing with her. For a moment, Si Shui felt isolated and uncomfortable, ultimately placing the gifts down and leaving in dismay. Upon returning to Mingda Palace, Si Shui relayed Jun Anqing's words to Qin Fei in detail. "Your Majesty, do they suspect something? Do not frighten yourself unnecessarily. If they truly knew something, the emperor would have long come to question me. Moreover, the maid who initially contracted smallpox is dead, leaving no evidence to implicate me," Qin Fei replied with a chilling smile. Si Shui stood there, inexplicably gripped by an unsettling feeling. Jun Anqing, upon seeing the gifts Si Shui had brought, discarded them disdainfully, then admonished Lin Zan, "You must never accept their gifts. What if they scheme against you again?" "I shall heed Lord Tuanzi's command," Lin Zan replied cheerfully, her spirit revived. Observing their close interaction, Jun Beiki felt a pang of jealousy and lightly tapped the stone surface. "What is the status of that maid?" "She has nearly recovered and can be handed over to the crown prince at any time," Lin Zan casually responded. Jun Beiki nodded and instructed his guards to discreetly take the maid away. However, the next day, Jun Beiki learned that the maid revealed nothing during questioning. Despite being a woman, she was remarkably tight-lipped about who had instigated her. After reflecting on this, Lin Zhan's eyes sparkled with excitement as she proposed to Jun Beiki. "Crown Prince, may I meet with that maid? Perhaps I can persuade her to speak. What means do you possess?" Although Jun Beiki looked at Lin Zhan with skepticism, he ultimately agreed to take her to meet the maid. They arrived at a secluded room more desolate than the cold palace. Had it not been for Jun Beiki's guidance, Lin Zhan would have never discovered such a corner within the palace. Inside, the maid was bound to a chair. Lin Zhan approached and lightly cleared her throat. Upon hearing the familiar voice, the maid opened her eyes. "Why do you protect Qin Fei? Or has she threatened you with something to compel your loyalty?" Lin Zhan asked directly, revealing her awareness that Qin Fei was the one backing the maid. The maid's expression remained unchanged. She replied placidly, "Miss Lin, I do not understand what you are saying. To deceive a child is unbecoming. You clearly comprehend. How about we wager? If you can endure 2 days in this dismal room, I shall persuade the crown prince to release you, and the matter of smallpox will be forgotten." Lin Zhan proposed, and the maid, astonished, glanced up at her. "Is Miss Lin serious?" "Absolutely. If you cannot withstand 2 days, you must disclose to the emperor who is behind your actions." "Granting me justice," Lin Zhan stated earnestly. The maid bit her lip, then raised her head to respond, "Agreed, but if I withstand 2 days, I implore you to help me escape the palace. I wish to live." "No problem. It is a promise." Lin Zhan lightly clapped her hands in agreement. Throughout this exchange, Jun Beiki did not interfere. Lin Zhan then instructed her attendants to blindfold the maid, pretending to cut her wrist with a knife. A bucket placed nearby had a small hole at the bottom, and the sound of dripping water echoed in the room. "I have made an incision on your wrist. Over the next 2 days, your blood will drip away. If you do not perish, I shall liberate you," Lin Zhan stated coldly. The maid trembled slightly, but said nothing. And soon Jun Beiki led Lin Zhan away. Jun Beiki, seemingly puzzled, questioned Lin Zhan, "Why feign cutting the maid's wrist?" "I aim to elicit the truth from her, not to take her life. Moreover, the power of psychological suggestion is profound. Allowing her to hear her own life ebbing away is far more effective than any torturous method." Lin Zhan replied with a smile. It must be said that Lin Zhan's approach proved remarkably effective. The maid could only endure half a day before succumbing and confess the truth to Jun Beiki. This made Jun Beiki regard Lin Zhan with newfound respect. Since the truth had been uncovered, Jun Beiki would not delay any further and promptly brought the palace maid to the imperial study. "What? You say that the outbreak of smallpox was secretly instigated by Consort Qin?" The emperor, enraged, slammed his palm on the table. Despite his affection for Consort Qin, he would not disregard the lives of all those in the palace. He immediately commanded the imperial guards to apprehend Consort Qin and bring her to Kongfu Palace for questioning. Chapter 89. A voiceless defense. The news of the smallpox outbreak sent the harem into a frenzy. Consort Qin, witnessing the imperial guards approach her Mingda Palace, felt a surge of panic, as if she sensed the gravity of the situation. "Consort Qin, please accompany us," the leader of the imperial guard announced, positioning his men to surround Mingda Palace. Si Shui stood beside Consort Qin, her palms sweating with anxiety, yet Consort Qin feigned seriousness, addressing the leader of the imperial guards. "Impudence! I am the emperor's personally appointed Consort Qin. How dare you lay hands on me?" "Consort Qin, the emperor has commanded your detention at Kongfu Palace for questioning." "I beg your pardon," the leader of the imperial guards said without hesitation, raising his hand to signal for Consort Qin to be taken away. Si Shui hurriedly followed suit, and soon they arrived at Kongfu Palace, where Lu Qiuchan had already donned the regal robes of the empress, her red attire and golden crown exuding immense authority. "Release me at once." Consort Qin, still in denial, continued to berate the imperial guards. Observing this scene, Lu Qiuquan's expression darkened instantaneously, and she bellowed, "How dare you? Consort Qin, the emperor is present. Do you still have the audacity to be unruly?" Upon hearing this, Consort Qin finally noticed the emperor seated above, and her earlier arrogance transformed into feigned innocence. Lowering her gaze, she pitifully implored, "Your Majesty, if you wish to see me, simply say the word. Why must you send the imperial guards to apprehend me? They have caused me great distress." The other concubines seated nearby felt a wave of disgust as they observed Consort Qin's overt flattery towards the emperor, yet they dared not voice their disdain. Only Lu Qiuquan, as the empress, boldly reprimanded Consort Qin, saying, "Cease your pretentious demeanor, Consort Qin. Are you aware of the gravity of your actions?" "Your Majesty, I have done nothing wrong." Consort Qin persisted, casting flirtatious glances at the emperor, fully aware that the power to decide her fate lay in his hands. In the next moment, the emperor coldly snorted, slamming his palm on a nearby table, his gaze sharp and unyielding as he addressed Consort Qin. "Enough, Consort Qin. Speak. Did you conceal the truth about the smallpox outbreak and allow it to spread throughout the palace?" As his words fell, Consort Qin's expression tightened, and she hastily shook her head in denial. "Your Majesty, what are you saying? I do not understand. Do not feign ignorance here. The first maid infected with smallpox emerged from your palace," Lu Qiuquan stated plainly. Yet, Consort Qin continued to act oblivious, shaking her head innocently. "Empress, I truly know nothing. Please do not slander me. One does not shed tears until faced with a coffin. Bring forth that maid." Lu Qiuquan, tired of Consort Qin's evasions, commanded that the maid be brought in. When the maid, who should have perished, reappeared before her, Consort Qin was taken aback, collapsing to the ground in shock. You were supposed to be dead?" Consort Qin stammered, her voice trembling, while the maid remained silent, her head bowed. The emperor coldly inquired, "Consort Qin, you claim to know nothing, yet how could you be aware of whether this maid is alive or dead?" Realizing she had revealed a flaw in her facade, Consort Qin quickly coughed lightly and attempted to salvage her position. "I merely had a passing acquaintance with this maid. I heard rumors that she had succumbed to smallpox, which is why I spoke as I did. It is clear that you are still withholding the truth. Your acquaintance with this maid is far from casual." Lu Qiuquan remarked with a hint of mockery. Consort Qin, filled with worry and malice, glared at the maid, gritting her teeth as she responded, "I truly have only seen this maid once or twice. It is merely a fleeting impression. Empress, please do not wrongfully accuse me. Whatever this maid may say is but her own perspective. The emperor is a wise ruler and will not be easily deceived." At this point, Lu Qiuquan, seeing that Consort Qin remained obstinate, commanded the maid to speak. "I was previously a cleaning maid in Mingda Palace. One day, feeling unwell, Consort Qin summoned a physician for me. It was then that I learned I had contracted smallpox. However, Consort Qin did not shun me, but instead arranged for me to work in Huanfeng Pavilion." As the maid recounted her story, Consort Qin's complexion grew increasingly ashen. Eventually, she interrupted angrily, "You lie. When did I ever know you had smallpox? How could I possibly have arranged for you to work in Huanfeng Pavilion if I knew? Consort Qin, how can you say such things? I took your medicine, which temporarily suppressed the symptoms of smallpox, allowing me to enter Huanfeng Pavilion. You even instructed me to get close to Miss Lin, so she might contract smallpox." As the maid's words sank in, gasps of shock filled the air, and Lu Qiuquan trembled with rage, gritting her teeth as she exclaimed, "Consort Qin, your heart is truly wicked. Genre is just a child. Why would you want to harm her? I did not. This maid is slandering me. Your Majesty, you must believe me." Consort Qin pleaded, her eyes brimming with tears as she crawled before the emperor, seeking his mercy. At that moment, Jun Beiki entered with Lin Zan, accompanied by the physician who had treated the maid on Consort Qin's orders. The physician, upon seeing the emperor, trembled and knelt in submission. The emperor directly inquired, "I ask you, when Consort Qin secretly summoned you to treat this maid, was her ailment smallpox? I am guilty. Driven by greed, I conceal the truth. Please forgive me." "Your Majesty," the physician stammered, clearly intimidated by the situation. The emperor, growing impatient, waved his hand for the physician to be taken away. With two individuals now corroborating the accusations against Consort Qin, she found herself at a loss for words, her expression darkening as she sat in silence for an extended period. To have such a venomous woman in the harem is utterly disgraceful. The emperor bellowed in anger. Chapter 90. A narrow escape. Consort Qin's lips trembled. Yet she clung to the emperor's leg, her eyes darting as she sought a way out. Your Majesty, I was merely frightened, which is why I concealed the maid's smallpox diagnosis. I truly did not intend to harm Lin Zan. Consort Qin, you claim you had no intention of harming me. Yet you must know that smallpox is highly contagious. My health is frail, and should I contract it, my chances of survival would be slim, Lin Zan interjected, her eyes filled with innocence and vulnerability, more pitiful than the kneeling Consort Qin. Tears streamed down Lin Zhan's face as she rushed to the emperor, pleading, Your Majesty. When I contracted smallpox, I was truly terrified that I would not survive. I even contemplated meeting my late sister. At the mention of the deceased Empress Lin, the emperor's expression softened, and his patience with Consort Qin finally waned. He kicked Consort Qin away, his voice filled with fury as he declared, out of fear, you arranged for a person with smallpox to be placed in Lin Zhan's courtyard. Such malicious intent cannot be tolerated. Seize Consort Qin and cast her into the cold palace. No one is to release her. The emperor commanded in a fit of rage, ordering the imperial guards to drag Consort Qin away. Standing at the entrance, Si Shui felt her legs weaken upon hearing this. Empress Qin was her sole support in the palace. If she fell from grace, her own situation would undoubtedly worsen. Hastily, she rushed out, kneeling on the ground, pleading for Empress Qin. Your Majesty, please temper your anger. My aunt was merely momentarily confused and acted out of fear, leading her to commit such an act. I implore you to grant her another chance. Your Majesty, as the saying goes, a day as husband and wife brings 100 days of affection. Please show mercy. I acknowledge my mistakes. At this moment, Empress Qin also began to plead, adamant that she could not be relegated to the cold palace. Being sent there would signify a meager chance of regaining favor, and she had her son, Junbiyu, to consider. If she were cast into the cold palace, her son's prospects would surely be jeopardized. Inside the Kung Fu Palace, apart from the voices of the two pleading, the empress and other concubines regarded them with cold indifference, none willing to speak up for her. Suddenly, perhaps overwhelmed by emotion, Empress Qin wept until she fainted. Sixuei, alarmed, exclaimed, Aunt, what is wrong? Wake up. Your Majesty, I beseech you, please summon the imperial physician to attend to her. This unexpected turn startled everyone, for the threat of smallpox had not yet been eradicated from the palace, and Empress Qin's sudden fainting raised fears of infection. Even Lu Qiuchan nearby covered her mouth and nose with a handkerchief, turning to the emperor, suggesting, Your Majesty, perhaps we should first call for the physicians. If she has contracted smallpox, it could be troublesome. The emperor, feeling troubled, waved his hand dismissively, tacitly agreeing to have the physician examine Empress Qin. Soon, someone from the imperial hospital arrived, and rather than moving Empress Qin to a private chamber, they conducted the examination in the Great Hall. The physician's expression shifted between shades of concern and complexity as Lu Qiuchan patiently inquired about Empress Qin's condition. To her astonishment, it was revealed that Empress Qin was pregnant. This delightful news brought joy to the emperor, causing him to forget the previous events, while Lu Qiuchan, biting her lip, refrained from commenting as the emperor prioritized his offspring. The concubines in the palace could not help but envy Empress Qin's fortuitous situation, having become pregnant at such a critical juncture, and naturally, the emperor would not punish a woman bearing his heir. Sister, I never imagined Empress Qin would escape this crisis, Lin Zan remarked, sitting beside Lu Qiuchan, feeling reflective. Lu Qiuchan, appearing somewhat fatigued, nodded in agreement. Perhaps even the heavens were aiding her. At this thought, Lin Zan couldn't help but smirk. After all, Empress Qin was the mother of Junbiyu in the original narrative, and it seemed she was favored by fortune. Otherwise, how could she fall pregnant at such a pivotal moment when facing the threat of the cold palace? It appeared that toppling them would require a more calculated approach. Lin Zan sighed inwardly. At that moment, she keenly noticed a touch of sorrow in Lu Qiuchan's eyes as she gently caressed her abdomen. This gesture reminded Lin Zan that in the original narrative, although Lu Qiuchan had ascended to the position of empress, she had never borne any children. This revelation illuminated the source of the sadness in Lu Qiuchan's gaze. Logically, since entering the palace, Lu Qiuchan had received considerable favor from the emperor, so it was perplexing that she had yet to conceive. With this in mind, Lin Zan suddenly grasped Lu Qiuchan's wrist to take her pulse. Lu Qiuchan, taken aback for a moment, did not resist but rather looked on affectionately. After checking her pulse, Lu Qiuchan playfully inquired, "Little doctor, how is my health?" "Sister's constitution is splendid, which explains your radiant beauty and why you have garnered the emperor's favor," Lin Zan replied with a bright smile, her sweet words causing Lu Qiuchan to chuckle. However, after leaving the Kung Fu Palace, Lin Zhan's expression turned grave and troubled. During her pulse examination of Lu Qiuchan, she had made a startling discovery. Lu Qiuchan was severely depleted in health, which explained her prolonged inability to conceive. Her body, though outwardly resplendent like a gilded ornament, was hollow within. Yet the Imperial Hospital had been conducting monthly health checks on Lu Qiuchan, and such a significant health issue should not have gone unnoticed. This inconsistency led Lin Zan to suspect that the physicians were concealing Lu Qiuchan's true condition, and perhaps there was someone orchestrating this deception from behind the scenes. Contemplating this, Lin Zan felt the depths of intrigue in the imperial harem were far too profound for her to fully navigate, leaving her with a chilling sense of unease. Chapter 91. A sudden turn in the next moment, the ghastly face collapsed to the ground, and the familiar voice left Lin Zan momentarily stunned as she tentatively called out, "Tuanzi? Li Zi, your strike was rather severe. Are you truly a girl?" Jun Anqing removed his mask, revealing a nosebleed. Witnessing his disheveled state, Lin Zhan's earlier concerns vanished, and she burst into laughter, clutching her stomach in mirth. Seeing Lin Zhan so joyful, Jun Anqing chose not to dwell on her earlier actions, wiped his nose, and said cheerfully, "Elder brother is waiting for you inside. Why did you not say so earlier?" Lin Zhan playfully glared at Jun Anqing before entering the room, where she indeed found Jun Beiki awaiting her. Once seated, Jun Beiki spoke gravely. "Father has decreed that Empress Qin is to be confined within Mingda Palace. On the surface, it appears to be a punishment, but in reality, it serves as protection. And her living conditions within Mingda Palace have not diminished. In fact, they have been elevated. That Empress Qin is truly a vixen, ensnaring father completely. And now she is even pregnant," Jun Anqing scoffed. In the harem, a mother's status is elevated by her children, and Lin Zhan had no means to counter this. She shrugged, acknowledging, after all, it is the emperor's child. Concern is only natural. Noticing Lin Zhan's composed demeanor, Jun Beiki felt relieved. He had feared that her disappointment over not being able to unseat Empress Qin would be palpable. "What do you think? Will Empress Qin's child be a little prince or a little princess?" Jun Anqing asked, blinking curiously at the two. Lin Zhan smiled innocently without answering, and Jun Beiki remained silent, while Jun Anqing rambled on, "I hope for a little princess because I adore soft, tender little girls just like Li Zi." After speaking, Jun Anqing playfully pinched Lin Zhan's soft cheek, and the two became embroiled in a light-hearted scuffle, leaving all worries behind. Time swiftly passed, and early autumn arrived. Empress Qin was now over 2 months pregnant, and physicians from the Imperial Hospital visited thrice daily for consultations, leaving no room for negligence. Even the emperor had visited Mingda Palace several days in a row to check on Empress Qin, creating murmurs of discontent in the harem. Yet there was nothing they could do about it. One day, upon hearing that the peaches in the imperial garden had ripened, Lin Zhan and Jun Anqing decided to gather some. While Lin Zhan directed Jun Anqing on how to pick the peaches, she suddenly overheard whispers nearby. Curiously, she glanced in that direction and spotted Si Shui conversing with a familiar palace maid. After some thought, Lin Zhan recognized that the maid had once served in the crown prince's palace. What were they discussing? Lin Zhan blinked in curiosity and stealthily concealed herself behind a tree, edging closer to listen. However, Si Shui and the maid's conversation was brief. Before long, the maid hurriedly departed, and Si Shui discreetly slipped a pouch into her hand. Si Shui then followed suit and left. Lin Zhan's instincts told her that Si Shui's subsequent actions were surely connected to Junbei. In order to prevent Junbei from becoming a mere stepping stone for Si Shui, Lin Zhan gritted her teeth and silently followed in Si Shui's wake, eager to discover her intentions. Li Zi, I have found a large, luscious peach. Meanwhile, Jun Anqing, joyfully picking peaches from the tree, looked down with delight, but failed to notice Lin Zhan, who was waiting with bated breath. In that instant, an indescribable sense of disappointment surged within Jun Anqing's heart. On another side, Lin Zhan trailed Si Shui to the base of a towering kapok tree. Beneath its grand branches, Si Shui glanced around before executing an action that took Lin Zhan completely by surprise. The ever-graceful and gentle Si Shui, with the assistance of her maid, began to climb the kapok tree, instructing her maid to hide away, leaving Lin Zhan bewildered about her motives. Just then, Junbei approached, holding a jade flute, and settled down beneath the tree, gazing into the distance, lost in thought. Suddenly, a faint sound emanated from the tree, prompting Junbei to look up alertly and inquire. Who is there? As his words fell, Si Shui descended from above like a falling butterfly, hurtling towards Junbei. Witnessing this scene, Lin Zhan realized Si Shui's cunning plan and couldn't help but admire her scheming nature. It was a scene straight out of a romantic drama. Si Shui descended, and Junbei caught her, both spinning like tops before falling for each other. However, it was too late. Si Shui was plummeting swiftly, and Lin Zhan could only watch helplessly as Si Shui was about to land in Junbei's arms. Just when Lin Zhan thought the outcome was inevitable, Junbei executed an unexpected move. He gracefully stepped back, and Si Shui fell heavily to the ground amidst shocked gazes. In that moment, the world fell silent. Lin Zhan stared in disbelief. Si Shui was equally stunned, while Junbei wore an expression of calm understanding. Your Highness, it hurts so much. Si Shui extended her hand, her eyes filled with barely concealed expectation as she gazed at Junbei. At that moment, Lin Zhan, who had been lurking in the shadows, finally decided to intervene. She dashed out and positioned herself in front of Junbei, grasping his hand before Si Shui could. Junbei paused for a moment, but did not shake off Lin Zhan's grasp. In Chapter 92, Floral Language Persuades, Lin Zhan blinked her innocent eyes and stood beside Junbei, curiously addressing the fallen Si Shui. Miss Si, what has happened? Have you perhaps broken your leg and cannot stand? Perhaps His Highness should assist you. However, despite her words, Lin Zhan remained motionless, showing no intent to help Si Shui. Unable to remain on the ground, Si Shui gritted her teeth and unsteadily rose, only to realize her ankle throbbed painfully from the fall. Thus, she devised another scheme, feigning weakness as she implored Junbei, Your Highness, it seems I have injured my leg. Might you escort me to the physician? Still pretending to be fragile to draw closer to Junbei, Lin Zhan thought, With me here, you shall not succeed. She cheerfully summoned her maid, Bai Xia, saying, Miss Si has forgotten, if His Highness aids you to the physician, it may stir up some trouble. It is better for Sister Bai Xia to accompany you. Miss, I shall assist you, Bai Xia promptly responded, moving to help Si Shui. Yet, Si Shui was unwilling to relent. She had sacrificed so much only to touch the hem of Junbei's robe, her heart filled with dissatisfaction. She persisted, His Highness is merely helping me to the physician. What trouble could arise? Others would only say he is gentle and courteous. I have never been one to be approachable, Junbei finally interjected, his gaze cold as it fell upon Si Shui. Si Shui's face paled instantly, while Lin Zhan stifled a laugh. At that moment, Si Shui suddenly pointed at the intertwined hands of Junbei and Lin Zhan, raising her voice. If we speak of propriety between men and women, Miss Lin has well surpassed the age of 7. Why is she so intimate with His Highness? As her words echoed, Lin Zhan froze for a moment, realizing she still held Junbei's hand. In the next heartbeat, she attempted to release him, but to her surprise, Junbei tightened his grip and retorted to Si Shui. You cannot compare yourself to Lin Zhan. That is utterly presumptuous. After speaking, Junbei even knelt down and lifted Lin Zhan into his arms, an action that seemed to convey a deeper message. causing Si Shui's face to flush with anger as she limped away. Wow, Your Highness, that was brilliant. This time, Si Shui must retreat. Lin Zan clapped her hands in delight while nestled in Jun Beiqi's embrace. Jun Beiqi turned his face, gazing at Lin Zan with moist eyes. Do you believe I intended to provoke Si Shui by carrying you? Of course, but I must admit, I have grown. It's time for you to set me down. Lin Zan replied, feeling a bit shy as she squirmed. Jun Beiqi ignored her, carrying her to a small pavilion beneath the kapok tree, a place for shade and shelter from the rain. Once inside, Lin Zan finally managed to free herself from his embrace and, gazing at the magnificent kapok tree, curiously inquired, how did such a grand kapok tree come to be here? It was brought into the palace by my mother, Jun Beiqi revealed suddenly from his seat. Since her passing, how many remember her? A hint of scorn graced Jun Beiqi's lips. The saying goes, when a person departs, their love fades. And it is understandable that no one in the palace remembers his mother, who had long since died. Understanding the sorrow etched on Jun Beiqi's face, Lin Zan felt a surge of determination and seated herself before him, smiling. Your Highness, I have never known what kind of woman your mother was. Why not share her story with me? This way, there will be one more person to remember her. After her words, Jun Beiqi's eyes shimmered with fluctuating emotions as he began to recount his past. In those days, Jun Beiqi experienced the love of both the emperor and his mother, living a life of unparalleled happiness. Yet, fate was unkind. His mother succumbed to illness. From that moment, Jun Beiqi's demeanor grew somber, and the kapok tree before them was one they had planted together, a testament to their bond. Whenever he missed his mother, he would come to this tree, spending long hours in quiet reflection. Upon learning this, Lin Zan gazed at the majestic kapok tree and sighed. So this tree holds so many memories. What use are these memories? My father has not visited to pay respects to my mother in ages. Jun Beiqi scoffed, harboring grievances against the emperor. Lin Zan sighed internally. The emperor, as the sovereign, was one who only hears the laughter of the new, oblivious to the tears of the departed. And it was no surprise he had forgotten Jun Beiqi's mother, who had been gone for years. Noticing Jun Beiqi's increasingly somber expression, Lin Zan sought to lighten the mood. After a moment's thought, she recalled the floral language of the kapok and, excitedly grasping Jun Beiqi's hand, exclaimed, Your Highness, I understand the significance of your mother planting this kapok tree in the palace. What? Jun Beiqi appeared puzzled, gazing at Lin Zan in astonishment. Lin Zan cleared her throat and continued. The crown prince may not be aware that the silk cotton tree possesses a flower language that conveys the sentiment of cherishing those around you and appreciating the happiness that lies before you. It is likely that when the crown prince's mother and the emperor planted this silk cotton tree, they felt immense joy and had once cherished each other deeply. For the crown prince's mother, this memory is invaluable and rare. And the presence of this tree serves as a reminder to the crown prince not to dwell in past sorrows, but to treasure the happiness that is currently within reach. Lin Zan stood there, articulating her thoughts with clarity, while Jun Beiqi's gaze sparkled with increasing brightness, and he suddenly chuckled softly. To cherish the happiness before me? Perhaps I am beginning to understand. Chapter 93. The riverbank incident. Jun Beiqi gazed at Lin Zan as if he had stumbled upon a treasure, his eyes shimmering like stars, unable to divert his gaze for quite some time. Although Lin Zan appeared youthful, her intellect was that of an adult, and being scrutinized by Jun Beiqi in such a manner left her feeling somewhat uneasy. Could the crown prince have a penchant for younger individuals? Lin Zan mused inwardly. After all, she was merely a child of few years. This inner turmoil reached Jun Beiqi's ears, causing his expression to stiffen, and he could not help but twitch the corners of his mouth, eventually sighing internally before averting his gaze. Oh, father has summoned me. Jun Beiqi paused for a moment, but then seemed to recall something important, hastily departing without further words. Lin Zan exhaled slowly, then settled in the pavilion, admiring the towering and robust silk cotton tree before her. However, the next moment, she smacked her forehead, realizing her oversight. Oh dear, I left the dumpling on the peach tree. With that, she hurried towards the peach-picking area, only to find Jun Anqing sulking there, a few bright red peaches at his feet. Upon seeing Lin Zan rush over, Jun Onqing ignored her completely, turning his face away, his displeasure unmistakable. "It was my fault for leaving you behind. Please don't be angry with me." Lin Zan pleaded with a playful grin, seeking Jun Onqing's forgiveness. Jun Onqing, with a proud tilt of his small face, muttered, "I even climbed the tree to pick peaches for you, only to find you vanished in an instant." "I can explain." Lin Zan quickly recounted the earlier events to Jun Onqing. However, to her surprise, this only made Jun Onqing angrier. He threw down the peaches and ran off. Lin Zan sat there, bewildered, and could only turn to Bai Xia for assistance. "Sister Bai Xia, did I say something wrong just now?" "Miss, I don't believe you were in the wrong. Perhaps the fourth prince has other matters at hand," Bai Xia replied ambiguously. At this moment in the imperial study, the atmosphere was tense and oppressive. The emperor, his face ashen, slammed a memorial onto the floor and shouted at Jun Biyu, who knelt before him. "You have truly disappointed me. Why did the Qinghe riverbank collapse, bringing disaster upon the common people? How did you oversee its construction?" It turned out that heavy rains in early autumn had led to a significant collapse of the Qinghe riverbank, inundating nearby villages and farmlands, resulting in thousands being swept away by the flood and substantial casualties. This incident could not escape the emperor's scrutiny, and since Jun Biyu was responsible for the riverbank's construction, he could not absolve himself of blame. "Father, please calm your anger. I will investigate this matter thoroughly and ensure the displaced victims are taken care of," Jun Biyu earnestly pledged as he knelt. However, the emperor ignored him and turned to Jun Beiki, who stood nearby. "Crown Prince, I entrust this matter to you. You must appease the public's grievances and quell their anger. Do not disappoint me again." "It is my duty to comply," Jun Beiki replied with a respectful bow. As for Jun Biyu, the emperor's disappointment was palpable. He stripped him of his position in the Ministry of Works, reducing him to a mere idle prince. This incident stirred considerable turmoil within the court, as everyone recognized the magnitude of Jun Biyu's error. Yet the emperor only stripped him of his ministerial role, seemingly out of consideration for concubine Qin. After all, concubine Qin was currently favored and pregnant with the emperor's heir. Without this child, it was likely that Jun Biyu would have been stripped of his princely title. After exiting the imperial study, Jun Biyu, his expression dark, confronted Jun Beiki. "Crown Prince, what a clever scheme. The Qinghe is 1,000 miles from the capital, yet the news of its collapse reached father in just 2 days. I suppose you have put in considerable effort." "I always endeavor for the sake of the nation," Jun Beiki replied coldly, casting a glance at Jun Biyu before turning to leave. The emperor's delegation of this matter to the crown prince was clearly intended to bolster his standing and garner public support. Was this not a clear indication of the emperor's desire to elevate the crown prince? In the Mingda palace, concubine Qin seethed with fury, gritting her teeth as she addressed Jun Biyu, who had come to visit her. After this incident, it is likely that the emperor has begun to suspect the Qin family. "Once you leave the palace, inform my brother to be cautious, lest the emperor finds another lever against us." "Rest assured, mother. I understand. The most crucial matter now is for you to safely deliver the child you carry," Jun Biyu replied earnestly. Upon mentioning the child, a maternal glow illuminated concubine Qin's face as she tenderly caressed her belly. "This child is my lucky star. Were it not for him, I would likely have been confined to the cold palace by the emperor." "Indeed, mother speaks true," Jun Biyu remarked, a flicker of jealousy crossing his eyes, though he obediently acquiesced. As Jun Biyu exited concubine Qin's quarters, he collided with Si Shui, who was carrying a bowl of nourishing soup, splattering it all over him. "I apologize, Your Highness," Si Shui exclaimed in a fluster, quickly retrieving a handkerchief to wipe the soup stains from Jun Biyu's attire. At that moment, Jun Biyu caught a whiff of a delicate fragrance emanating from Si Shui, fresh and elegant, rather than overpowering, possessing an enchanting quality that captivated him. The slight irritation he had felt moments before evaporated in the presence of this scent, and he found himself momentarily entranced by Si Shui's graceful neck. Perhaps sensing the intensity of his gaze, Si Shui's cheeks flushed a vibrant red, and she shyly lowered her head. In that fleeting moment of eye contact, her rosy complexion spread to her ears, exuding an undeniable allure. Jun Biyu, momentarily dazed, opened his mouth to speak, but Si Shui interjected. "Your Highness need not worry about lacking an outer garment. I happen to have several that would fit you perfectly. Please wait a moment. Chapter 94. Diminished influence. To Jun Biyu's astonishment, he discovered that the outer garment Si Shui provided was indeed his size and fit him splendidly. Sister Shui, how could there be men's clothing in your room, and why does it fit me so well? Jun Biyu found himself questioning her. Curiosity piqued as he regarded the garment he wore. With a smile, he exited the palace, feeling in high spirits. After Jun Beiki assumed responsibility for the Qinghe riverbank incident, he silently made his way to Lu Qiuchan's palace. Congratulations, Your Highness, on successfully taking charge of the Qinghe riverbank matter. Lu Qiuchan greeted him with a warm smile. Yet, Jun Beiki's expression remained serious as he replied, I still require the Empress's assistance. Rest assured, everything is under control. Lu Qiuchan responded with a confident smile. After reaching an agreement, Jun Beiki departed, while Lin Zan rested her chin in her hands at the Hanfang Pavilion. Wide-eyed as she listened to Jun Anqing recount the disaster at the Qinghe riverbank. Jun Anqing animatedly conveyed the information, while Lin Zan listened intently, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Much of her knowledge stemmed from Jun Anqing's insights. How did this matter become entangled with Jun Biyu? She pondered, tilting her head. Jun Anqing leaned closer to Lin Zan, whispering conspiratorially, revealing that the individuals responsible for the construction of the Qinghe embankment were, in fact, members of the Qin family who had embezzled a substantial sum of money. With the embankment now collapsed, the emperor was understandably furious. Upon hearing this, Lin Zan nodded in understanding, recalling that a few months prior, Jun Beiki had conversed with Lu Qiuchan about the Qinghe embankment. Could it be that he had foreseen the calamity that would befall it months later? The thought startled her. Did Jun Beiki possess the power of foresight? This notion unsettled Lin Zan, as she realized she had overlooked the significance of the embankment situation. A chill swept over her, as if something was amiss. Lizzie, what are you pondering? Jun Anqing inquired, noticing Lin Zhan's prolonged silence and waving her small hand. Oh, but by then, we won't be able to meet daily, she mused, a hint of disappointment creeping in her voice. Lin Zhan, however, had not considered this. She merely felt that no matter where she went, the obligation of attending school was inescapable. To her surprise, instead of the anticipated return to school, she received news of Jun Beiyu's punishment. After Jun Beiki took charge of the Qinghe embankment affair, he conducted a thorough investigation into the funds used for its construction, uncovering numerous irregularities. With the assistance of the Inspector Liu, Jun Beiki amassed substantial evidence, which he presented to the emperor. The accounts meticulously detailed the extent of the Qin family's embezzlement during the embankment's repairs, inciting the emperor's wrath and resulting in the imprisonment of all corrupt officials involved. Furthermore, this scandal implicated Jun Biyu. Although he did not directly receive the embezzled funds, the corrupt officials had exchanged the money for rare treasures, which were delivered to his residence. The emperor, shocked that his trusted Jun Biyu could engage in such treachery, confined him within the royal residence for reflection. Consequently, the fallout from the Qinghe embankment incident led to the downfall of numerous officials aligned with the Qin family, delivering a severe blow to their influence. Upon learning of these developments, Lin Zhan could not help but erupt into laughter, tears of joy streaming down her face. How wonderful! In the original text, Jun Biyu has never faced such a significant setback. Miss, what are you saying? What original text? Bai Xia inquired, her expression one of confusion. Lin Zhan, clutching her aching belly from laughter, wiped the tears from her eyes and replied, Sister Bai Xia, if I explain, you wouldn't understand. I can only say that the Crown Prince has played his cards beautifully. Indeed, as long as the miss is happy, that is all that matters. Bai Xia responded with a gentle smile. In Mingda Palace, upon realizing the severe impact on the Qin family's power, Qin Fei's countenance darkened and her emotions fluctuated, causing her to experience a sharp pang of discomfort. Your Highness, the well-being of the little prince within you is paramount, Xing Yuan urged, hastily summoning a physician from the imperial hospital. Qin Fei, gritting her teeth, seethed internally, that wretched Lu Qiuchan is perpetually opposing me. Once I successfully bear the prince, I shall not let her off easily. As she spoke, another wave of pain coursed through her abdomen, prompting her to refrain from excessive movement. Meanwhile, Lu Qiuchan, who had earned Qin Fei's ire, was equally cheerful as Lin Zhan, and as fate would have it, Lin Zan arrived just in time. "Zhaner, you came at the perfect moment. I have delightful news to share," Lu Qiuchan exclaimed, beckoning Lin Zan with enthusiasm. Lin Zan joyfully approached, her smile radiant. "Sister need not say. I have already guessed it must be regarding the Emperor's purge of the Qin family's allies. Truly, you know me well, Zhaner. This time, the Qin family's power has suffered a grievous blow. I can only imagine how furious Qin Fei must be," Lu Qiuchan reflected, a sense of satisfaction washing over her. Lin Zan nodded in agreement, her curiosity piqued. "Sister, was this matter orchestrated by the Crown Prince in you several months ago? You clever little thing, as astute as ever." "You are correct. Our meticulous planning over the past months has finally brought the Qin family to this point," Lu Qiuchan replied, exhaling deeply. Chapter 95. The child is lost. While Jun Beiqi may have been aware of the Qinghe embankment issue, he chose silence to undermine the Qin family's power, resulting in devastating floods for the populace along the river. "Miss, do you feel unwell? Should you rest now?" Bai Xia inquired, standing by. "Never mind. I shall not dwell on it. Some matters are beyond my control." Lin Zan sighed heavily, surrendering to slumber. The following morning, Lin Zan awoke to a cacophony outside and inquired of Bai Xia, "Sister Bai Xia, what is all the commotion about? Has something happened?" "Miss, it is because the Empress Dowager wishes to see a performance and has summoned a troupe from outside the palace," Bai Xia replied cheerfully. Upon hearing of the performance, Lin Zhan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Having not left the palace in quite some time, she eagerly dressed. Although the troupe was invited by Qin Fei, she graciously included Lu Qiuchan and the other concubines to enjoy the show in the imperial garden. Naturally, Lu Qiuchan took Lin Zhan along, and the group made their way to the pear garden, where the stage had been set up, the prime viewing spots reserved for the Empress. "Your Majesty, please take a seat," Qin Fei announced as she was assisted by her maid, her demeanor polite towards Lu Qiuchan. Lu Qiuchan glanced at her, but said nothing, taking her place on the phoenix seat, with Lin Zhan sitting beside her. The onlookers remained silent, fully aware that Lin Zhan was aligned with the Empress. Once everyone was seated, Qin Fei theatrically presented the script to Lu Qiuchan, suggesting, "Your Majesty may select any performance you desire." With a smile, she added, "Do not hesitate." "Your Majesty." The other concubines echoed her sentiment, prompting Lu Qiuchan to leisurely peruse the script before turning to Lin Zhan. "What performance would you like to see?" Gazing at the densely packed repertoire, Lin Zhan felt overwhelmed and randomly pointed to a play, unexpectedly selecting a tale of love between human and spirit. "You truly know my heart," Lu Qiuchan beamed, revealing her fondness for such stories, and with a grand gesture, the performance commenced. As the melodious strains of the opera filled the air, Lin Zhan initially found it intriguing. However, her interest waned, and she began to doze off in her seat. Just as she was drifting into slumber, a sudden gasp erupted from the crowd, shattering the calm. Lin Zhan sprang to her feet, looking over to Lu Qiuchan, only to find Qin Fei on the ground, clutching her abdomen in agony, her skirts stained with blood. Lu Qiuchan's expression was one of sheer panic. "Your Majesty, why did you push me? My child, my child." Qin Fei's face turned pale as she gazed at the blood-stained hem of her gown, collapsing into unconsciousness before the bewildered assembly. The other concubines immediately rose, their faces filled with uncertainty as they turned to Lu Qiuchan. Upon learning of the signs of miscarriage from Qin Fei, the emperor hastily made his way to Mingde Palace. Inside, Lu Qiuchan led a group of attendants, all kneeling upon the ground. The court physician, trembling with trepidation, entered the hall to examine Qin Fei's pulse. Moments later, he emerged with a pallid complexion, his eyes filled with panic. "What has become of the child within Qin Fei? Is it salvageable?" The emperor inquired directly of the physician. The physician immediately knelt, his body shaking as he stammered, "Your Majesty, I am powerless. The dragon seed within Qin Fei is lost." At this declaration, the emperor appeared to age several years in an instant, his eyes brimming with sorrow, while those kneeling before him, including Lu Qiuchan, dared not utter a word. The atmosphere in the hall turned chillingly somber, and Lin Zhan, also kneeling, did not dare raise her gaze to meet the emperor's expression. A teacup suddenly shattered heavily before them, sending shards flying that even grazed Lu Qiuchan's hand, yet she remained motionless. Speak. How could the child within Qin Fei have perished? The emperor, suppressing his fury, asked Lu Qiuqian in a low voice. Lu Qiuqian, heart racing, maintained an outward calm as she responded, Your Majesty, please allow me to explain. This was all an accident. Just as she finished speaking, Qin Fei, having learned of her lost dragon seed, stumbled out from the inner chamber, clad only in her undergarments. Her complexion ghostly pale, eyes red and tear-streaked. Your Majesty, you must seek justice for me. The Empress has caused the loss of my child, she cried, collapsing to the ground, weeping profusely. Her sorrowful wails moved even the Emperor, who promptly rushed to assist her. Rise, you have just lost a child. Your body is still weak. At that moment, the Emperor displayed tender concern, helping Qin Fei to a seated position beside him, which darkened Lu Qiuqian's expression. Chapter 96. The Empress's malice once seated, Qin Fei leaned heavily against the Emperor, her cries heart-wrenching and her voice hoarse. Your Majesty, since I bore you her, I have longed for another child, never expecting the Empress to possess such a heart of malice, unable to tolerate the life within me. Her words cast a shadow over the Emperor's countenance, as he fixed his gaze intently upon Lu Qiuqian, who was bewildered as to how the situation had turned against her. Empress, what have you done? Fortunately, the Emperor retained a sliver of rationality, recalling that Lu Qiuqian was his formerly appointed Empress, and thus he questioned her. Lu Qiuqian, aware of the gravity of the situation, steadied herself to respond with dignity. Your Majesty, please allow me to explain. At the time, while Qin Fei was enjoying a performance, she suddenly arose to pour tea for me. Considering her pregnancy, I asked Dong Xiang to take the teapot from her, yet unexpectedly, Qin Fei refused to relinquish it, claiming that pouring tea was a gesture of her respect for me. I then stood to accept the teapot from her, only for her to suddenly fall backwards and collapse, blood seeping between her legs. She falsely accused me of pushing her, yet I would never commit such a vile act. I implore your Majesty to see the truth. As Lu Qiuqian concluded, her voice trembled with emotion, and she bowed her head to the ground in a show of innocence. Despite her words, the Emperor's expression remained dark and troubled, while Qin Fei, in his arms, gasped for breath amidst her sobs. The Empress lies. I only wished to help her with the tea, never anticipating that she would harbor resentment, envious of the child I carried. In that moment, both women held steadfast to their claims, and the Emperor, a man of reason, summoned the palace attendants and eunuchs who had been present nearby to question them. Even the other concubines were not spared from his inquiries, subjected to repeated questioning. To the shock of all, it was Zhang Yangyang, kneeling behind Lu Qiuqian, who spoke up. Your Majesty, I have something to say, though I am uncertain if I should. Speak, the Emperor commanded, as Zhang Yangyang knelt forward, pointing at Lu Qiuqian. I witnessed the Empress push Qin Fei. This declaration ignited a stir among the crowd, and a smirk of triumph briefly crossed Qin Fei's lips before she buried her face in the Emperor's embrace, weeping even more fervently. Though she uttered no words, her anguished cries resonated more poignantly than any statement, evoking sympathy from all present. The Emperor glared fiercely at Lu Qiuqian, his voice thunderous with reproach. Lu Qiuqian, what justification can you offer? As Empress, to commit such a malicious act against the heir is a grave crime. How can I ever pardon you? Lu Qiuqian, pale and trembling, protested, Your Majesty, I am innocent. I beg you to see my truth. Despite her desperate defense, those concubines who had consistently sided with Qin Fei began to murmur vague accusations against Lu Qiuqian, though Your Majesty decreed against reducing the provisions from Ming to palace. The Empress, being the matriarch of the harem, must have overlooked certain matters. One concubine quietly remarked, Indeed, Sister Qin Fei has always been gentle and kind, often too proud to voice her grievances to the Emperor. Some have taken advantage of this, brazenly withholding provisions from Ming to palace. Another concubine chimed in with veiled sarcasm, clearly alluding to Lu Qiuqian. Lin Zan observed the unfolding scene, witnessing a real-life portrayal of the adage, when the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. Empress, you have truly disappointed me. The Emperor's gaze was filled with disappointment as it fell upon Lu Qiuqian, with all eyes turning against her. Lu Qiuqian found herself at a loss for words, while Lin Zan grew increasingly anxious. In a moment of inspiration, Lin Zan chose a cunning angle and pushed a nearby concubine, who then stumbled to the ground, drawing everyone's attention. "Why did you push me?" The concubine glared at Lin Zan. Lin Zan feigned innocence, replying, "This esteemed lady must not speak falsely. I did not push you. You fell on your own." "Preposterous! How dare you lie in front of so many?" The concubine, now pale with anger, confronted Lin Zan, who resolutely defended herself, leading to an uproar within the palace. The emperor, already fraught with turmoil from the loss of Qin Fei's child, was further exasperated by the squabbling. He slammed his palm upon the table, demanding silence. "Fools! What manner of time is this for your antics?" His furious expression effectively quelled their dispute. Yet Lin Zan, still lowering her head, muttered, "I truly did not push her. If your majesty wishes, you may inquire with the maidens standing nearby." The concubine whom Lin Zan had pushed was unwilling to relent, clamoring for the emperor to deliver justice. Just as one matter seemed to resolve, another arose. The emperor rubbed his temples in frustration, determined to clarify the situation swiftly before addressing the grievances of Lu Qiuquan and Qin Fei, and thus he casually questioned the nearby maidservants. A curious incident transpired, as some palace maids claimed to have indeed witnessed Lin Zan pushing the consort, while others vehemently denied having seen anything. Given that these maids were present within the hall, the emperor found this discrepancy rather perplexing. Logically, they should have been able to ascertain whether Lin Zan had indeed pushed the consort. Just as the emperor was engulfed in confusion, Lin Zan inadvertently enlightened him with her remark, "Your Majesty, the angle from which one observes can alter the truth of what one sees. Some maids may have witnessed me pushing this lady, while others did not." In the vastly Yuan, various palace maids stood at different angles, yet their testimonies were eerily consistent, ambiguously suggesting that the empress indeed harbored suspicions of having pushed consort Qin. Yet how could this be? For within this small hall, every maid in the corners claimed not to have seen anything. Soon enough, the emperor seemed to grasp this notion, his expression shifting to one of uncertainty. Consort Qin, being a clever woman, noticed the emperor's hesitation to punish the empress and began to weep even louder. "Your Majesty, that is our child. It has been years since a prince has been born in the harem. The empress cannot bear a legitimate son, and thus harbors jealousy towards me, leading to this malicious act," Consort Qin lamented. Just as Lin Zan was about to speak in defense of Lu Qiuquan, the latter, who had been kneeling, suddenly gestured for Lin Zan to remain silent. This was an unspoken understanding between the two. After a moment of hesitation, Lin Zan complied and closed her mouth. Subsequently, Lu Qiuquan assumed her regal demeanor and earnestly addressed the emperor, "Your Majesty, regardless of the circumstances, I cannot extricate myself from this matter as the matriarch of the harem. I willingly accept my punishment." Upon hearing this, Lin Zan knelt in astonishment, utterly bewildered by Lu Qiuquan's sudden decision. The emperor, however, appeared to breathe a sigh of relief, his countenance growing stern as he issued a decree. "The empress has erred in virtue and shall be confined to the Kongfu Palace. The management of the harem shall temporarily be overseen by De Fei, who had been secluded within the Chaoxiao Palace, was summoned due to the incident involving Consort Qin's miscarriage. Yet, sitting silently beside them, De Fei's presence was barely acknowledged until the emperor entrusted her with the harem's affairs. At which point Lin Zan finally noticed her. "Your Majesty, are you showing favoritism towards the empress? My child is no more. I demand that the empress pay with her life." Consort Qin, in a fit of madness, lunged towards Lu Qiuquan. The surrounding maids hastily restrained her, while the emperor calmly soothed her emotions, guiding her into the inner chamber. "Do not worry, miss. I have sent a message through the guards. I believe His Highness will be informed shortly," Xiao Haizi promptly assured. Lin Zhan's mind was in turmoil, as offspring held paramount importance within the palace. Yet the incident of Consort Qin's miscarriage directly implicated Lu Qiuquan. The emperor seemed to side with Consort Qin. Although he merely confined the empress for now, the future remained uncertain. The unknown was the most terrifying aspect. In the original narrative, Consort Qin had not conceived again after giving birth to Junbeiyu. Thus, Lin Zhan remained oblivious to the fate of a child within Consort Qin and how it could potentially lead to Lu Qiuquan's downfall. As time elapsed, The next day arrived, and Lin Zan returned to the entrance of the Kung Fu Palace seeking an opportunity, only to be vigilantly watched by the guards. Just then, Jun Anqing dashed over, taking Lin Zhan's hand and pulling her into the Imperial Garden. Tuanzi, I am not in the mood to play, Lin Zhan muttered, attempting to shake off Jun Anqing's grip. I understand you are worried about the Empress. My mother and elder brother are waiting for you ahead, Jun Anqing quickly replied. What? Why did you not say so earlier? Lin Zhan exclaimed, releasing Jun Anqing's hand and sprinting ahead. Jun Anqing grumbled a few words, but followed her nonetheless. They soon arrived at a pavilion where indeed De Fei and Jun Beiki were leisurely enjoying tea, appearing as though nothing had transpired the previous night. Lin Zhan hurriedly approached, eager to speak. But De Fei elegantly poured her a cup of tea and calmly advised, do not fret, sit down and have some tea first. De Fei, how can I not be anxious? The Empress is like a sister to me, and now she is confined due to Consort Qin's miscarriage. I am uncertain how the Emperor will handle this situation or whether he will strip her of her title, Lin Zhan expressed in a rush, her words tumbling forth without noticing the unchanging expressions on the faces of the two. After speaking, Lin Zhan felt a momentary relief, but her gaze remained anxious as she looked at them. What De Fei means is that the Empress will be fine, Jun Beiki interjected, unable to bear Lin Zhan's distress. Lin Zhan was momentarily taken aback, puzzled by the implication. What does this mean? It means that the Emperor does not genuinely intend to punish the Empress and has sensed something amiss regarding Consort Qin's miscarriage, De Fei explained with a smile. Lin Zhan suddenly understood, exclaiming, so, the Emperor has noticed discrepancies, but lacks evidence to prove the Empress's innocence, hence temporarily detaining her. Once aware of a potential turning point, Lin Zhan exhaled slowly, yet her brow furrowed with concern. However, in the harem, Lady Zhang and several other consorts insist that it was indeed the Empress who pushed Consort Qin. What shall we do about that? Fear not. I firmly believe the Empress would never commit such an act. As long as the Empress is innocent, evidence will ultimately surface to prove her innocence. And you need not worry, De Fei confidently reassured her. This confidence instantly inspired Lin Zhan, solidifying her resolve to uncover the truth that would exonerate the Empress. Subsequently, Lin Zhan could finally relax and enjoy her tea in the pavilion. In the interlude of tea, Lin Zhan cast her gaze upon De Fei once more. In the original narrative, De Fei's role was minimal, known primarily as a uniquely favored individual within the harem. On the surface, she appeared to be cherished by the Emperor, and regardless of who ascended to the position of Empress, De Fei's status remained unassailable. However, through her interactions, Lin Zhan discerned that the Emperor did not often visit De Fei's palace, yet this did not diminish her standing. Perhaps it was due to De Fei's powerful familial connections, with her relatives stationed at the borders renowned for their military achievements. Having a formidable maternal family certainly held advantages, Lin Zhan mused, while Jun Beiki silently acknowledged her thoughts with a raised brow. The three of them savored their tea, each lost in their own reflections. Eventually, after finishing their tea, De Fei rose to depart, but not before addressing Lin Zhan. During my temporary stewardship of the harem affairs, feel free to investigate as you wish. I will support you, so you need not fear. Such assertive words provided Lin Zhan with considerable reassurance, and she nodded vigorously while accepting a token from De Fei. At last, De Fei departed, and Lin Zhan happily toyed with the token in her hand, while Jun Beiki remarked, I shall also investigate this matter. If I uncover anything, I will have Xiao Haizi inform you. I would like to express my gratitude to the Crown Prince. As the saying goes, more people lead to more paths. Lin Zhan naturally would not refuse to offer thanks. Meanwhile, on the other side, although the recently miscarried Qin Fei felt weak in body, her face remained a mask of fury as she smashed nearby objects into smithereens. How could Lu Qiuchan, that wretched woman, be so fortunate? I have lost a child, yet all I received in return was her confinement. Why does the Emperor not take action against her and rid us of that vile creature? Standing there, Qin Fei could not fathom it. Finally, she placed her hand on her abdomen, her face awash with sorrow, tears streaming uncontrollably down her cheeks. Your Highness, you have just miscarried. You must not cry, exclaimed Xing Yuan, rushing over to dab the tears from the corners of Qin Fei's eyes with a handkerchief. At that moment, Qin Fei was beyond caring. Her heart brimmed with resentment with no outlet for release. What does it matter that I'm miscarried? I still cannot bring Lu Qiuchan down from her position as empress. Not only the empress's position, but also that of the wretched Fei, who has shamelessly benefited from this situation, gaining control over the harem. The more she spoke, the angrier she became, throwing all the nourishing gifts sent by others onto the floor. At that moment, a young eunuch who had been eavesdropping hurriedly reported that the emperor was coming to see Qin Fei. Glancing at the chaos strewn about the room, Qin Fei's thoughts raced, and she collapsed to the ground, feigning unconsciousness. Your Majesty, something terrible has happened. The noble Qin Fei has fainted. Xing Yuan, ever observant, cried out loudly. The emperor immediately summoned the imperial physician to check on Qin Fei's pulse. The physician arrived in haste. Qin Fei lay motionless on the couch while the emperor stood nearby, his face a mixture of shadows and uncertainty. Weary, the emperor waved his hand dismissively, instructing the physician to leave. Just then, Qin Fei slowly regained consciousness, her eyes bloodshot, tears brimming in her gaze, as she looked at the emperor with a pitiful expression. Your Majesty, every time I think of the child in my womb, who has yet to see this world but has now departed, my heart aches terribly. Qin Fei sobbed, pounding her hand against her abdomen as if blaming something unseen. How could the emperor not perceive the grievances in her heart? He could only gently soothe her, saying, "Rest well. I shall order the physician to prepare nourishing medicine for you. All will be well." After saying this, the emperor turned to leave, and Qin Fei could not hold him back. For a moment, the situation within the palace grew exceedingly complex. Days passed, and Lin Zan, wielding the De Fei's order token, quietly investigated the circumstances surrounding Qin Fei's miscarriage, but found nothing. However, today was a rare occasion when Lin Zan visited the Thai hospital again. It had been a long time since her last visit due to the recent smallpox incident. Upon her arrival, Lin Zan was expected to pay her respects to the head of the hospital, so she ascended the stairs but spotted Qin Fei's chief maid, Xing Yuan, in a corner, furtively conversing with a physician. Instinctively, Lin Zan hid to eavesdrop on their conversation, but the distance made it impossible for her to hear clearly. After exchanging a few words, the two parted ways, and Lin Zan, sensing something amiss, chose not to seek out the head of the hospital, but instead followed the physician. Lin Zan recognized the physician. His surname was Fu, and he was commonly referred to as Physician Fu. His daily duty at the palace involved checking the pulses of the various concubines. As this thought crossed her mind, Lin Zan suddenly exclaimed, "Could Physician Fu know something?" "Junior sister, what are you doing here?" Qin Shang, curious, followed Lin Zhan's gaze toward Physician Fu. Hearing the voice, Physician Fu seemed to glance in their direction, prompting Lin Zhan to hastily pull Qin Shang away. "Brother, I have urgent matters to attend to. Let's talk another day." Lin Zhan quickly brushed off Qin Shang's inquiry and hurried away. At that moment, a flash of inspiration struck Lin Zhan. She recalled the Thai hospital kept meticulous records of the physician's movements in a time log. To uncover Physician Fu's whereabouts, she could simply consult this log. "I am truly clever." Lin Zhan chuckled to herself and turned back to find Qin Shang, asking him to sneak into the head's room and obtain the time log for her. Initially, Qin Shang was reluctant, but Lin Zhan presented her trump card. "If you do not go, I will secretly inform our master that you are treating others. He will not spare you." Chapter 99. Unbeknownst Matters. Hearing Lin Zhan's words, Qin Shang was momentarily at a loss, a bitter smile appearing on his lips. "Junior sister, you cannot do this. You have also treated others before. That is not the same. Our master says I possess exceptional talent, which is why I can treat others. But you, brother, if our master discovers you are secretly prescribing for others, you will face dire consequences." Lin Zhan's lips curled into a mischievous smile, and Qin Shang could only sigh in resignation, agreeing to procure the time log from the Thai hospital. By nightfall, Lin Zhan had obtained the coveted documents and eagerly searched for Physician Fu's name, meticulously reviewing his records within the palace. Soon, she found the entry detailing Lu Qiuchan's visit to Qin Fei the day before her miscarriage. But curiously, a portion of the record appeared to have been crossed out. Moreover, the timing was rather late, causing Lin Zhan to furrow her brow and murmur, Where could physician Fu have gone during this crossed-out period? Suddenly, a realization dawned on Lin Zan. Perhaps physician Fu had gone to Mingda Palace to attend to Qin Fei. But why was this part of the record obscured? Did something transpire with Qin Fei that must remain concealed? The pieces of the puzzle began to fit together, and Lin Zan promptly penned a letter to Junbei, instructing Xiao Haizi to deliver it, urging him to keep a close watch on physician Fu's movements outside the palace. Additionally, Lin Zan acquired the list of guards on duty from the Fei, believing that among the numerous palace guards, some must be unbribed by Qin Fei. Perhaps they had witnessed something that could provide Lin Zan with an opportunity to rescue Lu Qiuquan. With such hopes in her heart, Lin Zan handed the list to Junbei, asking him to investigate the guards on duty that night to determine if they had seen anything unusual. Indeed, this inquiry yielded results. One guard had indeed heard a woman's cries late that night while passing by Mingxiao Palace. However, in the palace, one must maintain discretion to survive, so the guard swiftly left after catching only a fleeting sound. Another guard had also seen Qin Fei's maid, Xing Yuan, sneaking out the back door with physician Fu from the Tai hospital. The connections between these events further convinced Lin Zan that the circumstances surrounding Qin Fei's miscarriage were far from simple. However, these clues alone were insufficient to absolve the empress of blame. Junbei stated plainly to Lin Zan. Lin Zan nodded, somewhat disheartened. But we have searched the entire palace and only uncovered these details. Surely, we cannot arrest physician Fu openly and demand he reveal what transpired that night in Mingda Palace. After her words, Junbei, who had been sitting nearby, narrowed his eyes and replied, "We could indeed apprehend physician Fu." Lin Zan gasped in astonishment. Junbei acted swiftly, bringing the time log from the Tai hospital and the guards to the emperor's study, informing him of physician Fu's midnight visit to Mingda Palace. This revelation turned the emperor's face pale. It was customary for physicians to record their visits to concubines in the time log accurately. However, the esteemed Dr. Fu had evidently visited Mingda Palace, yet he inexplicably erased his whereabouts from the time ledger. Such a transparent attempt to conceal the truth naturally aroused the emperor's suspicions regarding Dr. Fu's clandestine activities within the palace. Consequently, under the emperor's directive, Dr. Fu was apprehended by Junbei and the Imperial Guard. Upon hearing of this incident, Qin Fei was instantly struck with terror, her complexion paling dramatically. Why would the crown prince seize Dr. Fu? Your Highness, it is said that Dr. Fu altered the time ledger arbitrarily, prompting the crown prince to detain him. The emperor suspects he is hiding something, replied Xing Yuan, her face etched with concern. Qin Fei feared that the implications of this matter would be revealed, and, gritting her teeth, she weakly made her way to the imperial study to plead for Dr. Fu's release, admitting that he had indeed come to Mingda Palace the night before her miscarriage. Your Majesty, every fault lies with me. That night, I was feeling quite uncomfortable. Hence I summoned Dr. Fu to examine me. Later, feeling embarrassed, I ordered him to erase his visit from the ledger, not anticipating that it would lead to such a misunderstanding. I am guilty. After her miscarriage, Qin Fei was already in a fragile state, and now, kneeling before the emperor in a pitiful manner, she instantly evoked his compassion. Is that so? My beloved, you are not at fault. Rise quickly, the emperor said, stepping out from behind his desk to assist Qin Fei. Leaning into the emperor's embrace, she implored, might your majesty consider releasing Dr. Fu? After all, he has been responsible for my care, and I am accustomed to his treatment. Of course, let me known to release Dr. Fu. The emperor commanded with a wave of his hand. This brought a slow sigh of relief from Qin Fei, but before she could fully exhale, she saw Junbei and Lin Zan arriving with a somewhat disheveled Dr. Fu. Witnessing this scene, Qin Fei's heart tightened, an unsettling feeling gnawing at her. Her mind in disarray. Father, I have something to convey, the crown prince announced as he approached the two. The emperor regarded him with suspicion but nodded, urging him to proceed. I have uncovered why Dr. Fu erased his whereabouts from the ledger, but the matter is grave, and I must report it to you, father. Junbei sees it earnestly. Qin Fei interjected nervously. Why must you be so serious, crown prince? It was merely my embarrassment over my discomfort that led Dr. Fu to conceal his visit to Mingda Palace. How could that be deemed a significant matter? Your Highness, I cannot agree with your statement, Jun Beiki replied coldly, addressing Qin Fei directly. At his words, Qin Fei's unease began to spread, causing her body to tremble slightly, while the emperor's brows furrowed, his expression darkening. What do you mean, Crown Prince? What has transpired? Your Majesty. The truth is that Dr. Fu's visit to Mingda Palace that night was not due to the discomfort of the empress, but rather because she had already miscarried, and the royal child was lost, Jun Beiki declared, shocking all present. Qin Fei's legs gave way beneath her, yet she fought to maintain her composure, contemplating her next move. Your Highness, why do you slander me? Your Majesty, I am truly wronged, she exclaimed, throwing herself into the emperor's arms, tears streaming down her face, evoking his profound sympathy. Crown Prince, do you comprehend the gravity of your accusations? Father, I am fully aware, yet I cannot allow you to be misled and wrongfully accuse the empress. Causing turmoil within the court, Jun Beiki responded, unwavering. At that moment, Lin Zan knelt before the emperor, urging, Your Majesty, Dr. Fu is present. Why not inquire of him to uncover the truth? Seeing their unwavering certainty, the emperor began to harbor doubts. Just as he opened his mouth to question, Qin Fei cried out once more, Your Majesty, Dr. Fu may have been bribed by others. If he were to speak ill of me, how could I defend myself? Would Your Majesty truly believe his words? Besides, even a tiger does not harm its own offspring. How could I possibly use my own child for such treachery? I'm truly aggrieved. Hearing her words, some of Qin Fei's panic subsided as she mentally revisited her actions, wondering if she had left any incriminating evidence. After much contemplation, she reassured herself that her plans were foolproof. Upon learning of Dr. Fu's detention, she had rushed to the emperor without delay, convinced that Jun Beiki and Lin Zan could not have extracted any confessions from him in such a short time. With newfound confidence, she wept softly to the emperor, Your Majesty, I know that I am not favored by the crown prince, yet he should not slander me. The empress, despite being the mother of the nation, has no children of her own. Perhaps she is envious of my pregnancy, leading her to irrational behavior. I do not blame the empress. Please release her. At this juncture, Qin Fei feigned a virtuous demeanor, crying while absolving the empress, garnering the emperor's sympathy once more. It seems I have been foolish. How could I suspect my beloved and trust others? The emperor declared sternly, Crown Prince, Lin Zan, you may depart. Should you dare to utter another word against my beloved in my presence, you shall join the empress in confinement. The emperor's words astonished Lin Zan, who had not anticipated the extent of the emperor's affection for Qin Fei. Could this be the overwhelming power of the original narrative? As he pondered, Lin Zan felt a moment of despondency, yet quickly regained his composure. Your Majesty, if I were to say that my deceased sister visited me in a dream, claiming that the empress is innocent, would you lend me an ear? Lin Zan resorted to invoking Lin Huangho. At this declaration, the hall fell silent, and the emperor's brow furrowed in contemplation. Just as Qin Fei sought to interject, Lin Zan continued, Your Majesty, do you recall the events surrounding the birth of Princess Silin? When Lady Zhang faced complications during childbirth, I invoked Lin Huangho's intervention, which successfully saved both her and Princess Silin. This incident had left a profound impression on the emperor, who nodded in acknowledgement. Seizing the moment, Lin Zan produced several letters from his robe. Your Majesty, although Qin Fei destroyed the medical records, Dr. Fu is meticulous. It was the night prior to Qin Fei's miscarriage that she was in distress, not afterward. Please discern the truth. Upon hearing Lin Zhan's words, Qin Fei's face drained of color. She had explicitly instructed Dr. Fu to annihilate all records, leaving no trace. To her astonishment, Dr. Fu had been astute enough to document such a pivotal issue meticulously, prioritizing his own safety. Qin Fei glared at Lin Zhan, her voice trembling with anger. You lie. That is impossible. There is nothing in that letter. Your Highness, why are you so agitated? Let us wager. If that letter contains nothing, I shall willingly forfeit my life. But if it reveals your scheme, will you stake your life on it as well? Lin Zhan's resolute tone and unwavering gaze instilled panic within Qin Fei's heart. I dare to wager my life. Do you dare, Qin Fei? Lin Zhan once again spoke, seemingly informing Qin Fei that the letter contained her nefarious schemes, and that the emperor would soon be made aware of them. As the letter was about to be delivered into the emperor's hands, Qin Fei finally panicked. The last thread of her composure snapping in an instant, and she knelt before the emperor. "Your Majesty, I was merely confused for a moment. Please forgive me." At that moment, it appeared as though everything had become clear. The emperor looked incredulously at the woman who had once inspired his unwavering trust, and in astonishment, he spoke. "You truly have framed the empress." Qin Fei, kneeling upon the ground, clenched her teeth as she met Lin Zan's provocative gaze, but was compelled to nod in acknowledgement. "Please forgive me, Your Majesty. I see my error now." After her words fell, the emperor seemed to be struck profoundly, staggering backward, while Junbei immediately rose to support his father. "How utterly delightful! Qin Fei, I have showered you with affection, yet you treat me as a fool. Play me like a puppet. Did you think I would remain oblivious while punishing the empress, believing your deceitful words and feeling smug about it?" The emperor's ire escalated, culminating in a violent sweep of all items from the table to the floor. The atmosphere in the grand hall became gravely tense, and at that moment, Qin Fei inadvertently caught sight of the face of the so-called Dr. Fu, bound on the ground, and was struck with horror. For the person who had been tied up was not Dr. Fu at all. Qin Fei looked at Lin Zan in utter shock, a thought flashing through her mind that sent a chill down her spine. In Chapter 101, Creating Something from Nothing, Lin Zan's gaze met Qin Fei's, and she silently mouthed the words, "You have lost." At this moment, Qin Fei finally comprehended that she had been outmaneuvered by Lin Zan, and her anger flared, causing her to rise and angrily accuse, "You little wretch, how dare you toy with me?" The emperor, observing his once delicate and charming favorite consort, now behaving like a shrew, felt as though he no longer recognized her. "Qin Fei, what are you saying? I cannot comprehend." Lin Zan feigned innocence, shrugging her shoulders. "Your Majesty, I am truly wronged. This paper is blank, and I have not conspired against the empress." Qin Fei's eyes widened in disbelief. Her usual allure entirely vanished. The emperor's gaze was filled with disappointment as he pushed her away. The pristine sheet of paper fell to the ground, now marred with stains. Desperate to cling to this final lifeline, Qin Fei grasped the paper tightly, repeatedly pleading with the emperor, "Your Majesty, I implore you to see, this paper is indeed blank. I have not harmed the empress." "Enough, Qin Fei. You just admitted to framing the empress, and now you retract your words. How can I trust you? Guards, take her away and throw her into the dungeons. No one is to visit her." The depth of the emperor's disappointment in Qin Fei was profound, as he chose not to confine her to Ming Palace, but rather to imprison her directly in the dungeons. Such a decision was clearly unacceptable to Qin Fei, who wept, recalling the times they had shared. Yet, these memories failed to elicit any sympathy from the emperor, and she was taken away. After Qin Fei's departure, the grand hall fell silent, and the emperor, exhausted, sat upon his throne, addressing Lin Zan. "Have you not possessed any evidence from the very beginning to prove that Qin Fei framed the empress?" There was no lack of evidence, merely an absence of conclusive proof. Qin Fei had acted with caution, erasing all traces, and even Dr. Fu had escaped. Now that the objective had been achieved, Lin Zan generously revealed the truth to the emperor. Upon learning this, the emperor let out a bitter laugh. "Isn't it ironic? Though I sit upon the throne, I am surrounded by none who truly care for me." The emperor's words were misguided. If he were to look closely, there were indeed those in the harem who held genuine affection for him. Lin Zhan's tone softened as she spoke to the emperor. His expression faltered for a moment before he recalled the empress, whom he had confined in Kong Fu Palace, and he immediately made his way there. Upon learning of the emperor's arrival, Lu Qiuchan hastily instructed the maidservants to prepare her, but before she could complete her grooming, the emperor had already entered the hall. "I pay my respects to your Majesty." Lu Qiuchan quickly knelt, the emperor lingering on her pale visage and plain attire. Recalling Lin Zhan's words, he felt a profound guilt toward Lu Qiuchan and quickly assisted her to rise. The attendants gradually withdrew until only the emperor and Lu Qiuchan remained. As for what transpired within Kong Fu Palace, Lin Zhan and Junbei were unaware, as they were in the imperial garden, enjoying tea with Defei. "To possess such cunning at such a young age, I did not misjudge you," Defei remarked with admiration toward Lin Zhan. Lin Zan quickly displayed an innocent smile, stating, "I'm merely struck by chance. Upon learning of Dr. Fu's escape, I devised this plan, never expecting it to prove effective. Though Qin Fei is crafty, she is not resolute in spirit. Your ploy of creating something from nothing caused her to panic and reveal her flaws." De Fei commented disdainfully about Qin Fei. Lin Zan smiled non-committally, choosing not to elaborate further. Just as they conversed, a figure suddenly appeared before them. It was Jun Biu, who had hurried over after learning of his mother's imprisonment. After greeting De Fei and the Crown Prince, he fixed his gaze upon Lin Zan. "I seek Miss Lin for a matter of discussion. May I borrow a moment of your time?" Observing Jun Biu's calm demeanor, seemingly unaffected by Qin Fei's imprisonment, Lin Zan felt a flicker of admiration. Curious about what Jun Biu had to say, she nodded in agreement to his request, just as she intended to depart. Her hand was grasped by Jun Beiki. It is inappropriate for a man and woman to be alone together. If there is something to discuss, it would be better to do so here, Jun Beiki stated coldly to Jun Biu. Jun Biu paused for a moment before smiling. Why does the Crown Prince feign ignorance? I do not intend to trouble Miss Lin. I merely wish to ask her to intercede with the Empress on behalf of my mother. As the saying goes, to untie the bell, one must be the one who tied it. Ultimately, Qin Fei had conspired against the Empress. If the Empress were to show mercy, perhaps Qin Fei might retain her life. However, it was well known that Lu Qiuchan was one who bore grudges. Persuading her to spare Qin Fei would be exceedingly difficult. Thus, Jun Biu sought out Lin Zan, who had a close relationship with Lu Qiuchan. "So this is your intention. But I regret to inform you that I cannot assist you, for Qin Fei never considered sparing the Empress when she plotted against her," Lin Zan replied without hesitation. At that moment, an unexpected event unfolded. Jun Biu actually knelt before Lin Zan. As the ancients said, one cannot repay the kindness of parents. "Should Miss Lin agree to plead with the Empress to spare my mother, I am willing to bear all the blame in her stead, to express my gratitude for her nurturing." This sudden turn of events astonished everyone, and Lin Zan was equally taken aback by Jun Biu's action. Just as she was trying to comprehend the situation, the Emperor's voice resonated from behind them. "How commendable of you to possess such filial piety. Yet your mother is unworthy of such a plea on her behalf." Not far away, the Emperor and the Empress stood, clearly having witnessed everything that transpired. Jun Biu turned to face the Emperor, bowing deeply as he implored, "Please, Father, show mercy and spare my mother. I am willing to accept all consequences without complaint." Chapter 102. The trial in the celestial prison. Jun Biu's head struck the blue stone floor repeatedly, turning his forehead a deep crimson at a visible pace. The sound of impact indicated that he was not merely putting on an act. He was genuinely banging his head against the stone slab. Witnessing this spectacle, even Lin Zan could not help but admire him internally, giving him a silent thumbs up. As expected of the protagonist from the original tale, he demonstrated remarkable resilience, which explained why he ultimately emerged victorious. As they spoke, the Emperor entered the pavilion with the Empress, prompting everyone to rise and pay their respects, with the exception of Jun Biu, who remained kneeling on the ground. A brief flicker of conflict crossed the Emperor's face as he regarded this refined and endearing prince. The actions of concubine Qin were utterly unforgivable. Not only did she conceal the miscarriage of the heir, but she also exploited that tragedy to frame the Empress. Such grave matters left the Emperor pondering how he could possibly spare her. Kneeling, Jun Biu kept his head bowed, his voice thick with sorrow as he spoke. "The miscarriage of my mother was indeed a lamentable circumstance. The misfortune of the Qin family reached my mother's ears through some gossiper. My mother, being pure-hearted and deeply loyal, succumbed to emotional turmoil, which led to her miscarriage. I implore Father to consider her recent loss of a beloved child and the distress she is enduring and to grant her mercy." With heartfelt sincerity, Jun Biu pleaded for concubine Qin, evidently moving the Emperor, whose expression flickered with uncertainty. Observing the Emperor's wavering demeanor, Lin Zan rolled her eyes inwardly, bemused by the protagonist's formidable aura. Despite concubine Qin's heinous act of framing the Empress, the Emperor still harbored compassion for her. Sighing internally, Lin Zan suddenly burst into tears before everyone, drawing their attention. She collapsed into Lu Qiuchan's embrace, sobbing, "Your Highness, I truly feel your sorrow. To be accused of endangering the heir is a grave matter that could cost you your life." I never imagined that in the mouth of Wang Hong. It would be dismissed as the momentary lapse of concubine Qin. Upon hearing her words, Lu Qiuchan's face reflected a tragic expression as she caressed Lin Zhan's back. Addressing the hesitant emperor, "Your Majesty, my heart is truly burdened. Since ascending to the position of empress, I have always acted with virtue and never mistreated anyone in the harem. I do not comprehend what I could have possibly done to provoke concubine Qin to frame me for harming the heir. Were it not for Zhan discovering evidence of my innocence, would I not be the one imprisoned in the celestial prison at this very moment?" Her earnest words swayed the emperor's indecision towards the empress. To conspire against the heir was a grave sin, and to frame the empress was even more heinous. Wang Hong need not plead for concubine Qin any further. Should he utter another word, he would share her fate. The emperor declared sternly. This proclamation completely severed Jun Biyu's path to plead for his mother, leaving him to kneel there with a despondent expression as he slowly withdrew. However, before departing, his cold gaze fell upon Lin Zhan's petite figure. Within the harem, concubine Qin had always been arrogant and domineering, committing numerous acts that invoked public ire. Now imprisoned, she had been subjected to difficulties by those with ulterior motives, as the guards had been instructed to make her plight more challenging. "Preposterous! I am the emperor's favored concubine, and you dare serve me this spoiled food." Concubine Qin seethed, hurling the rancid meal at the guard's face. The guard, taken aback, retorted, "Bah, what favored concubine? You're merely a prisoner now. If you refuse to eat, then go hungry." With that, he strode away, leaving concubine Qin seething in the filthy, damp prison. Her teeth clenched in rage. "Lin Zhan, you little wretch. Once I am free, I shall not spare you. I will flay your skin and torment you for 3 days and nights." Her words had scarcely left her lips when a childish voice interrupted. "Concubine Qin, despite not eating, you still have the strength to curse. I am truly in awe." Startled, concubine Qin turned towards the prison door to see a small figure cloaked in a hooded cape standing there. "Who are you?" she demanded. Lin Zhan slowly removed the hood, her face adorned with a playful smile. "Did you not just curse me, saying you would torment me for 3 days and nights? Have you forgotten my voice already?" Upon recognizing her, concubine Qin lunged forward, her eyes narrowed fiercely. "You little vixen, what do you want? Come and mock me?" "Not all. I merely have a question for you, concubine Qin," Lin Zhan replied, blinking her innocent eyes, embodying an image of harmlessness that starkly contrasted with the grim surroundings of the prison. Her naivety only fueled concubine Qin's rage, as Lin Zhan's smile ignited a desire to tear her apart. Undeterred by the lack of response, Lin Zhan's voice took on a ghostly whisper. "Was my sister truly an accidental drowning?" At this, concubine Qin's expression faltered momentarily before she turned her head towards the shadows, her tone laced with malice. "Those who are ill-fated meet with short lives. Ah, it seems my sister's fortune was indeed quite thin. She became empress for such a brief time before her untimely demise." Lin Zhan chimed in, echoing concubine Qin's words. Through it all, Lin Zhan's keen gaze scrutinized concubine Qin's reactions. Initially, when a mention of the late empress arose, concubine Qin displayed a flicker of unease, yet soon reverted to her usual demeanor. However, Lin Zhan then mentioned another name, "The stewardess who took care of my sister. I believe there was one named Qingxiu. I wonder if concubine Qin still remembers her?" At the mention of this name, concubine Qin's features visibly twitched, yet she retorted defiantly. "A lowly palace maid's name. How could I possibly recall? You little vixen, do not test me further. Your sister's death was her own doing. She received what she deserved for coveting that which was not hers." Chapter 103. The unexpected turn after concubine Qin's arrogant proclamation. She burst into a derisive laugh, strutting over to Lin Zhan with a haughty air. "Do you think I am unaware of your intentions? You are far too inexperienced to challenge me. One day, I shall emerge from here, and when that time comes, you will be the one contemplating how to preserve your life." With that, concubine Qin turned her back and retreated to the shadows, dismissing Lin Zhan entirely. At this moment, Lin Zhan sighed inwardly. In the original tale, She had always suspected that concubine Qin was responsible for her sister's demise. Yet, until her sister's death, Lin Zan had never unearthed any tangible evidence to substantiate her suspicions against concubine Qin. Mere conjecture would not suffice to bring the emperor's wrath upon her. Currently, Lin Zan only knew of a palace maid named Qingqiu, a character from the original story who had served by the side of the late empress. Lin Zan believed that if there were indeed secrets surrounding her sister's drowning, Qingqiu, as the chief maid, must have known something. From concubine Qin's reaction, Lin Zan knew her assumptions were correct. However, Qingqiu had been expelled from the palace after the empress's passing and was now untraceable. Upon hearing Lin Zhan's inquiries, Bixia paused momentarily before nodding. Why do you suddenly ask about that person? Do you know where she is now? I heard she was cast out of the palace. Lin Zhan continued her questioning. Bixia shook her head, indicating her ignorance, prompting Lin Zhan to sigh. This matter would have to be investigated by her own efforts. Although Qin Fei remained imprisoned in the celestial dungeon, the emperor had yet to take any action against her, while the remaining members of the Qin family were tirelessly advocating for her. Among them was naturally Si Shui. For Qin Fei was the only person she could rely on within the palace. After the morning court session, Jun Beiki turned a corner of the palace walls, only to be halted by Si Shui. With tears streaming down her face, she appeared exceedingly delicate, tightly grasping Jun Beiki's hand as she implored, "Your Highness, I beseech you to save my aunt." Such impertinence! How dare you lay your hands upon the body of His Highness? A guard nearby, devoid of compassion, kicked Si Shui, sending her sprawling to the ground. Shocked by this unexpected treatment, Si Shui looked up at Jun Beiki, only to find him cold and indifferent, refusing to extend a hand to help her, and instead walking away without a glance. At that moment, Si Shui's heart sank, realizing that no matter her efforts, she could not earn Jun Beiki's regard and would have to seek refuge elsewhere. The crown prince is known for his aloof demeanor, and my mother has always been at odds with him. How could you possibly expect success in pleading with him? Yun Baiyu spoke Jinsvi. Sik Sui paused, instinctively taking his hand to rise. But I am at my wit's end. Without my aunt, I cannot survive alone in the palace. There is but one person who can alter the emperor's decision, Jun Beiyu declared with unwavering determination. Si Shui gazed at him with admiration, asking, "Who is this person you speak of, Your Highness?" The following day, Lin Zhan heard in the Hanfang Pavilion that Taoist Wushu from Yuxing Temple had returned. What? That old charlatan is back? This cannot bode well. Is he here to plead for Qin Fei again? That would be disastrous. Lin Zhan sprang to her feet and dashed out of the pavilion, only to collide with Jun Beiki, who had just entered the palace. Careless, what sight you make? Jun Beiki caught Lin Zhan, his tone a mix of reprimand and mild affection. In her haste, Lin Zhan grasped his hand, eager to leave. It's bad news. That Taoist has returned. We must quickly consult the Empress about our strategy. At this moment, Jun Beiki's expression turned serious as he calmly replied, "There is no need. The Emperor has canceled today's court session to meet with Taoist Wushu in the imperial study." What? The Emperor has skipped court to see that old man? Lin Zhan exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. She had long known of the Emperor's superstitions, but this was beyond her expectations. Regardless, Lin Zhan insisted on dragging the reluctant Jun Beiki to Kongfu Palace. Lu Qiuchan had also received word and frowned deeply. Though the Emperor has imprisoned Qin Fei, his hesitation to punish her could lead to unforeseen consequences. The ancients were not mistaken. "Sister, there is no point in discussing this now. We cannot simply stand by and watch as Qin Fei emerges from the dungeon," Lin Zhan retorted, frustrated that her efforts might be in vain. Lu Qiuchan sighed helplessly, but Lin Zhan was determined not to give up and stealthily approached the door of the imperial study to eavesdrop. Unexpectedly, the door swung open and Taoist Wushu, exuding an air of ethereal wisdom, emerged, spotting the sneaking Lin Zhan. "Though chosen by fate, you are also a harbinger of calamity. Should you remain in the palace, disaster will surely follow," he cryptically warned her. The Emperor, who followed closely behind, inquired with urgency, "Why do you say this, Taoist?" "The secrets of heaven are not to be divulged," Taoist Wushu replied, feigning mystery before departing. Lin Zhan inwardly scoffed at his words, thinking, is this truly a secret? You have revealed far too much already, and to call me a calamity is infuriating." At that moment, the emperor's gaze fell upon Lin Zan, filled with uncertainty. Sensing his scrutiny, Lin Zan quickly donned a charming smile and playfully asked, "Your Majesty, why did the Taoists say I would bring disaster? I have done many good deeds in the palace. I am no calamity. You have promised I could stay here forever." Upon hearing Lin Zhan's words, the emperor felt a wave of nostalgia. Since that unfortunate incident, it had been quite some time since she had referred to him as Her Majesty's brother-in-law. He understood the subtle distance that had grown between them, and hearing her use that endearment rekindled his affection. "Thank you, Your Majesty's brother-in-law." Lin Zhan beamed, then dashed away. Once alone, her smile faded, and she furrowed her brow in contemplation. What did Taoist Wushu's words truly mean? Was he threatening her? This thought made Lin Zhan wary. But soon, Lu Qiuquan sent someone to summon her. Accompanying the palace maid, Lin Zhan arrived at Kongfu Palace. Strangely, this matter had not been widely publicized. Even Lu Qiuquan, the empress, learned of it only days later. Those who escape great calamity will surely enjoy future blessings. Henceforth, you shall serve me well, and I shall not treat you poorly, Qin Fei proclaimed upon her release from the dungeon, adopting her favored concubine's demeanor. The palace maids and eunuchs before her dutifully complied, a fleeting smirk of triumph appearing on her face. Though released, the reasons behind her liberation remained shrouded in mystery, and Mingda Palace was under strict lockdown, preventing even Lu Qiuquan from entering. During this time, Taoist Wushu made another visit to the palace, being ushered into Mingda Palace for undisclosed matters before being escorted out by the emperor. This enigmatic sequence of events gave rise to rampant gossip within the harem. Some claimed Taoist Wushu had cast a spell upon the emperor, rendering him utterly compliant to Qin Fei, even aspiring to elevate her to the position of empress. Others whispered of the emperor's hidden ailment, suggesting that Qin Fei had sacrificed her own flesh to concoct a remedy, thus earning her release from confinement. Genre: the emperor has recently sent many rare and precious gifts to my palace, clearly attempting to silence me and dissuade my inquiries into Qin Fei's machinations against me. Lu Qiuquan vented her frustrations to Lin Zhan. Despite the emperor spending several nights in the empress's chamber, showering her with gifts, Lu Qiuquan alone understood the underlying motives. Lin Zhan furrowed her brow, contemplating before sweetly suggesting, then why not acquiesce to the emperor's wishes? After all, he has already released Qin Fei. If you continue to protest, will you not only invite his ire? With those words, Lu Qiuquan felt as if the air had been let out of her sails. Lin Zhan's eyes darted around before she recalled something important. "Sister, have you been taking your medicine regularly?" "Genre, you have repeatedly urged me to take my medicine, claiming it would be beneficial for my health. How could I neglect it?" "Naturally, I have been taking it daily," Lu Qiuquan replied with a smile. After consuming several doses, Lu Qiuquan noted a remarkable improvement in her health, realizing Lin Zhan's medical prowess. Moreover, Lin Zhan's prescriptions were not bitter, making it easier for Lu Qiuquan to continue her regimen. Upon hearing that Lu Qiuquan had been diligent with her medicine, Lin Zhan felt a sense of relief. Since discovering Lu Qiuquan's health issues and the silence of the imperial physicians, Lin Zhan had sensed something amiss and had secretly prepared several medicinal concoctions to help her sister recuperate. According to the passage of time, if Lu Qiuquan has been taking her medicine daily, her health should have improved significantly. Furthermore, the emperor has been residing in the empress's palace every day lately. Thus, it is possible that good news may soon arrive, and at this thought, Lin Zhan couldn't help but chuckle softly. Noticing Lin Zhan's inexplicable laukata, Liu Qiuquan gently inquired, "Zania, what is it? Have you thought of something delightful that has made you so joyous?" "Sister, you will know in due course," Lin Zhan replied with a smile, choosing not to elaborate further, for everything remained uncertain. However, 2 days later, a momentous change swept through the imperial harem. The emperor conferred the title of Qin Guifei upon Qin Fei. The empress requested the Feng seal, and the head eunuch, bowing his head, stood there stating her request. Surprising as it was, the head eunuch seemed unfazed and led Lu Qiuquan to the imperial study, where he solemnly stamped the decree with the Feng seal. From this day forth, Qin Fei was elevated to the status of Qin Gui Fei, a fact known throughout the harem. Upon hearing this news, Lin Zan hurriedly rushed to Kung Fu Palace, where she learned the reason behind the emperor's decision. Taoist Wu Su had declared that the prince in Qin Fei's womb had been lost while shielding the emperor from calamity, thus evoking the emperor's sympathy and leading to her elevation. Lu Qiuchan appeared drained of energy, her voice barely a whisper as she remarked that a mere statement from Taoist Wu Su had absolved Qin Fei of the guilt surrounding her miscarriage and the plots against the empress, even prompting the emperor to elevate her status. It was no wonder Lu Qiuchan now wore an expression devoid of hope. "Sister, everything will be all right." Lin Zan could only offer this meager comfort to Lu Qiuchan. The situation had yet to reach its conclusion. Until all was resolved, Lin Zan vowed to persevere. With the empress absent, Qin Gui Fei emerged as the ostensible ruler of the harem, further emboldening her arrogance, which in turn elevated the status of Si Shui, her maternal aunt. The concubines of the various palaces began to curry favor with Si Shui to strengthen their ties with the Gui Fei. Chapter 105. Admission to the Girls' Academy in the wake of these successive events. The denizens of the harem had come to see that Qin Gui Fei was indeed the emperor's favored choice. After all, if Qin Gui Fei had committed such grave offenses, how could the emperor have pardoned her? Not only did he forgive her, but he also elevated her position, placing her just one rank below the empress. Gradually, all the inhabitants of the harem gravitated towards Qin Gui Fei, akin to reeds swaying with the wind. As the weather grew colder, Lin Zan exhaled, her breath manifesting as white mist. Bai Xia draped a rabbit fur cloak over Lin Zan and remarked, "Miss, it's chilly outside. We should head indoors." "Indeed. Let's go inside." "How is the hot pot preparation? Have we notified Tuanzi?" Lin Zan asked, curling her small hands for warmth. Bai Xia smiled reassuringly, "Miss, you need not worry. The fourth prince will definitely come. Of course, his nose is keen, and once he catches wind of the delicacies from my Huanfeng pavilion, he will surely arrive." Lin Zan chuckled. Upon entering the room, warmth enveloped them. Lin Zan removed her cloak to reveal a steaming hot pot on the table, its savory and spicy aroma wafting enticingly. "Li Zi, I have arrived," came Jun Anqing's voice, growing closer before he parted the curtain, letting in a gust of cool air. Lin Zan frowned and complained, "Quickly close the curtain. It's so cold." "Haha, look what I brought for you," Jun Anqing exclaimed, pulling out a food container. Inside were slices of tripe, and Lin Zhan's eyes sparkled with joy. Since that day, when she had meticulously described tripe to Jun Anqing, he had committed it to memory and had finally procured some. Lin Zhan excitedly took the plate of tripe and gave Jun Anqing a thumbs up. "You truly deserve the title of foodie for managing to acquire such a rare delicacy. As long as you wish for it, I shall procure it for you," Jun Anqing declared gallantly, thumping his chest. The two of them eagerly sat by the hot pot and began a feast. Jun Anqing then broached the topic of schooling. "Qinglan Academy will soon commence. Li Zi, have you prepared your belongings?" Hearing this, Lin Zhan loosened her grip on her chopsticks, realizing she had forgotten about the winter term at Qinglan Academy, and pouted. "It's winter. I only wish to snuggle under the covers and sleep, not attend school. That is the emperor's decree. You cannot resist it. However, once you are at Qinglan Academy, you will not be able to reside in the palace," Jun Anqing replied, his mouth full of meat. This revelation made Lin Zhan's eyes light up, and she hurriedly inquired, "Tuanzi, what did you say? I cannot live in the palace anymore. Why are you so anxious?" Qinglan Academy is located in the outskirts of the capital, far from the palace. Attending Qinglan Academy means you cannot live in the palace. Do you wish to wake up at the crack of dawn every day? Jun Anqing rolled his eyes at Lin Zhan, explaining that the crack of dawn implied she would have to rise around 4 or 5 in the morning to attend early classes at Qinglan Academy, wasting 2 to 3 hours on the journey. Lin Zhan shivered at the thought. Yet, upon further reflection, Lin Zhan's spirits lifted, and she smiled brightly. She would finally escape the confines of the palace, which felt like a prison, to explore the vast world outside. Observing Lin Zhan's jubilance, Jun Anqing looked on in bewilderment. "Are you really that happy?" "Of course I am," Lin Zhan replied, placing some cooked meat into Jun Anqing's bowl, encouraging him to eat more. In the days that followed, Lin Zhan eagerly anticipated the opening day of Qinglan Academy. Finally, the day arrived. At the break of dawn, before the light had fully emerged, Lin Zan sprang out of bed, filled with excitement. She deftly dressed and went to bid farewell to Lu Qiuchan. Upon seeing the uncontainable joy on Lin Zhan's face, Lu Qiuchan immediately understood her sentiments and affectionately pinched her small nose. Lu Qiuchan, embodying the role of Lin Zhan's supportive ally, made Lin Zhan beam with delight. "Sister, rest assured, I am aware," Lin Zhan assured her. Subsequently, Lu Qiuchan instructed Dongxiang to prepare an abundance of exquisite writing materials for Lin Zhan, all of which were top-tier tributes, items others could scarcely hope to encounter. Lin Zhan delightedly packed these treasures in her trunk and then proceeded to the imperial study to pay her respects to the emperor. For her inaugural visit to the girls' academy, the emperor generously bestowed a carriage upon Lin Zhan, allowing her to enjoy the privilege of priority passage. This meant that while riding in this carriage, everyone would have to yield the way for her. Naturally, Lin Zhan joyfully accepted this gift, loading her belongings onto the carriage and departing the palace with Bai Xia by her side. "It is the Gui Fei," Si Shui acknowledged with a lowered head. As Lin Zhan exited the palace, her carriage coincidentally collided with Si Shui's. The sudden jolt nearly caused Lin Zhan to tumble out, but Bai Xia, seated beside her, swiftly steadied her. "Miss, are you all right? Has someone already come to trouble me before I've even left the palace?" Lin Zhan bit her lip and lifted the curtain to peer outside, only to find Si Shui also peering in. Si Shui regarded Lin Zhan with an air of composure. Nodding gently with a smile, "Ah, it is Miss Lin. I was wondering who would dare to collide with the carriage bestowed by the emperor. It turns out it is Miss C." Understanding the principle that kind people are often taken advantage of, Lin Zhan maintained a lofty demeanor from the outset, speaking sharply to Si Shui. As expected, her words left Si Shui momentarily taken aback, her expression shifting between surprise and uncertainty. "What did the emperor say when he bestowed this carriage upon me?" Lin Zhan deliberately inquired of Bai Xia, her peripheral vision keenly observing Si Shui. Chapter 106. The varied experiences of enrollment. Si Shui was evidently taken aback by Lin Zhan's intimidating display, her gaze drifting toward the ornate carriage. Bai Xia, too, grasped the implications of her mistress's words, lowering her head and softly stating that when the emperor granted the carriage to the young lady, he had declared that anyone encountering this carriage must yield. To fail to yield would be akin to committing an offense against the emperor, a transgression punishable by death. Such a proclamation rendered Si Shui's complexion ashen. Lin Zhan, satisfied, nodded at Bai Xia, understanding that once they departed the palace, a more assertive demeanor would be essential to avoid being bullied. "Did you hear that, Miss C? You just brazenly collided with my carriage, an offense against authority. Do you comprehend your crime?" Lin Zhan squinted at the dazed Si Shui. Upon noticing the emperor's insignia on the carriage, Si Shui hastily dismounted, kneeling and gritting her teeth. She uttered, "This humble woman acknowledges her crime. Your disdain for imperial grace cannot be dismissed with mere acknowledgement. While I am of little consequence, this carriage is a royal gift. Thus, your contrition should be directed at the carriage itself." Lin Zhan replied with a serene smile, reminding Si Shui of her position. With the evidence firmly in Lin Zhan's grasp, Si Shui had no choice but to bow her head and, through clenched teeth, offer her apology to the carriage. Observing Si Shui's humiliation, Lin Zhan felt a surge of triumph. "Dear Miss C, please do not harbor resentment toward me. After all, the emperor's carriage, even its horses, far surpass you in worth, and it must not be offended. Miss Lin speaks truly. Shui has erred and shall never repeat the mistake," Si Shui murmured, suppressing her humiliation. Noticing that time was of the essence, Lin Zhan decided against lingering and instructed the carriage to proceed. Si Shui's maid hurried to assist her, but Si Shui violently shrugged her off, her gaze filled with venom as she glared at the direction Lin Zhan had departed. "This grudge shall be repaid 100-fold. Lin Zhan, you shall await your reckoning." Meanwhile, within the carriage, Lin Zhan's spirits were buoyed as she munched on the dried fruits Bai Xia had offered, joyfully lifting the curtain to admire the bustling world outside. Before long, they had left the capital, the scenery around them becoming increasingly desolate, leading Lin Zhan to lose interest and retreat into slumber. After what felt like an eternity, Bai Xia gently roused Lin Zan, draping a cloak over her shoulders. "Miss, we have arrived at Qinglan Courtyard. Is that so?" "I am eager to witness the famed Qinglan Courtyard," Lin Zan replied, her excitement palpable. Before Bai Xia could secure her cloak, she flung open the curtain and alighted from the carriage. Upon surveying her surroundings, she was taken aback by the sight before her. The area was thronged with carriages and noble young ladies. Since Qinglan Courtyard had admitted all eligible noble women from the capital, the numbers were indeed considerable. Moreover, given that today marked the beginning of the school term, many young ladies were accompanied by their mothers, along with various maids and attendants, further swelling the crowd. It was a bustling scene, and for those unaware, it might seem like a grand market day. However, few dared approach Lin Zan. This was largely due to the opulence of her carriage, a royal gift, which dissuaded onlookers from drawing near. Furthermore, Lin Zan's sensitive and unique status prompted others to merely observe from a distance. Thus, a peculiar bubble of space formed around her, with only Bai Xia at her side, both scrutinizing the entrance to Qinglan Courtyard. At that moment, a familiar voice rang out nearby. Curiously, Lin Zan turned to see a woman draped in an azure cloak approaching gracefully. As the woman drew near and removed her hood, Lin Zan was captivated by her exquisite features. Though her skin was slightly tanned, it was smooth and radiant, especially her strikingly beautiful eyes and brows. This woman was none other than Wang Lanya, a friend from Lin Zhan's past. "I had heard of your esteemed favor from the emperor in your enrollment at Qinglan Courtyard. You cannot imagine my joy. I have awaited this day to see you," Wang Lanya exclaimed warmly, clasping Lin Zhan's hand. Lin Zhan returned the gesture with a shy smile. "Seeing you, Sister Wang, brings me great joy as well. Yet, I confess to a degree of apprehension about what we shall learn here and whether I shall keep pace. Fear not, for we shall merely study music, chess, calligraphy, and the arts of womanhood. Rest assured, should you choose not to partake, no one shall compel you," Wang Lanya reassured her. In this era, the prevailing belief was that a woman's virtue lay in her lack of talent. Although these noble ladies attended a school for women, their studies largely revolved around domestic knowledge and household management, all intended to facilitate the lives of men. Lin Zhan could not help but smirk at the thought, but refrained from further comment. At that moment, Si Xue's carriage arrived, and her situation mirrored Lin Zhan's. She too was surrounded by a lack of interest from the crowd. Lin Zhan's isolation stemmed from her close ties to the emperor and empress, while Si Xue's was due to her peculiar status as an adopted daughter of the Qin family, lacking a notable lineage despite her beauty and reputation as a dancer, making her a target of disdain. Soon, a throng of noble young ladies gathered outside the gates of Qinglan Courtyard, which slowly opened to reveal 3 women. Adorned with green headpieces and clad in fitted long robes, they exuded an air of elegance, surpassing even the most handsome of men in appearance. With a sense of wonder, Lin Zhan followed Wang Lanya up the steps and into Qinglan Courtyard. The crowd buzzed with excitement, and to their surprise, the first order of business upon entering was an assessment. Based on the results, the instructors would allocate the noble women to different classes for tailored education. This prospect thrilled Lin Zhan, as she had always relished examinations in her past life, navigating numerous assessments to become an accomplished surgeon. As she contemplated this, she felt invigorated, only to be met with dismay upon viewing the examination paper. Chapter 107. The yellow class students. Lin Zhan stared at the densely packed characters on the examination paper, instantly feeling dizzy. Individually, she recognized each character, but together they formed an incomprehensible puzzle. As she mentally grappled with the obscure phrases, Lin Zhan realized she had been overly confident. Since arriving in this era, while she had learned to read, her studies had primarily focused on medicine under the guidance of leaving her ill-prepared for this new endeavor. Observing the other noble women diligently wielding their brushes, she found herself merely gnawing on the end of her pen, her brows knitted in concentration. The time allotted for answers is 1 hour. Commence now, the female instructor declared, offering no chance for Lin Zhan to gather her thoughts. Reluctantly, she picked up the brush, yet hesitated to put to paper, genuinely unable to decipher the text. As time slipped away, Lin Zhan, steeling herself, scribbled a few fabricated sentences and submitted her paper. When the time was called, The group awaited the results, and Wang Lanya approached Lin Zan. "How did you fare?" she inquired. "I flunked," Lin Zan replied glumly. Wang Lanya was taken aback. Confusion etched across her face. "It means I performed poorly," Lin Zan clarified, noticing Wang Lanya's bewilderment. Wang Lanya was momentarily taken aback before bursting into a fit of laughter. "It's all right, you are still young. Just take your time to learn." Listening to her comforting words, Lin Zan felt a flicker of relief in her heart, though her good mood was fleeting, lasting only until the teacher announced the results. Undoubtedly, Lin Zan found herself placed in the Huang class. The Qinglan Academy was divided into 4 levels: T, D, Xian, and Huang, with the T class being reserved for the most academically accomplished young ladies. Unfortunately, Lin Zhan's abysmal test paper relegated her to the Huang class. Yet she found solace in the fact that there were many girls of similar age among her peers. Since arriving in this world, Lin Zhan had not made friends with anyone her age, and this realization lifted her spirits immensely. As Lin Zhan surveyed her surroundings, a sharp, discordant voice suddenly pierced the air. "What right does a concubine's daughter have to sit here? Get lost." She turned towards the source and saw 3 or 4 girls surrounding a timid-looking girl, hurling venomous words at her. "An unworthy, illegitimate daughter. Only here, due to the influence of the Defei. To share a class with such a girl is a disgrace to me." One girl, adorned in a red and blue jacket and wearing a golden hairpin, arrogantly addressed the girl she had pushed to the ground. Upon hearing the term Defei, Lin Zhan's interest was piqued, and she tugged at the sleeve of the girl beside her, inquiring about the identity of the downcast girl. The girl seated next to Lin Zhan was Tian Ningxi, the granddaughter of a high-ranking official, with chubby cheeks and skin as delicate as white jade, emanating a sweet scent reminiscent of candy, which Lin Zhan found delightful. Thus, she had decided to befriend this seemingly amiable girl. That is Yu Zimuo, the illegitimate sister of the Defei. Without the Defei's backing, she wouldn't even have the chance to attend Qinglan Academy. Illegitimate daughters are only fit to be servants to legitimate ones, Tian Ningxi explained. Lin Zhan frowned discontentedly upon hearing this. Illegitimate daughters are still human. Why should they serve legitimate daughters? They are half-sisters after all. Oh, don't be ridiculous. There's no way to be sisters with an illegitimate daughter, Tian Ningxi quickly rebuffed. Lin Zhan knew that their views would not easily change, so she refrained from further comments, while Yu Zimuo had already been driven to the back of the room. "Who's that girl? Why is she so domineering? It seems everyone in the classroom is afraid to provoke her." Lin Zhan curiously nudged Tian Ningxi, pointing at the girl who had dismissed Yu Zimuo. Tian Ningxi chuckled, producing a piece of candy from somewhere and popping it into her mouth before responding. "That's Tang Yu, the daughter of the Grand Preceptor and the sister of Tang Xiao from the T class. Naturally, she carries herself with immense pride." Upon hearing the name Tang Xiao, Lin Zhan's mind reeled, as she recalled that Tang Xiao was the original wife of Jun Beiki and would eventually become the crown princess. Although the original story did not elaborate much on the relationship between Jun Beiki and Tang Xiao was indeed the one who stood by the crown prince until the end. No matter the trials Jun Beiki faced, Tang Xiao remained unwaveringly loyal to him, a sentiment that was often spoken of in admiration. As Lin Zhan pondered these revelations, a female teacher entered, her expression stern as she addressed the students. "I am Qing Shu, and I shall be your teacher from this day forward." "Greetings, teacher." The students rose in unison to pay their respects. The teacher nodded and commenced the lessons. After an exhaustive session filled with arcane expressions, Lin Zhan finally concluded her day at school. She then remembered that living in Qinglan Academy meant sharing a room with others, akin to a modern dormitory. With that thought, Lin Zhan hesitated, uncertain of her future roommate. What was destined to occur could not be evaded, and Lin Zhan resigned herself to follow Bai Xia, only to discover upon entering the room that she was alone. "Sister Bai Xia, am I the only one living in this room?" Lin Zhan quickly inquired with curiosity. Bai Xia smiled and nodded. "This arrangement was made by the empress, as she feared you might not adjust well to sharing accommodations." This revelation instantly brightened Lin Zhan's mood. Having a room to herself was indeed the best outcome. It seemed her decision to cling to Lu Qiuchan had proven to be wise. However, This preferential treatment turned Lin Zan into a target of envy among the other noble girls. By evening, Tang Yu arrived with a few companions, barging into Lin Zhan's room without so much as a greeting. At that moment, Lin Zhan was enjoying a snack, her mouth still full of dried meat, as she stared, somewhat dazed, at the intruding Tang Yu. "You are Lin Zhan. I see you are nothing out of the ordinary," Tang Yu remarked, her face taut with disdain as she surveyed the room, her jealousy palpable. Seeing Tang Yu's clear intent to provoke, Lin Zhan quickly chewed her food and swallowed before jumping off her chair. Tang Yu was of a similar age and height to Lin Zhan, and together they resembled two porcelain dolls. "I may not be different from you, but I have won the favor of the empress, which you have not. Does that irritate you?" Lin Zhan playfully stuck out her tongue at Tang Yu. Tang Yu's face darkened with anger, her cheeks puffed. "What are you so proud of? You are merely an orphan, pitied by the empress. If the empress pities me, that is my own merit. If you wish to receive the same pity from her, you could always change yourself to be more like me." "I wouldn't mind," Lin Zhan replied with a gleeful squint, which only served to infuriate Tang Yu further. After all, even Tang Yu could not secure a private room in Qinglan Academy, while Lin Zhan had managed to do so. "Don't be too arrogant. I will be eager to see how far you fall when you lose the emperor and empress's favor," Tang Yu retorted, her youthful voice carrying an edge that struck deep into Lin Zhan's heart. In truth, Lin Zhan was fully aware that her privileges were indeed due to the affection of the emperor and empress, and without that support, her position would plummet. "Miss, the empress will always protect you," Bai Xia cautiously interjected after a moment's hesitation. However, even Bai Xia seemed to doubt her own words, a sentiment Lin Zhan shared as she simply smiled without further comment. In the quiet of the night, while Lin Zhan was lost in slumber, a faint sound suddenly roused her. With fearful eyes, she gazed into the darkness. "Your vigilance remained strong." A figure emerged slowly from the shadows. The eerie moonlight illuminated the contours of the figure's face, casting ominous shadows, particularly accentuating the sinister curve of their smirk. "Morong, how is it you again?" Lin Zhan exclaimed in surprise upon recognizing him. Since the last encounter when Junbei had rescued her from Morong Hui's grasp, he had seemingly vanished from her life. So much so that she was nearly on the verge of forgetting him. Before she could finish her thought, Morong Hui swiftly sealed her acupoint, wrapping her tightly in her quilt before departing the room without alerting Bai Xia, who waited just outside. The howling wind echoed in Lin Zhan's ears as the biting cold seeped through the thick quilt, rendering her face pale and her lips tinged with blue. Eventually, Morong Hui came to a stop, and Lin Zhan was astonished to find herself in an inn, her initial shock and fear gradually giving way to tranquility. For she knew that this man, who had gone to such lengths to bring her here, would not harm her. As anticipated, upon placing Lin Zhan down, Morong Hui's face became marred by dark, twisting lines, which spread across his visage like a living shadow. The sight was terrifying enough to startle Lin Zhan. While Morong Hui knelt on the ground, seemingly enduring excruciating pain, rendered immobile and speechless by the pressure points, Lin Zhan could only watch in horror as Morong Hui's contorted form writhed before her. Time slipped by unmeasured, and, as the first light of dawn broke outside, Morong Hui finally returned to his normal state, the black markings on his face gradually receding, though his eyes glinted with a bloodshot intensity as they fixed on Lin Zhan. Before Lin Zhan could react, Morong Hui swiftly released her pressure points and seized her, lifting her effortlessly as though she were a defenseless chick. "Help me alleviate the pain." Morong Hui stated bluntly. Lin Zhan, struggling against his grip, felt her face flush crimson as her small hands repeatedly beat against his arm. Eventually, he tossed her onto the bed, and she gasped for breath, staring at him incredulously. "You seek my assistance, yet treat me this way. Do you not fear that I might refuse to aid you?" She retorted. "Not aiding me would signify your uselessness, leaving you with but one path, death." Morong Hui replied without a shred of courtesy. Lin Zhan pouted, recalling that she had previously taken Morong Hui's pulse, and sensed something peculiar within him, a poison that felt alive. Coupled with the recent events, a bold hypothesis began to form in her mind, though she refrained from voicing it. Instead, she extended her delicate hand towards Morong Hui and said, "I require a golden needle." "Where is the golden needle?" I shall fetch it, Morong Hui responded. Yet Lin Zan shook her head. You cannot retrieve it. I have left the golden needle in the palace. Upon hearing this, Morong Hui's brows furrowed, and he stepped closer, gripping Lin Zhan's neck until she nearly lost consciousness, only releasing her when she rolled her eyes back in distress. If you dare deceive me, I shall end your life. Lin Zhan coughed several times, finally regaining her breath. I do not deceive you. The golden needle truly remains in the palace. If you do not believe me, feel free to search me. With that, she sprawled out, presenting herself as if to be at his mercy. Morong Hui's gaze flickered briefly at her, but he said nothing further and departed. How infuriating! Wasn't Morong Hui imprisoned in the dungeon? How did he escape? Lin Zhan pondered, utterly bewildered. Previously, Morong Hui had willingly ensnared himself within the palace to frame Lin Zhan and harm Si Shui, which had led to Lin Zhan's own imprisonment. Logically, Morong Hui should also be confined. How then could he appear before her? Lin Zhan's thoughts spiraled until a stranger suddenly materialized before her. You are Morong Hui? Lin Zhan exclaimed in shock, pointing at the unfamiliar figure. Though the face had changed, the voice unmistakably belonged to Morong Hui. Without further ado, he forced a pill into Lin Zhan's mouth. There was no doubt it was poisoned. Chapter 109. A transaction. Lin Zhan observed Morong Hui, whose cold eyes bore into her from a distance, and dared not slacken her efforts. She's summoned by Xia. Sister Bai Xia, I left something in the palace. In the chest by my bedside. Could you please retrieve it for me? Bai Xia, without hesitation, nodded and departed from Qinglan courtyard. As Lin Zhan complied with her own instruction, Morong Hui pretended to sweep the courtyard, although he accomplished nothing. Perhaps bolstered by her newfound courage, Lin Zhan approached him and pointed out the scattered leaves on the ground. It appears you have not swept thoroughly. Upon hearing her words, Morong Hui shot her a frosty glare that made her shiver, considering he was the renowned young master of Baitonggu in the martial world. Forging a good relationship with him seemed prudent. Thus, Lin Zhan feigned illness to excuse herself from class and sat on the steps to converse with Morong Hui. Do you truly not harbor feelings for Si Shui? What is the reason? Is it merely because she is foolish? Yet she possesses beauty and kindness, qualities that should be valued in your eyes, no? Lin Zhan prattled, eager to uncover why Morong Hui was unmoved by Si Shui. Was it possible that her interference had altered the course of events, leading to Morong Hui's indifference? However, throughout her inquiries, Morong Hui remained tight-lipped until he could no longer tolerate her barrage of questions. With an icy expression, he ominously warned, if you utter another word, I shall sever your tongue. After all, it is unnecessary when administering needles. His words struck fear into Lin Zhan, and her face paled as she quickly covered her mouth. You are so fierce and ruthless. No wonder you can only serve as Si Shui's stepping stone in the narrative. A man like you would garner no affection from anyone. She muttered under her breath, her words muffled and unclear to Morong Hui. Miss, I have completed the task you assigned, Bai Xia reported earnestly to Lin Zhan. Lin Zhan nodded approvingly. I have complete trust in Sister Bai Xia's abilities. You may leave now. Afterward, Bai Xia cast Lin Zhan a peculiar glance before exiting, and shortly thereafter, Morong Hui climbed through the window. Before I administer the needle, shall we strike a deal? Lin Zhan proposed, holding the golden needle before Morong Hui. His eyes narrowed dangerously. Do you intend to threaten me with this? Do you suffer from persecution paranoia? I merely suggested a transaction. How is that a threat? Lin Zhan pouted in dissatisfaction. Morong Hui scoffed. What sort of transaction? I shall treat your ailment, and in return, you will gather information for me. What do you say? Lin Zhan's eyes sparkled with excitement as she tentatively posed the offer to Morong Hui. However, his expression grew even darker. What makes you think I am in need of your assistance, or that only you can cure my affliction? Morong Hui's gaze turned frigid, akin to a serpent poised to strike, fixing its stare upon Lin Zhan, who fell silent for a moment. Suddenly, he began to laugh, a disquieting sound that twisted his features grotesquely. Very well. I initially underestimated you due to your youth. Since you desire this transaction, I shall acquiesce. Morong Hui nodded in agreement, causing Lin Zhan to feel a surge of exhilaration. Securing the second most significant ally of Si Shui would render her efforts worthwhile, even amidst the perilous negotiations with this unsettling individual. Without further ado, Lin Zan grasped the golden needle and commenced the treatment for Murong Hui. As time elapsed, fine beads of perspiration appeared on her porcelain face, and her small hands began to tremble slightly. The needle technique imparted to her by Yuan Zheng was not easily executed and demanded immense concentration, even risking harm to herself. Unbeknownst to them, 3 hours slipped by, and Lin Zan, exhaling deeply, collapsed onto the ground as Murong Hui opened his eyes, a glimmer of clarity illuminating his gaze. Yet during the procedure, Murong Hui remained entirely still, only able to hear Lin Zhan's labored breaths behind him, unaware of her condition. Once Lin Zan regained her composure, she approached Murong Hui, her expression serious as she stated, "You must refrain from employing force again. Otherwise, the poison within you will only worsen, ultimately surpassing even my golden needle's capacity to suppress it. Do you possess no method to eliminate the toxins within me completely?" Murong Hui incroyable. Lin Zan shook her head earnestly. "My skills are still lacking. I cannot eradicate the poison from your body. Moreover, it is not merely poison. It is a goo worm." After these 2 diagnoses, Lin Zan has confirmed that the strange goo worm residing within Murong Hui's body is the very one that appears solely in the Xinjiang region. This type of goo worm is scarcely documented in the classics of the Thai hospital, and it is said that the art of goo is not to be underestimated compared to traditional Chinese medicine. Furthermore, in Xinjiang, goo worms are classified as either beneficial or harmful, and it is evident that the goo worm within Murong Hui is of the latter kind. Observing the man before her, Lin Zan chose not to inquire further. After waiting for half an hour, she removed the golden needle from his body. "If you have matters to discuss, place this token on the tree north of Qinglan Courtyard, and I will come and find you." Upon finishing his statement, Murong Hui donned his attire and leaped out the window. Lin Zan tucked the token away and muttered, "Why choose to leave through the window when there is a perfectly good door?" No sooner had her words left her lips than a knock echoed through the air. Upon opening the door, Lin Zan found not Bai Xiao waiting outside, but Junbei Qi. "What prompts your change of heart? Yuan Bai Qi Uskit." His gaze steady upon Lin Zan. In response, Lin Zan tilted her head and smiled. Keeping him around proves useful.